Namaskar and a very good morning. Can you please confirm if I'm audible to you all? Thank you for the confirmation and a very warm welcome to all of you. This is a renewed welcome because from today, Himraj School is going to change once ever. Because every anniversary, we kind of look back and try to bring in what further is required for our mentees. And this time also we have identified a lot of innovative initiatives which is going to change your life, and most importantly, they'll keep you peaceful and productive in the short term. So with this short intro, I just want to get going with the magic of morning session. Today we have a short session followed by your mom study hours, where I'll give you a specific target. You need to work upon the target and finish it before we get into the Super CA Summit, right? So let me proceed forward. And as always, we respect your time. And the look of happiness, we have literally thousands of images captured at the convocation. But this is one such image which explains, right? Which explains the joy. So I just thought a picture speaks more than 1,000 words. So this is what you should be chasing in your mind. Not desperately, but with a sense of calmness, with a sense of composure. This is the kind of happiness which I would like to see when you're going to your January convocation or whenever it is applicable for you. And this is part of the 3rd anniversary. The actual program starts at 10 a.m. And for some of you, probably will start a bit early itself, will give you the early access. This is the schedule, almost 99%, it's all there. So I'll explain everything as we start the inaugural at 10 a.m. But for you, you'll understand what exactly are the set of things which you need to shift in your life. The reason why we are starting this here is because, so fighters never fail, life before and after CA, life before and after CA, the transformation acceleration part, and even the 12-hour attempt marathon. This is to inspire you. These are all inspiration sessions where you'll understand you're not the only one who is going through a crisis. You're not the only one who are having difficulties. People have bigger and far more complex difficulties. So that is the reason why you need to clearly know what exactly it takes for you to crack this exam. And by the end of that, your mindset is sorted forever. We had 2 back-to-back sessions at the beginning of this week and towards the end of it. When I said the session quota is done for the week, because we planned it in such a way that 2 days you had an overall understanding, and the final day, while you are listening to them, this will consolidate your learning. So that is where we discuss things in a conceptual manner. This is where you see real people explaining the real life stories. So this is going to be very powerful. And after this, we'll bring in the role of family to an extent. What is the kind of support? Here is where you can invite your parents, and even for the rest of them. In fact, if you have any siblings or any parents or any friends for that matter, you can feel free. This is a completely open session. You can bring in anyone who think they should also support you, or they should also understand your perspective, or even for them to learn. So this will be helpful. From 12 o'clock. 12 to 1 is also linked to this. From 1 o'clock technically, because 12 to 1 is of the family course. CA is a family course is a theme. So from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock is where we'll get into the actual core step-by-step plans to clear in November 23. We'll start with certain case studies where you will be having your lunch. We'll be sharing some case studies over a playlist. Probably we'll have a conversation also. So 1 to 2 is where you'll take a break. And here, the next sessions are super powerful. Slow transition. Okay, how do you focus on group 1? And then what about group 2? We're also trying to bring one more person who can help you with scoring an exemption, and followed by can somebody clear both the groups in 100 days. So when all of this is happening, by the time you reach 3 o'clock, you're done. You know what kind of changes you need to make in your lifestyle. That is one aspect. The second part is, the most important part is, you specifically know the overall changes in your life, and the most important is specific and precise and actionable changes which you have to take in your preparation. By 3 o'clock, you are completely sorted. You are completely ready to go ahead and crack the exam in the next 100 days. So after 3 o'clock, we'll get into the further detail. I'll give you the blueprint. I told you, right, we're making the things very concise, where we shifted certain sessions of how do you clear group 1, group 2, group 3, I would say both groups in that matter. So all the sessions are consolidated over there. You'll see the clear-cut action plan. So by 4:30, you will be in a position to handle the next 100 days. You won't have any questions. You only have to execute. The planning part will almost be concluded here. Some level of changes. Planning is also a continuous process, just like improvement. Some level, 10% planning will be left out, but 90% planning will be done in a single day. 90% planning will be done in a single day. And we also will explain what exactly are the various ways of utilizing this mentorship. Like a lot of people keep asking, what about one last and what about score improvement program? What is the difference and all of that? So this time we have made clear-cut differences, creating each of the program for a specific category of students. So you can choose what works for you. If you've already chosen, well and good. So this is exactly how things are going to happen. Now, before I step forward with Mom, I want your one word for this day, because even for us, it's a very, very huge step forward in terms of bringing this. You need to understand all of this are from very, very different cities. Most of them are working. Even on a Saturday, they're working. Some of them are having their own practice, and this is a busy season. So what exactly is your one word thought about the schedule? One word thought about the schedule, or one word thought about the today's curriculum? I want the one word opinion, thought, feedback on this. The detailed feedback I'll take at the end of the session, probably at 4:45. Right now, as you're looking at the schedule, wonderful. Power packed is a good word. Thank you, Anusha, for that. Super effective. Prem, thank you for that. And all those who are awake, I'm expecting you to respond fast. One word thought about the schedule, one word thought, because life changing, wonderful. Thank you, Manju, for that. Effective. This is for you. This is for you. I'll tell you how ambitious it is. Whatever takes 100-day journey, the 100-day journey we stitched into a single day. You're not understanding the kind of time saving, the kind of speed at which you can start. 100-day journey I had to stitch into one day, only for creating a schedule like this, only for deciding the topics, only for discussing them. It all took us around 10 days. We have been working only on this particular part, because we're talking about 100% compression. Normally we're good at 10%, like whatever takes 100 days, we'll do it in 10 days. Now 100 days to one day is a huge step up. So it is important for you. It is important for you to capture it. That's a fantastic head start. Thank you for this. The most important part is, yes, probably it's the last chance, Neelam. Yes, you should definitely work on it. Now it is important for you to use it in the best possible manner. So that we'll discuss towards the end of the mom session about how we can make the most of the day. Okay. So thank you for your responses. Now let's proceed forward. I'll once again give you the context of mom. Okay. So when I'm talking about mom, if you see, you don't have something called super student here. Like mom is a Him Life School product. When we launched Magic of Mornings, it's for everyone. It is for your mom also, your dad also, your sister also, my mom, my sister, everyone, right? It is for everyone who want to improve their life, Magic of Mornings. So, but what we have been doing until now is we have further fine-tuned and customized this Magic of Morning by removing the concepts of yoga, meditation, and all of that deep learning, and bringing in certain concepts like PDR and all of that. So mom has been until now fine-tuned. We have fine-tuned it only for CA preparation. But now what we are doing is the component which is linked to the CA preparation, which is mostly your previous day revision, that you are supposed to complete. Before joining MOM. Okay, from tomorrow onwards, you are supposed to complete your previous day revision before joining MOM. For you to do that, we'll share some steps, systematic steps. You can listen and follow that and complete your previous day revision. That is something which we would like you to do before joining MOM, so that the additional time will be used for further exercises, further techniques, where you're going deep. So the health aspect of it, the mental health and physical aspect of the MOM dimension will further deepen from now. Okay, so we are retaining the components of whatever is there for preparation, and we are taking it further. And these are the set of things which are compulsory for you. If you're listening to me as a student right now, these are compulsory. Especially this top 3 are super important. These are all important. And previous year revision, it's like the moment you wake up. If you remember, I say, as and when you wake up, get up and start doing previous day revision. So I'm expecting you to complete it much before you join MOM. This is what is going to happen for previous day revision. And current day skimming is what you will do as a prerequisite to the MOM study group or the live study hours. So normally you have 10 to 15-minute transition time between Magic of Mornings to the actual study hour. So current day skimming, we'll do it practically today. Today we'll do it practically, and I want you to implement this from tomorrow. So you're going to do PDR or previous day revision from tomorrow before MOM session, and current day skimming will be done in the transition time after MOM session. So if both the aspects are clear, please type clear. If both these aspects are clear, please type clear. Perfect. And one of the central thing which you have to understand, your chances of clearing the exam, are directly proportional to how many days you're able to implement the morning study sessions. Or to simplify it, out of 100 days, how many days you are going to wake up at 5 o'clock is going to impact the way you study. You cannot correlate everything, but I've seen the journeys, all the people, all the students are clear. 95% of them, except then there is some work pressure or a kid, they have a kid, they kind of keep it slightly flexible. Otherwise, 95% of them have religiously and rigorously followed the Magic of Morning routine. Now, I want to know from you. Here. How many of you? Give me a number. Is it 100 by 100, 90 by 100, 80 by 100, whatever it is? Give me a realistic number where out of the next 100 days, how many days are you going to wake up around 5 o'clock till your exams? Give me a number. Think and give me a number. Give me a practical number. As long as it is more than 90, you can actually increase your probability of clearing to 90%. Because with this one step, you're increasing the quantitative time of the day. With this one step, you're going to increase the quantitative time of the day. Perfect, guys. I'm happy for this. So let me explain previous day revision, and we'll do a short sample today itself, because what I wanted to explain you both the concept and theory today. So what is previous day revision? On a given day, whatever you study, you have a tendency to forget things. It's like people always forget things, right? So we have created the concept of 5-time revision. 5-time revision is a concept where you revise everything you study on the same day 3 times, next day 1 time, and end of the week 1 more time. 5-time revision is what happens within a week's time. And out of this, 4 times happens within 24 hours. So you'll revise everything 4 times within 24 hours. Now, one such revision is previous day revision, which is the 4th revision, which you're talking about. So when you do day end revision the previous night, the reason why we ask you to do it just before you sleep is it starts entering your subconscious mind. So even while you're sleeping, something keeps happening in your subconscious mind. Now, when it is happening, when you wake up in the morning, there is nothing which has happened between the time you slept and the time you're waking up. At least you're active, overactive thinking, right? So your subconscious mind keeps thinking and a lot of things keep happening. You get dreams and all of that, but you're not consciously inserting information. So there is some purity in terms of what you have learned in the day and revision. And we want to leverage that. Whenever you wake up in the morning, you're going to integrate what you studied in the previous night and what you have to get started in the next day. So when you do it in a sandwich model, day and revision, sleep, previous day revision, day and revision, sleep, previous day revision. This is magical. I'm not talking about the logical structure of it. This is beyond logic. This is magic, pure magic, because it culminates into something else. So if you start doing DER plus PDR, DER plus PDR, earlier we used to call it pre, but PDR, whatever it is, DER plus PDR, your memory component or the chances of losing things will reduce by 50-60% with only one step, by attaching PDR with DER every single day. If you're decided already, or if you're convinced to do this now, please type DER plus PDR. This is the most important step. See, 5-time revision is one thing, but at least I want you to stick to begin with DER plus PDR. And these are promises, guys. These are the gifts you're giving me on my birthday or for this anniversary. These are the gifts where you're giving me promises. These are not random words, promises. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, so day and revision and previous day revision. Day and revision and previous day revision. If you do this, you will not face memory issues. You're fixing two things with one simple step. Your routine and the quantum of study time and the quality of study. If you're talking about quality of study, this is the single most important step which will significantly change the quality of study. Okay, now let us try to practically experience it. So what we'll do is, let's try to recollect something, what you have done yesterday. Let's try to recollect that. Now, what happens with this? You'll be able to correlate what happened and what is the level of retention which you're able to have today. Do not worry about how much you can remember today, but this is the process. So what we are going to do right now is, from yesterday, 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock. The reason why I'm doing it for 3 hours is I'll give you more time. Normally we give you only 1 hour for each, 1 minute for each hour. So I'll give you more time so that you can dig deep. Yesterday, we're looking into the first 3 hours of your preparation, 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. What did you study? We will be able to recollect and see how much you're able to study from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. yesterday. And somebody who has started late, let's say 10 to 1, you can apply it accordingly. First 3 hours. Okay. I want all of you to switch on your videos and then close your eyes. Switch on your video and close your eyes. Everyone. Let's go back. We're going back to what happened yesterday. You woke up. You could have done your day and revision the previous night and PDR. Then you sat for the study hours. Now remember the place where you started studying. Remember the place from where you started studying. So technically get back there. Let's say get back to that particular position. Go back to the study table virtually. As you're listening to my voice, let that video play in your mind. Go back there. The same dress, recollect what you wore yesterday. The same mood, what kind of mood you had yesterday around this. It is very important to capture this tiny little things where you become conscious. You become conscious and your memory deep will be a deep dive. So we are trying to understand what you have done from 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. or the first 1 hour you studied yesterday. So please try to recollect what you have done in the first 1 hour yesterday. I'm giving you 90 seconds for this. please try to recollect. So if you read a physical book, go to the specific page number as I'm talking to you. Think about the specific page number, whether it's your handwritten note or even if it's a regular textbook, please go to that specific page number. Now try to recollect what you have studied. Now you just went there. You have taken your consciousness to that specific point physically. Now we are looking at mentally in terms of what you have actually studied. So think about the 2-3 things which are very important in your 1 hour study. Go through the topic. By now you should be recollecting the topic. Think about the specific page. Think about the specific question. Now start clearing, start seeing it clearly. I'm zooming in. I'm zooming in using your mind. You're zooming in further. Please try to zoom in and clearly understand what you have studied from 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. yesterday. You have 60 more seconds. You have 60 more seconds. Push your mind. Push your mind. We call it cognitive mastery, where you don't try to push things beyond a particular level. This cognitive mastery, what it does is it will stop your brain from taking additional load. So it's not going in further. You need 100x zoom, not 10x zoom. 100x zoom, zoom in, and then find out what you exactly studied between 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock or the first 1 hour of studies. So if this is done, we're moving to the next 1 hour, 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock. 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock. We are going with the next 1 hour. Once again, zoom in, flip the pages if you want, scroll the screen if you want in your mind, all of this. Yesterday, let's say you have to flip the page where you started the second question or second topic. Go there, get there. Now try to zoom in further, 100x zoom. Try to recollect. For majority of you will be almost able to see the pages. You're experiencing something very different. You'll be able to see the pages where you're stimulating what has already happened yesterday. 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock yesterday, 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. yesterday are the second hour of your studies. Another 30 seconds, zoom in, push your brain, push it. Don't get satisfied with regular outcomes. Get the precise top 3 learnings which you could pick up from yesterday's learning in the 1 hour. And once you're done with the second hour, we are moving to the third hour. Third 1 hour. Zoom in further. Zoom in further. Stop at a point. If you're reading your handwritten notes, locate that particular page, left side or right side, where it is, what you have studied, color of the ink, the pages, the lines, if it's a textbook, what is the bold heading? If it's your video, which component of it have you been watching? Look at the specific point, identify the topic, identify the side heading, then start revising and start recollecting. Start recollecting. I'm giving you 30 more seconds, 30 seconds more. Now try to recollect everything. Just you already located what you had to study, right? The navigation is done. Now let's go back to 6 o'clock. 6 to 7, what did you study? 30 seconds. Quick recap, because you have to explain. Now, after you open your eyes, you're supposed to explain what you recollected. So recollect properly. Don't leave out anything. 6 to 7. 7 to 8. 7 to 8. Now 8 to 9. When you think your understanding is complete, slowly start opening your eyes. Slowly start opening your eyes. How many of you are able to recollect better than every day? How many of you are able to recollect more than what you normally do in previous? Show of hands who are able to recollect better than how you are doing it regularly. So let me quickly get to some of you. Okay. Nirja, quickly explain the actual points. Quickly explain what you studied and what you could recollect.
I studied PGBP adjustments.
You have to be slightly louder.
I'm sorry. Hello, can you hear me now? Is it better?
Lot better, Nirja. Yes, lot better. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So I studied PGBP adjustments yesterday, and I'll just list down the top 10 most important ones. Firstly, depreciation is only allowed as per the Income Tax Act. You'll have additional depreciation of 20% if there's a new machinery. If TDS has not been deducted, if it is a resident person, then under 40 IA, no, sorry, if under 41, you have to disallow 30% of the expense. If it is a non-resident, then 100% of it is disallowed. And if it is somebody under equalization levy of the advertising fine, which is the equalization levy of 6%, then also 100% of it will be disallowed. Advertisement expense is allowed under PGBP, but advertisement expense to a political party or in a political party's brochure will only be allowed under 80GGB, that is to the company. It will not be allowed under 80GGC, which is to other individuals or associates. Also, any donation to a political party will not be allowed under PGBP, but you can take a 80GGP deduction for a company.
Wonderful, Nirja. How many of you noticed these are not the regular random side headings, right? How many of you realize that these are very, very high valuable points? These are the kind of adjustments which comes in the question. You noticed it? See, all of us can recollect something. Now, from here, I'm pressing the accelerator hard. I'm telling you, there are specific set of points which the examiner is expecting you to write. And what Nirja had just shared are closer to that. When you got started, 10 days ago, when I asked you to fill the PDF for the very first time, when you write something, what would you write? PGBP. What would you study? PGBP. It's a useless line. Why are you writing side edits? You're understanding? Now, the way ICS is modeling itself, I'll tell you one more practical experience. Now, why are you paying me, guys? Like, why are you paying me? If you want some level of push, it is available on YouTube. But the problem is motivation is vague. It is not tailor-made. It's not very precise, right? I'm talking about the depth of what you're saying. Everything looks the same. A lot of people who cannot decide is they cannot differentiate between that and this. The same thing, you need to be very conscious about what exactly ICI is asking you, the depth part, the precision. So you started with a fantastic differentiation where something is covered here and it's not covered there. It is always about getting into this minute things. As long as you capture 10% of it, you'll be able to answer 50-60% of the examination. If you want, you can go back and check your direct tax paper. You'll understand what I'm trying to say. The 70-80% of the context, the text which you're talking is useless. It doesn't matter whether you know or not. It would not matter whether you know it or not. As I'm talking to you, if I'll have to, this is your DT summary, right? There's 4 modules, all 4 you're able to see, 4 at least. So out of this, your question paper looks something like this, right? So this is the length of the question paper. Now, where is this? Where is this? Which actually means lot of it is learning. Now, today, while you are learning, like let's say I'm explaining about previous day revision in such a detail. This is only for learning. This is for understanding. You don't have to remember everything, right? But when you actually go into the core topic, so you need to know what is the component. So the first rule for memory is less is more. The less you try to remember, the more impactful it is. This is the golden rule for memory. You need to know what you need to remember. You don't have to remember everything. And for you to know what you have to remember, the only option is previous revision. Day end revision, I'll tell you the difference between day end revision and previous revision. Day end revision, you're supposed to consolidate everything. Like, because you studied everything, it's loaded. And when you're doing it for the very first time, it's not very precise. Your mind will be running fast to capture as much as data because I want to dump it into a day end revision form. If you notice, PDR, we don't ask you to write on your notes. Even this PDR, when I'm asking you to type, I want some level of tracking that you're doing it. Once you start doing it regularly, I don't even want you to type it. As long as you can remember it, that is also fine. So previous day revision is what gives you the precise summary of what you need to know. So this 10 minutes which you capture, 10 minutes per day, if you capture this over the next 100 days, 1000 minutes, this 15 hours, itself will get you the 50 marks. The 15 hours summary, which you accumulate for all subjects, rest of is all filler material. Now, what happens during the day? It's all filler material. You need those conjunctions, you need to fill it right. So this exactly is a core. Now let's talk about the experience of the memory. So what Nirja has done is the subjectual part. Like she was able to give you the specific pointers and we saw the quality. Now let's try to understand about the deepening of memory between what you normally do and what happened today. How many of you noticed a significant difference between how we are doing it, when you did it today? How many of you are able to go into the specific points where you sat, where you identify? How many of you are able to visualize the notes from where you're studying? Okay, let's see. Manju? Yes, can you share your experience of the visualization process? How deep it went and what all you could see while you're visualizing it? Manju, you are not audible. I'll get back to you. So meanwhile, let me go to Aryan.
So am I audible, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So as sir was guiding like about go to the particular note and the color of the text and all that, so I was able to recapitulate that, like the all the ambience where I was sitting and everything. So so like first I went through the fonts, the even everything like my notes and everything, and first when I got the target of that note, then I started remembering what was written in those texts, and like how I have made the charts, what is written on the left side of the chart, what's written on the right side of the chart. So like as you were guiding, I was going through all those notes and all.
Perfect, Aryan. So now you're able to understand the context. The idea is not to know everything. See, the point is, I'll tell you why I built it. I used to spend a lot of time in conferences. In a conference, you normally meet 2,000 to 3,000 people, even in SARC, and all other conferences. Sometimes what happened is, you go to a conference, you meet a lot of people, probably where you even exchange visiting cards. And next time when you meet, it's slightly confusing for you, right? I met someone, but where? I met someone, but where? So I try to talk to a lot of people about how do you remember these guys, because it's very awkward when a qualified chartered accountant or somebody in a position comes and says that hey, we met and you're not able to remember. So when I spoke to a lot of people, most of them said the only thing I do is I try to remember the context of a meeting. Content is not important. So when I meet someone, even while storing, okay, I met this guy. This is a conference. Some of them write in the visiting card or whatever. The moment you identify where you met them, the moment you identify where, you need not remember what you spoke to each other. You only have to identify where you met. So before you worry about what in the main exam, where is important? Like, is it from this module or is it from this module? You're understanding? You cannot search all over the place, right? So when you lose something, I'll tell you, because at home we keep losing things, right? The first thing is, what is the point where you last saw it? What was the point, or what was the area where you last saw it? From there, you keep looking into each and every component, every pocket. Now, when the question comes, when there is a trigger about a particular context, all you have to understand is what was the point when you last saw that, and you start searching for it. Got it? Understanding? On the main exam, the first thing, when you identify the 15 minutes, you just have to note, okay, this is where from which I picked it up. This is where I studied this. Is it MTP? Is it RTP? Is it standard? Is it the day and derivative summary? Is it your PPT or somebody's PPT or somebody's explanation? What is it? Or if it's one of the points, it could be needs as conversation, right? This point you remember. So that is exactly, you have to identify the reference. So that's it. As long as you do this, the role or the idea of previous year revision is sorted, and all of this within 10 minutes. Now I'm just explaining the back end context of everything. But on a regular day, you need not remember all of this, right? You just have to wake up, just quickly go through it in just 10 minutes. Clear? Last time I spent so much time on day end revision so that you start using it. Now, this is the second time where I'm working on the second part of FTR. These are like the super powerful pair, Sachin Sehwag. That is the kind of Matthew Head and Gilchrist. This exactly is a kind of combination which will set everything sorted. Okay, I believe this is not going to be broken from it. It's going to happen in a pair. DER, most of you are doing. PDR is something which I'm not seeing a lot of students implement and start working upon yet. Sorted? Clear? Cool. Okay. Now, let me go back to the next component of Magic of Mornings. And this is where my explanation or my convincing ends. From here, I have already told you importance. If you want to clear, you'll do it. As simple as that. So, Mom, we just looked into previous day revision, and I'm expecting you to do it in autopilot mode from tomorrow. This is what we discussed. Next is the box breathing technique. In terms of time, probably I'll share you a recorded video where you can play it and you can keep a capture of the time. Like I can keep the time for you in a way. So you start that and we'll be moving from 6 a.m. to 7 a.m., 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. along with some auto suggestions. It will be done in a 10 to 12 minute process. That I can do for you. Next, box breathing technique. Box breathing technique. when you're talking about your experience of life, your experiencing of life and in general, because unless you're peaceful, you cannot be productive. Unless you're peaceful, you cannot be productive. Okay. So I would say for you to become productive, you need to be peaceful and you need to be positive in a way, reasonably positive. How many of you noticed? How many of you noticed here? After you start thinking in a slightly positive way, when you cut off some negative thoughts, you're able to study better. If it's you, please type me. If that happens, some level of positivity. This positivity and peace is improving the productivity. If it's you, please type me so that everyone will know. Fair enough. So that would be all of you. Now, when you're talking about it, the first important aspect is your experience. See, when we say peace, when we say positivity, you can call it your state of mind. Peace is a state of mind, right? You're understanding what, if I have to define peace, it's not a thing, it's a state of mind. You're peaceful, you're not. You're positive, you're not. It's a state of mind. It's not. With the same information, you can be peaceful or you can be restless, right? Same information. It is all about how we are reacting. It is not about what is happening. I'm not going to change the ICI percentage from 8.2 to something else. It is what it is. But then how are we reacting to it? How are we responding to it? Let's work harder instead of worrying more. That's the whole concept, right? So this box breathing technique and guided meditation. Box breathing technique is working on your breathing. So there are three components to it. How you breathe, how you think, and how well you're aware of. Like these are the concepts that most of the gurus specifically focus upon. Like this is the concept of the entire mental architecture which spirituality works upon. Your breathing process, your thought process, your consciousness or awareness. Now that awareness and consciousness, will keep it for a separate day. That's far more deeper. Now we're looking at your breathing process and thought process. So by using box breathing technique, I'm working on your breathing process. I'm asking you to breathe in a slightly different way, which will impact your peace. You'll become far more peaceful. And guided meditation, I'm working your thought process. I'm altering your thoughts. You'll become far more positive. So you woke up, you started the previous day revision. By doing previous day revision, this is yesterday's work which you're doing today once again, right? This is yesterday's done, job over. Okay. So this is where you're consolidating your day, your yesterday ends today. That is the concept of previous day revision. Okay. Now what about today? So before we start today, let us become peaceful first. Really, more than positivity, let's be peaceful. Because peacefulness includes a sense of neutrality. Neutrality is fine first. Negativity to neutrality. So peace is neutral. Then let's become positive. Now when you're talking about positive, I'll alter your thought process. So we'll do it in 2 steps. At least I'll see about how deep you're able to connect, whether to break it in the between or to continue guided meditation. So don't open your eyes until I tell you. So we are working on both the aspects. Even if you're attending this for the very first time, just follow my oral instructions. You'll be able to easily follow. But all of you keep your video on. It is important for me to notice your posture. Keep your video on. And for doing anything, the fundamental rule is simple. I already told you. Spine at 90 degrees. Spine erect, at head straight. You can use support of the wall. If you want the support of the wall, please feel free to use the support of the wall. Spine erect and head straight. Spine erect and head straight. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Keep your eyes closed. Do not open. Keep your eyes closed. Do not open. Now we are working on your breathing process. Bring in some level of consciousness to how you're breathing currently. Observe your breath. Observe your breath. As you're breathing, just visualize that a blue line, like because you cannot visualize air directly, I'm saying blue line will be easy for you to notice. So when you're exhaling, a blue line is coming out. When you're inhaling, blue line is going in. Observe this. Observe this breathing process. Notice how you're experiencing your thoughts and everything right now. Look at how it is working. So now, this is your state of mind. This is your state of mind. We'll alter your state of mind in 2 steps. Step number 1, using your breath. Step number 2, using your thought. So remember where you are and be excited about where you are going to be in the fastest possible journey, faster than a superjet. We'll go there within 7 to 10 minutes. So pay attention to my voice. Slightly exhale air. Exhale air. Just exhale air slightly. Exhale. Spine, but body, you need not be in a very strict or rigid mode. You can keep your body free. Like most of you are tight, uptight. That's not required. Only spine needs to be erect. You need not be uptight. Feel free. Feel free. Feel comfortable. Feel comfortable. Now let's do 1 round of deep breathing. When I say deep breathe, you have to inhale longer than normal and exhale longer than normal. So we are doing 1 round of deep breathing. Inhale. Keep inhaling. Continue inhalation. Now exhale. Exhale slowly. Exhale slowly. So this is a transition state. Now we are actually going to the box breathing technique. So you are done inhalation, exhalation in 2 steps. In box breathing, we are going to do it in 4 steps, which is Purvaka, Kumbhaka, Rechaka, Shunyaka, which is inhalation, retention, exhalation, and staying in a state of vacuum. Now we're doing it for 10 seconds, right? So each round will happen for 10 seconds. So I'll keep the count for you. So just be ready and start inhalation. Please start inhalation. Inhale. Inhale. Continue inhalation for 5 more seconds. Now start exhalation. Now stay in that position, Kumbhaka, in the Shunyaka position. So now that we understood different cycles, we'll go into the actual round. Now we understood the 2 more steps, right? So this time we are going into the actual round. So you need to understand the difference between inhalation and retention. You have to retain and then exhale. So this round, it will be very clear for you. So you're starting inhalation. Start inhalation. Inhale further. Keep inhaling. Inhaling as slowly as you can and as long as you can. Keep inhaling. Inhale further. Inhale, inhale, inhale. Now stay there. Inhalation is done. Without immediately exhaling, just staying. Retention. Kumbhaka. You have air in your lungs. You're retaining air. Stay there. Stay there. Stay there. Stay there. Now slowly start exhaling. Slowly start exhaling. Exhale, exhale, controlled exhalation. not at once. Control, slow and steady. Exhale, 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 exhale. Once your exhalation is done, stay in the Shunyaka position where you are neither inhaling nor exhaling. Neither inhaling nor exhaling. Stay there, stay there. Stay for 5 more seconds. Okay, relax your breathing, keep your eyes closed. Relax your breathing and keep your eyes closed. So the first 2 or 3 rounds, it's okay. Even if you're not getting the complete hand, you need to understand because you're switching from a 2-step to 4-step process. Slightly confusing for some of you, that's okay. So now pay complete attention. Now I understood it, right? You understood it, tested it. Now we'll go deep. So we're going a 15-second round. This is a 15-second round at each level. Please follow the instruction. Only think about that level. That's okay. 15 seconds, nothing is going to happen. You'll survive. Okay. So we'll do it properly. Do it. Pay attention. Adjust your positions. Relax state. Let us start. Start inhalation. So now stay in that position. Stay in the Kumbhaka position. Stay there. Stay there. Stay there. Stay for 3 more seconds. Start exhalation, slow and steady. Exhaling, you are doing it once. Inhalation, you are doing it right. Exhalation, slow and steady, slow and steady. Controlled exhalation, controlled, conscious, systematic, slow exhalation. Exhale, exhale, exhale. If you're done with your exhalation, stay in the Shunyaka position. Neither inhalation nor exhalation. Stay there. Stay there for 7 more seconds. 7 more seconds. 6. You're doing well. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. Don't open your eyes. Relax. 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 Slightly you're doing it better. You're doing it better. Let's do it one more time. One last time for today. One more time. Do it properly. Be conscious. Be conscious. 2 steps. Exhalation, don't do it abruptly. The way you're inhaling slowly in a stepwise process, same. Come back in steps. Don't jump. Don't use the lift. Come back in steps. Inhale in steps. Exhale in steps. End of story. Because the other 2 positions where you're retaining and in the I would say Kumbhaka and Shunyaka, you're not doing anything, right? You're just holding back, just holding, just a hold tight. That is fine. But steps have to be done a bit consciously, right? So this is one more thing which I wanted to do. So we're doing the 4-step box breathing technique: Purvaka inhalation, Kumbhaka retention, Rechaka exhalation, and Shunyaka, staying in the state of vacuum. Okay, right. Let's start. Start inhalation. Inhale, 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 inhale further. Now stay there. Stay in the Kumbhaka position. Anusha, remove your hand. Do it directly. Stay in the Kumbhaka position. Stay for 5 more seconds. Now slowly start exhaling. Control exhalation. Don't do it abruptly. Very slowly, consciously, controlled exhalation. Slow, steady, systematic exhalation. Slow, steady, systematic exhalation. If you're done exhaling, stay in the Shunyaka position. Stay in the Shunyaka position. Three, two, one. Relax. Do not open your eyes. Relax. Do not open your eyes. Observe the changes in your breathing process. Observe the changes in your breathing process. Don't worry about the difficulty part. Difficulty part is because you're not used to 4 steps. The difficulty part is happening because you're not used to 4 steps. Keep your eyes closed. All of you keep your eyes closed. You're not used to all the 4 steps. That is the difficult part. But you need to understand the change in your breathing process. If you start doing it regularly, if you start doing it systematically, you'll see the process efficiency also. Now look at the outcome efficiency first. How were you feeling before and how are you feeling now? Okay, this is a change which will keep improving further, but this is the change which will make you to become a bit peaceful. Your breath alters your thought. Okay, that is what your breath has done right now. Now I'm directly working on your thought. Directly, let's work on your thought because you're thinking about various things right now. Now, let's think in a particular direction. Let us focus our energy to think in a streamline or straight line. Now, keep your eyes closed. Keep your eyes closed. Pay attention to my voice. Today, you are participating in the Magic of Morning session on 22nd July. So it's a fantastic time for you to restart your preparation or kickstart your preparation or start your preparation. So I'm covering all three categories, even if somebody has to start from scratch. We have enough time because we have 100 days. A lot can happen in 100 days. People are building companies, relationships are built, wars are fought. A lot of things can happen. If a lot can happen over coffee, a lot more can happen over 100 days, as simple as this. So time is enough. Time is enough. Don't ask yourself, don't ask anyone. This is a useless question from now. Are 100 days enough? Yes. My counter argument is, we had 300 days. Why did you fail? You studied for 500 days. Why did you fail? If it's a quantum of days, you should have already cleared because you put in the days. It is no longer about the quantum. So it is not a direct contributing factor. So the base, yes. 100 days is not 10 days. 100 days is 100 days. You see 1,000 hours, right? You're working. You're having other deviations, responsibilities, still fine. If you have 5 hours per day, you can easily think of a group. If you have 10 hours per day, you can easily think of both groups. So this is a starting point. You don't have to take a concrete decision right away, whether you have to write one group or both groups, because 1 or 2 is not a decision. Group 1 versus group 2 is a decision. One group versus both groups is not a decision. It's an acceleration. It's like huge capacity. It's like one house or 2 houses. So when you want to build 2 houses, first finish the EMI of first house or complete it reasonably well. Now that is what we are going to do. So all the students or everyone who are here, if you're already clear with the journey part, whether it's one group or both groups, well and good. If you're not yet clear, I'll give you crystal clarity in 3 minutes. That's it. Now the question should not come back to you. Okay. Now for the set of people who are writing only group 1. If you're writing only group 1, your preparation is happening in 3 cycles. If you're writing only group 1, your preparation is happening in 3 cycles. Cycle 1, we call it 1 week base camp. 1 week base camp. So this happens for around 30 days. 4 subjects into 7 days. 4 subjects into 7 days. Some of you have done 5-day boot camp. It's an extension and a very deeper aspect of what you did in the boot camp part, where you complete most of the syllabus. So it's like the 1 week, 1 subject strategy, which has been heavily recommended by all of our previous students who have cleared, right? So look at 7 days into 4 subjects, 28 days or 1 month. We'll go 2 extra days. So 30 days, the next 30 days out of 100 days, we are completing all 4 subjects, 1 week a subject. Slight variation here and there will happen. You have an exemption. You already scored 57. So slight borrowing, donating days here and there will happen. But majority, this is the case, right? First 30 days is for completing all 4 subjects. Now, at the end of this, that is when we'll decide, should you tackle the other group also or not? Now, decisions will change. Some people who thought of writing only one group will move to both groups. Some students who thought of writing both groups will move to one group, or they'll stick to the decision. Either way, something will happen. So, which will happen somewhere around August 15th to 22nd. So, the timeline is when you're starting today, August 15th, like 3 to 4 weeks from now, you'll be getting complete clarity. Don't take decision until the next 21 days, like 21-day challenge, suppose that. So this is what is happening. So once this is done, based on the next decision, if you're taking the next decision to study one more group, then it goes into a particular traction. If you plan to continue the same group 1 or group 2, the next cycle. So after the 30 days, the next cycle is a cycle of 40 days. In this 40 days, you'll get 10 days for each subject. You'll get 10 days for each subject. Now, what happens in this 10 days? So it's a very detailed and deep learning. 1 week base camp is targeted to help you get 40. Is targeted to help you get 40 if you already done the boot camp. If you haven't done the boot camp, you'll at least end up at 30. Now this 10-day strategy, 10-day strategy is deep and detailed and covers 100% of the syllabus. Like 70 days, 5 days, you're only covering 30% of the syllabus. 7 days, you'll end up covering 50-60%. Now in this 10 days, you'll end up covering 100% of the syllabus with detailed writing revision every single day. So writing component also comes into picture. This is where you'll get closer to exemption. So this 40 days will conclude before September 30th. 30 days plus 40 days, everything will conclude before 30th September. The last 30 days, 30 plus 40 plus 30 is exclusively meant for revision. Since you are writing only one group, like for those set of people, 30 days is divided into 2 components, 15-15. The first 15 days, it will happen 4 days into 4. We call it 50-hour strategy. 10-day strategy and 50-hour super revision, a 50-hour challenge. Let's call it 50-hour challenge. So what happens in 50 hours? The subject which you have studied for 1 week and 10 days, you are revising it in 4 days. Because for preparation, it takes 7 days or 10 days. But for revision, why would we need that amount of time? So we're doing it 4 days. And we're doing it twice. First 16-day cycle, second 60-day cycle. That 1-2 days will have that adjustment. We have back up that question. So technically, the last cycle is 30 to 32 days, right? So this is where you take 2 more full cycles of revision. The last revision is 20-hour challenge, which is 1.5 in both exam. You are studying twice, like you have 2 cycles of syllabus completion, full-fledged, and 3 cycles of revision, 50 hours, and then 20 hours. 120 hours is meant for revision only. Now tell me how you can fail. So this is exactly how the whole concept works. Like 50-hour revision, 50-hour revision, 20-hour revision, then you're writing the 3-hour exam perfect strategy where you're targeting how to score 24 plus in the first 1 hour, next 20 in the next hour, and next in the remaining in the last hour. Okay. Now you visualize this, we'll do it practically. So this is what we are going to learn. So you're starting today. You are decided to go ahead. So one group or both groups you'll figure out in the 3rd week of August. If you already figured out, that's totally fine. So next 1 month journey would not change significantly. So you're starting every single day. You're waking up to the wake up calls. And you're going to the mom routine where you're first doing your previous day revision. You're first doing your previous day revision the same depth. If it's not possible for 10 hours, do it for 3 hours initially, then 5 hours, then 8, 10 hours. Okay. So we are doing the previous day revision. After that, box breathing technique. Again, box breathing technique. You don't have to worry about the perfection initially. Just follow the steps. Either 10-second round or 15-second round. You're slowly starting it. That is also done. And the other components of mom, whenever they happen. So you keep learning, especially the stress relief component. And current day skimming is what you're experiencing today. Current day skimming is previous revision is post-mortem. Current day skimming is pre-mortem. Much like you're doing it much before the actual incident happening. Before you study, you're revising it already. That is current day skimming, which I'll explain it today. So the day is set, the techniques are sorted, everything is in a place, and you're coming and you're already working in the life study. This entire process and the entire picture is completely clear for you. So from here, your study hours. So 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock, 6 a.m. to 9 o'clock, where you're completing. Astos, close your eyes. 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. is what? 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. is where maximum learning happens. Maximum learning is happening from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. because you don't have disturbance. Most importantly, you had a power start. You just had Red Bull. You had a mental Red Bull, or however you call it, or something stronger, something dope or whatever it is. So it's a very strong shot which you had. That cocaine shot, or however you want to visualize that, will help you to go into that massive productive mode for the next 3 hours. So we're looking at 40 to 50% of target completion in just 3 hours. Exactly like power play. Whatever gets scored in 40 hours will be replicated in 10 hours in a power play. The average becomes 2.53. The same equation here. Power play people end up scoring 15 overs, 15 runs per over. Normally 7 to 8, 2x. The same thing you're talking about, 2x. So whatever takes 6 hours, you're doing in 3 hours. So this 3 hours becomes 6 hours. So please maintain that system. Please don't let anything disturb this 3 hours, because it is not 3 hours, it is 6 hours. If somebody is asking you to stay back, you're wasting 6 hours. If you're watching something late in the night, you're wasting 6 hours. This is what it is. 3 hours physical, 6 hours. This is the game-changing difference which you could create for you. If you are messing it up, nobody can save you. Trust me on this. This is very, 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 very important. Don't let anything deviate you from this. Okay. So once you start utilizing this, the major components of syllabus will end. Your target will be completed much before the day starts. Day technically starts at 9 o'clock for most of the people. So we are creating an additional thing. This is an additional highway over and above what you already have. Right? So this is the game-changing difference. Last time you got stuck at 160. This is going to add those 40 marks. You have another 100 marks to add. This is going to add at least 50, 60 marks, right? This is the most important, crucial component, which should include day and revision, you sleeping early, you waking up early, and filling the previous day revision and following the techniques and studying the 3-hour study hour and a live study session. That's it. This is what you're doing. Imagine you doing it for the next 100 days. So 100 into 6, I'm talking about the 6-hour effectiveness, 6-hour efficiency. So 600 hours. So when you have 600 hours, now do the equation. The other day, Vatsal was talking to me about the numbers, right? So how many hours, how many marks? Now you look at it. If you look at the 600 hours, the 100 marks which you're talking about will be covered. Only in the morning track, 100 marks is covered. Remaining 8 hours per day, apart from this, because this is actually 3 hours, right? If you look at it, this is actually 3 hours only. Remaining 7 to 8 hours. So what we are trying to do is you're increasing your 800, 900 hour of preparation to 1200 and 1300 hours. This is exactly the game changer. This is exactly the game changing difference which we are working upon for you. Right? So this way, yes, there is enough space for both groups. So let's look at one typical day and replication, and then we'll move on further. So every day you're waking up, as and when you get the wake up call, immediately you're finishing the previous day revision in a sense of depth. You're getting some core points, very important points. You're submitting the previous day revision tracker, and then you're starting your MOM process, which is your box fitting technique. Now your schedule has to happen irrespective of whether MOM session will happen or not, whether you will join or not. These are two separate things. The whole thing is you have to do that. You have to do PDR, you have to do box fitting technique, and followed by the next techniques, current day skipping as stress relief and all of that. So box fitting technique is something which I have to do. So once you start doing it, once you start doing the current day skipping, you're sitting in study hour, you're completing almost 50% or 45% of the day's target. So at 9 o'clock, you're very energetic, and most importantly, you're happy that at a lot of target, your day is sorted, your day is fixed. So you had a very, very exciting breakfast. You can sit with your mom, talk to your dad, say him goodbye when he goes to the office. 9 to 10, don't study. You're not supposed to study. Don't do anything. 9 to 10. You're prohibited from studies. Non-study hour. Non-study hour is serious. You should not study. Now, 10 to 12, another short and quick session, only 2 hours. 10 to 12, 2 hours. You're quickly completing the next chunk of the component, which will take you almost to 70% of the day's target, because already done 40%. The 2 hours you can do more because you have breakfast. Now, right now you have mental energy now. At that point of time, you'll get physical energy because you have a good carb shot between 9 to 10. Okay, 12 o'clock, you're almost completing 70%, so you're relaxed. Ideally, if you hit 70%, I wanted to complete the remaining 30% from 2 to 5 in an examination mode. So 2 to 5 is the examination slot. So if you can, just sit in the same chair every single day as if you're writing an exam. So 3 hours, you should build your capacity. Now, when you're sitting and when you're listening to me, you build the capacity of listening to a particular speaker, a particular mentor for 2-3 hours. Most of you build your ability. You're able to listen. Earlier, it was not the case. You're able to listen with attention, listen with understanding, right? This is not the passive video watching. You're listening, you're paying attention. So you're increasing your capacity. Similarly, you have to increase your sitting tolerance. Sitting tolerance, fundamentally. That's what we do for babies, right? They don't sit. We make them sit over a period of time. This is what you have to do. Increase your sitting tolerance to 3 hours. So 2 to 5 p.m. is where you're going to increase your sitting tolerance, where you're completing targets. So by 5 o'clock, I would recommend you should complete your complete syllabus, or whatever the day's target should be done by 5 o'clock. 5 to 6, a fantastic break. I prefer if you can play, if you can swim, do anything, jogging, swimming, running, playing tennis, anything you love, yoga, anything you love, something physical. 5 to 6, something physical. 45 minutes of physical activity, some level of recharge of eating or drinking something. 6 to 8, one more powerful study. 6 to 8. So 3 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the pre-lunch, then 3 hours after lunch, and 2 hours. That's it. This 2 hours is what we call revise and write. You're revising in a deeper manner. 10-minute revision is one thing. It's more about recall. Day-end revision is most about recall. We call it revision, but it's mostly about recall, but that's okay. For now, you understand it's revision. But the 6 to 8 is a deeper sense of revision because you have spent 10 hours, 3 plus 2, 3 plus 2. So 1 hour should be optimum to revise everything at a deeper level. Remaining 1 hour, you write. You just write everything. Every single day, 1 hour you write. What to write and all of that I'll tell you, but you have to write. Mentally, 10 hours of studying, 1 hour of writing, 1 hour of revision. Then the recall happens. So recall is like day revision or previous revision, all of this. This is all recall in a way. But overall, 1 hour of pure revision, 1 hour of pure writing. So imagine how powerful DA looks like and visualize this. So we're replicating this, we're replicating this. So as you're proceeding forward, we're doing this by August 20th. By August 20th, most of you are done your 1 week challenge for 4 subjects. That is the day where you know that, okay, this is how preparation has to happen. Okay, I have some level of command. I know that I'm going to cross 40s in all 4 papers. That is all sorted. That is all sorted in just 4 weeks. From there, you understood your mistakes. You know the weaknesses. You know what has to be fixed. Once again, massive inputs will be given to further improve your routine, further improve your mindset. That's where people touch 4 o'clock. Now the 5 becomes 4 at that point of time for most of them. But that's okay. Let's not worry about when you wake up. So the next 10 days is where you go deeper. And that is when you can dig deeper into the discussions part, talk to each other, use study buddies, use mentors, and we'll be launching something called score improvement program specifically for people who are left with only one group. If you want there, we'll also give one-to-one attachment for each subject mentor. Like we have subject mentors if somebody wants it. So there are different things happening which will help you to clear. So you can always take a call about what exactly is missing. And first, this 30 days is all about you executing what you're supposed to execute. Even after that, if there is something, if there is a gap, we'll fill it. We'll fill it. There's nothing which can stop you. You can always fill the gaps. So that will happen in the next 40 days where you're putting in further and clear-cut effort to cross 55 in all papers. Or if you decide it's a common subject, let's cross 45, that's okay. But this is exactly where you're clearing by September 30th. You're clearing by September 30th. You'll write some previous ICI papers also in the process. It's a continuous process. So you'll realize that, okay, I'm most likely going to clear. Now, why October? October is all about consolidating. When a bouncer comes, how was Justin able to score 60 from 35, even with that kind of paper, even with that kind of pass percentage? Because of October. October is where you revise, you fine tune, you revise, you fine tune, you revise, you fine tune. Because you are so, you'll get a lot of command and clarity where all the bounces, all the difficulties, all the differences which normally happen will be covered, will be conquered. So when you reach October, you are already positioned to clear, but we are consolidating further. That is where you're improving your level beyond the ICA level. That is where you start thinking of civil service. Most of them, when they experience October, that is the first time in their life they think should allow civils also. That is when you understand. It's like you scoring a century in 50, 60 balls. Until then, you're struggling to score 10 runs, 20 runs in 100 balls. Now you'll score a century in 50, 60 balls. Look at the kind of command and confidence. Then talk to me about confidence. Right now, what you're getting is clarity. Probably it is triggering some level of confidence. But what is confidence is what you get in October after you do. Confidence is what you get after you do. November 1st, when you're entering the examination hall, you're no longer scared. You're no longer worried. You no longer, have that fear of failure. You're excited. You're looking forward. Now you remember this at a point where when I said 5 o'clock, you had like a lot of resistance, right? 5 o'clock, I never woke up. I don't want to wake up. My body won't cooperate. My mind won't cooperate. But today, most of you are waking up before the wake-up call. You're excited. Because when things become easier, you'll start liking it. Now I'm increasing the skill set for you to a level which is required more than the exam. Now let's handle the exam. What's happening? You're not overconfident, you're not underconfident, you're just confident. Just confident. Okay, let me tackle this. Paper has come to you. You're taking some time, okay, because you already reset your mind, you've done the box theory technique in the examination hall, you've done the visualization in the examination hall, I'll tell you all of that. So a lot of success secrets are there, which a lot of top performing CEOs follow while doing pitches and deals and all of that. I'll tell you that. So you took the paper the first 15 minutes is all about finding those 2 questions. You're not worried about what you don't know, but just trying to find 2 questions. All of us know that you're going to find the 2 questions which you can answer. 2 questions which you can answer. That's it. The moment you find those 2 questions, end of the story. You're looking and reviewing 2 questions where you can cross 60-70% in the 2 questions. The moment you find it, that's it. So out of this 40 marks, the target is to cross 24. So the 15 minutes you're using only to process this at mentally level. Like you have to create a structure in your mind much before you answer. You have to create a clear-cut structure much before you go ahead and answer. This is what is going to happen in the first 15 minutes. You're clear about it. You're very, very, very clear about it, right? So in the 1 hour, you wrote all these 2 questions because you already made a structure. There is no surprises. There are no missing adjustments because you wrote a structure. Unless you create that, you are not going forward. We'll practice it in actual tests, but there is no going back. There is no thinking that you should have chosen some other question. That won't happen. There is no way that will happen. So by end of the first hour, at the end of 60 minutes, you are able to cross at least 20 marks. That is something which you are sure. With this enthusiasm, you are picking up 2 more questions which are relatively better than other questions. Out of 6, the next 2, probably not the best, the better questions. The target is to score at least 50%. By end of second hour, you know that you are going to pass. You can pat yourself, you can celebrate because you're passing. Accounts part, you are done. You're going to win, celebrate the small win. And next, okay, I have 1 more hour already passed accounts exam or financial reporting exam. How can I push it further? How can I take it further to 60? Is it a possibility? Because you have nothing to lose. You have nothing to lose. Your regular income is sorted. Now you're working on additional income. Your regular marks are sorted. You're working on additional income. So look, you have to operate at different level. Power play. That's it. So you're trying to leverage maximum. Now when you're coming out of the examination hall, rest of them are discussing. You have the guts to leave the paper. That is the kind of confidence in there. You don't even have to care about the paper, whatever. Imagine that for an exam. That is exactly how a super student works. So that is my vision of a super student. As compared to being scared as a chicken little for everything. Cannot open the paper, cannot process the question, rethinking the question multiple times, writing this question, striking it off, and then a lot of guilt, regret after the paper, getting answers in outside the examination hall. All that bullshit can be clearly avoided if you take a decision now. We start preparing it. If something of that is done, just leave it. That's a struggling student version of you. And the super student version of you is what you're talking about. The moment you do this, you replicate it. You kind of replicate it for the next 4 papers. You come back. The 20-hour challenge is sorted. 4 hours from the day of the exam. You come back around 7 o'clock. 7 to 11 you prepare. What you prepare will be clear. Everything is arranged on the table for you. That is how you prepare. You don't have to think about what needs to be done. You come back, what has to be done in the next 4 hours on an hourly basis. It's clear on the table. Before you go to the exam, you're setting up for the next exam. So it's clear. You come back, you read, you push it, you sleep. Next day, 12 hours. After that, on the day of the exam, another 4 hours. That's it. 20-hour revision. Everything is sorted. There is no question of this is covered. That everything is clear. Much before everything is planned. That is the kind of plan you will get. That is also clearly sorted. In the second exam, you replicate the same. Third exam, you did the same. Fourth exam. So by the time you are coming out of the 4th exam, you know that you are going to pass. This is the first time you don't have to wait for results. You know that you are going to pass. And that is exactly what has happened. Probably Vijula will be able to explain it better when she comes in the afternoon. So this is what has happened. This is what can happen. Right? So you visualize this. This is your exam day. Last day of the last exam, we call it the exam day. So this is the most important day for the first time where you know that you have done something exceptionally well, where you are not waiting at the mercy of someone. You know that your work is done, you deserve that. So this is the same feeling which you should get when you attend an interview. I've done my best, most likely you'll get selected. Everywhere. Or you meet someone to get married. When after the date, after the meet, you know that okay, the other person is going to accept you. This is the kind of confidence. You don't want rejections, right? How do you prepare? How do you not get rejected when you're prepared? If you're not prepared, you're rejecting yourself. Forget about the other person, you're rejecting yourself. This is sorted, right? So this is the examination day. Now result day, visualize this on the result day. On the result day, you're typing your roll number, typing your SRO. Now, unlike the previous attempts, you know that mostly it's going to be pass. There is some level of stress and all of that. You're confident that you're recording your result expression this time. If you're not confident, now, have you wondered why, how do people share your result expression videos, result reaction video, if you want to know it from that perspective? Because they're confident, they're reasonably confident. Of course, they get emotional, they get sentimental after seeing the words literally, but they're confident, right? Otherwise, why would they record a video? Not everyone records a video clears, but the point is, you'll also get that clarity and confidence that you want to record that video, you want to record that. That is exactly what is going to happen on that day. So that is the day where you know that efforts is equal to results. Efforts is equal to results, right? This is the entire equation. Efforts is equal to results. And third, convocation. Very, very, very important. See, as a family course, convocation day, you're no longer doing it for you, you're doing it for your family. You're doing it for your family. So on the day, you're taking them there, they're watching you, you're watching each other. There are 1,000+ started accountants, but you're constantly, your eyes are following each other. Where is your mom? Your mom will be looking out for you, both of you. There is no, you won't talk much. You won't talk much. Mostly it will be, internal talk. You communicate with your eyes. That day you'll understand the power of communication. I've seen this. I've seen thousands of pairs of eyes, the way they communicate. That day, your relationship with your parents changes. You come in a particular way. When you go back, it would have deepened. It would have deepened. Don't take this relation for granted. There's a lot of gap. All of you know what I'm talking about. There's a lot of gap. You'll find yourself, not just your parents. You'll find yourself, and it'll restart the way it has been. There was a day in your life where you loved going out with your parents liked you, right? Now there is some gap created, some gap is created, that will go. That happened with us. That happened with us. And I have seen that. The best thing which people thank me for is clearing is one thing. That's for the PR part, rest of the world, relatives, rest of the world. In 2 days, you'll forget. You don't, the moment you clear, start caring about that. But what matters the most is how you're having a relationship with your parents, or with your spouse, or the sibling who is supporting you, or the in-laws which are supporting you, or the kid who is making sacrifices for you, or your dad who is still working on behalf of you, all of this. For that to happen, this one freaky bloody moment of this is worth your 100 days of effort. If you're not putting in this 100 days of effort, you don't bloody deserve that feeling. You don't deserve to think about it. Now, if you want to think about it, if you want to dare to think about it, you have to put in the work. Otherwise, don't think, don't complain, don't crib. And don't get motivated. You're insulting the speaker. Next time when you watch a motivational video without using what he has all, no, it's not just about me, any faculty, any speaker. Don't get over motivated like a mad bull. It will get adverse drug reactions in your mind. Motivation is drugs. So here, when you're visualizing it, the most important part which I'm trying to hit hard is efforts. Efforts. I'm setting up the strong intention. Intention has to be backed up with efforts. From here, there are no excuses. We already said that in that context, right? I don't care about why you did not do. I'm only interested in how you did something. I do not care about why you did not do. You should also stop caring about that. Does not matter. I did not wake up because bullshit. I did not study because it's bullshit. I did not complete my target because it's bullshit. That's it. End of story. We don't care. You do it. If it's not done, see how it can be done tomorrow. That's it. Only 2 steps. Done. If not, how it can be done next. That's it. Mistake, how it cannot be repeated. That's it. You're accepting yourself. You're accepting yourself. But there is some tolerance level. You're accepting the good part of you. You're not tolerating the bad part of you. You're removing it. That is the same thing which I'm happening. Last time I said that. I believe you, I don't believe you, bullshit. Now let's not have rules. Now why I'm using this word? Mom is supposed to be a spiritual process. My rule is whatever works. If I have to say the effort, I'll say it. Whatever works. There's the same thing. If it has to create an injection, if homeo pills are working, let's use homeo. If not, it takes a vaccine shot, let's take it. Or if it takes a bullet, you'll get it. Sniper shot. If that is what is required, you'll get it. You'll get what you deserve, you'll get what you need. End of story. But I want that transition from fail to pass. Fail to pass. It is not about you. Now you'll see the kind of impact you're creating. You're responsible. People are watching you. Now this is live stream. Now people are watching you. Because unless you clear, the next set of people who want to clear, they don't take action. Because if you don't do it, you're inspiring the next generation. Now I'm sure all of you are here either because of Suresh or Sri Kirloskar or because of Pavni, because of Lasit, because of Nishikesh, right? Why did you take the decision? Because somebody in your position already cleared. You saw that, right? You saw that case study, you saw that video, you saw that testimonial, you liked the journey, you thought you can also do it. Or actually, so this has to be replicated to the next. Now, November, when the results are out, Vatsal should release video, Neetja should release her video, Nikita should release her video, Manju should do it, Anusha, Prem, Aryan, Mitesh. So when you're doing this, it will trigger more people. Pradna has taken the session looking at someone. Manogna has already cleared one of a group. R.K. Rao is aspirational. Vishal wants to crack it, right? So when all of you want to do this, your decision will impact at least 10 families. I'm telling you. Each student, like today, I'll say the reason why I'm bringing in 10 people is because these 10 people have influenced more than 100 people to clear. Now, when I want 10,000 people, 10 people are influencing 100 people, 100 people are influencing 1,000, 1,000, 10,000. I can only influence, I only want to do it for 10 or 100. That's it. Remaining all you guys are doing it. So you're responsible for the next 10 families, not only your family. You're responsible. If you don't clear, 10 families are not going to take this course. They're not going to go through this process. They think it is not going to work out. If you do it, you've inspired 10 more families. They'll further inspire. Now, this is what you have to do. This is the most responsible thing which you have to do. Clearing is not only for you and not your 1 lakh opportunity cost. Clearing is for this 10 families. That is a kind of responsibility with which you have to operate. So the decision which you are going to take in the next 1 minute. Maitreya, close your eyes. The decision which you are going to take in the next, the decision which you are going to take in the next 1 minute, the next 1 minute, you are saying something to yourself. It's not about what I'm saying. What you are going to say to yourself for the next 1 minute is going to decide whether you'll clear in the surrender or not. Just promise yourself something strong. Promise your mentor something strong. Promise your family something strong. Promise the next 10 families which are going to influence something strong. I'm giving you 60 seconds for this promises, for this commitment. And once it is done. Where you're executing it, you're standing by it. Your word should be a promise. That's what is brand all about. If you're done with the promise, start rubbing your palms. Start rubbing your palms. Gently place them around, slowly massage them. Open your eyes with a smile on your face. Good morning. And I want to introduce you to yourself. What you are is what we have taught in the last 1 minute. Everything else is separate. The last 1 minute, what you said yourself is what you are. Now you're executing this 1 minute. You're executing this 1 minute in the next 100 days. If you want to understand it, I had a single line. I want to transform, since half CA is becoming very popular. I just want to simplify my vision. I want to transform 10,000 half CAs into CAs. Why all that semi-qualified, newly qualified, lengthy one, right? So simple. But for the simple sentence, I want to transform 10,000 half CAs into CAs. I've already invested the 13,000 plus hours, and we are working. It's going to take a whole long journey. of probably 1 lakh plus hours of qualified CS. For us to execute this mission, at least 1 lakh plus hours have to be invested by qualified CS. I'm not talking about the secondary team, I'm not talking about the rest of the team. It takes 1 lakh hours to help this 10,000 people clear. That is the minimum which you're looking at. So for one simple sentence, what is vision? You're dedicating your life to one simple sentence. Are you dedicating life to one word or one promise, right? Achetan, for example. Now there are different perceptions. Somebody said Achetan. That's the whole ecosystem is moving towards that. It could be Achetan for NRIs, could be Achetan for Gujarat. We don't know. The whole point is somebody decided it's Achetan, and then a lot of work happens towards that, right? The whole government, the whole machinery, the entire segment is going towards that. You need to always understand the vision or the goal need not be like a book. Goal is a goal, right? It's short and small, that's it. So the last 30 seconds, whatever you decided, that's it. You're executing it in the next 100 days. Simple. You actually do it, then you realize what you are. That is the true definition of who you are. PAS is one thing, the password is one thing ICI gives you, but you realize there's something else. How did I decide that I'm going to help 10,000 CS? It's the most, I would say, dangerous statement, right? When people say CA is a tough course, when individually people struggle, when the whole family cannot work on helping one CA clear. That's what is happening. Now, how am I promising 10,000 CS? It is because I knew when I promised something, I know what I do about it. I know about it because I know what I am. I know who I am. I've done things. So when I decide, it happens no matter what it takes. It is not meant to be easy. No, the decision you take, it comes with a series of consequences. Now, there are a lot of people in my life who will only talk to me on birthday because normally I'm busy. I don't accept calls on birthday. When somebody calls me at 12 o'clock, I pick up because this is one day where I connect to people. Yesterday, I kept my phone on flight mode. Because I'm missing that experience. I'm not with my daughter today. My family stays here. I slept on a couch because I want to create a memorable experience today for all of you. So I only wanted to do that for a certain section of people because today I want to inspire at least 100 students. My target is because of this one day, we should be able to produce 100 CS in November. I don't know whether it's a pro student. I don't know it's a super student or somebody watching on YouTube. I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. Like this is all about convenience. The price which you pay is for a convenience, but the vision is the same. So if I could sacrifice my one day, if it could help 100 families, I'll do it. I'll do it every day. So it is not about how easy it is, how comfort it is, how luxurious it is. I'm missing it. This is pinching me really hard because you staying in a different city is different, but then they're just 10 minutes apart from there. I could have just left and came back, but I want to lock myself in a position where I need to remind myself, okay, this sacrifice has to count. I have to make this count for me, for the set of people who are trusting me, for the company, for the family, and everyone. Why should she, a 3-year girl, she was talking to my wife, like she doesn't understand full sentence, but she was asking, why is dad not there? I wanted to celebrate cutting his cake. Like 3 days ago, my wife celebrated her birthday. So you understand the concept of birthday clearly. So this all hurts. Now, when you talk about office, leave, your stock trading profit, and some other nonsense, you need to understand when there is a primary goal, there is only one goal. That's it. You want to clear CA, that will happen. Only one goal, simple. It includes everything. Decision is not deciding to clear CA. Decision is not saying that I'll help 10,000 half CS to become CS. That is not the decision. Decision is what you do next, Everything which you take subsequently about the decision is decision making. That is where the decision is. Decision is a process. It's not a point of time. It's not a statement. It's a process. Decision is a commitment. Now, when you do that, you'll clear. If you don't talk about clearing. Don't talk about it. You're not eligible to talk about it. As simple as it. So this part, that's it, 100 days. Now, the moment it becomes 99, 98, 97, 97, you can always come back and create a strategy for you. Up to 60 days, we'll create strategies. What can happen? Because it is all optimization. 100 days is the maximization strategy. Now somebody has 60 days, we'll have to build something in 60 days. That always happens. But this is the core. Okay, so you're in a very, very, very fantastic position. If you're listening to me inside the Zoom class, you're in a very, very, very comfortable position because you're part of the inner circle. Now, there are some people who will listen on YouTube, some people who listen later on, whatever it is. Right now, it shows two things. You are in a very close inner circle club, and most importantly, you are committed. You're committed. More than 150 people had an invite to join. The invite has been given to it is 150 people. Now, out of which, why only 30%, 40% there? Only this is the commitment level. This is the commitment level. That's it. You're committed. Done. You just have to execute it across the next 2 days. Got it? Now I want to know from you what has been the experience. If you realize you spent 42 minutes with your eyes closed, you spent 42 minutes with your eyes closed. When you say about overthinking, when you talk about thoughts affecting you, this is also you, right? You are someone who spent 42 minutes. It's not easy, guys. Very difficult. Very, very difficult. You spend that. You have that ability. You didn't run away. You did not sleep. You're there 40 minutes with your eyes closed. 100 minutes. We already spent 100 minutes since the morning. You're trying to fine tune the body. See, there is some part which is itching. There's some part your back is aching. That is all fine. These are all transactional things. You want to use the bio break. A lot of things are there. But you need to understand you're so dedicated. You're committed. You're willing to give 100 minutes at 5 o'clock. How powerful it is. So you deserve to clear. You deserve to do that. So let me hear it from your perspective. What has been the experience and what is the promise you made to yourself? The 1 minute which you're going to explain is what you are, is who you are. This is the reality, guys. Nothing else. I don't trust you are DAF any longer. I don't trust you are CIS any longer. All of them are done. Now, what you're saying in the next 1 minute is what matters the most. And this becomes the starting point. This 1 minute is a starting point. This is like your vision statement, like my 10,000 vision statement. This is your vision statement for the next 100 days. Okay. Let me listen to what Anusha has to say. Anusha? Manogna? You can unmute yourself. See if you can unmute yourself. Yeah, I can actually do it. Yeah.
Yes.
So what is that 1 minute promise you have given to yourself?
Actually, yesterday you have shared the today's schedule, no, sir. After reading Akshari's story, I have decided that itself that at least one person has to be inspired by my story after clearing CA.
Nice.
So by yesterday, Akshari's story itself is very inspiring. So I have decided yesterday only.
So should I publish CA Manogna next attempt already in my result list?
Yes,
Good. So what are the decisions which you have taken? So in terms of clearing, the decision is sorted. Okay, that is done. One thing which I have to manage is probably your work. We'll think and we'll have a conversation on that. But apart from that, how is this attempt going to be different, or what are the steps which are going to take, which will help you to clear for sure?
as you said, it is a day-end revision and PDR, previous day revision.
And can you help us? Can you take us through a day, like the next 100 days? How would each day look like? You can include your work times and everything. Just take us through a day so that someone who is in the same position could correlate.
Actually, for past 1 week or 10 days, I have been improving continuously. Morning 5:30 to 8:30, I have been in live study hours and studying. Morning sessions is very effective for me. There is no disturbance and anything. Morning 5 to 5:30, I have been revising, and evening also 9 to 9:30, I have been revising. So totally, maybe for study of 4 hours, but effectively it is 3 hours study session and 1 hour of revision. So it is very helpful for me. I can see the difference.
So now that you're clear, if you follow that path, like there's a lot of improvement. There are a lot of improvement aspects which you can pick up. But for Manogna, is the path clear from Manogna to CA Manogna? Are you clear about what needs to be done and everything? Is your track clear? Is your personal track clear in terms
Yes,
of
sir.
getting clear? Okay. In terms of the score, where do you stand and where you have to go? The final target mark sheet, where you are and what is your score expectation?
Actually, at present, I am at 150 to 160,
Okay.
and my target is around 232.
Okay, fair enough. So, for you, probably will try to implement the score improvement program format where I think your mindset and routine issues are reasonably sorted. You only have to specifically talk about 10 to 15 mark improvement in each subject, right? That's it, right?
Sir.
Perfect. So that is something which will work on it. So Manogna is just 50 marks away from becoming Saturday. For 50 marks, he has 100 days. Our mindset is sorted, routine is clear, and intent is strong. Okay, that is about Manogna. Let me move to Prem.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, at present, I would talk about my routine, sir. It's pretty much sorted. Every day morning, I'm getting up. I mean, for the last 5 days, I was not feeling well, so I was not able to on my video sometimes. But apart from that, my routine is pretty much sorted, sir. And yesterday, I wrote my exam on auditing, sir.
Right.
Self-evaluating the especially the MCQs part, sir. Almost I wrote almost 18 correct answers, which I never
Right.
did, and I was happy with the results, sir. I mean, in the MCQ section itself, I was getting 27 marks, and after writing the theory part, I was somewhere like scoring 55 marks roughly, sir. But I was not able to complete my whole 100 marks exam. I was able to write only some 80 marks there. So I have to work on my timing issues, and I'm pretty sure that I'm going to do it in this 100 days, and I'm going to pass my CA in the next 100 days, sir.
Perfect. Good to know that. So Prem Kumar's journey is also clear. Let me now have Vatsal.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So wishing you a very happy birthday.
Thank you for that. Yeah.
And for me, I'll say that I have at least targeted that at least I have to clear one group, that's for sure. And more or less, I'm already like how Prem said that I'm also pretty much sorted as to how my routine has to go and what are the targets that I have to achieve per day. As for now, I've already given 2 exams. So I've like done 2 EMT cycles, and I've covered 1 pawn subject and 1 king subject. So therein I've been able to analyze where are my pain points and all that I need to look upon. But more or less, I think that if I just stick to the 100 days schedule like you have provided, more or less, I feel that I'll be confident enough to sail through at least 1 group. I'm pretty confident that because right now my score margin is like around 200 per group. So I'm also looking at a realistic point, but at the same time, very confident enough to take up the challenge. I'm not scared enough. I'm not scared to take up on the mountain top. Rather, I'm more invested into the journey right now. So I'm taking each day, each hour as it comes, and I'm tackling it there and there, sir.
Perfect. So see, if you remember where we started, at that point of time, there are a lot of things, there are a lot of questions. Even we had a conversation with your father, with your mother and all of that. From there, we're able to see the progress.
Yes, sir.
You could see that significant shift or transformation. You're on a different vantage point. That is clear, right?
Yes, sir.
So in the last call when we had, is Nikita here? Nikita, you're there? Nikita?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Just switch on your video. Where are you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Vatsal and Nikita are study buddies. So I'm just giving the context. These guys are doing a fantastic job in terms of the study buddy part also. So I'll explain both concepts. Now, one, I'll tell you about Vatsal's context where we started. I think for him, he's also he took a step into the professional sphere where his father is they have a happening practice. But then at some point of time, has become a working professional in a way. He got into the profession more, less of studies. one thing which I noticed in this is very serious, because what happens is when you're in a different zone, that segment occupies your mind. It's not that you don't want to study, but you're occupied. So somebody has to demarcate it. So I clearly realized he had potential. That is about Vatsal's case. Now, the other thing which I liked about is recently Nikita called me and she said, I'll add Vatsal. I said, okay, fine. So she herself took that initiative and they explain what they're doing and they'll tell you how well they're utilizing this. Because I'll tell you, I always talk about leverage, right? When I say leverage, when you're given an opportunity, you have to use everything. So Nikita and Vatsal are pro students, but they completely participate in Super 36. They completely utilize it. And the way they're utilizing the study buddy, I'm amazed with that. So Nikita, so how did you get started? Both of you can help others, because in the current month, in the month of July, the best partnership is yours. You did a fantastic thing. So how are you planning things and how are you executing so that others will also understand how things are working? Vatsal, both of you take us through the journey which you have done together and what has been completed. What are the next steps?
So actually from the starting, we actually kept a tracker. We made a Google sheet where we put in, okay, what time do you wake up for each 3-hour block or whatever the study block is, what is the target versus or how much we complete, be it 40%, 50%, we put it every day. And then sleep time, effective hours of study. And if we have submitted our DR, PDR and all that, we put it in a Google Sheet. So initially we did that, but still then we found that, we were getting to know how much they have completed, but not how effectively or what was the issue. So we put in at 8 o'clock, we put a status call where we call each other and talk about what was the issue and if we could improve on that. And then to increase the number of hours, to increase the accountability, we actually join another Google Meet where we make sure that we turn our videos on, and whenever we are taking a break, we put in catch, I'm taking a break for 15 minutes so that you feel accountable. And then since it's just the two of us, we are more comfortable also, and morely we know that this person's lunch time he usually used to take for 1 hour. Then if it takes more, then we ask, what happened, why? So you feel more accountable that way. So we are able to increase our sitting hours. We used to both sit around 6 to 7 hours, but with this we are able to sit for 8 to 9 hours daily.
Wonderful. Can you show us the sheet, Nikita, which you're talking about? If you have access. And Vatsal, you want to add something to this? How we are executing? Because a lot of people try to do it together, but execution is hard. So how are you managing execution? You are muted. Huh?
Well, sir, we just kept our normal schedule, like how we were working upon. And then the next 1 week, we analyzed like what are the basically where we were defaulting, like where I was defaulting, she was analyzing, and I was independently analyzing where she was defaulting. And then in our 8 p.m. status call, we then discussed where I found out where she was lacking. So when the common point where we both were lacking was that post like lunch hours, we were kind of we were deaccelerating in terms of studying. Like the number of effective hours, like the morning session or after 9, like our 9 to lunch hours were very effective. Like we were able to turn it around to like 2x. But post lunch, it was going down to 0.5x. I'll say the speed was not as required. Then we realized that how can we work upon it. So number one, we thought that the breaks that we were taking in between, we have to put in the accountability. So we were writing, I'm taking a 10-minute break. So it was mandatory that after 10 minutes we had to join in. If I was not joining in, then she used to query, or I used to only reply what was the reason for the delay. Apart from that, we were also exchanging notes in terms of where I was lacking, like whatever issues that I was facing. Suppose I am not able to understand this concept, so she was giving me input as in how I can improve upon this particular thing in this manner. And one of the important thing that happened was we both have completed 2 AMT cycles, so we shared our papers with each other. And there I also suggested her some points where she should work upon it, like suppose her section numbers and all were incorrect. So I told her not to write exact section numbers, just give the first section so that at least we're able to score the mark. Writing an incorrect section will completely, she lose the marks, and whatever she has written will not be valuable. So even in my case also, she told me, like she helped me in improving my DR exercise. I was first writing completely on the Google form, the entire detail. But then she shared me her summary form. So I found out, okay, this is a better way to do it. Now I'm trying to implement it on my, the way she has given it. I'm trying to implement it and uploading it on the DER sheet from yesterday onwards. So somewhere we are trying to audit each other, like where we are defaulting, and accordingly we are then looking into it. Okay, how can we improve it, and trying to push each other. But most important is to keep that accountability and being self-disciplined. And somewhere, like suppose if I'm studying for 8 hours and she's able to clock in 9 hours, so even I feel that if she is able to push that much, then the next time I'll also try to match up with her. So there's a kind of a healthy competition that is also happening between us. And at the same time, I'm also joining the Zoom call. So where I'm also seeing that other students are working. So somewhere it's like a virtual library where we all are sitting together and studying. But yeah, with the study buddy part, there's more accountability part where we are critically auditing each other and being very honest, brutally honest at where we are lacking. So that whenever we feel, like when we had a discussion, we both had a problem that post afternoon hours, we were trying to work upon it, but we were not able to convert it into an effective output. Then we had the discussion with you, like as to how to we can make it. So once you suggested to give us the another cycle, then we realized, okay, this 2 to 5, once after doing the first empty, we realized where we were lacking. So maybe in the next 2 to 5 hours that we are going to study, we will be more focused and keeping the mind that we're given the paper. We will looking into it and making it more effective. So maybe I think in the coming days, slowly and steadily we'll be improving on it. So gradually. But I think, but Nikita will, I think, share you the sheet where we have mentioned how we are working.
Let me see if we can share it. So this is the sample sheet, I think, which they are using. Guys, you're able to see this? So they have customized it according to them, further customization. Target actual. This is decent. So as long as you keep tracking, even if it's 10%, 20%, that's okay, because you can see it's consistently sometimes 100, 60, sometimes 10, sometimes 70, that's all fine. But overall, it's fantastic work for a particular day. Look at the kind of topics, look at the command they have. It's exceptional work, guys. It's exceptional work. They're doing a fabulous job. And I'll tell you the difference. Now I'll tell you the decisions which we take. Because last time, when we kind of announced, I would say, that we had a restriction. Like there was a discussion about the pro students where we gave 3 conditions. Pro membership is available only for 3 cases. Number one of the family member should be a CA. Let's say in Vatsal case, his father is a chartered accountant. So either father, mother, or spouse, sibling, there should be one family member who should be a CA. This is one thing which we decided. Second, you should be a working professional. You should be a working professional or should have at least some work experience. You should have worked at least for 1 year apart from articleship or business or something. Third, you should be getting a recommendation from an existing pro student or existing student who already went through the process. We set 3 conditions. Now I'll tell you the importance of this condition. We're given study buddies to at least 12 partners, 12 to 15 partners we're already given study buddies. Now, how did they do it so well? Because number one, he and his family knows the opportunity cost. If somebody is not clearing CA and settlement, the way you approach is very different. Now, for most of you, I think it's privilege. No, it's about the impact. He had a very huge problem. I was amazed with the way which he's adopting. If I have to be frank, he can survive without clearing CA. He can happily survive without. They have that bandwidth. They have that backup, and he has built his profession very well. But he has been so committed from day one. He has been so committed that he's working hard and he's being very honest. If something did not happen, he's very upfront and very honest. I like this conviction about it. And similarly, when Nikita came in with Arya, who is another pro student who has cleared one of her groups and she's preparing for the other one, so she has a clear context of what is happening. So they already trust the process. Now, from our perspective, it is not about how much you're paying. It would not make a difference whether you pay 30K, 100K, 200K, just because somebody pays ready to pay 10 lakhs. I cannot do something differently. I do the same thing. But what happens is you come with a sense of trust or with a sense of intensity. Now, for people who are in the CA family, they know the value of chartered accountant. If you're losing one attempt, they don't care about the chiller, 10,000, 20,000, all this useless cost. They don't talk about it. Look about the opportunity cost. What is it? How fast can I make that 1 lakh per month? How fast can I add 2-3 lakhs to the practice revenue? That they think about it. They think from an income earning perspective, not out of pocket thinking. the thing, they have this opportunity cost thinking, not out of pocket thinking. So they'll be able to take better decisions, and once they take a decision, they'll be able to execute it. So that is working for WhatsApp. Now, in terms of Nikita, she already understood the process. See, when you're coming from a reference, you know that, okay, this is what is the impact. So she came with a trust. She came with a sense of trust, and we don't have to waste a lot of time in trying to make them do something. So this is why they're doing perfectly well. And the third aspect of working, you won't realize the value. You would not realize the value of what what it takes to solve a particular problem. Only when you work, only when you get paid for your work. I would say only when you had a clear experience of getting paid for your work, you'll know how to respect your time and our time. You'll know how to respect your time and our time. Otherwise, what will happen is you don't have a value for what is happening. You cannot value it. I'll tell you a recent example. There was one student who attended 3 workshops. 3 workshops till then, 2.5 hours, 2.5 hours. He requested for a personal call. We gave him a personal call. He said he's interested for Super 36. My colleague explained him the process. He got offended. I think I thought it will be for 2,000 or 3,000. He said this 4-month mentorship, I thought it is for 2,000, 3,000. He went ahead and gave a Google review. 1 Reddit review came back. Like, now, if I have to entertain this, we literally spent 10 hours on him versus somebody where we spent 10 minutes, they start implementing it. Now, when we call, see, I'm telling you, 90% of the calls will be able to help them to do something on their own. Because let's say there is a homemaker who cannot write them the setup. There is no point for her to join in Super 36. We said, do the steps, be ready until November, then we can do it at a later point of time. We are not interested whether you follow our process or not. We are interested in making a chartered accountant. Now, what we realized is, if you're entertaining all random people who do not understand the value of their own time, forget about our time. When they don't, if the cost of the problem, if between clearing and not clearing, the value is 2,000, now you can look at how he is valuing his own time. This is the problem. So that is the reason why we are setting up these boundaries. Now, this time it's going to be very, very clear and segmented boundaries. Like for each course which you are talking about, each program, we are having a very strict layer, because there is a lot of at least 15 students message they got offended. What if I'm not from a CA family? What if I'm not working? What if all this? No, that is not about it. Now you get a reference, at least you talk to someone, get a reference, that's okay. The reference is easy, right? You know who are all pro students. You know, we keep sharing. You go talk to them, we get a reference, that's it. Because we don't want to put our time and energy in thinking whether it is worth it or not. Because if this is not happening, they'll come back and say this is costly, this is expensive, and all of that. All that bullshit we don't want to deal with. So in terms of the process, we have created this according to the life situation. So no matter what program you are, the game is about implementation. The game is all about implementation. So study buddy we're given many of you study buddies. What do you do about it? So you don't have to equate that why only pro students are doing it. I'm telling you the mentality. That is normally what happens. It's not about them. Everybody is like that. Everybody with that mentality who invests that 1 lakh will be serious. Now people who invest 30K will be serious than who are doing it for free. Because you know a time value, have the time value. That is exactly how things are going to work. So we are going to be very bold, very clear. We want to work with a certain set of students who want to clear. If you don't want to clear, I don't care. If you don't want to clear, why should I? If you want to clear, I'll help you clear no matter what. I'm not here to motivate you to sit and study. That is not the point. If you want to study, I'll help you how to study. If you don't want to study, what? Who is forcing you? ICA would never force you to study, right? This is the whole game. And whenever you get stuck, sometimes you don't feel like studying. Sometimes it becomes hard. Yes, that's where we come to the picture. That's where we want to do something about it. Or come with this straight intention. So we already shared the metrics. I think you might have saw that. Probably I can share again. We share the metrics. The investment into this has been more than 40,000 hours. 40,000 hours for the team, and more than 3.4 crore together. Opportunity cost and direct cost. With this kind of investment, we're going to build something. We can build a revenue machine with this kind of investment. Like you can think about any startup who has invested this. Now we had a vision. We did not have a revenue target, and we did not have a valuation target. We had a bloody vision. So when I bring the picture of how I can help this 10,000 people, I cannot take a deviation. I cannot focus on them. I cannot keep selling you a recorded Google Drive course for 10,000 into 10,000 people. So instead of this, I recorded something, some random course, 10,000 rupees, 10,000 people, it's 10 crore. 10,000, 10,000, 10 crore, right? Now, when we have to create it, the level of customization, if you're listening to me this in this perspective, make the most of it. Make the most of it. It is valued anything. Whatever you have your see, it is even valued at 10 lakhs because you're going to become a chartered accountant. There is no limit to how much you can value it. You don't have to worry about the equation part. You just look at how can you use its solution. How can you use this solution to clear at the fastest possible time? Next attempt entry barriers increase. We'll definitely revise the prices. We'll definitely revise the conditions. ICA is also revising the conditions. ICA is also increasing the conditions. It's going to be a slightly complex step for you. When already you have a chance, clear it no matter what. Use your complete capacity. If it's wasting time for you to travel, go in cabs, hire a cook, hire a maid, bring somebody at home, you go to a different place, bring in a friend, do everything in your capacity. Exhaust all your resources. Exhaust all your resources. Before you bring in that bullshit financial problem, are you going to die of poverty? If you're not going to die of poverty, don't talk about finance. You're fooling yourself. I've been to bank balances in 2 digits. I can show, probably I'll share the screenshot also in the next session. 2-digit bank balance. We experienced it. As a couple, chartered accountant, doctor with 10-year experience, 2-digit bank balance. Now you talk about financial comfort. Where would you get financial comfort? Without a qualification, without earning, how would you get financial comfort? Why are you talking about it? It was never the case. You're never supposed to have financial comfort. Why are you worried about it? Why are you worried about what you don't have? Exhaust your entire resources, energy, time, finance, contacts, connections, personal relations. Let's say your sister is in a different city. Ask her to come and stay with you to help you clear the exam. After that, take her to Bangalore. After that, to take her somewhere. I think Pradna, you went somewhere. What is the country you went for holiday after clearing? Malaysia. You are not audible. Just type it. On the day of the result, she called me a bit late and said that I'm partying in this place. What I forget the country. So that's what it is. We can do all of that. Vietnam, okay, Vietnam, right? No one expects. I only remember the Vietnam war. So Nish went to Australia. Nish went to Australia. Took a break and went to Australia. No, this is what you do. Why are you worried about not going to that movie or that random park in your town today or tomorrow? So that is exactly how it has to happen, right? So this attempt is maximization. Exhaust everything, burn everything. On the day you get certificate, even if you have zero bank balance or negative bank balance, that's okay. What is a startup? Startup burns everything. We burn our personal capacity. We burned investor money. We burned everything. When we burned all of that, then we decide how we make money. That is how you do it. You work like an entrepreneur. Burn everything. Once you get CA certificate, then try to utilize. Now I showed you this journey. The investment is this. From this next HLS anniversary, I'll show you how to make revenue. I'll show you how to make money. With this concept, I'll show you that aspect also. But you take a sacrifice. Effort part, right? This is the effort part. 40,000 hardcore solid effort. This is what you have to do. That will help you. We have something called learning mission. We have something called earning mission. After Super Student, there are 2 programs: learning mission, earning mission. There are 10 chartered accountants who are already working in that. Everything will happen. Don't try to earn when you're supposed to learn. Do not try to save money when you're supposed to hit a particular target, something. Nobody cares. Talk to your parents. You're saying you're trying to save parents money. Don't ask them. Dad, should I clear 6 months ago or should I save 30,000? It'll hit you literally. What bullshit you're talking about? We invested 7 to 8 years. Now you want to save 30,000 just for the heck of it? Do anything in your capacity. I'm not just talking about one capacity. Hire a cook. I'm serious. When I did that, I got blasted from my family. The responses were, we have people who are making 20 lakhs per month, even they cook themselves. No, I'm an entrepreneur. You need to know, right? My value is more than that 5,000 rupees which I'm paying for a cook. Why should I run to messes and get this 7 rupees curry and cut the packet and empty it into a vessel and do that? Why all that nonsense? Trust yourself, respect yourself. At least I was like, my CA certificate is worth 5,000. Why are it like? It's okay, right? What is there? See, between a cook's time and my time, my 1 hour is more valuable. That is the whole thing. I'll definitely create more value. I do. Without her, I cannot eat food. I respect that. Sometimes I believe she is doing a better job than me. At least she's helping me survive and eat, right? So different people have different things. So for you, if there is a constraint, go for maximization. The reason why I'm saying this is CA is a binary exam. What is a binary exam? Either pass or fail. It's not like a 10th or 11th where you get 70%, where somebody gets 67%. No. Pass or fail, end of story. There is no space for disclaimer in your mark sheet. I almost cleared. 197, I almost cleared. 192 of the pass person is 11%, otherwise I would have cleared. No disclaimers, no space, right? Mark sheet is mark sheet. So whenever there is binary, like why is the concept of dating so powerful, right? Why would people, whether the guys or girls, why would they invest everything, when they propose, when you show the ring thing, right? What is a Telugu movie? If you find a girl, you'll spend the next 2 hours in impressing her. Last 1 hour, villain fight, and she finally gets convinced. The whole concept is you want to derive a yes from a girl, or the girl wants to derive a yes from a guy. For you to derive that yes, you are putting everything in a capacity. Now, ICAI, the examiner is your girlfriend or boyfriend in a way where you're trying to derive a pass instead of yes. It's only yes or no, that's it. There is nothing else. Don't get into the friend zone. 170, 180 is a friend zone, useless zone. You don't know what to do with it. Now, ICAI keeps you in that way. That's what happens, right? That's what guys complain. She talks to me, but she says you are a friend. Nobody likes it. The other way around also. The ICAI is saying you pass individual subjects, but aggregate 160, 180, 160, 180. Neither here nor there. 40, 40, 40, but this won't touch 200. Don't be in the friend zone. For that to happen, maximize. If you're taking the examiner on a date, 3-hour date, right? You and the examiner, 3 hour. It's a 1 hour date technically because your paper they're spending that. So in that 1 hour, how are you communicating? How are you getting hard? Like that anniversary, you have to plan since a long time. You cannot do it randomly or impromptu. You have to plan it since a very long time to impress somebody in 1 hour, right? So that is what it is. This 100 days is all about planning to impress your examiner in 1 hour. While you try to make him say pass, yes is the answer. You don't want to know. So put everything in the capacity. Now this is where the expenses come into picture. So the girl, for looking at the ring, there is a helicopter flying in the background, balloons and all of this expensive, right? You cannot think one balloon 100 rupees. Why should I pay? I'll blow it myself. Don't do that nonsense, right? You maximize whatever it is. You maximize. You're maximizing the experience. So maximize the experience of that examiner on that day with the quality of your answer and quantity of your answers, so that okay, pass, yes, that's it. Next move. You have to impress 4 people, yes, not 1, 4 or 8. So a lot of work. Tomorrow you're getting interviewed by Deloitte or some other MNC. Yes. When you want yes, it has to happen in a particular way. Now let's say you just go back to the same example. When you had to pay 30K to a random guy on YouTube or on a Zoom call, right? You paid 30K to us, or at least some of you paid 100K, whatever it is. Now why did you pay? That experience, value, with 2 hours experience, you'll understand, okay, this is what I'm going to get. It is so intensive. Same for the examiner. Good point, intensity. Okay, done. That's it. Getting it? So this is the reason why we're talking about maximization. So change your life around you completely so that every minute goes to preparation. Every freaking minute goes to preparation. That is exactly what has to happen. Don't talk about opportunity cost. Should I talk about mine? Don't talk about cost. Should I talk about hours? So do both things I don't accept. When I'm doing it 100x more than you, why should I accept your excuses? Don't talk about cost. Don't talk about opportunity cost. This is the opportunity. This is the opportunity. If you're not utilizing the opportunity, it will cost your career. This is the statement. Clear? Done? Ready? Cool? All of you? So should we rebrand this CA in 100 days? Half CA to CA in 100 days. New pitch. Half CA to CA in 100 days. So this is a screenshot. Okay, let's do a thumbs up. So this is a thumbs up screenshot. You will be my sales force in a way. Half CA to CA in 100 days. Don't trust me, talk to this guys. Done. Thumbs up, all of you. Hold your thumb. Have the patience. Hold it. Up. Give me time because different people are coming at different times. Lalita just joined in for the photo. People don't join for, I've been asking, switch on your video, switch on your video. Now only for the pick. Thank you. Only when the pick happened, I got the maximum participation. I think I should have done it, first itself. Good. That's a decent picture. Let's see how many CAs will evolve out of this. Right? Now this was supposed to be 25 minutes today because we had a lot of things planned, but we ended where we ended. Now that is what is maximization. I wanted to take you to a different point. I thought I'll take it in 25 minutes. Now the load is more, took us what it took, but we reached. That's what it is. So tomorrow when I complain about target completion, don't tell me this is my target completion rate. No, you come back and say that I tried to complete this in this time. It takes whatever it takes. Like today I completed my target in the story. Mom session was supposed to bring you a different state of mind, and you are there. That's it. You just try to stretch, and yes, you just try to stretch and finish it up. That's it. End of story. If you're not able to do it in the 15 minutes, you just stretch it at the end of the day, end of the week. At some point of time, stretch and finish. That's it. Got it? Clear? All right. So before you join us at 9:40 or 9:30, it's simple. It's all about. In fact, if you have work experience with Big Four, we call it have to stretch today. This is a very popular term. Use the right term. Have to stretch, which means that you're going beyond your normal capacity. You're going beyond your normal capacity to do that. So stretch, expand. Yes, thanks for the word. So today, before we meet once again at 9:30 and 9:40, what I want you to do it is complete at least 90 minutes of intensive study. Normally you do it for 50 minutes, right? Let's try doing it for 90 minutes. Complete 90 minutes, come back. So what I said as a concept, so I wanted to create a context for the rest of the speakers. Throughout the day, between let's say 10 to 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, you'll see that your problem has been faced by somebody else. Somebody else has actually faced the same problem and they were able to solve it. Already somebody else faced the same problem and they are able to solve it. So you realize that it's not your right. So this one day is all about helping you go through the entire 100-day journey as far more detailed manner. You get the visualization in the morning, that is done. By the end of the day, you'll get the clarity. And from tomorrow, I'll assume that the planning part or this mental maintenance part is completely done. We'll focus on execution. So we'll move from mindset routine to syllabus completion. Officially, syllabus completion is going to start aggressive. That is the reason why we're putting in so much time. Earlier, we used to do it in bits and pieces. Now we are just solving it completely. Mindset routine completely solving so that we're getting forward. Just follow what is happening, you'll get everything. So you just follow the flow. Right now, whoever is there, just follow the flow. Don't wait for something which has to happen on some other day. What is happening right now, just focus, you'll get everything. So there is a process in which you have to get it. Even if you get it before, you cannot do anything with it. You need to understand what has to be done right. Timetable is a simple screenshot. But how do you execute it? How do you do it is the process. That is where we're spending time. Okay, clear? So you can, I'll keep this on. So this is the only link which you have to join so that it is easy. So there are no link translations. This will be on. So you can study live here. Like this is a place where you can study live. And when the session happens, it happens. So this is exactly where we're using. So I'll keep it as it is. So you can, if somebody wants to take a break and come back and start studying, and just continue it this way. We'll continue it this way. During the breaks also, we can play something. and that's what we'll do. Okay. So Anil, you want to say something? You had a question or something?
Yes, good morning, sir. I have joined this program on 16th of July.
Okay.
October 36. Second thing, sir, I trust this program, sir, and I'm a working professional. Still now I have not yet started my preparation, and I have not yet listened to all the classes. With all the due respect, I trust this course, and I got to know about the 5-day boot camp, and I have started implementing that 5-day boot camp on financial reporting. And I want to say a few things. Whatever for the last 5 days, whatever I made benefits out of this program. Okay. First things are I am able to read faster. The one thing I have not yet listened the classes, I have not yet started preparation. Right from the 5 days, I have been reading all the chapters. I am able to read fast. I'm able to revise fast, and quality of the time is improved. On an average, I have been studying 6 hours per day, and revision cycles were improved. I have whenever I got up in the morning, I am visualizing the mark sheet. Okay. And early morning, daily, I'm waking up at 5 to 6 p.m. in between. Okay. And 15 minutes, 5 minutes revision is got improved, sir. PDR, MDR, EDR, I have been implementing. That's what, sir.
I got it. So basically, see, what we're trying to convey is, you just started, it's been a week, but already you're seeing a lot of improvements, right?
Yes, sir. Lot of improvements.
So, yeah, so good. I'm happy for that. The whole point is, understand one thing. This has to move to a different level altogether. Like there will be some improvement every hour. Let's say somebody listens to me for 1 hour, something will improve. So your next target should be, you have to consolidate this. Whatever you are seeing the improvement, it has to be consolidated, and you have to add. And don't see. ICA would not ask, when did you join mentorship? Like I'm just explaining to everyone. Start jumping in as and when you have to kickstart, jump immediately. There is nothing for you to wait. It's not a course for you to listen to a video and then think about doing something. So today you listen to this, next 90 minutes start studying. Execute. The complete game is all about execution. But I'm happy with the progress because yes, speed is the first thing which we definitely want to improve. Speed is the first thing. Next is process. Next is confidence. Next, you're talking about, the revision process. So all of the things which you're talking about are definitely intended. The objective of the bootcamp is that I am happy that you're able to experience the process and progress so fast and continue the momentum, and that's what we intend for everyone. Okay. Yeah.
Sir, I experience in this bootcamp is it is an end to begin program, sir. If tomorrow is the exam, how would I study? That's yes, what I have from bootcamp. If tomorrow is the exam, how would I study? Every day, every minute, it's getting me that kind of attention, sir. If tomorrow is the exam, how would I study? It's an end to begin. Like that, reading the subject, like it's accelerating the study, sir. From point A to point B, if we need to travel, it takes time. It's a boot camp or whatever about this course is. Point B is our destiny to pass. To pass, we have been how to study, how to accelerate the preparation is what I learned, sir.
Yes, thank you very much, Anil. So I think you just given me a fantastic idea. You're very good at articulation in terms of why it has to be done. Like bootcamp, we always speak about what has to be done. But what you said today is why it has to be done. So we'll do one more thing for each and everything. We'll talk about why. Thank you for this. We'll give them a brilliant idea because when people understand why they are doing it, it'll be easy for them. So good. So in the first 1 week, I'm happy with the progress. So far, so good. So rest of you who have not yet done bootcamp, Anil has given you why. So that is exactly why you can get started. B2A is the right thing. Yes, we always talk about A to B, but in fact, the way we work upon is B2A. It's a fantastic explanation. Super happy. Thank you for that. So rest of you, let's get started with your preparation for the next 90 minutes. Take a break, eat food. So in the next 2 hours, between 7:30 to 9:30, 30 minutes of food, 30 minutes of breakfast, plus 90 minutes of study target is your current target for the day. We'll starting things from 9:40. 10 o'clock is official time. We'll start starting things at 9:40. Okay. This is what we have today. And this is day 0 once again. A day -1. Tomorrow is day 0. We'll look at it that way. 24 days are day 1. So this is where you have to sort everything and get started. Like this is the scratch. Everybody is joining today. Until now, it's bonus. Okay? Whatever has happened, it's bonus. You didn't pay for whatever happened. You are paying for 100 days. This is what your day minus 1 is what it is. So whatever has done, it's done. Bonus. Okay? Done. Get going. Get your books. Get started. Start studying. So how many of you are holding a book already? How many of you are ready with the book? Okay. For all of you, decide what you want to study for the next 90 minutes. I'll quickly explain current day skimming. 90 minutes, next 90 minutes. Whatever you have to study for the next 90 minutes. So decide the target. 10 pages, 10 problems, 6 sums, anything. Decide the target. Is it freezed? The target ready for all of you? Okay, let me share with an example. Now, if I decided to study this particular concept, assessment of companies. Okay, I'm just giving an example. I want to complete assessment of companies from 12.2 to 12.15. Let's say 13 pages in the next 90 minutes. So start point, end point, just like Anil has mentioned, B to A to B. So I have to complete 12.2 to 12.15 in 90 minutes. This is what I have to complete. If I have to complete it in 90 minutes, I should spend the first 5-6 minutes in going through the preview. It's just like index mapping. Remember the concept of index mapping? Just before you spend 100 hours, you're spending 1 hour and going through everything. So before you spend this 1 hour, you're just spending a couple of minutes and going through everything. So just quickly scan everything. Current day skimming is like scanning. Just scan everything what you have to study. Flip the pages in just 2-3 minutes as I'm talking to you. Even if it's a problem, even if it's a question, you can start doing it. Stop listening and start doing it. Open the book, decide the target, open the book, decide the target. Srinivas, open your book, decide the target. Ramurthy, decide the target and start skimming. Start skimming. Okay, once you finalize the target, skim that. Let's say you decided 10 pages, skim. Quickly go through it in not more than 3 to 4 minutes. Quickly go through that. Skim the target. Skim it. Use your hand. Touch that page. Use your hand, touch that page. Touch each and every one page. Because use your finger to skim. Use your finger, not just your eyes. Follow your finger. Follow your finger for the skimming part. Okay. What will happen is you'll know what to cover. You'll know what to cover and you'll see the magic. Just 2-3 minutes you do it and you'll understand what will happen by the end of 9:30. Okay. Meanwhile, whenever you want, please switch off, keep your video on, go back and come and spend at least 90 minutes. Clear? We'll continue the conversation around 9:40. So this is your resetting thing. So continue it for 90 minutes. Rest of the day, you'll have a lot of value. All right, guys. Thank you for joining us for now. I'm leaving the session as is. This is the same link which you're going to follow. Guys, if you have finished your 90 minutes, please go and take a break and come back around 9:40. If you're done with your 90 minutes of study, so target achieved. Make sure you come back by 9:40. Meanwhile, we'll be playing some playlist. Namaskaram. 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 Welcome back to Him Talks. How exactly an additional qualification would help? So we're talking about CA and Sudhakar Rao Garu, who has got a mechanical engineering degree.
The problem is they're unable to talk.
How does your typical day look like? First of all, the conference has been a huge turnout. Welcome back to Him Talks. The ICI Convocation 2020.
I think the next batch of convocation is going to be something.
Working for ICI for so many years, I know where the emergency will come.
Young chartered accountants, we look forward to carrying the legacy of the ICI and see to it that as a new generation, what changes we can adapt to and how can we implement it for the betterment of our society as well.
Namaskaram, welcome back to Him Talks. Today we are here at the Convocation 2019 Hyderabad. So first of all, hearty congratulations to each and every one of you.
Thank you so much.
So how exactly are you feeling? I need it in one word.
Awesome.
Seventh heaven.
Excited. So good.
Excited. Majestic.
Yeah, it's awesome as this is.
So if given a choice, what is that one thing you want to go back and change?
One thing which I want to go back and change.
Career.
I don't exactly want to change anything, but then I'll go back and think what correct things I have done so that I do, what incorrect things I have done so that I don't repeat it again. So there's nothing as such which I want to change because it's a part of our life journey. It was very good, amazing CA journey.
Nothing should be changed. All went perfectly, and finally, here's the CA Rishabh Jain.
Yeah, maybe the only hectic schedule we can change. Other than that, everything was awesome and amazing about it. Then I don't want to change anything because it was so amazing.
The experience was amazing, so I don't think I'll change anything if I even get the chance. Bas due date change karwa do.
So only thing I would love to be more involved in other activities also. Sikasa with sponsors. If I would have participated, it would have been much more fun. So that's I think I would have.
So the final question of the day. So what is your expectation from here on, being a part of the fraternity?
Yep.
So how do you want to take it forward?
Taking it forward, like as usual, ICA is very prestige institute. So we hope that we maintain that. Integrity of ICA is always maintained through us.
I want to take it over like ICI, not in the field of CA fields, but in the business core also. So now I joined a business background. So everywhere it should be a CA pattern, it should have a prestige and pride.
I feel ICAI should extend its career to other than India also. In many countries, it is there in few other countries as well. But I want ICAI to expand its length in many more countries so that CA has its value all over the world.
Well, ICI should try avoiding delays in filings and all. We have continuous extension because ICI asked the government to extend the deadlines and all. That should be avoided. What's the question?
So what is that one thing you're looking for?
Probably the next 5 years. What just
so as in personally, as a young chartered accountants, we look forward to carrying the legacy of the ICI and see to it that as a new generation, what changes we can adapt to and how can we implement it for the betterment of our society also.
Perfect. So thank you for your quick inputs. And before we leave, let's have a mini celebration. So you're gonna do it quite slowly on the count of 3, 2, 1. Okay? So here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. This took a long time. How was your journey from the impossible to the possible in a couple of words? Namaskaram, welcome back to Him Talks. This is CA Himakant Andavarpu and we are here to take a few interviews from the freshly qualified chartered accountants at the ICI Convocation Hyderabad. So first of all, hearty congratulations to each and every one of you. They say that CA is a very grueling course, tough course, 10% course. So how was your journey from the impossible to the possible in a couple of words?
It wasn't really impossible, but yeah, difficult of course. And it took a lot of sweat and a lot of perseverance. So that is what it takes. That's it.
I think patience is the key. That losing pressure, losing that, mind and then chucking it off. We should, only keep the patience, let the course go, let the studies go and see.
It was excruciating and sometimes painful, but it was a good course. Yeah.
If you don't lose your calm and keep the hard work on, then you'll definitely get through it.
I know if you have to compare ourselves with a lot of engineering friends, they're like always happy days. So is it worth missing all of that fun and then becoming this chartered accountancy? So is it worth it at this moment?
If you really desire for it, then sure it is worth it.
So it's really different. We have our type of fun, they have their types. We have an office kind of a fun environment, they have a college type of fun environment. It's there.
Well, in advance, we are aware that, we are going to forego all of this. So we are already prepared. So that's fine. Yeah.
We also have orientation programs and MCA. So we do have fun in that way. Not the typical engineering way, but some way.
So orientation is fun. I'm an orientation faculty, so I would like that to hear. And now talking about these big numbers. Basically, if you look at the professionals, the first most priority goes to IIMs and then ISB. If you look at the average package, it's around 7 lakhs, where it starts at 20 lakhs. So what's your say to the institute where they can say they increase their starting point or probably the brand value of chartered accountants? Like, how are you looking at it?
I think the curriculum plays a vital role there because MBA is more of a course where presentation is given a lot of importance. If the institute focuses on that more, then I think we will be nowhere behind. So I think that is one of the things.
I think I'll simply concur to her. It is basically, the type of job we are trained to. I will not really say only to the institute, but yeah, generally, that kind of development we have here will base our packages in future.
They need to have more interactive sessions maybe.
Communication is the key.
The final question, you work for some big fours, right? So how do you think that you're going to balance? There is a lot of buzz about the work-life balance, especially in the big fours. So how do you think you want to balance it? Do you want to get into that race or do you want to stay back and do something else? I'm looking about more chartered entrepreneurs who want to come into this entrepreneurship and all. So any thoughts on that?
When it is a very basic, what do you say? If it is a first year or second year of your career, then you go anywhere, you need to do that hard work. So when it comes to MNCs, when you give 200% in your initial years, then that gives a kind of exposure which can, help you grow in any kind of environment. Eventually, if you want to get into entrepreneurship also, then, you get trained for it.
I think work-life balance just has a slightly different definition in a multinational company versus a firm. We do have a work-life balance, just not as much fun as the other person, but I think the balance is still there.
So yeah, work-life balance when it comes to the peak season and all of that, that's fine. So you'll have to work your ass off. And for the remaining period, you just have to.
I agree to that.
So finally, thank you very much for your quick time and thoughts. And once again, hearty congratulations and all the very best for your further endeavors. Thank you very much.
the CA profession is entirely different from the other profession course.
We're just about to conclude the convocation and we have a couple of young and stylish chartered accountants. So let us understand what exactly they are feeling at this moment right now. So, hi. Your good name, please?
Yeah, Varun.
Varun, so where are you from?
I am from Warangal.
So, Varun, when you started CA, it was a complicated journey. You're not sure whether you'll be in or out. So, after the 4 years or after the 4.5 years, what is your key takeaway? When you look back, what are the 3 learning points which you have learned through this journey?
So the first and foremost point which I learned from through CA is we should fix that the CA should be completed within the time period, and it should be in a tragic journey, and we should enjoy in that journey should be in a sweetful and memorable. And because the journey will be like a playing a cricket. So when coming to the ground, we should not look into the umpire. So whether we'll be out or not, we don't know. The umpire will decide. That is only called ICAI. So foremost is in hard work, and the dedication should be there. The CA profession is entirely different from the other profession course, and it was not my it was not my goal to become a CA. Furthermore is there, but tragically I became a CA. By this journey was good. By this moment I enjoyed a lot. The parents was thought that there is a fruitful memory for them. So thank you for this. Thank you.
And you're here with your father. Yeah. First I'll talk to your father first. Sir, ఇప్పుడు మీకు ఎలా అనిపిస్తుంది? Your son has achieved something which 90% of people cannot achieve. So what is that moment? How are you feeling?
ఇది చాలా awesome feeling అండి. నెవర్ ఎక్స్పెక్టెడ్. యాక్చువల్గా సీఏ చేయాలని నా గోలే ఉండింది, బట్ సమ్ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ నుంచి నేను చేయలేకపోయాను. మా అబ్బాయి చేసినందుకు చాలా సంతోషంగా ఉంది.
సార్, ఇది చాలా మంది పేరెంట్స్ అంటూ ఉంటారు, ఆ పిల్లలకు కూడా ఇష్టం ఉంటే మంచిదే, కానీ పేరెంట్స్కి వేరే గోల్ ఉండి పిల్లలకి వేరే గోల్ ఉన్నప్పుడు వాట్ వుడ్ యూ సజెస్ట్?
లేదండి, ఇది వాడి గోల్.
This is the day we have been waiting for, and today we are so happy to have this certificate.
Right now we are here with another young chartered accountant, Mr. Pratap Reddy. So Pratap, first of all, hearty congratulations for cracking a tough course. If you have to sum up your feelings in 3 words, what would be there?
I think this is the day we have waited for all this time, all the sacrifices we have made, and all the time we have spent for studying and all, and even the sacrifice made by our parents to make us chartered accountants and all this time. This is the day we have been waiting for, and today we are so happy to have this certificates.
That's good to hear. And Pratap, way forward, do you think CA is good enough for you to maintain for the rest of your life, or do you think some other courses would help to enhance your career?
It's always like we have to be updated with the technology and the society, how it changes. So I think we have to change. We have to be updated every time to cope up with the technology and as well as with the society. Yeah.
And if a junior comes and asks you, what are the 3 things which they should be learning, and what are the 3 mistakes they should be avoiding in CA course?
Okay. First of all, they should have patience to do CA, and they should have a will to continue even when they face a failure. They should not be like quit. They should never give up, and they should have an attitude like I should achieve it. Maybe some people may not achieve it at one time, so it may take time. So we should have patience, and we should never give up. That's the thing I can suggest.
So in terms of mistakes, what are those mistakes which will be, if avoided, if they will be saving time?
Everything we should have a plan. Whenever we say something that if you fail to plan, you fail. So something.
I get it.
Yeah.
And once again, hearty congratulations. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm very happy that I achieved something in my lifetime. Yeah, and this is the stage where I can express my love towards CA.
One more young chartered accountant, Mr. Rajesh, who has recently cleared CA, and he is here to attend the convocation. So, Rajesh, first of all, hearty congratulations. So, if you have to express your feeling in a sentence, what would be that?
No, there is no words to mention my happiness. See here, this total place is for our family right now. I'm very happy that I achieved something in my lifetime. Yeah, and this is the stage where I can express my love towards CA.
So, Rajesh, glad to hear that. And we have a young and budding chartered accountant who wants to get into CA. So, what would be your advice for her?
The only advice is hard work, hard work, hard work. Hard work strives you to success. That's it.
And you have any specific questions for him?
Yeah, any tips for the subjects, how to study?
In my opinion, I got 94 in FR.
Okay.
In my opinion, the only thing is you can go to classes or all those things, but the self-study which makes you more perfect in your subject, and try to be more practical, and you will get success.
And thank you, Rajesh, once again. Thank you very much. All the best. So, do you think it is actually difficult now that you have cracked it, or there is something hype about it? So we are with Miss Vaishnavi, and let us understand from her and her family who has come here to celebrate their success. So first of all, hearty congratulations, Vaishnavi.
Yeah, thank you.
So what is your movement, or what is your feeling right now after a much long struggle? So what exactly are you feeling right now?
Yeah, actually I'm feeling very happy and excited too, because this is a long journey which almost took me 5 attempts to clear CA final, but and it was very excited.
మీరు వైష్ణవ్కి ఏమవుతారు? వాళ్ళ మదర్. సో వైష్ణవ్ వాళ్ళ మదర్ని అడుగుదాం. మ్యామ్, జనరలీ అమ్మాయిలు అంటే అటెంప్ట్ ఎక్కువ పెరుగుతూ ఉంటే అందరికి భయం ఉంటుంది, ఇంకా కంటిన్యూ చేయాలా?
It's not like that you can't compete or you can't complete the course. It's just like how determined I am.
So we are at the convocation main hall, and we have somebody coming from Miss Anshula who has cleared at CA recently, and let us take their let us understand how exactly are they feeling right now, and let us understand what did the journey and what was the difficulties which they went through. Hello sir, you are here for?
I'm here for my sister convocation, and she has just passed out CA, and we are very proud of her, and we are very happy, and this is a good moment that we are here, and we are really proud of her. So
thank you. Okay, and also people say that it's a very difficult course.
Yeah.
It is almost impossible to clear.
Yes.
So how do you think she was able to clear this?
Actually, she has a very good determination, and she takes her work very seriously. It's not like that you can't compete or you can't complete the course. It's just like how determined are you. She is very determined, and we were all sure that she will be completing this, and she all make us very proud. Thank you.
So thank you very much for a quick insight. I'll catch up to you once again. Thank you very much. All the best.
There was a moment when I felt like quitting this course, but
Namaskaram. Welcome back to Him Talks. Today we are here at the ICI Convocation 2020 at Hyderabad Cyber Convention, and we have Miss Alia Khan here, and we are here to celebrate her father's success in chartered accountancy. So Alia, can you say something about your father? No, right? You're not talking, right? Let's move on to your father now. So hearty congratulations. And if I want to understand your expression, feeling in one particular sentence, what would be that?
so proud.
So proud.
I'm feeling so proud. I'm feeling so blessed and so thankful to Almighty Allah, and my parents for supporting me, and my wife, my daughter, my brothers. They supported me a lot. There was a moment when I felt like quitting this course, but my parents supported me a lot, and because of their support and blessings, I'm here now. I'm a full-fledged chartered accountant now. Thank you so much.
So a very proud moment, and he has specifically mentioned his wife's support, parents' support. Let's understand something from his mother. मैम, आपकी बेटी अभी तो चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट बन गई, so आप कैसे फील हो रहे हैं?
हम लोग को इसी दिन का इंतजार था, यही बहुत बड़ी खुशी हो रही है हम लोगों को. इसके लिए हम हमारे बेटे की कल फंक्शन रखे. बस बहुत होता हम लोगों को, ये दिन का इंतजार था हम लोगों को, कब होएगा कब बनेगा हमारा बच्चा बोल के बहुत इंतजार कर रहे थे हम लोग। बस आज वो बहुत 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 वो हो गया हम लोगों को, बहुत अच्छे से हुआ, बहुत मेहनत करें हम लोग बच्चों के पीछे।
सर अभी बहुत खुशी लग रहा है, सो आपका क्या बोलना है अभी इस मोमेंट के बारे में?
इस मोमेंट के बारे में तो मैं सिर्फ गॉड का शुक्रिया अदा कर सकता हूँ। मेरा जो भी सपोर्ट है, मेरा जो भी चीज़ है, वो तो मैं मेरे सोच में भी नहीं है, वो सिर्फ गॉड करा गॉड करा गॉड करा। मेरे में वैसा कोई भी चीज़ नहीं है, जो भी है तो वो गॉड करके दिया पूरा। जैसा घर में माँ खाना पका के बच्चे को खाना खिलाती, वैसा भगवान ने मेरे को जो है पूरा बना के दिया, बोला सर का दिया।
So it's quite humble of them to say that Almighty has given everything. So once again, I congratulate the entire family for making it here. So that's okay. So Alia, I'll see you once again. Probably you want to become a CA as well. Alia Khan, okay, all right. So thank you very much. Thank you.
ఎంత కష్టమైనా కానీ సాధించింది మా పాప, గ్రేట్ అంతే.
Missing you a lot.
So we have our mom. Let's say hi to our mom. So what exactly is your feeling right now?
I'm feeling so happy, seriously, and this is a memorable moment for me. I'm missing my parents. Love you, Mama. I'm missing them a lot. Papa ka hai? So they are not here, but yeah, I'm trying to capture each and every moment for them so that they can also enjoy this. And in this entire journey of 4 years or 5 years, they were seriously with me. Like, okay, you should do this, you should do that. Missing you a lot.
So we have our mom. Let's say hi to our mom. So we have our fiancé also waving excitedly. So now let's understand what exactly is she feeling right now.
So, yeah, this is a memorable moment for me. But I'm enjoying this a lot. Thank you for being there in my life. Love you. So I'm actually we are the Jaipur candidates and we were not finding all these stuff, but still he was there to fight for me and he made this day. Thank you.
So you're from the pink city.
Yeah.
He's literally wearing pink for that. So what is the one difficult moment which you have to navigate, which you had to navigate that you're not sure whether to go forward or stop it there? Yeah.
CA students, yeah. So it took me 3 attempts to clear my CA final. I was all India ranker in my CPT and IPCC also. I cleared both the groups in first attempt. But coming to the finals, I was not really updated with all the stuff. So it took me 3 attempts, but I never gave up. I was thinking after the second attempt, no, I should start some job and should stop this. But my father was in the favor, no, you should complete it. And then I did it. So that was the...
Oh, wonderful.
After CA, I completed my CS as well. So it was a good experience for me. Entire 4 years or 5 years.
So I wanted to join at least for one question, special request. And we have a CPA holder here and they're just about to get married. So now if I have to ask you the difference between being a CPA and a CA, what do you think? Which would you rate at the top?
See, both stands on a very different parameters, you know. CPA is like more like an international chartered accountant. Okay, and then CPA has a different dimensions about US CPA, Australian CPA, Canadian CPA. CA is like overall good as per the Indian market and Asian Middle East countries. So, you know, both has a different importance in a different world. But globally, I think, you know, depends like how dynamically you are exploring yourself in terms of, you know, looking for the right positions for your right specialization. And I would not rate any of the education from 1 to 5. because both has a different importance in their own life and in their own dimensions. Thank you so
One
much.
final question, which is beyond profession. Now you have two super busy chartered accountants, are probably accountants from different countries. So how exactly are you going to manage your work-life balance and most importantly time? Because this is one big issue which my wife is a doctor, we face the same thing. So how are you planning to manage this?
So the thing is, I'm in EY India. So I work with EY India, and there I think you all know the work schedules are so hectic. I don't get time for work for my household things. But his timings are like 7 to 4, so flexible. So for now he's managing all the things. But yeah, I'm thinking no. After marriage, I think I should be able to give more time to my house.
So EY India make a life easy, make quite easy because even they're trying to move towards a very flexible work culture.
No, I think, see, I'm into the, multinationals and service industries from past 12 years. I started with Deloitte, now working with KPMG as a manager. And my domain is like completely different with the US taxation. Her is like with the Indian corp tax. So the timing is definitely challenge. But then we are not college pass out now. We are like 30s, like, in our 20s and 30s. And I believe that, after such a post-graduation with such a major degree, if you do not have the maturity in terms of balancing your work balance life as well as your professional life, then there is no point of, reaching out to that level, I guess. So we try to manage somehow. Weekend is the best time when we try to spend more ample time with each other and trying to know each other more well. So I think so far it is going good. Thank you so much.
And pleasure meeting you both and hearty congratulations for your profession also further life as well. Thank you very much.
Namaskaram. Welcome to Him Talks. When you talk about conversations, we always believe that better the questions and the better the answers. So when we actually talk to people, we'll try to use questions as tools to understand what exactly they have learned in life. So accordingly, it is very easier for us to learn from somebody who has already done it earlier. So with the right kind of conversations, with the right kind of people, we will be inviting a lot of people to sit across the table so that we, with one-to-one conversations, we will be able to deliver a lot. So if you have done something in our life, or whether you have a success story or a failure story, whether you have learned something which will be valuable for the wider audience, you can always be participant in Him Talks. You're always invited to our show to help tell your story. So you are here to deliver and create an impact. So Him Talks welcomes all those unsung heroes who has done something in life which is beneficial for the wider public.
We are here with the man of the moment, C.A. Dayanava Sharma Garu. So why the sudden change?
If last batch of convocation and current batch of convocation, I think the next batch of convocation is going to be something fabulous and very big.
We are here with the man of the moment, C.A. Dayanava Sharma Garu, Central Council member. So first of all, hearty congratulations for such a magnanimous event. And it looked like a university convocation, not even an inch of difference between that. So why the sudden change? Because probably last 1 year I've seen there is a lot of freshness about what's happening and a lot of youngsters are getting in. Now if you look at the number of parents who have come in, I think it's 1:5. So what is actually happening?
Himakant, I think it is a message we all have to give about the positivity of our profession, which is very important. And if you are asking from last year, if last batch of convocation and current batch of convocation, I think the next batch of convocation is going to be something fabulous and very big. The kind of happiness we are seeing in the parents, the families and all is been tremendous. You have already witnessed all the people. So now it is time where we have to create a positive environment about our profession. We have been proud members in 1949 onwards. And 3 lakh, second largest accounting body in the world, is not a small number to achieve. 8 lakh students is unbelievable. And today you see the kind of results which has come out. I think people talking negative about the profession has the answer back. That's the only thing. There are some professional courses which are internationally there, which create negative environment for the professionals to complete their CA and all. But that is a message for them to see how effective and how qualitative our professionals are and how they are going to perform in the future. If you see the chief guest who's come, he studied from Hindi medium.
Yes.
And today he is the global CFO of Novartis. He is not a small achievement which is there. So the answer is very simple. You see Devraj Reddy sir, he came from a small village, but today he is a past president of our institute. He has made himself a renowned person in the entire fraternity. So this way, if you see, there are a lot of positive things which are there, which we need to circulate over a period of time, and we'll continue to do it.
Yes.
That's my commitment to the profession as such.
So talking to the parents, talking to the freshly qualified chartered accountants, and also their friends as well, I could see almost low to no negativity about the course, because multiple questions I tried to understand what exactly is happening in reality. But when you look at the social media, when you look at some other few limited circles, there's something saying that ICI is doing this, is not doing that. So why the variation? Why this negative publicity? Why do you think is coming?
See, the larger you are, the larger expectations are.
Yes.
And some smallest mistake, if you are in a ship, a huge ship like Titanic also, and there is a small hole in that, there is a probability of sinking that ship. And our course has become, or our profession has become so large that the smallest dent is creating news in the market. So that I think people have to understand positively that your profession has become so big that the smallest thing also will matter.
Yes.
You get my point? And when you talk about the parents and children, I don't know what you have interviewed, right? You please play that videos among all the members across the country, across the globe, how people are feeling, what is their expectation, what is their respect for the profession. I think that's more than enough for giving the answer back to the society. Yeah.
So there was one wonderful standard which said that our institute has been enacted much before the constitution. So with that kind of backdrop, with that kind of history, do you think that we missed the bus somewhere? Because if you look at an institution like ISB, which has come in very recently, are we going there? Do you think something more needs to be done in terms of branding?
This is a very good question, Hemakant. I am thankful that you have asked this question. Please understand. What is ISB? What is IIM? I am not against any institution. I am putting it very clear. They are all post-graduation courses. You have to complete minimum 5 years, 7 years, 10 years to get into that college. Whereas CA Institute is something which is basically a graduate, a fresh graduate comes into it. And today when you see a CFO of Novartis like Ganpat, you tell me what is it different? He studied from Hindi medium.
Exactly.
And he's come up to that particular level. So our journey is a total different journey. ISB, IIMs and all total different journey. So we should never compare between the two. They are all together. We never miss the bus. In 70 years, whenever this nation has asked for a change, our profession has stood for it. No other people have stood. No bodies have stood. We have accepted all the laws. We have learned all the laws. We have implemented all the laws. We have made all the laws successful across the country, and that is how we received the appreciation letter from the Prime Minister of India that the entire GST implementation at the country level is successful only because of chartered accountants. It never talked about any other profession or any other person or any other business. Please understand. So we have never missed the bus. We are ahead. We are going to be ahead. You see the kind of courses which are talked about, the digital accounting and outsourcing, digital accounting and transformation, the kind of courses we are doing, no other institute is doing. Your comparable other sister institute or your comparable other MBA colleges, they have their different way of curriculum. We have a different way of curriculum. So we are not comparable, or they are not comparable with us. We are independent, we are single, we are one. And ICI is standing on number one only because of this reason.
So, your New Year message said this year is a year of Profession 2.0. That's how we welcome the professionals this year. So now we have a lot of professionals who are going to become a part of the Profession 2.0. So what is your message to them in this point of convergence where you're talking about finance and technology? So what should be that skill set they should be imbibing?
Technology is the future, and I'm going to come out with a fresh video for all the youngsters and senior members on the technology aspects of learnings which we need to do and imbibe. So that we'll talk in detail, because it is not a small thing which I can talk about. But yes, the technology is something which we need to really adopt and go about with. So that's the only thing which I can tell you.
And thank you very much for your time, sir. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you, sir. Namaskaram. Welcome back to Him Talks. Right now we have Mr. Ganesh Balakrishnan Garu, who is one of the most eminent and prolific personalities in our chartered accountant fraternity, and he's a partner with Deloitte, and he has a lot of insights for the next generation. So we are here to know about his typical day. Sir, how does your typical day look like?
So typical day, if you were to start, I start my day early.
Yes, sir.
So I start by about 4:30 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
So I have got a lot of time. And I close it out by 10 o'clock unless if there are any deadlines which generally goes long. Otherwise, my day starts with early as 4:30, and the first thing which I do it is do my own messagings, so that which reflects the start of the day to be more positive.
Yes, sir. Sir, in a given professional day, how relevant is your CA course? Like we have studied a lot of subjects, so most of them complain that they are not exactly relevant in what we are doing. And what is the case with you?
So I would say that when I've joined, the CA course itself, and whatever I've learned in the CA course, they are very, very relevant. So I don't know how many people have thought it's not relevant. It is relevant. The reason why people believe that it is not relevant is because you don't apply the concepts. You only learn these concepts to pass an exam.
Yes.
So I think the day when you learn the concepts, everything is relevant. Whether it's an audit, whether it's a tax, whether it's an IT, whether it's take any course. You are exposed to various learnings. The only gap which I find these days is people do not upgrade themselves, because and they just learn. Having passed a CA doesn't mean that you know everything.
Absolutely, sir.
You need to keep upgrading it very, very often.
And what is that thing which you love the most about your day, and what is that one thing you might prefer to change?
I would say that what I love most is being relevant.
Okay.
And what do I want to change? I don't want to feel any day to be bored. So I never get myself bored.
Yes,
unless I upbring myself and say, hey, listen, I look a day positive.
Yes,
and there is never a dull moment in life. So if you really ask me what I have to change, nothing.
Okay.
But is there anything to change? The answer is yes, because there are more things to learn. So what I don't really get time many times is to spend more on learning. So that is something which I have to start doing it.
Sir, and if Elon Musk builds a time machine for us, and if you are to become a CA fresher once again, so how would you start it? Which career option would you be choosing if you are, say, qualifying in 2020?
So if I were to start today, I would say focus will be more on technology.
Okay.
Focus is more on economic affairs. So the economics is the area where I would want to do it, because what's happening today is there is a gap between what you earn and what is being spent, whether it's at a nation level, it's a per capita, with the disparities in income. I would say I would love to do more economics,
Yes, sir.
because that's much more interesting and also gives a lot of value to a nation.
Yes. Sir, and we are doing this recording in the context of CA practice, and we always have the big four for the CA practice, the traditional practice setup. So where is this particular ecosystem going forward, and is there any disparity in how fast the big fours are growing and how exactly the traditional practice system is going? So what's your say on this? And for an youngster, what is your piece of advice here?
So if I were to put this way, whether it's a big four or a non-big four, I really would not put it. If you were to look at it, the maximum number of people who are very successful in tax are the individual practitioners. So the question is about, one, the knowledge one possesses, two, the availability of capital, which is very, very important, three, the adaptability of technology, which is right now not, see, you could get a technology adapted faster because you got exposed to various other opportunities outside of India, and that's the reason why you find. But I think if a person is really capable, right, he will be much, much more successful than your own self of saying that, worked for an organization. But as I said, evolving is that there is nothing called somebody big, somebody small. Everything is evolving. And my take is that if for any of these fresher chartered accountants, invest your time in learning, not in earning.
Yes, sir.
Unfortunately, today everybody says, I want 8 lakhs, 10 lakhs, 15 lakhs. Not. Invest in learning. Once you learn, money will follow it.
Absolutely, sir.
So that's what my advice to all the young chartered accountants would be there.
Yes, sir.
And for all the freshly qualified chartered accountants, this is a wonderful opportunity because sir has just consented to help you all out for a 6-hour session in the 2nd or 3rd week of February. The date will be out soon. So you can actually come and learn where exactly you should be starting your career. And this is coming from decades of industry experience. And also we'll talk about power dressing, because if you look at him, he's always dressed up to the occasion. And you'll also talk about some intricacy aspects which you wouldn't learn otherwise in your books or academies, because this is out of your professional and his personal experience altogether. And we will keep you posted. So stay tuned. So this is CA Himakant from Him Talks. And we would like to thank Ganesh Balakrishnan Garu for his fantastic time and thought throughout.
Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, and we'll keep you posted. Namaskaram. Welcome back to Him Talks. Right now we have Mr. Ganesh Balakrishnan Garu, who is one of the most eminent and prolific personalities in our chartered accountant fraternity, and he's a partner with Deloitte, and he has a lot of insights for the next generation. So we are here to know about his typical day. Sir, how does your typical day look like?
So typical day, if you were to start, I start my day early.
Yes, sir.
So I start by about 4:30 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
So I have got a lot of time. And I close it out by 10 o'clock, unless if there are any deadlines, which generally goes long. Otherwise, my day starts with early as 4:30. And the first thing which I do it is do my own messagings, so that which reflects the start of the day to be more positive.
Yes, sir. Sir, in a given professional day, how relevant is your CA course? Like we have studied a lot of subjects, so most of them complain that they are not exactly relevant in what we are doing. And what is the case with you?
So I would say that when I've joined, the CA course itself, and whatever I've learned in the CA course, they are very, very relevant. So I don't know how many people have thought it's not relevant. It is relevant. The reason why people believe that it is not relevant is because you don't apply the concepts. You only learn these concepts to pass an exam.
Yes.
So I think the day when you learn the concepts, everything is relevant. Whether it's an audit, whether it's a tax, whether it's an IT, take any course. You are exposed to various learnings. The only gap which I find these days is people do not upgrade themselves, and they just learn. Having passed a CA doesn't mean that you know everything.
Absolutely, sir.
You need to keep upgrading it very, very often.
And what is that thing which you love the most about your day, and what is that one thing you might prefer to change?
I would say that what I love most is being relevant.
Okay.
And what do I want to change? I don't want to feel any day to be bored. So I never get myself bored unless I upbring myself and say, hey, listen, I look a day positive.
Yes.
And there is never a dull moment in life. So if you really ask me what I have to change, nothing.
Okay.
But is there anything to change? The answer is yes, because there are more things to learn. So what I don't really get time many times is to spend more on learning. So that is something which I have to start doing it.
Sir, and if Elon Musk builds a time machine for us, and if you are to become a CA fresher once again, so how would you start it? Which career option would you be choosing if you are, say, qualifying in 2020?
So if I were to start today, I would say focus will be more on technology. Okay. Focus is more on economic affairs. So the economics is the area where I would want to do it, because what's happening today is there is a gap between what you earn and what is being spent, whether it's at a nation level, it's a per capita, with the disparities in income. I would say I would love to do more economics, yes, because that's much more interesting and also gives a lot of value to a nation.
Yes, sir. Sir, and we are doing this recording in the context of CA practice, and we always have the big four as a CA practice, the traditional practice setup. So where is this particular ecosystem going forward, and is there any disparity in how fast the big fours are growing and how exactly the traditional practice system is going? So what's your say on this? And for an youngster, what is your piece of advice here?
So if I were to put this way, whether it's a big four or a non-big four, I really would not put it. If you were to look at it, the maximum number of people who are very successful in tax are the individual practitioners. Absolutely. So the question is about, one, the knowledge one possesses, two, the availability of capital, which is very, very important. Three, the adaptability of technology, which is right now not, see, you could get a technology adapted faster because you got exposed to various other opportunities outside of India. And that's the reason why you find. But I think if a person is really capable, right, he will be much, much more successful than your own self of saying that, worked for an organization. But as I said, evolving is that there is nothing called somebody big, somebody small. Everything is evolving. And my take is that if for any of these fresher chartered accountants, invest your time in learning, not in earning. Yes, unfortunately, today everybody says, I want 8 lakhs, 10 lakhs, 15 lakhs. Not. Invest in learning. Once you learn, money will follow it.
Absolutely, sir.
So that's what my advice to all the young chartered accountants would be there.
Yes, sir. And for all the freshly qualified chartered accountants, this is a wonderful opportunity because sir has just consented to help you all out for a 6-hour session in the 2nd or 3rd week of February. The date will be out soon. So you can actually come and learn where exactly you should be starting your career. And this is coming from decades of industry experience. And also we'll talk about power dressing, because if you look at him, he's always dressed up to the occasion. And you will also talk about some intricacy aspects which you wouldn't learn otherwise in your books or academies, because this is out of your professional and his personal experience altogether. And we will keep you posted, so stay tuned. So this is CA Himakant from Him Talks, and we would like to thank Ganesh Balakrishnan Garu for his fantastic time and thought throughout.
Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, and we'll keep you posted about that.
Hi folks, I am Bhavish, mentored by C. Himakant sir. Let me tell you about what I was and what Himakant sir made me. So previously, I was the one who studied for 14 hours a day rigorously and was not able to complete a single revision before exams. So one day I was using Telegram and I got to know about Him Life School and 5 days workshop, where Himakant sir taught us that in a day you can complete 2 to 3 chapters along with meditation, afternoon sleep, 4 time revisions, all these things in just 10 hours. And I was very much surprised, and somehow I find the way to clear the CA exams. And I was sure that this is the person who can make me clear, because I got failed twice. And I know only Himakant sir. So I just following his advice blindly. So, what are the 3 things which make me clear this attempt or make me CA? So, first is planning the day and planning the month in advance, and disciplinary. So, we all know and we all plan our day, our month. But Himakant sir told me or taught me how to adhere to that plan. So, he taught me 3 secrets. First is complete the study slot when the time ends. And suppose you are not able to complete the chapter, left the chapter there only, and move on to the next chapter in the next study slot, and marking the study slot red, green and orange according to your completion level of that chapter. So these are the 3 things, and all these 3 things increased my productivity of each hour by 200%, because I was planning my schedule a day before tomorrow, and I have made my morning very much effective. I was having afternoon sleep. I was having a growth mindset, which was developed by Himakant sir. So in this way, I was following my schedule rigorously and was able to crack this exam. And second thing which was taught by sir is study the exam paper pattern and writing the ICA exam paper on daily basis. So in the last 5 days of the last month of the exam, Himakant sir told us to analyze the past trend of the exam paper. So in that 5 days, I passed in that 5 days only. How? Because I cracked the way to pass in FR and SFM. Because I got the trend that 60 mark of paper are coming from these all questions. And in this way, I was able to revise that questions twice and thrice in the last month itself, and secured 60 plus in FR and SFM. And about the paper writing, what happened is that I wrote approximately 15 papers of 1 hour and 2 hours before exams. And these things actually worked in the exam. Let me tell you a real incident in the audit paper happened with me this time. The audit paper was above average, and when the paper comes in my hand, all my peers were shocked, like what is that paper. I was like they told me that they know only 1 out of 3 questions in each question, and I was the one who know that in the next 2 hours out of this 3 hour of exam I will secure above 50 marks, because in the exam writing practices, Himakant sir told us the way to secure 50 plus marks in just 2 hours out of 3 hours. And I applied that strategy and got cleared in audit by 48 marks. And the next thing which helped by Himakant, which taught me by Himakant, which provided to me by Himakant sir, is the environment, the growth environment. In this, you will get in direct touch with the founder Himakant sir himself, who itself a very hardworking person, and you can inspired by him, and you will get a like where you know what others are doing and what you are doing, and you will get a direct feedback. And the specialty about this environment is that you will have no space for confusion. Like every time we failed because of confusion, like should I go for one group, should I go for both group, should I complete SFM first or should I start with law? So all these confusions are sorted directly by Himakant sir himself. So you just need to focus on your study and completing your syllabus, not on deciding like should I go with this or should I do this or that. These all will be taken care by sir. So in this way, your speed will increase tremendously, and you just focus on doing. And in this way, you can pass your exam definitely. Thank you, friends. These all things from my end, and all the very best for your future and for your exams. Thank you so much.
Namaskaram and a very good morning. How are you all? So all those who have joined us in the morning session, I believe you got your breakfast done. How many of you finished your 90-minute target today? 90 minutes. Very good, Srinivas. Who else has done a 90-minute target? Type me. I cannot see who is raising your hands. Perfect. Let me see who else. That would be most of you. Others, what about others? What is the target you have done today? Good. And how effective was the current day skimming? Did you try the current day skimming? Were you able to use it? Perfect. So the conclusion is you are going to use previous day revision followed by current day skimming. Now, who have agreed to day end revision plus PDR? Now I want you to write previous day revision plus current day skimming. PDR plus CDS. Please type PDR plus CDS. Wonderful. So much before we started the day, so the day starts now. The anniversary celebration, the anniversary value addition starts now. Much before that, you already picked up a couple of techniques. I'm super happy that it has happened. Okay, so let us quickly transition to what we have discussed in the morning and how we are taking this forward. So I'll quickly run you through what has happened for those who are coming new and who has missed the previous intro. What I'll do is in the next 20 minutes, I'll run you through what is happened so far and what are the initiatives. Now I'll give you a draft explanation. Pay attention to how we are going to hit the 100 CA number this November for this attempt alone. So that is the target which we are having for this time. And for this to happen, we have onboarded a complete team. So that is the reason why we have invited them to join you. So I hope you're all ready for that. Perfect. Let me proceed with sharing the screen. So this is where we started. This is where we started way back in 2020. So in 3 years, we had a tremendous amount of work because we work like a startup. We did not work like an education institute. We work like a startup. And we are able to see significant progress in terms of the results. Because for other companies, they track revenue, we track results. Now, this will help us to expand faster, further, and enhance our reach to ensure our vision of 10,000 CS is going to hit. So this is how it got started. And from there, we explained this. And for those who are interested in the long-term game of building a career, I'm just giving you a spotlight here. Pay attention. So this consult him, what I'm talking about, we want to model it on the lines of BCG, Bain & Co, or McKinsey, right? Consulting firms. Now, this consult him will hire its super students. We are going to hire, I would say, super CAs. So we are going to do premium consulting. So what do these companies do? We'll do premium consulting, right? So top level consulting, not filing this 100, 200 rupee returns, but we are going to do top level consulting eventually. So for those people who are looking for a very long-term structured thinking, how many of you heard of these companies, these core consulting companies, BCG, McKinsey, Bain & Co, and all of this? How many of you heard of them? Good, good, good. Because these are the pure consulting firms. There will be a separate session where I explain what Deloitte, EY, and all of these companies do and what these do and why these consulting roles are very different. For example, if you are joining in Deloitte, let's say you're joining and your starting package is 8 lakhs. If you're joining in BCG, your starting package will be 26 lakhs as a CA fresher. This is the difference. There is a 3x difference even as compared to Big Fours. So they're very limited roles. They're very hard to get. The work is also hard, but this is what it is. So consulting is all about that. Okay, this is what the consulting aspect of it. We kind of do small consulting assignments now also. If somebody is seriously interested, you can let us know. This is how it is. Now, what is Him Talks? Now, you might have heard about the Ranveer show, TVR, TRS, yeah, TRS, right? The Ranveer show. Or when you look at this podcasting structure, now Him Talks is all about podcast for professionals. This is podcast for professionals, professional podcasting. But the reason why I'm explaining is, you'll remember when I write it. My writing is not great. The screen is shaking, but then you'll be able to remember. So Him Talks is podcasting, okay? Interviews and all of that. Those who are interested in journalism. So this is where you can start your career. We have done a lot of interviews, high quality professional interviews. So this will become an awareness thing. Okay, it's like it's like Him, where you will get awareness of a lot of things, everything professional. Like we'll interview IAS officers, we'll interview chartered accountants, doctors, so it's like a professional TV. You want to be recognized as the India's only professional channel exclusively focused on certain set of professions, which will give you deep clarity and insights. Like not the regular GAN, not the random GAN. This is how we want to build Him Talks. Next, Him Academy. Earlier we built it Him Academy. Now it has been merged. So we have Consult Him, which is for consulting, Him Talks for conversations, Him Life School for the rest of the things which you are looking at. In Him Life School, Super Student is a product. Super Student is a part of Him Life School. That's the reason why you'll see super student by Himla School. This is a 3-step vision which I have built, and anyone becoming a part of this will get access to everything. Anyone becoming a part of this will get access to everything. So this is what we began with. This is what we discussed. Now moving ahead. So we had all of this guests. I'm just giving you through the journey, and you'll meet him once again today. You just saw the interaction with him. And why do we focus on learning? Because learning is the most important life skill. What I would like to say here is learning is the most important life skill in your life. If you want to improve, you need to learn how to complete auditing, and you need to learn how to learn also. You have to learn how to live. So everything you have to learn. So we are using intelligence to make your learning very structured, organized and systematic. You can learn anything, right? If you learn how to launch a rocket, you'll become a rocket scientist. As simple as it. So before I proceed forward, how many of you here agree that learning is the most important life skill? If I say that learning is the most important life skill, if you agree, if you connect, I want some responses here. Learning is the most important life skill. Perfect. So we're talking about the right thing. So that's what it is, right? We're talking about life, and in life, we're talking about learning as the most important life skill. So we have a concept called learning mission, which we are going to launch next. So all of these are there, but I wanted to get the concepts properly, and I'll skip most of the aspects, but there are areas where I want you to pay attention. I'll hang on there and I'll take you through. So this education plus career, okay? This education plus career, there are two aspects. One is qualification. One is skills. Qualification, skills, and then you have network at the base. Either with a qualification, you always have network. So what happened? My journey after clearing CA, I built an ability to make at least 1 lakh per month with my qualification. So in India, you have to have an ability to make 1 lakh per month with your qualification. Next, I also built the ability to make 1 lakh per month without even talking about my qualification. They didn't even know whether even I crossed graduation. They didn't know because I was only getting it because of my skills. So independently with qualification and with skills, I was able to make 1 lakh by doing active work. Now, what is the next step? I should be able to make 1 lakh passively. That's what gives you financial freedom. As long as you keep working, as long money keeps coming, you don't get freedom. But what is freedom? You should have money. Let's say when I wake up on the first of the month, I should not worry about survival. I should not worry about expenses. Whatever component it is, 50K, 60K, 70K, lifestyle is endless, right? You can spend 1 crore or you can spend 10,000, it's up to you. So you should be in a position to make some amount of money in a passive way. So that is exactly what this is all about. Clear till this point? Clear about the active passive point? So when you're trying to build a career, always be conscious about both these aspects. Do you want to build your revenue based on your qualification? Then the certificate becomes extremely important. You have to stick to a particular domain. If you want to build your revenue based only on skills, that is one thing. A lot of people build revenue only based on the network. They have network, everything happens because of network. And then active or passive. Now I want some responses from you in terms of how do you want to build your career? What is the most important base with which you want to build your career? I want some responses. Is it qualification based, skills based, or network based? Qualification, skills, and network. Qualification, skills, or network. Skill based. Pick up one thing. Pick up one thing. All three will be there. See, all three is a vague answer because you're not thinking clearly. All three will always be there, but you have to focus and fixate upon one thing. Okay, so depending on that, you have to start investing your time. Depending on that, you have to start investing your time. Okay, this is very important for you to think through. Cool. Yes. And once this is done, so wealth, when you're talking about wealth, I'm talking about at least you build a net worth of 10 crore in the next 10 to 15 years. You should have that net worth so that you have a comfortable life, not only your family also. Relationships, first, the personal, intrapersonal relationship, intrapersonal within you, how exactly are you living, and health, both functional health and fitness. When you talk about fitness, it is above what is actually required, and both the emotional concept of health, physical concept of health, all these dimensions has to be built. So In Super Student, you'll experience the rest of them in pieces. In Life Scholar, you'll experience everything in detail. So Life Scholar is a program where it includes career, relationships, health, wealth, everything. That's a different thing. That's a complete component of in Life School. And we want to make life a better living experience. And these are the things which will happen. Like whatever you want to do, these are fundamental. These are fundamental. This should happen for sure, because we spend a lot of time in upgrading your mindset. And that is exactly what I'm doing even right now, even today. So this is the focus area, and rest of the things will happen, they'll follow. And this is what I just discussed. So you have the career part, you have the relations part, professional, personal, health, physical, mental, wealth, liquidity, and long term. So first step, you're trying to build your liquid wealth. 1 lakh per month is where you're starting, and then probably you'll land up at 10 lakhs per month, and long term, at least 10 crores is what you must be looking at. Only a skilled driver can balance the wheels. That is the reason why we talk about personal mastery. You should have that balance within you to balance all the wheels. So this is all about Life Scholar. So Life Scholar, I'm not spending a lot of time. You might be interested in learning mission. So Mom, you already have access. Aha, you already have access. Study Buddy is working. Him and Her is all about relationships. Super Mom is for specific category of people. And Life Scholar is for people who want to balance all the 4 wheels. All the 4 wheels, confusion to clarity, the first step in Life Scholar. Like first you start with confusion to clarity, then it evolves to Life Scholar. And learning mission is something, once you complete Super Student is about your career. You learn only academic things, mostly academic things. Learning mission is learning everything. Learning mission includes learning skills. Super Student is about acquiring qualification. So we focus heavily on skill building, problem solving, decision making. Everything is been divided into these frameworks. We discussed it multiple times. So whatever any reaction which happens to you, this is exactly what you have to heavily focus on. Skill building, problem solving, decision making. Skill building, problem solving, decision making. Okay, so probably I think since we have it here, now let me introduce how we are using these concepts. How we are using these concepts in order to help you clear your exam. Because what exactly is the revised mission, or what exactly are we discussing, why are we doing it? So we are talking about how can someone move from fail to pass, right? How can someone move from fail to pass in 100 days? Now let's look at decision making. Group 1, Group 2, both groups. This is the decision 1. Next, decision number 2, source of learning. Books versus classes. Books versus classes. Third decision, what is the overall strategy? Overall strategy, you have to decide, right? What exactly is the overall strategy? And next, what is the daily schedule? Daily schedule. These are some of the aspects which you need to decide. So, scope of study, sources of study, strategy, schedule. We have 4S, right? Scope of study, source of study, strategy, schedule. These are the 4 aspects, and everything will be customized. So this is exactly what happens in the decision making step. So this is the component which includes planning. What is decision making? Planning. Done. Next, let's come to problem solving. So when I talk about problem solving, let's say we're talking about mindset related problems. Mindset related problems. Overthinking, fear of failure, restlessness, negativity, anxiety. So all of this are routine related problems. Inconsistency, procrastination. This is all routine related because you're not able to do the same thing every single day. Lethargy. So all of this are routine related problems. Similarly, syllabus completion. For example, for syllabus completion, in terms of problems, slow learning process, slow learning. Let's say in revision, let's say poor memory. In presentation, vague answers. So these are the problems you're having. Problems. Now skills. What are skills which you have to build? What are the skills? So skills are value addition. Problems are what will stop you. What are the skills? You have to enhance your focus. So we talk about focus slots. What exactly that next skill? You need to increase your patience, or let's call it resilience. Resilience is the ability to withstand any type of system. So when you're looking into the routine building, you're being resilient. You're not, your body is not dancing to your mood swings. So the problems which is created by the mind would no longer reflect in the body. You're understanding? So this is how things will work out. So this is clear. Are we clear about you're getting the hang of things, like how we can appropriate various things in skills, further skills, your ability to learn faster, speed reading, precise writing, answers writing in a structured manner. For this, you are doing PPTs to make sure your writing becomes precise. Speed reading or longer memory. So you're also working on memory. You're using FER. Are we clear till this point? Are you able to find the correlations? Clear? Yes or no? This is how we can break up anything into either of this. Anything into either of this. This is exactly how we solve problems for different categories of people. Now, let's say there are qualified CS. Now, somebody wants to come as learning mission for qualified CS. Decision making. Which career stream? Audit versus tax. This is one problem. A bigger problem is practice versus job. Far more bigger problem is employment versus entrepreneurship. Next, solo versus startup mode. Startup. Next one to start, bootstrapped versus fundraising. If you want to raise funds, angel investors versus VC funding. So there are hundreds of things which you have to take decisions, right? This is it. Concept. Let's say problem solving. What are the problems? Idea. Your idea is not clear. Your idea is vague. Market validation. You don't know whether the market would require your idea or not. Or let's say pricing. You don't know how to price. Or revenue. You are not able to generate enough revenue. Or profitability. These are all different problems. Now skills. Now skills. In your career, there are endless skills. Or let's say it starts with spreadsheets. You need to be good at using spreadsheets. And most importantly, you should be very good at three things: your ability to read, your ability to write, your ability to speak. If you want to become an entrepreneur, that's what I'm good at, right? Read, write, speak. If you're good at this, basic issues will be sorted. And most of this, once you're done with read, write, speak, then the super ability comes. Listen. Listening is a super skill. Listening is harder than speaking. Listening is harder than speaking. So all of this becomes quintessential in a career. Now technical skills. Let's say you want to get into project finance. If you want to get into project finance, you should be good at prediction. Should be good at prediction. If you want to get into stocks, you should be getting good at analysis, especially how do you analyze things, how do you analyze trends. So as this is exactly how you need to build things. You need to work upon what exactly are the skills which are required in the job market, right? So is this example clear? There are many things further, but you're getting the hang. How do you divide any stage of your life into problems? If it is clear, I'll give you one more example. Is it clear for all of you? Clear, guys? Now, finally, how do we apply life into this? Decision making. Should I continue CA? Let's say decision. Should I continue CA? If yes, single or both. This is one decision. If yes, with job or not? If yes, with coaching or mentorship? If yes, should I study in the morning or evening? If yes, how much exam leave should I take? So there are range of decisions which are interlinked. Now, if there is a mother, if there is a young mother who is linked to this, if I have to start studying, should my kid send kid to a play school, or should I hire someone, or should I bring my parent, and all of this. In general, here you have financial issues. Should I focus on finance directly? See, you can make money without building a career. Making money is also a different thing, right? A lot of people make money, they have money, but they don't have a career. How many of you understand the difference between finance and career? Money is different, right? You can build a career, independent of this, right? Fair enough. Now skills, now multiple skills. Let's say a lot of people cannot negotiate, a lot of people cannot articulate. Now health is also an issue, relationships issue. So there are various things, various aspects which you have to work upon. You don't know what to know, and skill, clarity is a skill. You are not clear about things. You cannot articulate things. You cannot negotiate. You cannot observe things. So there are a lot of things, which are linked to life in general. So every situation of life, if you start building in this framework, decision making, problem solving, skill building, things will become very easy for you, right? So this is how we can work upon this matrix. Now, straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. Straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. Now, using this principle, we'll tell you in the next 10 minutes about how we can help you clear this exam. Okay, this is the most important slide which you have to pay attention. So I'll explain this using this slide. So straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. I'll explain what we are doing for you. Now, let's say you have to move from you're able to see this. I think I'm not able to write. Fail to pass, right? Fail to pass. Now we looked at 3 categories. So what we are doing from now is we looked at 3 categories. Category number 1, they cleared. One group is done. One group is already done. Only one group is left. One group is only left. So when you have this only one group, let's say you're stuck at 160. Now, how can you move from 160 to 220, right? You don't have to worry about anything. You're not worried that you have to clear CA or not. You have to write. There is no decision making involved. It is very simple. How can you improve your score? I would say skill building. How can you improve your ability to move from 160 to 220? This is simple. Now, let's say this is first group. Now, what happens? First group, there are 4 subjects: FR, SFM, audit, and law. If somebody has to handle these 4 papers, on average, we should increase your score from, in each subject, let's say 15 to 12 marks you have to improve. 12 to 15 marks you have to improve in each subject. Now, what are we going to do? What are we going to do this? We are calling it called Score Improvement Program. Score Improvement Program. This is Score Improvement Program because you are improving from here to here. Now, how will we improve? For each subject, you'll have a CA For FR, you'll have a CA. For SFM, you'll have a CA. For audit, a CA. For law, there'll be 4 exemption experts. There'll be 4 exemption experts for each of the subject. 1, 2, 3, 4. You'll get direct access to them. Plus, there is one CA who is actually taking care of the group aggregate. Because right now, what I make sure I handle all the aspects of your preparation, right? We have to handle mindset, routine, syllabus completion, exam presentation, revision, everything. So here, each CA specific focus is to help every student move from 37 to 50 or 40 to 60, whatever it is. So in score improvement program, we have 2 groups only. We will only pick up people who are writing only group 1 or group 2. When you're done with one group, these are applicable because there is no decision making involved. We are forever confused between first group and second group. It's pointless because you don't know what to focus on. Because this is exactly how we are going to do. Now, either group 1 or group 2, there are 3 things. First 30 days, next 40 days, next 30 days. Last 30 days, we have revision. Next 40 days, you have 10-day strategy into 4 subjects. First 30 days, you'll have 1 week base camp, 7 into 4. So you'll have 2 cycles. You'll have 2 cycles of syllabus completion because you're only writing 1 group. You have 2 cycles. Now, why are you putting in so much effort? Because nothing should stop you from becoming a CA. Nothing should stop you from becoming a CA. How many of you are in this condition, like where you're left with only 1 group to clear CA? Where you're left with only 1 group to clear CA? If you're left with only 1 group to clear CA, please type which group. Please type second, whatever it is. Please type your group directly. Okay, Nitisha, only 3 papers. Please type your group. Please type your group. Those who are in this scenario, please type your group. So Prem is in group 1. Deepak is in group 2. Durga, group 1. Manogna is group 1 already, yes. Mitesh, group 2. Arun, group 2. Pranay, group 2. Only group 2. See, this I'm asking for people who are left with only group 2. Like if you're, I'm not asking who are writing only group 2, who are left with only group 2. This is the first preference. Okay, now I'll explain you the difference between Super 36 and this. In Super 36, we'll have to take care of everything because we see in the morning, we spend 3 hours on working on your mindset, routine, and all of that. A lot of things are happening. Now, some of you are already sorted. Probably most of you get sorted within 2-3 weeks. Some of might take longer. If you think that you're sorted, your mindset is sorted, your routine is sorted, you just want to focus on syllabus completion. You just want to focus on your revision and exam presentation. So we don't emphasize much. That anyways happens. See, the basic routine part and mindset part, that access will be there. But here, heavy focus on syllabus completion, exam revision, exam presentation. Almost 90% focus on these 3 aspects. Now, when syllabus completion comes into picture, more than I focus on the psychology part. Now we focus more on the subject parts. So I'll explain all of this in the 100-day walkthrough, but I'm just giving you a context. So people who are contemplating about this specific aspects, now this is a best fit for you where we are moving from this. Let's say by now you're already sorted with mindset routine. This is completely done. Okay, this is one thing. We'll explain the transition part and all of this, but this is exclusively to move from a particular score. We'll pick up from 120. Even if you score 120, that's totally fine. 120 plus we'll pick up and we'll land you in 220 plus. So even if we're working, that's also fine. We'll have some basic conditions. If working at full time, will not make a lot of difference because we have time. So 100 days is what we're looking at for this. Okay, this is about the score improvement program. Now, the other one, which we have, the second concept which you're talking about, let's say what happens in Super 36. Now, Super 36, we're starting with the mindset. This is the routine. So we put a lot of time. A lot of people are stuck here, mindset and routine. And once this is done, it will also help with syllabus, will help with revision, will help with exam presentation. Now here in Super 36, here 50% focus is on here. Mindset plus routine are, if you look at efforts, 50% focus is here. So because for many people, if your mindset and routine is not sorted, if your mindset and routine is not sorted, how would you move there? So there are certain category of people who would need this. So that is the reason why we have created the group environment and all of that. So for people who want study to happen like a picnic or classroom environment, so this is the best fit. So this, it is flexible. Super 36 is flexible because whether you're writing one group, you're writing both groups, we give the flexibility. If you want to upgrade to both groups, you don't have to pay anything, you just continue, we'll give you a different plan. If you want to write only one group, that is also okay. So there is a lot of flexible, okay? It is quite flexible. So this is the difference between S36 versus score improvement program. So these are the two things which you already understand. And finally, we have the flagship, I would say, our gold standard thing, Pro. Now, what happens in Pro? Pro is like one-to-one, 1 year support. These are the 3 advantages. First is one-to-one, and you will have up to 1 year support. So because we'll help you, because Super 36 is for 1 attempt. SIP is for improvement program is also for 1 attempt. Pro is like 1 year and it's completely one-to-one. You'll get support up to 1 year. See, just because 1 year we don't delay that attempt. We ideally try to crack it because 1 year or 6 months we charge the same. The whole point is how can I help you faster to clear without taking a lot of risk or increasing the probability. So it is one-to-one. You'll have a one-to-one support. So what happens is every 10 days you'll be given a target, like it's personalized. No? Everything is customized there, but here it's personalized. One-to-one will sit in a Zoom call, only you and me. That's it. And it happens for 1 year. And the best part is you get access to both Super 36 plus SIP across the 1 year. 2 batches of Super 36 and 2 batches of SIP. You can access everything. It's like an all-inclusive membership. So this is exactly what works in Pro. So this structure is why we are using the straight line. So in this straight line, SIP becomes a straight line for certain category of people who are left with only group 1. Pro becomes a straight line for certain class of professionals or CA families or people who value time. This is straight line, 1 year journey. It's like a life transformation journey. Not just CA, it's completely because they have personal access to me. This is what it is. Super 36, it's an all-inclusive. Like you have everything in this. Everything is included in this. So it's a very decent price point. So this exactly are the steps which we are going to solve. Like these are the 3 things which we are giving to help you enhance the precision of the preparation. Will also help you handhold and take the decision. So everything will be streamlined into this. So this is exactly what is happening. So now imagine for one group, you'll have 5 people in score improvement program. And Pro anyways will get access to that. Super 36, the access is a little bit different because we are focusing on 5 different things. Clear? Yes. So I hope you understood what we are planning to do. You understood what the approach in which we are going. Now let's start with the journeys. We discussed a lot about Super CS Summit. Now let us start with the journeys. How it is actually done. How it is actually done by a certain segment of students, by a certain class of students. Now let me bring to you a super student, or I should I call a super mom, because she is someone who has inspired a lot of people, someone who has made it possible that even people who are working can go ahead and clear. Let me bring her introduction first before I bring the person directly. So I'm sharing the screen. So we have our super mom or super student, Akshari, who actually made this possible. So let me quickly show her journey. She shared her short video. I'll play that and further we'll bring her on board. Yeah, so this is she actually for you. I hope the screen is visible for you.
Hi, I'm CA Akshari, a young mom who qualified in November 2022 exams. I was stuck in the loop of May-November cycle with many attempts. I came to know about Sir's program and I joined. I got to know the root cause of my failure and my mindset changed regarding exams. The 50-minute slot helped me to get back the focus and I was able to concentrate more on every subject. The endgame optimization helped me to deal the 3 hours in exams very well because it was all about writing mock exams. I was able to deal the most difficult paper easily without stress and anxiety because of box breathing technique. The 50 hours challenge which Sir gave helped me to complete the weakest subject in 50 hours and I was exam ready and I was more confident. Thank you so much for all the wonderful life-changing lessons which you have taught and all the exam-related strategies which helped me to sail through this exam successfully. Thank you, sir.
So that is actually for you.
Hi, I'm CA Akshari, a young mom.
You can unmute yourself, Akshari.
Yeah. Hello, sir. Good to see you here.
Great to have you
I
back.
feel so good to be back here.
So in a
Thank
very
you.
different capacity. So the video and the person live in front of you, all of you. So guys, everyone, welcome Akshari. Just drop her a message.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Feels so good to be back here to talk to you, sir.
So actually, before we get into the slides, the best part which happens today is we want to keep it raw and real.
Okay.
So what was the trigger? Let's say you're somewhere, we are somewhere. Now you are in a journey where you explained it's a very long journey. So what was the trigger which got connected to us? What was triggered?
Yeah. Randomly, I was seeing some YouTube videos, and starting there will be a ad, right? So in that ad, I saw you, and that just 1 minute ad inspired me so much, and I thought I should contact you because you were the right person for me. Because I was just stuck in so many attempts, so I thought I should definitely contact you. So I pinged you, and I got in touch with you and your program, and then I didn't turn back at all.
Okay, this is interesting because yesterday itself I was discussing, let's go organic, no more ads, nothing. We'll only direct. So this is a bit complicated.
This was 3 years.
No, that's fine. So marketing works, okay, good. So my marketing team would be pushing me for a budget. Good.
Yeah,
So,
no, that was an amazing ad actually.
okay, thank
There
you.
was no promotion or nothing was there. Just direct message to the student. So that was a good one.
Good. So what happened then? You saw that, and what happened next?
I saw, and you had told one point that you should analyze the root cause of your failure. So I never realized what was the exact reason of my failure in the past attempts. So I thought I should definitely talk to you. Then I joined the program, and you explained in the 5 days workshop we had. So you explained like what exactly was going wrong, and you were just reading from my mind, I felt. So what was going in my mind, everything you told, that I couldn't figure it out. But so then I realized like what was exactly wrong in my preparation and in my studies. So then I changed my way of studying, and I changed the way of approaching the exam. So that really helped me because the past attempts, I was so anxious, nervous, and stressed because of exams. Just thinking of May, I used to feel so stressed. So that May, November only felt like, oh my God, I don't like May, November. But after joining the program, I realized that I should first control my stress levels, and then I should really concentrate. And the word you said, confidence is always a consequence. That was a game changer for me because I never had confidence, even though I studied for n number of hours.
Right.
Then I realized all my mistakes, and I started changing. And you helped me a lot in changing my mindset. from a normal student to a super student, I can say.
Wonderful. So actually, so far there are 2 steps. Now you are in your life, there is a trigger. It could be a video, whatever it is. Sometimes it's a mail. So a lot of people ignore that. Now we're talking about opportunity. When there's an opportunity, had you ignored that, probably it would have a different. So one is opportunity. You encased opportunity. Next is trust. You took a decision to go forward. I think all the people who are inside the Zoom room right now already went through that. Now I'm trying to map their journey with yours. They saw an opportunity, they took the trust step, they're inside the program now. From here, what has to happen? Because this time, we want to increase the certainty. Anyone coming in this, it should become like a pipeline, fail to pass pipeline. So this journey is what they're excited about, and this is the reason why I've been keeping them excited over the last week, 10 days, where Akshay will take you through a journey. So what I'll do is, I'm handing over this, I'm showing the slides which you prepared, I'm sharing on the screen.
Yeah, sure.
And you can take them through your fabulous journey yourself. Okay?
Yeah.
So is this screen visible for all of you?
Yeah.
So yes, so Akshay saw herself here again. That's a good feeling, right? Watching your own video.
Yeah, so good feeling.
Yes,
I
actually,
never thought I'll be here talking to everyone.
That's nice. You'll talk to, like, you'll be famous all across India because there are a lot of mothers. So that is something which is going to happen. Actually, it's going to be a brand. Now let's start with this. Like, fighters never fail. Now let's start the base here. Now, why is it difficult for a young mother? And what about this fighting spirit?
Like after marriage, we have some family responsibilities, and people see a married woman in a different perspective. So she need to balance the family as well as career or whatever she wants to do.
So why is the fighting spirit important? So what you are trying to say is, a married woman will have higher responsibilities, right? As compared to a regular woman, you're talking about it. Now, in terms of the fighting spirit, why is the fight important? Like, why can't you just prepare?
I mean, there is some void feeling if we don't fight. I feel we always need to fight for our rights, and whatever dream we had, we really need to accomplish that, and we need to talk to people and explain our dreams to them, and just start. If at all you are stuck in the career, or if at all you're stuck in something.
Understood. So that's what is about the fight. Now these are the scores. Okay, so this is an attempt where you got this, but you missed the first group narrowly. And then you come back and finish. So in terms of the scores, you got 65 in DT, like which is not very common because all the score sheets which we show, the average which you show is 45, 50, where IDT scorecard is 65. How did you manage to get 65 in DT?
DT was my favorite subject, and even in IPCC I got 64. So DT was always my favorite subject. So I studied more. And anyways, I wrote the mock exams which you gave every week, the end game optimization, 3 hours, 2 hours, 1 hour exam. That helped me a lot to prepare for DT, because I was a little bit weak in costing. So I wanted to manage that with tax. So I had an aim to score exemption in DT. So I studied, I worked out, and definitely the 3 hours exam helped me a lot, because just to plan that 3 hours, that every week exam helped me so much to manage the 3 hours in exam, and I could attempt more than 90 marks in almost all subjects. And especially DT will always be lengthy, but I used to manage that 3 hours because of the 3 hours mock exam I wrote.
Right. So let's say that is what you have done, you have achieved it. Now what I want is, because of you, your primary role will be of 2 things. All women, young mothers, you are the mentor, right? Because I'm not a mother, I should not come and talk about it. See, as a father and mother role is different. Mother role is far more complex. Mother is the first mentor for anything. So that category, you are the face. You are going to take care of that. All women and mothers and all that segment, you will be the face of it. That is one. And second, for everyone, how are you going to help a student stuck at, guys, can you please mention your scores who are writing your group 2 or who are stuck with group 2? What are your average DT scores which are bothering you? Just mention your scores, we'll get an idea. Who are writing both groups or group 2, what is your score in the previous DT? So generally, most of them who are not able to clear group 2 are getting stuck under 36 to 40. So 35, 36 is where their average is stuck. So we want to lift it to the higher side of 50. Right now, we're able to do it for 47, 48 is happening. Now I want to make it cross 50. So what is your approach towards DT? If you see a lot of people 30 to 35, 35, 30, 38, see, most of them in that below range who have cleared, right?
Yeah.
So how can we take the average? Because IDT is sorted, elective is sorted, audit is sorted, SPRE will be taking care of SFM, like major papers are sorted. Now DT is the biggest game changer and STMP is also the next step which you are going to take. So quickly explain, how are you going to help the students improve in DT?
Okay. Firstly, DT is a very vast subject and the syllabus is so much. We need to divide that into A, B and C categories. But all A, B, C are important because of MCQs, anywhere, any questions can be asked. So we need to focus on A and B chapters first. And then definitely we shouldn't leave C category. As sir says, it's not A, B and C, it's A plus, A and B. There is no C category. And we need to definitely write mock exams. That will be a real game changer for everyone, I feel.
So there are two things which you added. One is like prioritization and in terms of marks. So what I'll do is, we'll do a separate session exclusively on DT. Right? Because it's more about the life story. So we'll do a separate session, most likely within 10 days, exclusive on DT where you work on it. How somebody can finish it in 10 days, okay? This is the context.
Okay.
Next, this is what you mentioned, like you're qualified. I started classes with sir, I analyzed what really went wrong, which we discussed this. So you mentioned about consequence, and you mentioned about root cause of your failure. Like, can you explain what was the root cause? What did you evolve?
Yeah, I used to just randomly study everything, and I was worried about the entire syllabus, finishing the entire syllabus. But I was not focused on the important aspects, the key words, key points in each and everything. Right. And then the 3 hours, I was very poor in handling the 3 hours exam because I used to get stuck in one question for 1 hour. For almost 16 marks, I used to take 1 hour. So because of that, I could never attempt more than 50 or 60 in exams.
Nice.
So that was the root cause of my failure, I felt. So that which I changed later. So that helped me to improve my scores in all the subjects.
Guys, hope you're taking notes, all of you. You're taking notes. We'll share the summary. But apart from that, like she mentioned 2 things. DT, the first one, you have to break down. You need to prioritize things. Second, write more exams. Number 3, increase the number of marks in the attempt. You have to, these are the pointers. These are the reason why you are coming. Okay, so start taking notes. Next, you mentioned few lessons told by sir went deep. This is confidence, affiliation, not only improvement studies and content, but also with personality. Now, what do you mean by personality here? Like you mentioned about studies and confidence. So what exactly is the overall personality improvement? What do you mean by that?
I used to feel so stressed, and I used to show my stress towards my family members. Even I didn't leave my son. So
that's the reason why he's looking at you like this.
I was really frustrated. So I didn't know how to come out of that frustration. So that way I was showing it to my parents, my husband, my son. So I think after attending your session, I realized what was going wrong. So I definitely need to change my personality. Once you had mentioned, you need to talk, and you need to open up with your family members and talk what exactly you need to do. So one day I sat and spoke with my family members, and they understood my feelings and they really supported. So that was a real overall personality change in me, I felt. I could handle the stress more easily after I attended your sessions, and box breathing definitely helped me so much. Even in exam hall, I used to do box breathing just before they gave the question paper. I used to do box breathing so that all my stress and anxiety level vanished.
Wonderful. So we're talking about not just the preparation part. It is important to handle the stress, which is overshooting to the family members.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a very, very important point. Very, very important point. Yes, not just yourself, it is hurting because that have long-term consequences. Very, very good point. So that's the reason why I mentioned I was able to deal with things of day-to-day life more efficiently than before. His videos made me stronger and helped me come out of the short time guilt of not giving time to my son and family. Okay, good. Whenever I lost focus due to distractions and thoughts flowing in and out, I was able to get back to the 15-minute slot with a timer. You're talking about the focus block slot, 50 minutes, right?
Yeah, no, one day I messaged you, I'm not able to study, I'm just stressed. And then you told you just forget everything. You just keep a timer for 50 minutes and just study for 50 minutes. Don't think of anything else. That really helped me to come back. So because I started after a long gap, so I was distracted very easily. So that helped me so much.
Perfect, perfect. So guys, importance of FBS. I'm not going to take anything. I'm not even to say it again. So FBS is super important. Just this is what you have to understand. Next, the emails sent by sir a few days before the exams were eye-openers. One of them which kept remaining was what's done is done. It cannot be undone. Yes, that's what we had a discussion. This is the starting point, day -1. However, I can change what can happen next. Yes, the 50-hour challenge helped me very much to complete my weaker subject. So that's the reason why in Score Improvement program we are doing it twice, 2 times 50-hour challenge.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's good.
Yeah, what I was discussing is because in Score Improvement program, which will be part of a group 2, we'll do this. Let's say 100 days. In the first 30 days, 1 week strategy. All 4 papers, 1 week strategy. We'll borrow some time from elective and give it to DT. You will get more time even in the 1 week time. So 7 into 4, 30 days, done. Next, 10 days for each subject. 10 into 4, second time syllabus completion. 30 days, 70 days. Next 30 days, 50-hour challenge is done in 4 days, right? We'll do it twice. So this is the path for somebody to move from 120 to 220. And you will be taking care of DT. This is the whole game. And next, she rightly said that exam is all about 3 years. How we manage stress and write. I was not at all stressed during exams. I was relaxed. I practiced box breathing before I received the paper, and in a cool mindset, I handled the paper. Wonderful. So box breathing, visualizing. We did this for 40 minutes today. Now this is the whole point.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It is so important. It is so important that on the day of the exam, they understand. When it happens, nobody realizes. So you came back and wrote this visualizing technique and box breathing. We did for 40 minutes till the exam point. So that is exactly.
That's nice.
We'll focus on that. And endgame optimization, when we realize that where I am lagging those 3 years, it helped me so much to complete the exam paper in time. When I cleared, your words, fighter never fail, motivated me to start again without failing up. And finally, a chartered accountant. Big shout out to Hima for teaching all of this. Fantastic. So this journey, I believe you can replicate to 10 more women at least. This set up.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. 10 women, you decide. Whoever want actually, you decide. So you can replicate it. Probably you can use the same, testimonial, change your name. That is the level of pressure which we are following. The same referencing. Okay.
Correct.
So this is what is going to happen. And let's let me run through this 3 things which improved in my life after clearing CA. Okay, this is the format which we worked upon. Yes.
Yeah.
So can you explain about this particular thing actually?
Yeah. I really got a huge respect from so many people, even known people, unknown people, my father's clients, and so many people. They congratulated me, and a few of my relatives and few others made fun of me for writing exams again and again. And then a few also thought I was just simply wasting time studying and not giving time to my family. So all those people came and congratulated me, and they thought I would never complete doing CA. So all those people who commented negatively on me, they personally came and congratulated me. That was the biggest memorable moment in my life after I became a CA, I feel.
Wonderful. This is inspiring. Now, what's the next part? You got a sense of accomplishment?
Yeah, I got a sense of accomplishment and happiness and satisfaction in life, because though I had everything in life, all the good things in life, I was always feeling low. There was some emptiness, and I was always feeling incomplete within me, and I was sad because I left the course for 4 years. I didn't write exams. and I failed for 5 times continuously. So after clearing all that void and unhappiness vanished, and I got complete satisfaction in life.
So good to know about this. Fantastic. And this is the third change. Yeah. So what happened with your office people?
Yeah. Those who are stuck in so many attempts, I used to give example of my own life, and I used to inspire them just to start writing. If at all you are stuck within 150, 180, or above 180, definitely you need to fight back and just finish it off. So I always used to inspire all my office people who are writing intermediate, especially people are stuck in intermediate in our office. So I used to give my own example, and I helped them to fight back without giving up so easily.
That's good to know. Fantastic, actually. And what exactly are the specific improvements after joining? Because students have to focus. We teach too many things. Now, what helped you the most?
I think I was lacking in the 3 hours exam handling skill. I was lacking, and the studying and focus part I was lacking, and I didn't know how to manage the entire syllabus properly. So I think that helped after joining your mentorship program.
So first is the exam attempts, right? This is something which you're able to pick up.
Multiple attempts I had. So I was able to manage that very well after attending your mentorship program. And even I was able to complete 90 marks in all subjects. Even the lengthiest paper, I was able to complete 90 marks. I never did that in all my previous attempts. I didn't even cross above 60.
Okay, perfect. So this is, I think you have been emphasizing on this actually a lot, where it is important for people to attempt all the 3 hours, entire 3 hours, right? You're not able to do it. Okay.
Yeah, and because we always feel we haven't completed studying, we'll first complete the syllabus and then we will write exams. But that then will never happen, and entire syllabus completion will also never happen. So we need to focus. If we have completed 50 to 60%, we need to focus on we need to focus on improving our writing. Because I feel each and every student I met in my office, they were lacking in that exam writing skill. So people lose because they couldn't manage the 3 hours in exams.
This is clear. The third one, you're talking about focus and concentration. So what actually happened with this technique? What's the change which you noticed?
You had given 3 hours time slot of from morning, afternoon, and evening, right? So that helped me because I didn't had a particular timing to study. So the 50 minutes time slot you had told, we need to just keep the timer and just sit only for 50 minutes and then give a break of 10 minutes, then again only for 50 minutes. So that helped me because I always used to get lost and I used to have so many distractions. So I was thinking, okay, first 50 minutes I'll study. Okay, then only 10 minutes, and 10 minutes I'll get a break. So that helped me to come back. So after I did this for 1 month, I never needed a timer or anything because my mind was focused. Yeah.
So your mind naturally became focused without the need for anything. So, So guys, for the rest of you, see, it is important. Initially, you may not be able to get the hang of everything at once, but you need to work on it. So that eventually happens. You don't have to use the timer all the time, but initially it works. Yes, good. And I want you to take us through the overall journey the way you want. I don't have any questions here. Your journey. Over to you.
Okay. My CA journey is a very long journey because I started in 2008 and I cleared CPT in my second attempt. I got married in 2009 and I passed IPCC after my marriage in my fourth attempt, and I got exemption in DT. Later, I joined for articleship in 2011. My husband moved, he is a software engineer. He moved to US because of work. I couldn't go because I was in my articleship period. And then after I completed my articleship, I shifted back to US. And then every May, November, every year I used to come back to India just to give exams, and I had so many relatives to comment for that as well. Then after I wrote from May 2014 till May 2016 I wrote, and after that we had some visa issue, and then I was so worried about people commenting about all my results, and they were more curious about the result, and each time they were asking what happened to your result and when will I have a baby. So I really got fed up. And meanwhile, we also had visa issue, and I couldn't travel after May 2016. Then I enjoyed my stay in US. We traveled a lot, but there was some unhappiness inside because I left writing exams. And then in 2019, we came back to India, and I delivered a baby boy in January 2019. 1 year just passed away. And then I always felt unhappy, and I was not happy. I was always felt incomplete. I never shared this with anyone in my family also. My father is a CA, so nobody in my family pressurized me to do CA initially. And later also, nobody forced me to start my CA journey again. But somewhere I felt I'm incomplete without completing the course which I took. So then finally in 2020, my husband encouraged me to start studying. So then Corona holidays came, and that was a blessing in disguise for me, because I stayed in my parents' house. We were stuck in my parents' house, and all my books were there. So then from I think Feb 2020, I started studying, and November 20, I wrote. And nobody outside or inside my family, the outer circle of the relatives, they never came to know, because everywhere there was lockdown, and everyone thought I would never study again as I had a small boy. And then after that, I wrote in November 20 and July 21, and finally in December 21, I cleared second group. And all my attempts, I wrote both the groups together. And when I cleared in December 21, I got an exemption in DT. And FRO from old syllabus, I got exemption. So that was the last attempt for old syllabus. So that was also a blessing for me, because I was able to study the remaining 3 papers in new syllabus. There was no much changes in them. And in November 22, I cleared group 1. And in December, and in 2021, I met Himakant sir. And then I think if I take the number of attempts after I met you, I can take I cleared in 3 attempts.
I understand, but that too with the COVID, like at that point of time.
Yeah, and it was not at all easy to start my journey of studies, because I first 2 attempts I wrote. I met you in 2021 after July exams, and then December I cleared. So if I tell you in that sense, I cleared in 1 attempt after I joined your program. But after I restarted, I can say in my 3rd attempt I cleared.
So post-COVID worked for you.
Yeah, post-COVID worked for me.
And overall, this is scary. 10th attempt, but still, this is like
10th attempt I cleared a second group, and in my 8th attempt I cleared a first group.
Wonderful, wonderful. And what about this?
Now, when I just sit back and think about all the journey, I feel so good, because in between I was so frustrated and felt guilty of not giving time to my baby. But as you always reminded, it's just a short time guilt. You need to come out of it, and you need to focus on studies, forgetting everything. And you have a supporting family. So your mother will take care of your son, your husband will take care of it. So now I feel my son, who is 4 years old now, who is in LKG, he feels so proud to tell his teachers that his mother is a chartered accountant like his grandfather. And even he says we need to stick a CA sticker in our car like grandfather's car. And he now itself says, I'll also become a chartered accountant like you. So that's
Crazy,
a huge accomplishment for me, I feel.
Wonderful. All this at 4 years.
Yeah, at 4 years.
And finally, what's your closing set of things to the students who are here?
I just want to tell everyone, and it's my sincere request to everyone, just to fight back. Don't give up your studies because of past failures. If at all you have given up at some point of time, just restart your studies. Do not stop until you achieve your success. See, I am a married woman and I made time to study. So, and definitely you can, I feel. And I wish each and everyone present here to be a chartered accountant very soon.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you for sharing your valuable experiences, Akshari. And
thank
for
you
all
so
those,
much, sir, for having me here.
It's like, guys, share your wishes for her, whatever you felt after listening to her fantastic story. She'll come back and spend a lot of time. We have one line of appreciation for her, one line of appreciation for Akshari. All of you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, each and everyone. I wish you all the best. I want everybody to sit in front of Himakant sir and share your journey soon after November 23.
No, they'll sit in front of you. You are going to make them clear. Why would I sit in front of your mentor? So that is something which your role, that's a further promotion, right?
Yeah, correct.
Now, what is a bigger promotion? You sharing or you making others share, right?
Yeah, I making others share.
So obviously that is what you should look at. Now I just want to watch idly. I don't want to coordinate. My head is aching. Like I have a physical session today in the branch. It's raining in Hyderabad. Should it be online, offline? A lot of things are happening. Next session, coordination. I'm done with this. So I want you guys to take care of things. So actually, and for the rest of you, I think one question which might pop up in your mind. Is it okay after clearing 6 attempts? Is it okay after clearing 7 attempts and all of that? That is something which, because Chadvari cleared during COVID, she also got 4 exemptions in all 4 papers, especially after 9 attempts. So after clearing, she asked me the same question. Like, sir, is it okay? Because when I'm applying to the campus, how would they look at me or what should I do? I said something on the top of the resume, write this. Conquered COVID. First, she got COVID. All her family members got COVID.
Yeah, I have family members. Yeah,
Conquered
I remember
COVID,
her story.
Full stop. Failed 9 times. Write this. Failed 9 times. Still cleared CA.
Yeah.
This is the message. Now you say, which school would not hire you? Now there are a set of people. There are a set of people who want resilience. There's somebody who wants speed. That's okay. Because companies see. When I have to talk about first attempt, I would always say, because it's efficient way of doing it. But what you have done is, because rather I would hire somebody like you in my startup, because startups fail multiple times. There is not one single startup which succeeded in the first attempt. There are hundreds of iterations. So we want people who don't give up.
Correct.
People who are not restless and something like that. So this is what it is. Now you have done something remarkable, which a lot of people are not able to do. Now this is see, if someone is miserable before clearing and after clearing, when will you be happy? Now is this a new problem for others? So all the people who are thinking about the attempts, don't care. You say it. Don't worry about whether they ask it or not.
Nobody will ask. Nobody will ask in how many attempts you cleared, because people will forget in how many attempts we wrote. They just remember, okay, we finally cleared. And even I have few of my friends who cleared in multiple attempts, and they are in Big 4 and all. So definitely attempts is not a matter, I feel. But obviously first attempt is the best attempt. But if at all you're stuck, definitely you need to finish it off soon.
Wonderful, wonderful. And guys who want to get connected with LinkedIn, with Akshari, you can get her connected on LinkedIn. So you can reach her on LinkedIn. I've shared her profile. So Akshari is going to post about you guys. Like what we'll do is, we'll do this. All of you, quickly switch on your videos. All of you. And before that, I think Akshari has shared me something. Okay, I think it is there. Right. Your family photo is here. I wanted to show it from a WhatsApp. Okay, let me share it.
Yeah,
you shared it, right? In the
I shared it at the end.
I'll do that. She shared it. So this is Akshari's family, and I said CA is a family course, fantastic family, squad, father CA, son CA. How cool it is. Like my dad is a CA, my son is a CA. That's a fantastic.
Yeah.
Akshari's family. Yes, Akshari, you're adding something?
No, he's my father. I was about to tell.
One in the blue?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, good.
And
So-
she's my mother, and she took care of my son since he was 1 year old. I was just staying in my parents' house and I studied.
Like
And
she's a
my
super mom.
Yeah, correct. And even my in-laws were very supportive.
Wonderful.
And everybody wanted me to pass. They prayed for me and they did whatever they can.
Wonderful. So this is a perfect example saying CA is a family course, right?
Correct.
So CA is a family course. It is literally CA is a family course. Yes. Wonderful. And yeah, so what was the biggest change in your preparation? So you mentioned that 3R exams, right? This is one thing.
Yeah,
There's closing
yeah.
remarks. This is what you have to note down and take away. So you have to make sure you write exams. Exam mistake tracker. Done. Next part, a lot of people find it hard. Yeah. So how can somebody decide? Let's say somebody's watching, still not understanding whether should they join this program or not. What is your advice for them?
Just don't think too much, just join, because November is the last attempt for old syllabus. So it will be easy if you join. So because you cannot handle all the stress alone. So if there is someone to take care of you and who can hold your hand and guide, that will be really helpful.
Perfect. And that is going to be you. So you're making a self pitch for yourself. Yes. And finally, you are done it. Let's say you have to recommend this SUPERCA 6 to someone. Let's say you're someone in your closest family, someone in your professional circle. What is the pitch? How would you introduce SUPERCA 6 to them?
I didn't get your question.
No, the same thing. Let's say if you see a lot of people, because when people say that, sir, I try to explain about this program to my friend, they did not understand. No, this is an articulation problem. They understand what it is, but they cannot explain it to someone. Now, this is the set of people who want to refer this program to their friends. How would you explain this to someone who don't know about anything about us?
Okay. So first of all, if you are stuck in so many attempts, definitely you need to come back and join this program. And then if at all you're not able to focus or concentrate, you definitely need to come and join Super 36 program. And then if at all you're stuck because of for the exams, you're not able to handle the stress and you're not able to handle the 3 hours, definitely you need to come and join the program, I feel.
Wonderful. That's a very beautiful way of explanation. And this is the next steps, actually. I believe the first 3 are reasonably done. Like these are you're on the way. So next is you're building your personal brand right away. You'll have 50 followers to your LinkedIn in the next 5 minutes. So this is already happening. Next, we'll together balance and together you'll replace him. What is him? Him is human intelligence master. Anybody can be him. So now I don't have a gender differentiation for him and her. Him is a concept. So that's how we build it. So my wife keeps fighting about this. Why is it not her? I don't know, because intelligence comes in HI. I don't have it in HE. So that's where we ended up. And for the rest of you guys, all of you quickly hold a thumbs up pose for Akshari. All of you, ready? Let's go. 1, 2, 3. I'm taking a screenshot. Okay. Just a second. One more. We lost it. Thank you. Guys, if you don't message, it's going. See, the idea of screenshot is if you don't do anything, I can get. Otherwise, the messages are coming right now. Yeah, 1 minute. Why is everything complicated? Perfect. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much for the fantastic
Thank
screenshot.
you.
So actually, go and post your first experience. Go and post your first experience in your LinkedIn. I've shared the image. So
Okay,
this
sure.
is
Yeah.
your first step as a mentor. This is your first step as a mentor. So
Yeah.
and you'll start looking at it. You'll start building traction. And I'm super happy to have you back in this capacity. Most importantly, you always said you want to ensure women in this category should become CAs. And our president, in fact, said, according to the vision of ICI, at some point of time, we need to have 50% CAs, 50% women CAs. So right now, within this, we're already at 30 to 40%. In the mentorship itself, we'll try to add it, even in terms of the mentors and also in terms of the participants. So that is something which we are going to work upon. So thank you very much, Akshari.
Thank you so much, sir, for having me back here. I feel so good.
Thank you, Akshati. So next time, probably we'll have a family discussion, including your son. We'll join your son if he wants to join CA, right? I will have the youngest.
Yeah, sure.
Perfect. That's great news, Nirja. That's great news, Nirja. Nirja has just mentioned about Ahmedabad branch. Okay, that's great news. Good to know. So actually, do you want to contest for Mysore? I'll help you in the election.
No.
So we'll see.
Maybe after I get some experience.
Okay. So you have thoughts. Nice. Good to have.
No. I mean, when you told, I just got a thought. I never had that dream.
So let's bring in our colleague Suresh. You are there, Suresh?
Yes, sir.
So you are the poster boy of SUPERCA. I believe 50% of them joined because of you. You'll never fail in preparation, but in the examination, that's a powerful thing. So actually, fighters never fail. See, when I say it, it never gets famous. When the student comes back and say that, it becomes a quote. That's the best quality of our SUPERCA. So Suresh, actually, the way she has categorized the segment for young mothers, you just brought in a new thing called, a lot of people always talk about financial issue. We used to get messages. But now you have communicated finance is never an issue. You have communicated finance is never an issue. So we'll discuss more about how your journey has unfolded. So actually, Suresh will also be working online. So there are 2 chartered accountants already. We'll work together and we'll have further discussions on the him level. From moving over to Suresh, and thank you once again for reaching us.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, Suresh, how are you?
Yeah, sir, I'm doing good. How about you, sir?
I'm super good.
First of all, happy birthday, sir.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Happy birthday, sir.
Okay.
and happy 3rd anniversary to HLS.
Thank you.
Your dream school.
Yes. It is not a school without my dream students. Like that's the reason why the school is our student, not the building, right? So you have made a part of it. One dream student is ready, like rock solid, who can spend the next 10-20 years with us. Thank you, Akshari, for that. So Suresh, how are things?
Yeah, pretty well, sir. How are things going at your end?
Crazy, but that's how it is. That's how things are supposed to happen.
Yeah.
So my only requirement, if God comes and asks, what do you need? First is food. I always starve, next is sleep, and probably some proper shelter where I can go back and home. Food, clothing, shelter. See, what happens is you'll go up and once again you'll get stuck with the same set of requirements. So you'll always be in a state of hunger. Like you're always hungry. So you're not worried about some fancy requirements, whatever it is. On a lighter sense, yes, things are going really good thanks to you guys. So unless you succeed, like that's the reason why we started. Your success is our success. So Suresh, just take us through what is happening, where are you working, and how are things going on at this junction?
So currently, I'm working with one of the big 4.
Wonderful.
EY, if I can mention the name EY.
Yes.
That's your past employer. So things are pretty well as of now. So I in 2 months time I may be promoted to senior 2.
Wonderful, good.
So everything is going good in life as well.
So it's been what's the duration in terms of clearing CA? Like how long it has been after you cleared CA?
Sorry, the journey.
How long it has been after you cleared CA?
Okay, it's been so I've joined CA in 2013, so December first attempt, like CPT first attempt. So I've cleared CPT in the first attempt. Then after I've taken courses for IPCC and get myself ready for the December 2014 attempt. But I skipped my first attempt because I've not prepared well. Then I get into that loop of missing attempts, not preparing, and then it all happened. And then one fine attempt, November 2016, where I cleared my group 1 of intermediate. Then immediately I joined the articleship, and then again I fell in that loop, like taking multiple attempts to clear group 2 of CA intermediate. So after May 2019, I cleared in May 2019. I cleared my group 2 of CA intermediate. Then I started preparing for CA final, like taking classes. Then I registered during the COVID in July 2020. And then in December, I started my in November attempt. I skipped the November attempt, first attempt, because there was some COVID issues, and I opted for the May 2021 attempt.
Understood. Understood. So it's been quite a long journey.
Yes.
So now I just want to see how it panned out. Okay, so you look happy here.
Sorry.
Yeah. You look very happy here.
Sir, let me confirm. Is this the presentation that I shared?
Yes.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
So
yeah, I'll like this picture of me like handing my membership certificate. It will always gives a smile onto my face, and this gives a sense of proudness as well.
Got it. So that's quite visible. I like this picture. And this is the theme, Suresh, like how did your life accelerate before and after? And then you were able to break it into sync. So I'm sharing the same presentation.
Sir, can I share my screen? Like,
yeah, please.
This is not the.
Acha.
Okay.
You can do it. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
I thought this is what Srinath has given me. Okay.
Okay. Host, like, I'm getting this message. Host disabled participants.
No. You can do it. Check that. Refresh and share.
Yeah, I can.
Are you able to share it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me know if you all can see my screen.
I can, Suresh. Yes.
Yep.
What about others? Yes, they are able to see it. Yes.
Okay. So this is my mark certificate. Like I cleared both rows of CA at one go. Like 7 papers together because I have an exemption in the earlier attempt. So having clearing CA intermediate in multiple attempts. So like for each group, then I decided like I should be doing CA final at one go. So that was the decision I took, like because I was not satisfied with the journey that GS does for like the CA journey, because I was an above average student, but failing. This is the first failure I've ever had in my life. CA has given me that. Then after clearing CA, then I had a thought that I should be clearing the CA final in one go. This is how it has happened. Like in the second attempt, I've cleared both groups. So if you see the marks, some would call this as luck, but I would call this as 99.99% hard work and 0.01% luck.
That's nice. Good.
So this is my journey with HLS. So it all started in December 2020 with a workshop, and it still continues today. So I won't say it will end. It continues, and I hope it will continue. So there was one point in time where I thought I could clear CA on my own, but soon after, like July 21 attempt, I realized, even before the exams, I realized that I am not going to clear this attempt. Then immediately after my results came out, I applied for mentorship, like for this mentorship, and within 3 months' time, I could see like a change in the result. So if you see this,
just to interrupt, sorry for that.
Okay.
You have mentioned what happened here because this is a point where I think most of the students are stuck. One hand, you mentioned that you liked the workshop.
Yep.
But then you also mentioned that you did not take the step. And then you said you came back once again. So what happened in your back end thought process? What happened over there?
So when I was attended the workshop, like my attend was in May 21. So I attended the workshop in December 2020. So I had almost 5 to 6 months of time. So I thought I could manage on myself. So that was the reason I didn't join at that point in time. So even after May 21 as well, like the team has reached out to me, but the fees got increased drastically. So I couldn't even manage that one as well. So even after multiple calls, then I decided after like I prepared for self for 1 month, and then I decided this way I may not be clearing these attempts as well. So in December 21, then I thought, let's give it a try. I said I've been doing the same things all over it again. Let's do it new, do it differently. If at all I will fail, I'll learn something and then improve. That was the thought process, like when I joined.
And Suresh, the financial part, like, see, because if I have to look at all my students,
yeah,
genuinely, you are the one who had a very significant financial problem when you came. Like, I came to know about it when you came and met me here. I was shocked, like how, because even for my mindset, that's a tough decision. How could you take that decision?
Because my parents wants me, like they also want me to like see as a chartered accountant. So it's not that I have a financial problem as such, because my dad never borrowed a loan. We have no loans. So he's a simple guy. Like he lives what he has. Like he spent what he has with it. So that's what he, like when the team informed me that the amount of the mentorship is this much, then I thought, so this amount I cannot afford. I know I cannot afford. I am worried that I won't be asking my father as well.
Okay.
Because they have spent a lot of money, like by this at that stage. So it wasn't be possible. So then I thought, there was my savings of 10,000 in my bank account. So for the rest of the money, I just straight away went to my father, because dads are the coolest persons I've ever seen. Right. So straight away went to my father and said, I need X amount of money for the last time. I know it's not going to be the last time, but I said it for the last time. So he immediately said, it's okay, take it. So everyone here, like I would say, like parents are the ones who will always be there with you. They'll help you in every situation. They are there to help you. They'll always be there, be helpful. Wow. So always, like don't hesitate to share your thoughts, or maybe if you want money, then go and ask them. Like they won't let you go out and you asking some other person.
Understood. So that's a very bold decision, because it's not easy decision, because a lot of people, either because of hesitation or just for the sake that they don't want to depend. But I think you took the right decision in terms of the impact, because tomorrow your parent would not be happy just because you saved some 20K or something, but they'll be happy because you cleared CA. Now whatever you contribute, that investment which you took, I think you can add 3x or 4x every single month. So even in the future, for all those, for anything, let's say somebody wants to go into an MBA, somebody wants to start a business, it's okay. The temporary adjustment, parents will be okay for you to work on the long-term, family's financial strength. So that decision, Suresh, how did it impact your current family revenue or income? Like how useful was that investment which you made, and what is the multiple which you're experiencing now?
It's almost around 18 times, like after clearing my CA.
So that's what it is. So he has given us fantastic stock. The stock name is Super 36. Invest and get 18x in 1 year. And Suresh, this
because
is
the number that depends on the like income what I used to earn before CA, right?
Absolutely. So Suresh, this particular part is the next exciting part. Like you're talking about 80 days. There are some students who are still thinking whether 100 days will be enough for one group also. Now you said I would be honest. You are the very few students who actually wrote the number of days. Like I always like to count the days and all. You wrote it specifically. So when you're talking about just a second, I'll have to mute on this. So Suresh, you are muted. Others are muted. Suresh, you can unmute yourself.
Yep.
So, in terms of the days, how practical it is for someone to go out and crack both the groups or one group in 100 days? Are 100 days enough?
So for me, sir, like I've already given an attempt, sir, first attempt. So I know that the thought process, the subjects and the syllabus. I have an idea about how things are happening, how the paper is, and how my preparation was. So 80 days is like enough for me to get this time, the second attempt. So for the first attempt, guy, maybe 80 days may not be sufficient based on their like situations and all. But for the multiple attempts, guy, 80 and 100 days are absolutely fine to clear any group 1, group 2, or both groups.
Okay. So can you give a perspective of how they should look at it? Because we have our own plans. Like for you, in terms of how you utilize the 80 days, how did you use the 80 days in the mentorship? What did you do in this 80 days?
Like seriously speaking, sir, in 80 days, like I hardly had around 8 into 10 weeks. Hardly around 10 weeks. So 1 week per one subject. So I need to complete 7 subjects. So 7 weeks are gone. Then again, second revision for 3 days. I've chosen 3 days each for the subjects that I am in weak, like the auditing, law.
Right.
Those are the subjects I took and prepared for the second revision. And then third revision is on the day of the exam, before the day and the day of the exam.
So 1 week per subject, can you throw some light on that, Suresh? Like 1 week, because a lot of people have doubts and questions on that.
Yep. So before joining this mentorship, sir, like I was doing altogether different strategy. Like I used to read, used to learn three or 4 subjects, dividing to 2.5 or 3 hour slots each subject wise. So that will end up like taking time, a lot of time. Like it goes around 3 to 4 months to complete 3 subjects or 4 subjects, or that as it matter. So the one thing that I should highlight here is, here we are in this mentorship, we are limiting the time. First, we are limiting the time. Then we are like playing around with it.
Okay.
So once we limit the time, you'll automatically get into the zone, and you will force yourself to complete the paper or paper within that time zone.
Lovely.
So
Yes.
I used to complete. I must say, like I've not completed 100% of the syllabus, but I used to complete 70 to 80% of it in the week.
Got it. So the time compression was helping, where we are restricting the time.
Yeah.
Yes. So perfect, Suresh. So next, you can take us to the next steps.
So sorry. So life before and after classing CA. So I want you to ask everyone here on the platform, like, what one thing you would see as a change when you clear CA. So just type in your chat box.
Suresh, can you make the question a bit clear?
See, I want everyone in this group to like type in what one thing that they should see, like the change in after they clear CA.
Okay. So he is asking you to be precise. Most of them are talking about financial independence, respect, self-satisfaction, financial status. Once again, respect, independence. Most of them are talking about satisfaction, respect. I think you're able to read it.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. So I've sum up my top 3 like changes that I've noticed after clearing CA. The first being that, like all said, it's the respect. So I would before clearing CA, when I meet my friends or family, the one question they usually ask is, what are you doing? So my obvious reply would be like CA. And then the follow-up question they might they will gonna ask is, how long will you do this? So at that point of time, I had no answer to that question, but I just I was able to smile at that question. But soon after I clear CA, the same old friends and the relatives introduced me as a chartered accountant to their friends and family, with with an X amount of salary and with X of with so and so company. That that situation will give a CA a proud feeling, I would say. Sir, you're on mute. You're on mute.
First thing, like what most of them wanted, you already had it. So they're right about expecting it. That's smart spirit. Good way of looking at it. Yes, next.
So second is our financial condition. It has improved a lot because just imagine how difficult it was for a 25-year-old guy to go to his father and ask money for everything, for every need of his. So that was my situation before CA. So like I said, dads are always the coolest. So my dad provided me the funds. Then I joined him a consultant. After clearing CA, like I had the opportunity to work with one of the big four. So now the salary is like 18 times of what I earned, what I used to earn before CA. So here, one more thing I have to present to the audience, like, sir, the cost involved in each attempt. See, on an average, for example, if you take 50,000 as a monthly salary, the cost involved is around 3 lakhs for 6 months. So the opportunity cost is 3 lakhs. 3 lakhs. On top of it, you're also lost 6 months of your valuable time.
That's nice.
So this is a request from my side. So please, like, don't waste time over money. So money can be earned, but time cannot be. So please take a wise decision. I did a mistake in the first attempt, so I don't want you all others to do that mistake.
Suresh, your thoughts have become very deep. I'm happy and surprised because you're talking about opportunity cost in terms of time is one thing which you talk. That time is important because the time lost is a lost 6 months lesser career, right? Shorter career of 6 months, shorter life of 6 months. Fantastic, Suresh. Happy that you are valuing time. Yes, good. This is an indicator of your maturity. Good. Go ahead. I'm enjoying this session.
So this is the third one, the connections and the communication. So most of the CAs after clearing the CA, but before joining any the job or the practice, the usual communications they'll have is with various CAs, all other CAs, in various other platforms such as WhatsApp, maybe YouTube, LinkedIn, or maybe Telegram, on various topics such as job descriptions, resume building, and whatnot. Resume building. Is there anything I'm missing? So these are the topics. Like if you are into practice, then the client balance, yes. Client handling and assignments from other firms as well. So this communication, those communications with other CAs will improve like our communication skills and will give a sense of confidence that we can talk like in a forum like this, or maybe in any forum like this.
Wonderful. So you're able to add a new skill set altogether. It's not anywhere close to what you're having. That's good. This is very important. The connections and communication. Lovely, Suresh. Good. Very well presented. Next, what else?
So these are the three things that I have noticed in my life. So, so I'm not done yet here. So I have something which is like I'm not sure, sir. I've created my own templates here.
That's okay. That's okay. That's what you're supposed to do.
Okay. So before we move forward, like I want to ask everyone a question. Like why are you why you're like wanting to clear this attempt, the coming attempt? Please type in the chat box. Be specific, right?
Suresh, if you want to talk to the student directly, you can close the slide, whatever is comfortable. If you want to do it differently, close the slide and can bring the gallery mode, however is comfortable.
Okay. So am I audible, right? So there is no chance.
Yeah, you're audible and clear. I'll make it easy for you.
If my question is clear, so I want you to like type in what is your ultimate objective of clearing CA in this attempt, the coming attempt? Okay, to come out from May and November cycle. That's not your objective. That should be, like there should be something else. May and November are just the exams. you need to have the specific objective. Like, see, if you ask me, like, I have the objective of like not to depend on my parents and to earn myself.
Yes.
And to like have the financial stability in my family. That's my objective of clearing CA. So what is your objective of clearing CA? Okay, opportunity cost. Okay, sir. So why is the question, like why you all like you need to like clear this attempt? If you're all clear with this, then there is another set of questions that you need to answer. That is how. So how like this, how like it goes like very precisely, like how are you reading, how are you like taking notes, how are you using your pens, calculator, the books, the authors. You should be that precise in deciding how. So if you're clear with both why and how, then you are gonna like make a decision that you can handle it on your own. But there is a surprise. There is a third question which is blank. I kept it intentionally because this is where most of us do mistakes. Because I know my why, I know my how, because like this is where I did my mistake. Like knowing how do I do in the exams is good, but implementing is a part where most of us will do mistakes. So I want everyone like to suggest something to written over here. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible. You're audible.
Yep. Am I making sense?
Yes, sir, you're completely making sense.
You always
you're actually making us to think, actually.
Yep. Like if you have the answer to why and how, that clears most of the problems. But there will be third one where like most of us will do mistakes. Knowing how is different, implementing how is different. So that's where this mentorship will. I got some benefits from this mentorship. So it's up to you. Like if you have why, how, then I wish you all the best, that you won't do any mistakes over here, and will be a chartered accountant for the upcoming attempt. Sir, do you have any questions for me? This is the presentation, I guess. Sir, hello.
Yes, Suresh.
Yep.
So you want to add something, Suresh?
Oh, as a closing remark or generally?
No. So here it's a conversation because you're mentoring a flow. They're responding. So what? Yeah. So what exactly is the takeaway from here? What should they do to clear in the setup?
Like I said, sir, they should be clear about the objective. Why they should clear this attempt. But
right.
they should clear about what they are doing, and then how they are doing it. Are they doing it on their own, or they are taking some other's help or something? They should ensure, they should give 100% commitment to it. And like implementing all those techniques. If they join the mentorship, like implementing all those techniques, and they'll see the results. Like I won't say like on the day of results we can talk about it.
So Suresh, now the next important question. Actually, has given a clear commitment. One thing what she is doing is, for the set of women and young mothers, she said, I'll prepare 10 more Aksharis. I'll reflect 10 more Aksharis. This is done. Okay. Now the second part is she is helping people to cross, let's say 48 to 50 in DT to begin with. The idea is to cross 50 plus. So she has already scored an exemption in direct taxation. So it will be a direct tax exemption expert. Now, from your perspective, because I've already announced Suresh is coming, so he's going to take care of you. So how are you going to help this set of people? And I like that 80-day game. So I want you to work on the both group segment. There are a set of people who are ready. See, we always say whatever you want, we'll do it for you. Now there are a set of people who want to write both groups. So I want you to be the mentor in the both group segment. Score improvement program is 4 papers. That is sorted. We all discussed. So you are one of the crucial driver in the both group segment. So in 100 days, next 100 days, how exactly are you going to contribute, or what exactly is the support to the students?
Sir, I didn't get you.
So how exactly do you want to support the students? So I'm asking this on the behalf of students. This is a question from the students. Okay, you have done it, good. You asked us to do it, good. Now how can you help us do it? Is what they want, right? They always want it. What is it we are going to get out of Suresh is what they want. I'm asking this question on behalf of them.
On this note, like I'll assure you, what they want, that they'll get it, sir. Like I'll be there to help them. Like we can only like help verbally or like making some decisions on behalf of them, but ultimately they are gonna take that pressure. They are gonna write those exams, right? So we will be there to support everybody, like throughout these 100 days. And even on the exam days and after the exams as well.
So two things, because Srinivasa just reminded me of 78 score, which I did forget. I did not emphasize on that. You're becoming an exemption expert in elective. So this is the luck factor, right? When you are managing other parts. So become an exemption expert in elective. Like it's 2x score of the regular score. Crazy guys. Like when we did that analysis of DT and SEM plus elective and I would say elective plus IDT, the difference was 25-30 marks. Now this is a humongous difference. So we are appointing Suresh as the exemption expert for electives, right? Done. That is something which you are doing. And apart from that, you are helping people manage both the groups.
Sure.
So let's say the way you call me 1 week before the exam, if somebody is calling you, whatever you say, they have to go and write the exam and process. Now next time you are doing the interview for your next students. I want to watch in November. I want to watch our answer. Cool.
Sure.
Is that the deal?
Maybe you can do this time a physical one.
Yeah, we'll do it. Physical will do it. Yes. So you guys get me 100 CS, I'll do it. So I said my first step is to get 10 CS who are interested in this process. Now build 100 CS all together who are reasonably interested in the next 1000 CS. So we have to build that kind of people. Yes, we'll do it physical. Our next anniversary should do it physically, guys. All of you here.
Yes.
Hyderabad, physical, done. Decided. We'll do it with 100 CS physically, done. Okay, perfect. Now decide who do you want to be the speaker or listener. That's what you guys have to decide. Right? Okay. So before the next part, let us have Ainika. Ainika, are there?
Yes, sir. Hello.
Ainika, not visible. Did you switch on your video? Where?
Yes,
she's visible, sir.
Okay, why is she not visible to me?
I'm not.
Just a second. What happened? My settings have become a bit crazy. Yes. Okay, let me have one more guy. This guy is not easily available. Prashant, you're there?
Sanja. Yeah, he's here.
Yes, sir.
This guy has created tremendous amount of interest. I cleared CA after 12 attempts. 12 attempts. Now everybody is like, okay, let me clear. And this guy is very difficult to find, always busy. Somehow it showed up. So I'm making the chief guest. Prashant, over to you. Without a context, speak something.
Sir, feeling was sir amazing and बस 2-3 चीज ही ऐड ऑन कर सकता हूँ. आफ्टर बिकमिंग सीए के क्या इम्पैक्ट आया है लाइफ में. एज इट इज जो सब बता रहे हैं कि ह्यूज रिस्पेक्ट फ्रॉम फैमिली, फ्रेंड्स, सोसाइटी, कंपनी, क्लाइंट, कलीग, ये सब तो है ही सर. बट जो एक छोटी छोटी चीजें चेंज आ गई है ना, वो बहुत इम्पैक्ट डाल रही है. लाइक पहले अगर क्लाइंट प्लेस विजिट करता था तो जनरली कोऑर्डिनेट विद एचआर टीम और अकाउंट टीम. But now meeting with promoter, बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर, मेरे लिए सर बड़ी बात है। मतलब अब ये चीज आ रहा है कि कुछ तो दिया है इस डिग्री ने। सेकेंड थिंग सर, नो डाउट फाइनेंशियली तो ये स्टेबल कर ही दिया है इस डिग्री ने ऑटोमेटिकली। आई रिमेम्बर व्हेन आई वाज पेइंग mentorship fee one last attempt, that was significant for me, and that was like equivalent to my monthly salary at that time. But nowadays within 2.5 days easily आ जाता है सर। तो ये सब बहुत ही अमेजिंग है। एंड लिटरली पहले तो स्टडी लर्निंग कर ही रहे थे, और अभी एक्चुअली मैं बताना चाहूंगा आई एम प्रैक्टिसिंग सीए, एंड अब जो चीजें हो रही है इसमें भी स्टडी अभी गया नहीं है। रीडिंग बुक्स एंड लर्निंग फेज आर स्टिल गोइंग ऑन, बट कुछ ऐसा है कि अब वो डर नहीं है फेल होने का। एंड अब अगर कुछ रीड कर रहा है, कुछ लर्निंग चल रहा है, दैट मीन विद इन अ डे और 2 days अकाउंट में कुछ क्रेडिट होने वाला है। तो मतलब ये फीलिंग ही अलग है। यही चल रहा है सर। बाकी अब यू कैन आस्क एनीथिंग, जो मुझे एक्सप्लेन करना हो मेरे।
Sir, you're on mute.
We'll dig deeper with Prashant. Probably 5-10 minutes, short time. Before that, guys, please share your respect, love, affection for Suresh, who has been there with us.
Sir, one
Yes,
minute.
yes,
I
please.
will take 1 minute. Like somebody is
Yes.
asking like score about FSCM. So I would say in FSCM, like in any elective, what you should do is you have to, like, once you spot a question, you have to know that where is that question is coming from which chapter, which topic. That is the most important thing in electives, because electives is an open book system. Like timing is like, even we have 4 hours of time, like 1 hour extra comparing to other exams. So you have to be very precise that for looking at a question, like on the exam question, you should decide that this question is from this chapter and this topic. If that is sorted, then everything will get sorted.
Right.
And make sure when you practice for yourself, right? So on the top of each question that you practice, you just mention the chapter name and the topic, so that it would be easy for your reference on the final exam.
Right. Understood. Got it. So this is an important point. I think we discussed it in the morning early. So remember the technique, why we spend so much time. So dots are connecting, all those who are listening. Good. So please share your warm regard, a token of love for Suresh. Please do that. We'll share all the LinkedIn links in the afternoon. All of them will collect and share, compile them. Please do it. So Prem has written something very sweet.
Yep.
So
Thanks, Prem.
That's good. Rest of you just please talk.
Yeah, I remember Prem like last
Yeah,
week.
yeah, yeah. That's how it starts, right? That's how it starts. So Prem, you get ready for your next speech. That's how
Yes.
we can.
Yes, sir.
So we hear about multi-level marketing, right? MLM. So this is multi-level success, MLS, whatever it is, however you call it. Okay. So thank you, Suresh. Thank you very much for being here.
Yes,
so
sir. So I'll
continue
end up with
this.
closing remarks.
Yes, yes, please.
So for all those who are here, like you will clear CA, but be consistent and be patient and give your 100% efforts. And make sure CA should be a short-term goal and not long-term one, because more responsibilities coming your way after you clear CA. So CA should not be your end point. Rather, it should be a start of your long-term ambitions or the professional career. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. So Prashant, so we prepared a short story earlier where, that was because Prashant, I'll tell you why this is important. A lot of people believe after 4 or 5 attempts, our game हो गया, मतलब mentally वो relax हो जाते हैं, नहीं तो छोड़ देते हैं. There are two aspects. Let's say we were able to help you in a 13th attempt, OTK. But before that, how did you survive for 13 attempts? Like, what were you saying to yourself to keep going? That's the important part, because only when you decide the right mentorship comes into the picture. But what was your internal drive for you to get there?
मतलब थोड़ा सीवनिंग हो रहा है। अगर मैं वो जर्नी फिर से याद करता हूँ, लाइक starting was good. My CA journey ka starting was good because CPT first attempt, IPCC both group first attempt. So at that time I was thinking कि CA journey is वही smooth चल जाएगा जैसा बाकी academic life complete हुआ है. But after articleship, when I first attempt result was negative and लाइफ में इससे पहले सर कभी नेगेटिव रिजल्ट आया नहीं था.
Right.
तो और वो नेगेटिव फिर खत्म ही नहीं हुआ. फर्स्ट सेकेंड थर्ड फोर्थ सिक्स सेवन अटेम्प्ट के बाद तो काउंटिंग भी भूल गया था. बट दे रहे हैं बस. एंड एक ही था कि साइड से दाल रोटी का जुगाड़ हो रहा था बिकॉज कुछ फ्रीलांसिंग टाइप काम कर रहा था. तो वो प्रेशर फैमिली से नहीं था कि कुछ अर्न करो. बट इंटरनली आई वाज फीलिंग कि फेल हो रहे हैं, मतलब नुकसान तो हो ही रहा है. और एसएफएम के भाषा में तो वो अपॉर्चुनिटी कॉस्ट वाज हिटिंग, मतलब दिन रात. एंड सडनली मेल आया है आपका, एक कनेक्ट करा है, उस मेल से अपने आप को रिलेट करा, जो एक दो स्टोरी थे उस पे. देन आई रिमेम्बर आपने एक एग्जांपल दिया था विराट कोहली का उस टाइम. उसका भी सम टाइम दैट टाइम वाज सेम लाइक मी. बट I know कि मतलब if someone playing for India, that means he has that potential.
Excellent.
So, and in 13th attempt, if I मतलब analyze कर रहा हूँ मैं, then 8 to 9 attempt I was crossed 180 plus, like 182, 183, 187. And आपने वो hit किया कि यार कर सकते हैं, कहीं ना कहीं तो है fault, like focus और something concentration like. वो विराट कोहली वाला एग्जांपल हिट करा माइंड में और वो फील हुआ कि अगर फाइनल तक आ गए हैं तो मे भी क्लियर कर जाएंगे. और लिटरली फिर वो ज्वाइन करने में भी हेजिटेशन. आई वाज ज्वाइंड योर प्रोग्राम जस्ट बिफोर 35 to 40 days बिफोर आवर एग्जाम. बहुत डिप्रेस था कि ये 13-14 अटेम्प्ट पता नहीं कब तक. बट पता नहीं वो कहाँ से आया, एक कॉल और मैंने पे कर दिया. वो पे करना भी टफ था लिटरली बिकॉज आई हैव ऑलरेडी इन्वेस्टेड सो मच इन मटेरियल क्लासेस. वो फीस भी बहुत लग रहा था, इरिटेटिंग. एंड बट जब वो निकल गया एक बार अकाउंट से तो फिर उसके बारे में कभी ख्याल भी नहीं आया. वो कुछ ऐसा ही था कि सर्दी के सीजन में आप जब फर्स्ट मग से नहाने जाते हो ठंडे पानी से, दैट वाज मतलब उस टाइम काफी सोचना होता है. बट वही एक बार अमाउंट निकल गया. बट देन एवरीथिंग वाज ऑटोमेटेड मोड. सर एक अभी भी फेवर चाहूंगा आपसे, वन फेवर. वो मॉर्निंग कॉल अभी भी मैं मिस कर रहा हूँ. अगर मेरा फिर से स्टार्ट करवा दें तो सही हो जाएगा. एक्चुअली मैंने रिक्वेस्ट किया आफ्टर क्वालिफाइंग कि सर ऑफ कर दो, मतलब बट अब वही मिस करने लगा हूँ. बट अगर कर सकते हो तो सर कर देना.
Sorry Prashant, but even for me.
These guys need wake up calls.
We need
तो
mom
वो उठ
sessions
जाना
separately.
स्टार्टिंग. दैट जर्नी वाज बेबी, मतलब ये वो फीलिंग आ जाती है. आई थिंक अबाउट दैट है ना. ओवरऑल सर गुड, सही जा रहा है अब. एंड है इस, और वो जो आप अपॉर्चुनिटी कॉस्ट वगैरह भी हिट किया था ये ज्वाइन करने से पहले, बिकॉज आई वाज अर्निंग एट दैट टाइम 10,000 15,000 मंथली. एंड और अब मुझे एहसास हो रहा है कि कितना हमने वो लॉस किया. और आप भी लेट आए मेरे पास, मतलब कनेक्शन लेट मिला. अगर पहले हो जाता तो वेल गुड. सो यही है ओवरऑल. एंड
प्रशांत साहब, बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स यहाँ पे स्टक हो रहा है, मतलब अपॉर्चुनिटी कॉस्ट के बारे में नहीं सोच रहे बिल्कुल, खाली आउट ऑफ पॉकेट कॉस्ट के ऊपर बहुत सारा सोच रहे हैं. तो उसको क्या बोलना चाहते हैं, बिकॉज वी कैन नॉट कन्विंस देम. इतना सोचते हैं कि वो डिसीजन ले रहा है बट 2 अटेम्प्ट फेल होने के बाद. So सुरेश को भी एक अटेम्प्ट लगा and a lot of people are taking a decision very late. So उन लोगों के what is that विराट कोहली example which you are telling them so that they can take a decision fast?
So यही है कि हिट तो करता है इमोशनली. वी आर अटैचिंग विद मनी, आवर फंड, आवर मनी, कोर मनी. सो एंड इफ वी पे समथिंग, सर्विस सेक्टर में सर मैं प्रैक्टिसिंग हूँ तो मुझे भी प्रॉब्लम फील हो रहा है. सर्विस का वैल्यू आज के डेट में जनरली रियलाइज कराना कठिन है, मतलब इट्स टफ टास्क. बट द थिंग इज मेरे माइंड में तो ये आया जो आपने उस टाइम बताया था कि मनी हैज साइकोलॉजी इफेक्ट, इफ यू डिडंट पे आप उतना इमोशनली कनेक्ट नहीं कर पाते हो जहां आप पे कर पा रहे हो। इफ यू गॉट एवरीथिंग इन फ्री तो नहीं उतना इमोशनली कनेक्ट कर पाओगे। और सो अगर मैं आज का एग्जांपल दूं तो इफ टुडेज आई एम पेइंग 3-4 स्टाफ, सो मेरा ऑटोमेटिकली ये कंसर्न रहता है कि मैं कैसे इनसे आउटपुट ले लूं मैक्स टू मैक्स। सो जब मैंने पे कर दिया आपको तो ऑटोमेटिकली मेरा अटेंशन इस प्रोग्राम के
अंदर आ गया
ऑटोमेटिक, हाँ, बट वो पे होना बहुत जरूरी है, मतलब मुझे भी टाइम लगा।
So what
ये
is saying
tough है
is, unless you pay money, you cannot pay attention, right? When you pay money, you'll automatically pay attention.
बिल्कुल, ये ऑटोमेटिकली, ये तो साइकोलॉजी है सर। ऑटोमेटिकली जब तक आप पे नहीं करते हो अपना या अपने फैमिली का, आप उसमें उतना इंटरेस्टेड नहीं होते हो। ये ऐसा मेरा ओपिनियन है, बट मे बी
No, you're right. I'll tell you what it is. अभी आप लोग इन्वॉल्व कर रहे हैं टीम 11 बोल के टीम क्रिएट करके। वी डिस्कस यस्टरडे, यू मिस्ड दैट सेशन, दैट्स द रीजन व्हाई आई वाज मॉकिंग यू। दो बार को सेशन हुआ था ना, देयर आर अदर पीपल हु जॉइंड इन। सो उसमें क्या है ना, आप लोगों का अभी टाइम इज इंपॉर्टेंट। इट्स नॉट अबाउट मनी, व्हाटएवर इज मोस्ट वैल्यूएबल इन योर लाइफ यू हैव टू टेक इट। किसी स्टूडेंट के साथ कुछ उनको अटेंशन ग्रैब करने हैं तो लॉट ऑफ पीपल हैव अ लॉट ऑफ मनी बट दे डोंट हैव टाइम। सो उनसे टाइम लेना है so that they'll pay attention, because time is dearest to them. So unless you pay what is more valuable, you cannot pay attention. That's a fantastic point, Prashant. So I'll quickly run through the certain slides which has been built based on you. So you're able to see this, Prashant, on the screen?
So, when I joined, I think ये
Should I change
photo
the picture? No, you look
2012-13 का है।
So you look a lot handsome in reality than your picture. That's what you're trying to say, right? I've become very smart both mentally, physically. I need to send an upgraded picture. Okay, that request is taken. So suit up and send us your best pictures. That will be upgraded here. So this is how the journey started. And the next part, the art of not giving up. You already shared some insights like that Paul Adams. Okay. So see, Prashant, say every time the result comes as fail, what do you say to yourself that day? क्या बोलते हैं आपको क्या बोल सकते हैं? Like what do you say to yourself after every failed attempt?
पहले तो मेरा प्लस पॉइंट था कि मैं कहीं भी अगर बात होती तो कहता कि मेरा एक प्लस पॉइंट है कि मेरा कोई अभी तक निगेटिव रिजल्ट नहीं है। बट अब तो यही कहता हूँ कि डर के आग, मतलब क्या कह सकते हैं इसको सर, अभी तक मैंने डिस्क्राइब नहीं किया अपने आप को। बट अमेजिंग सर, मेरा बैंक और मेरा मतलब फैमिली ये चीज को अब ऑटोमेटिकली, मतलब मैं जो कुछ कहूँ ऑटोमेटिकली हो रहा है। बट दैट वाज गुड।
Perfect. And this is a dangerous scorecard. Dangerous.
हाँ, ये वो इससे पहले उन्होंने भी कहा है कि मे बी सम पीपल में इसको ऐसे देख रहे होंगे कि ये लक है, बट ये वही 182 से 18 मार्क्स मेरे लिए 4 ईयर का जर्नी है सर।
Okay, that 18 marks to that. So this is not luck, right? You would not say this is luck.
No sir, no please, अगर कोई कह रहा है तो प्लीज, इट्स नॉट लक। आई नो इसका कीमत क्या है।
So just suddenly come into the picture. So it's not luck, right? Okay, that is something, because a lot of people think so. Because see, when we build, we consciously do it, Prashant. We do, हम लोग ऐसा fancy number just for 6, 70, 80, 90 ऐसा नहीं बोलते हैं, ऐसा बोलते हैं 48 ले लो, 47 ले लो, 52 ले लो, 60. So this is exactly what we wanted. Not so close. Even this is scary for us also. Like 210 is safe, and you guys just made it. So Prashant, यहाँ आने के आप बोल रहे हैं कि 180 से 200 जाने के लिए 4 साल लगा था ना। So इस अटेम्प्ट में क्या चेंज हुआ? Like you are mentioning it almost 8 times 4 years, 170 stuck हो गया। So when you mentioned this, so what happened after joining mentorship? क्या changes हुआ आपको preparation process में?
2 things सर मेजरली मैं फोकस करूंगा, बिकॉज ये इसी मेंटोरशिप प्रोग्राम से मुझे आइडिया लगा। द फर्स्ट थिंग इज, मुझे ये FTR टेक्निक बहुत बेस्ट लगा, 5 टाइम रिवीजन टेक्निक, बिकॉज चीजें कवर होता गया। अभी तक मेरा क्या रहता था कि सिलेबस 100% कंप्लीट करके जाता था। मतलब ये तो हर एक स्टूडेंट का मेंटलिटी आता है कि पूरा कवर करेंगे तभी एग्जाम राइट कर पाएंगे। वो बिल्कुल काम नहीं कर रहा था, बिकॉज मैं कंप्लीट करता था बट डे 1 जो मैंने कवर किया था वो एग्जाम हॉल में जाकर के खत्म, बाय बाय टाटा। बट मुझे याद है अपने सेशन में ही आपने कहा था कि अब जो रह गया है उस पे फोकस ना करके ये करो कि जो कंप्लीट हो गया क्या वो हम रिटेन करके जा रहे हैं कि नहीं एग्जाम में। दैट वाज द मेजर थिंग, और हमने वही कवर करा। और एग्जाम से पहले वो 2-3 टाइम्स रिवीजन, वो डेज वाला सर, मतलब लास्ट अटेम्प्ट में मेरे से सिलेबस कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ था बट जितना कंप्लीट हुआ था दैट वाज इनफ। वो कभी भूल नहीं सकता अभी भी।
अंडरस्टूड।
अमालगमेशन मुझे अभी भी पूरा याद है, कंसोलिडेशन बिल्कुल नहीं पता क्योंकि मैंने नहीं पढ़ा। तो ये चीज है, वो एक कलर कोडिंग टेक्निक वाज वेरी हेल्पफुल सर।
सो अब जो भी बात कर रहे हैं यार, लाइक जितना भी पढ़ा इसको ही ठीक से पढ़ने से हो जाएगा काम, वही बोल रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल, बिकॉज प्रैक्टिस सेट है सर, इतने से इतना मार्क्स आना है। दैट वाज
राइट। एंड ओवरऑल लाइफ में इसके ऊपर थोड़ा लाइट दे सकता है कि सीए क्लियर होने के बाद क्या चेंजेस आया था, ऑल ऑफ दिस मतलब कैसे एक्सपीरियंस किया?
वो मोमेंट, दैट वाज, यकीन नहीं हुआ सर। दिन 2-3 रात तक फिर यही फीलिंग आ रहा था रात में कि लिटरली पास कर गए हैं कि नहीं, बट कर गए थे सर। और अभी भी आ ही जाता है कभी कभी वो फीलिंग की मतलब क्या था। अगर वो याद करता हूँ लास्ट नेगेटिव रिजल्ट, अभी भी डर जाता हूँ कभी कभी, बट ओवरऑल वाज राइट नाउ गोइंग गुड। एंड
Prashant,
main motive,
yeah, please complete that.
No sir, all
No, one is the financial aspect. वो सॉर्ट हो गया, आप बोल रहे कि जो भी इन्वेस्ट किया 3 दिन में you build that confidence निकालने का।
Yes.
And जो
अभी बीजी सीजन है, ITR सीजन, that's why। अदरवाइज भी निकल जाएगा सर, इतना
निकल
तो आइडिया
जाएगा,
लग गया।
वो भी कर लेगा।
वो
See,
है।
Prashant, one thing which hit me hard is service industry में people are not respecting our work, जो भी है ना। This is the next problem we are solving.
Yeah.
सब लोगों को, all those people who are cleared CA, I'll ensure your work is valued. You tell me how. अब जितना push चाहिए, like 1 lakh per month you're happy, 10 lakh per month, you decide the number based on that we'll fix. That is exactly what it, we'll fix that also. Don't worry, because यहाँ तक जो भी मेहनत किया for that only ना, जो भी so that your work is respected. Forget about the monetary part. हम कुछ काम करना है तो people should respect it. That is something very personal to us. So yes, you mentioned it. I understand the pain. That is also will fix it. Now, यहाँ status के बारे में तो you mentioned something very clearly. Board directors के साथ, promoters के साथ meetings हो रहा है. So कैसा feel हो रहा है अंदर से? So what about the social status part?
Reach automatically सर मैजिकल चेंज आ गया। रीच इतना बढ़ने लगा है ना, फीलिंग गजब है सर। अब ये मतलब एक्सप्रेस करना टफ हो सकता है बट मतलब गजब ही है। और क्या सर इसमें मतलब जबरदस्त चल रहा है। मतलब जो पहले एक एज ए स्टूडेंट ये था कि कैसे पॉसिबल है कि सर्विस देकर किसी से इतना पैसे अर्न कर लेना, क्यों देगा। बट ये सीए नाम से पहले जो है ना सर, वो मतलब ऑटोमेटिकली बहुत कुछ कर देता है। मतलब चाहे वो किसी भी एज ग्रुप का है, वो उनके तरफ से सर ही आता है। पहले नाम आता था, अब सर आता है। मतलब फीलिंग वाज अमेजिंग। एक्चुअली सर ये मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूँ कि मैं जहाँ से आया हूँ मेरे लिए सर बहुत बेस्ट जा रहा है। मतलब आपको मेरे टोन से आइडिया लग गया होगा, बाकी को भी। दैट वाज तो बट एवरीथिंग वाज फैंटास्टिक।
So this is something which you mentioned. So your monthly income has become your probably 2 days, 3 days income. That's one change. So this is a fantastic line. जो भी है, I think we should change our pitch. We are saying कि whatever you invest, you'll recover in 2-3 weeks. Now I have to make it 2-3 days probably. So this is something which is happening good. And then ये framework के बारे में बताओ, like क्या क्या कर रहे हैं बाकी सब apart from okay पैसा हो गया, status आ रहा है. So in terms of studying, so कैसे changes आया clearing CA होने के बाद after going through the process?
चेंजेस, बिहार से बिलोंग करता हूँ। हमारे यहाँ एक छठ पूजा होता है, बड़ा इमोशनली लोग कनेक्ट होते हैं। ये पेपर के कारण बहुत मिस किया उसको, दिल्ली में रह करके वगैरह। बट सर अभी मंथ में एक विजिट गांव हो ही जाता है मेरा बाय फ्लाइट। तो वो सब इजिली मिल रहा है, डिप्रेशन बिल्कुल हट गया है लाइफ से, लग रहा है कि कुछ अचीव हुआ है। अभी भी GMCS वगैरह प्रोग्राम करा था तो किसी ने कहा कि अब ये कर लो, LLB कर लो, MBA ये कर लो, दैट UPSC वगैरह वगैरह, बट सर मैं जहाँ से, हाँ, CA वाज मच इनफ, मतलब आ जाओ मैं भी 6 महीने पहले सर उधर ही था, बाकी
wonderful. I'm liking how much you're liking the experience, Prashant, because there is one thing about chasing the next thing, but sometimes when I experience this, probably we should stop at some level and aram se experience what has been built. So I see that happiness and contentment. You're like the poster boy of happiness. Fantastic. And quick description about this. Matlab, 3 things which has changed. You mentioned about FTR and combine this, and stress and anxiety about all the 3 R's, and focus and जो भी है. So क्या changes आया? I'm asking you because these students should focus upon that. बाकी जो भी हमारे साथ है ना, हम अब भी बोल रहे हैं 100 days में एक ग्रुप या 2 ग्रुप जो भी है हम क्लियर करवाते हैं आपसे. So वो लोग क्या सीखने हैं आपसे before you conclude? What exactly is the most important learning which they should focus upon?
In your program, sir, around 7 to 8 technique are available. जरूरी नहीं है कि सब मेरे ऊपर अप्लीकेबल हो, मेरे ऊपर सब अप्लीकेबल नहीं था, बट मुझे आइडिया लग गया था सेशन. मैंने ज्यादा सवाल भी नहीं करा आपके सेशन में, बिकॉज सब मेरे जैसे ही बैठे थे और मैं रिलेट कर पा रहा था, ऑटोमेटिकली मेरा आंसर मिल जाता था. तो ये नहीं था कि मैं पे करा है तो मुझे सवाल करके ही वो चीजें गैदर करनी है ना. ऑटोमेटिकली, मतलब लाइफ ऑटोमेटेड मोड पे चला गया था ये वाली जर्नी की, मतलब कैसे स्टडी करनी है. 2-3 टेक्निक जो मुझे बेस्ट लगा, वो मैं, अगर कोई नहीं भी ज्वाइन करता है फिर भी ये अप्लाई कर ले. 5 टाइम रिवीजन टेक्निक, मॉर्निंग वाला शेड्यूल, पहले ही डिसाइड कर लेना कि आज क्या क्या कर लेना है ना. मेरे से 1-2 गलती हुई उस टाइम में कि मैं चीजें शेयर नहीं कर रहा था, बिकॉज मैं लास्ट टाइम ज्वाइन ही किया था और लास्ट मोमेंट पे, एंड मुझे लग रहा था कि हाँ, बट वो भी करना चाहिए था. 1-2 टाइम मैंने अटेम्प्ट किया था, उस टाइम ऑटोमेटिकली कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्ड हो जाता है जो आपकी एक्टिविटी करने के लिए आपने कहा है. राइट. और इस पे तो बिल्कुल फोकस करना है कि जो छूट गया है एग्जाम के टाइम नजदीक आने पे, मेजर टेंशन इसी बात का होता है कि ये कवर नहीं हुआ, ये कवर नहीं हुआ, ये कवर नहीं. उस टाइम में सर आप बिल्कुल सपोर्ट कर दो कि नहीं हुआ, अच्छा हुआ, जो हुआ उसको कर लो. वंडरफुल, वंडरफुल. वो लाइन काम कर जाएगा, बिकॉज मेजर टेंशन यही है सर, बाकी क्या तो.
Wonderful, Prashant. You are given a different perspective. So जो भी लोग 5 अटेम्प्ट से ज्यादा होके स्टक हो गया, they'll be coming under Prashant's team. ठीक है. बिहार से प्रशांत किशोर है, so who is good at elections. Prashant Jha is good at helping repeaters crack in just 1 attempt. So you'll do it, okay? And regarding this, as I mentioned, we'll work on it. आपका practice में जो भी है ना, I'll give you some frameworks and all of this where you can focus on high tickets. Like instead of trying to argue with a set of people about your value, you decide the value. So you decide the value, because I had this conversation, Prashant. मैं जब investors को, because we invested पूरा मिलके 3 करोड़ के ज्यादा हो गया. My opportunity 6 years से काम नहीं कर रहा है. In a way, we had this conversation with investor. I said पहला हम ये build करने हैं कि how can we make a student clear the exam. इसके लिए हमको 3-4 साल लगेगा, because it's not easy. हम खुद ही clear करना अलग है, किसी को भी clear करना, वो build करने के बाद बोलते हैं. If you build it, it is our thing. Do you want to make it accessible to everyone in the planet at 10,000? Or do you want to make it accessible to certain class of people who are willing to pay 10 lakhs for this? That depends. हमारा मर्जी है. आप practice में आप Nike जैसे elite को cater कर सकते हैं, Bata जैसे सबको cater कर सकते हैं. So we have people. It's not about our work. It is about the kind of people. If somebody do not understand and know the importance of this, why are we forcing them to buy? छोड़ दो. So we'll figure it out. आराम से. I like your personality, man. We'll connect it further. So one thing is, after 5 attempts, they'll be coming into your domain. आप जो भी बोल रहे हैं वो करवा दो. And I'm very, very, very happy for you because you are happy, Prashant. Not about you clearing and all. आप happy लग रहा है. I'm happy for that. Yes. So guys, closing remarks for Prashant. Your 12 attempt guide. Some of you, I'm sure some of you click the register button after you saw this 12 attempts. Okay, I'll do it. So Prashant is responsible for that. Please share your comments for him. Please share your. Yes, Prashant is into practice for it. We'll connect in the group. Well, all of you will connect.
Sir,
yes, please share your message for Prashant.
Sir, I want to say one thing, sir.
Yes, Prem. Yes, yes, yes.
Actually, I am also this 7th attempt guy now. This November attempt will be my 8th attempt, sir. Luckily, I passed my second group in the last attempt. That's the only positive thing that has happened in this 4 years journey.
Right, right.
So I am very much attached to Prashant now.
So Prashant got his first mentee. Okay. So you have true fighter, respect, congratulations, thoughts are relatable and insightful, emotional journey, happiness on your face, all fantastic, fantastic. Great words for you, Prashant. And all of this will come onto your LinkedIn also. I'll make them do it. So your LinkedIn will also start growing. They'll get connected to you. It's going to be a different ecosystem, right? So this is how we're going to build it. And thank you very much. This means a lot, Prashant. I'm really happy for you.
Sir, before moving to next session, hello.
Yes, Suresh. Yes.
Yeah, before moving to can I have a picture of this?
Which picture?
This screen.
Yeah, please.
Everybody, everyone can.
Okay. Achha, your picture. Yes. Yes. Let's show of hands. Quick show of hands. For Suresh. Yes.
No,
Priya.
for everyone, like for Prashant as well.
No, Prashant को भी अलग से मिलेगा ना. मिल जाता है, सबको मिल जाता है. I'll do it. I'll click it.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
So one more for Prashant. So this time Suresh thumbs up. We'll do it for Prashant now. One more for Prashant. Double thumbs up. Perfect. Prashant looks like the characters in the half CA and aspirant, somebody like this. Right? Should make a short movie. We'll do something. Iska quotes bhi bahut philosophical hai Hindi mein. So we'll hit Bihar with Prashant. Yes, Prashant Jayad or Prashant Kishore. Done. Very good. So thank you both, Suresh and Prashant. You can hang around because we are bringing one more special person, and this lady is creating problems for me. So we have Ainika Jadhav. Ainika has recently bought a home in Mumbai. I happily said it to my mom. Ainika bought a home. My student bought a home. She was happy for half a minute, and then, what about you? She cleared 2 years ago. She bought a home. What about you?
I wanted to know the story about behind this. Like, how did she manage to get this?
All yours, Ainika. So your starting question is, how did you? It's not about how did you clear CA. How did you buy this house?
Yeah.
In Mumbai.
So actually, I recently got married this year, and so we shifted to Mumbai. And it was a dream. Like everybody has a dream to buy their own home in Mumbai. And frankly, if I wouldn't have been a chartered accountant, this would have been a far-fetched dream. But because of that, I remember now I'm earning 3 to 4 times of what I used to earn 2 years back. And only because I cleared CA, that difference has been pulled up. And that's the only reason that I could afford and actually even think about buying a house in Mumbai. So that is it. It is the biggest achievement that if I wouldn't have been a chartered accountant, I don't think this would have been even possible. Maybe in next few years, but today I'm 28 years old and I'm very proud.
Wonderful. Really happy. That's a very good decision. So 2 things will happen. I'll get rent-free accommodation in Mumbai.
Yeah.
And second thing, I'll get royalty on the capital gain. Like Mumbai, I'll tell you the logic behind Mumbai. Hyderabad is growing like crazy. Even after 100 kilometers, it grows. Mumbai has sea on the 3 sides. Just real estate hack. So land in Mumbai never grows. It goes up. So buildings get demolished, it goes up. Demolished, it goes up. So you're owning a part of the land. That's like startup equity. Fantastic thing, Ainika. Good. So yes. So to begin with, apart from the home, we'll come to should we start something like Him Homes, how to buy a home in a year or something. We'll discuss that. So now, how are you feeling? What is that always and forever?
Actually, that's for the wedding. It's it starts with my name and R is my husband's name, so that is why.
Oh, that's nice. Interesting. So how are things, Ainika? How is life? How are things?
It's great. It's been crazy once I've cleared. I cannot express in words, or maybe every passing day it feels like my life has changed. It is a huge difference post clear.
Perfect. So let me start the introduction. I'll try to find your Do you have it? Are you sharing, Anika? Should I share your
No, I
pitch?
think I've shared it with Srinath. He has asked that. I think you will be sharing. Yeah.
I need Anika's slides. Where are they? Team him. Okay.
That's one.
Yeah, I found it. Just a second, I'm sharing.
So anyway, before you start sharing, I just want to
Yes.
know how is everybody? Like, how are all of you doing?
So Anika is, tapping your emotional component. Nobody asks, people come and ask how many attempts. Suresh was like, why, how? Nobody asks you, how are you, right? So Anika is smart, smart people get rich faster. So how are you? Emotional thing. Good? Okay.
Good to hear.
This guy, see, look at this frame guy, great under Himukant sir guidance. This guy is pitching. I'll hire him soon. It is using my keyword in every sentence. So yes, a picture perfect poster. Like I think you'll be your brand ambassador. I don't want to pay celebrities, Anika. This is like perfect. That namaskaram thing, blue, and you are all over. Yes. So let's reintroduce Ainika Jadhav, super student, super CA, however you call it. Here we are, and this is one. I think that happiness, right? That's oozing over her face. And now you had your qualification. Oh, after CA, qualification is done, marriage is done, home is done. What
Yes.
next? What next?
There actually, I also want to get into practice. I think I'll connect with Prashant myself soon for this.
Prashant, okay.
That's the
Got it.
next goal in the 5-year plan.
Okay. Should you start a consulting firm, guys? 10 branches at once.
Actually,
We
yeah.
can do it. Suresh,
Yes.
done. Hyderabad partner, Mumbai partner.
Yeah, sure, sir. Even I'm interested in doing.
See, I'm serious.
I'm highly interested in doing this.
Done. That's done. Consultant starting or whatever name we decide. So we'll start with the McKinsey style, not this somebody coming file my written for 200. I'll give you 100 out of that. No. We'll set the standard high. Probably will be the fastest to build a firm. I think let's take it seriously. Cool. Good. 10 branches is what we're thinking. Good.
But yeah, pan India business.
Perfect. So Anika, again, the whole concept of this is, guys, for the rest of your hearing, when people ask me how can you say that you can help 10,000 people clear CA, my pitch is simple. First, let me clear it myself. So that done a decade ago. Let me do it for one person. Like I've done it for probably 100 people here and there individually, my sister and all of that. And then I decided to have at least 100 solid case studies. The overall success rate would be more than 1,000 if I include all levels in all, because we offer a lot of free workshop, mentorship series, emails, and all of this. Core is, this is the dream, like the dream team, which I want. Anika wanted to have a dream home. I had a dream team where there are 10 people who trust the vision, who follow the process, who implement things. So now I'm sitting with the dream team. So this dream team is going to build 100 Cs. We'll present you the list of 100 Cs in November. Each one of them, like Akshari's quota is done. Ainika will take up another 10. So this is exactly how it is going to happen. The advantage of joining Ainika's team is it also helps you buy a home. So probably she will come at a premium, but let's see. So that is how we are going to manifest the vision 10,000. And yes, we also want about your transformational journey once again, because the achievements which are done is too high, where we are not that bothered about your mark sheet. That's okay. Whatever mark sheet is fine. But home is the most interesting part. Everybody is anxious. Even Suresh got anxious. How? So this is how it all started from the old syllabus. And from there, you mentioned about the quality of life. Yes, let's hold on here, Ainika. So what exactly are you implying by quality of life?
Okay, so I'll just give us very small example, not about myself, actually about my family. One of my, I used to write motivational quotes in my room before, like for the study thing. That was my sister's concept, that you should write something that motivates you. So one of the, I was so frustrated because actually I cleared in 8 attempts. But before, in this long journey, I was like very frustrated. I just teared off every single motivational quote on my wall, except one. And that was, my mother told me once that, see, whoever travels in Mumbai, they know that there's a local train here. And there's a huge difference between a second-class compartment and a first-class compartment. And the prices are, I think, 3 to 4 times more in the first-class compartment. So it comes with your status and whatever you earn, whatever it is, it all comes with that. So my mother just told me this once that whenever you clear CA, I'll buy a first class wala pass. So that was the only motivation code left for me. I want my mom to afford that first class ka pass. So, and that actually happened once I cleared. So that was one thing. And rest is like, it actually, for example, I used to stay in suburban or outskirts of Mumbai. Now I've shifted here. That's one major thing. Other things are like, okay, I can also afford iPhone now, which was only a dream. I know these are very materialistic things, but that makes me happy as a person. And these are all the things in my in my life that has been improved by far. My lifestyle has improved, and I can afford things for me and my family both.
So when Suresh asked all the people, why did you want to clear CA? Different people said passion, emotion, finance. Anika, number 1, first class ticket. Number 2, iPhone 14 Pro. That's nice. So what exactly is the perspective? Like, is it your own thing in the mind, or how do you feel? Because Prashant says, I'm invited to talk to the board of directors. I have better control over my practice and all of that. So in your life, how is it happening?
So first example is this only. If I wouldn't have been clearing, I wouldn't have been called here to speak something about it, right? So that's the first example of change of perspective. And also a lot of people in my office or everywhere in my family, I think everybody knows this. Akshari told the same. And Suresh also said the same thing. Prashant said the same. That people start respecting you just in a fraction of few days. When they see a name like, oh, are you a chartered accountant? They are very... they appreciate it, and they're very happy to see. Like I've seen people who appreciate it a lot, and because there are a lot of people who cannot do them themselves, there have been people in my office or a few of my colleagues who wanted it to happen for themselves, but since they couldn't do it, they're very happy and proud that somebody else has done it. So that's a big change of perspective about me in front of the society.
Fantastic. Next, what about this part?
So this is also, so I started, I just cleared Group 1 in 2018, and post that I started working as an analyst. But once I cleared in that company only, when I was that company, and suddenly from being just a business analyst, I was switched to become a manager later on. So that change in the position of my designation was changed, my job profile was changed, and of course the salary comes with it. So these are all things for what we are doing it. Like the satisfaction is there in the professional career as well. But what you need to monetize your profession. Why all of us are studying? So that we can make good for ourselves. Our life will be good. So this is one of the things that changed drastically once I cleared. You're on mute.
So this is the status part in terms of the professional aspect.
Yes.
Life status in general, and also the professional status is something which has significantly improved.
Yes,
fantastic, fantastic. And the study pattern, when you mention about improvement in your preparation, so can you elaborate on this?
Okay, so what happened is earlier when I used to study with a friend. So my friend was, I mean, she is so dedicated, like extremely dedicated than what I am. And she used to have a very strict study plan, and she used to follow everything. But I was not that person. I could not follow it very correctly. But because of Himakan sir, he asked us to focus on our strengths. So my strength was to read something, just revise it, and like if I did not need it to give 10 hours, 12 hours, which I actually gave for my first 4 years, 3 years, I think. I have myself study for 16 hours, 18 hours on few days also. But then he told it's not required to exhaust yourself like that. You have to study strategically and smartly. And I think everybody else mentioned about the color coded scheme. And the 5 AM calls were they were a bliss. The 5 AM calls were very, very important for all of us. And he himself used to come meditate with us. We used to do pranayams. So that helped us a lot in our mental health also. And that's why my study pattern was stick to what I am as a natural person, and not what a standard practice is meant to be to study. So that helped.
Wonderful. And what about the confidence part?
Oh, initially, see, I cleared my first group also in fourth attempt. So, and I joined Himakan sir after clearing, like I joined him in the 6th attempt. So for first 4 attempts, I was like still shattered. Okay, I cleared the first group very difficultly. And by the time I was like preparing for second group, I thought I'll clear it in the next attempt. But every attempt just gone by, I could not clear it. And my confidence was like, I used to just keep on crying in front of all my family members that why is this happening to me, and cribbing that if I'm studying so much, why I can't make it, etc. But once I got into this mentorship program, I understood that there's so many people like me, and he boosted my confidence because he told me that I should not be the way I used to study was a very standard practice. He said, no, I should be doing it as per my own personality and not as per what society is dictating that it should be done. So that improved a lot, and my confidence started building up. And it's like after 2 attempts, I cleared once I joined him. You're on mute, sir.
Systematically over a period of time. And what exactly is this part, Anika? So what exactly do you imply by this?
So we used to have a session every day with sir, and there was this ABC analysis, which actually ICAI gives, but I as a student never focused on it. But only when sir told me, I knew that there's something like that. And he asked us to do the ABC analysis for all the chapters. And actually, I also, like Prashant, I also could not complete the whole syllabus in my last attempt, but that was the attempt I cleared because of the ABC analysis and because of how sir asked us to color code the chapters. And only the major part was covered. I could cover most of the paper also, and I cleared with that.
Wonderful, wonderful. So overall CA journey, like how do you want to summarize your overall CA journey, and what's your key advice for the next?
Like I started, it was very, very long and tedious. I started it in 2012. Like I cleared my CPT and IPCC. I cleared my CPT in first attempt. And IPCC was also fine. Like I cleared one in first attempt, the other in 2-3 attempts.
Right.
But post articleship, I don't know what changed, or maybe I was not used to study or whatever. I could not sit only to study. That was one of my fear, and I thought I don't think I'll ever clear. But post joining sir, that was the thing. I think Suresh or somebody said ki, no, I think Prashant said ki yahan tak aa hi gaye, to ab to ye karna hi hai. I know CA final is the biggest pahad and all they say, and CPT and IPCC is just a tip of the iceberg. But once you have the confidence that no, if you follow XYZ things and frankly follow whatever sir is saying, not everything will suit you. That's absolutely correct. But you take whatever is going to suit you, and then there's no coming back. 100% you will clear. 100%. So that's my thing.
That's a fabulous journey, Anika. People are super impressed, especially your own house in Mumbai part. Everybody is impressed. And finally, what exactly are the closing remarks for this set of people? So what exactly is a single line remark?
I just want to say that, see, I was very late to join. That's one thing. I joined him in 6th attempt, but I think if you're just starting, or even if this is your first attempt, it's the best thing to do it right now, so that there's no waste of time. And as everybody said, that there's a huge loss of opportunity cost, and you'll not realize this until you're going on attempts and attempts. Because my mother was paying for every single classes of mine, everything. So yeah, Vishnu will answer that in few minutes. And everything, I was like nothing, hopeless, because I didn't have my own money. But my mom, my family, they never gave up on me. That's one thing. And because of that, but I had a huge opportunity loss. But other than when I joined him, it was all done, cleared, done and dusted. And then I realized that I should have done it sooner. And I all like tell my friends, family, whoever are doing the course also as well, that they should join him in the first attempt.
Anika, we lost your voice.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that you should not just join him the first, like in the later attempts when you fail or something, but from where you're starting the journey, be it CPT, be it IPCC or CA finals, first attempt.
Right.
Yes.
So perfect, Anika. So thank you for your fantastic journey. People are super inspired. And before you leave, I'll give you probably one of the biggest asset of your life. So we have my mentor, Ganesh sir. Hi, sir.
Hi, Markant.
Sir,
Many
Anika
happy
has
for
watched.
today.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Anika would have watched one of your Magic of morning
Yes,
sessions.
yes.
Now she's coming back as a
I'm
chartered
very
accountant.
happy. Yeah, I'm very happy to see you back, sir.
Great to hear your story, and congratulations and all. The question is, if you say that you should not see the failure, I would say see the failure, but don't allow it to overshadow you.
Right.
That's how you should look at it. Failure, you can never say that, because failure teaches you a lot of lessons.
Yes.
And people who don't failures run into a major problem at a later point in time. So I think you're lucky enough that you've seen the failure, but the learning from the failures should not allow you to fail again.
Correct.
That's how we should look at it.
Yes.
So the other thing which she has done, which is out of the scheme, is she has bought a home in Mumbai within 1 year of clearing or whatever. There's a huge buzz about it. So what's your stand on it? So somebody invest in fixed assets, or probably invest more in their careers like an MBA, or probably like entrepreneurship? What's your take?
It's about, so let me put it differently. You got a meal, you got a shelter. What is required for you? You will think beyond.
Right.
If you don't have a shelter, and if you have struggled for the shelter,
right,
that becomes a priority. So it is not what someone wants. It's it's not someone who recommends what is an ideal versus someone who's going through this challenge and saying, what is important for me? For someone, making sure the parents are happy is one act. For someone who say, listen, I don't want to stay in a rented house, I want to stay in own house, could be one. Someone will say, my studies, what I've done is not enough, I need to go and do abroad. That could be another one. So, and for someone will say, okay, fine, I've done my CA, so I want to set up a practice. That's what somebody want to do it. So it's based on the need. It's based on what is expected from each one of us and what we are going through in our personal life. So we never have the information relating to the personal life. So therefore, people who actually go through would know what the problem is. And I think if her achievement is that she has achieved a home, that means she has secured herself. But if she's secured a home with a debt, that is where she has to ensure that she comes out of the debt. So it's just not securing a home, but also it's important that the burden carries on for a certain point in time till such time you repay the debt. So it's a very simple. But if suppose somebody has thought through that I'm going to have something of my own, that's the greatest achievement. Instead of going and saying I want to buy a car because I want to show Himakant, that's sir, let me want to drive a car. So that's a different story.
Right. Sir, since we are discussing about some important aspects, like Prashant was one more chartered account from Bihar. He cleared after 12 attempts, the 12 attempt guy. Now he was discussing about people not respecting services because you have the highest authority here in terms of charging, coming from that Big Four. So even Ainika, she has mentioned it very clearly. We are able to see the screen. So this is one issue which everybody in India is facing in general, sir. Because in service industry, people don't value services. Even Ainika was sharing her own experience. Like, this is not about her. It always happens. Not only for us, even for people who after clear CA, most of my practicing friends says, the clients would come. And once they come, they'll say, this chartered accountant would do it for 200, 300, 500. How do you handle it in a tight competitive market? So how do you set your pricing, or how do you set your authority in the market? So we need your insights on this, sir.
So let me put this differently, right? Suppose someone walks into Himakant and someone walks into Ankita. Who would they pay more? Or who would get more, less, or who would get more?
For the same service, currently, probably it could be us because we built a bigger brand currently, like tomorrow.
Why?
We established.
Yeah, and he's more established, and I'm just a newbie.
No, the point is it's nothing more. Does anybody see value in what you provide? Nothing more.
Right.
Yes.
If they see value in what you're providing, that's the price I will pay you.
Correct.
Understood.
That is
If
the
I go
concept.
there and then provide whatever others provide, then what is the value you're creating?
So as a founder, is my response right, sir? When somebody asks, "Hey, there is other program which is cheaper," I'll ask them to go and join there. Should we take this stand? Even
Absolutely. You should, if you stand for a value, if you stand for a brand, then the brand should speak. If you go outside and sell, you are a sales guy.
True.
Not a professional. So the difference that we find in the people who have passed out CA, the bigger challenge is their knowledge.
True.
They have zero or impracticable, negligible knowledge in relation to the practical application of any situation relating to anything.
Right.
Given that they do not have, it's like somebody saying that you got a doctor's degree. Will you go directly into the operation theater and start performing surgery? Because I said, let me look at paragraph number, what it says, take the scissors, take this one, take the hand gloves, keep on cutting this. So will you start doing it? But suppose someone, you go walk into a cardiologist and he says he's known, even without reading a book, he just says 10 minutes, he just performs and comes back. How do you get that? Experience. Value, experience. Third, why do you go to a doctor and say, okay, please do my open heart surgery? You don't even know whether you'll come back or not. What is that one element?
Trust.
Trust. Value, experience, trust. The trust that I've imposed on him is much more than the process that him has gone through.
Wonderful. Greatly answered. Got it.
So if you have value, if you have got experience, if you've got trust, all three put together is what becomes. So when you walk into a client, he wants to see a value.
Yes.
He wants you to see you with experience to deal with situations. And the foremost thing is you should believe that you're the most trusted person with whom he will share everything with you. If you don't have anything, all of this, you will not get any value.
Right. Perfect. Got it, sir. So Prashant, Suresh, all of you are listening. I think this is the answer which you wanted. So take a stand and all the implements. I think it's working. That is exactly why it is working. That is the reason why Anika came back. Right? So when you had that question, so it came back. So which means taking that stand is right. So before I continue with Ganesh, I want all of you to quickly thank Anika for her fabulous speech. So one line of appreciation for Anika. One line for her. And then we'll move with Ganesh, who has a lot of insights for us to offer quickly. Just share your responses for Anika.
So suddenly the Ankita has become madam because the moment she's become a chartered accountant, she's become madam. So, so yeah, 6 months become madam. That's the difference.
Right. Nish, where are you? I'm not able to see. Switch on your video.
Thanks a lot, everybody.
Nish, so let's do a quick picture.
And I think Vishnu asked a question in between. I'll just ask him to connect later.
Sure. I'll actually we'll stay in touch with the group. So Anika and Suresh, because you might want to get a screenshot with our super mentor. I'm just taking it for you guys. So remember this. There was a day where you are waiting for a session. We anticipated a session anticipation. Ganesh sir is coming. Now it's on the screen. Right? Fabulous. Yes, so I'll share this memory for you. So let me now move on with Ganesh sir. Sir, you have been there for the inaugural HLS 2020. That's where we started. So it's been 3 years. So a quick feedback for us.
So let me put this way: the feedback should, the more you have number of people on your show, that's the feedback that you take it. As simple. The feedback is not what is given by me. It's the people who are actually following gives you the feedback. And when you celebrate on your birthday, when you keep on counting 3, 4, that means it falls on every birthday. That's how you give the feedback.
Right. Nice way of putting it. And sir, how happy are you as a father? Like, let's get there. How happy are you as a father? After
you should put the other way the question. Because how happy is not a father would be? how happy a professional being with everyone who passes through this.
Okay.
Mentorship is not about, see, let me put this way. If you do not know what about a chartered accountancy course is, if you do not know what your kids do, and you find the kids struggling throughout the period, day in, day out, right? Then the real problem is then the happiness comes through it, because you don't know the unknown terrain, and then you start doing it differently, then you start feeling it. When you know, right, that this is a difficult terrain, right? In a difficult terrain, if you're able to identify, happiness comes to every person whom you mentor. Could be a father, because you're emotionally attached. Could be a friend, because you want that person to succeed. Or could be a colleague where you would want to do it. You can't take, in a relationship, you can't take away an emotion of a father with a kid. And if you say that it is not right, it is not the case. Emotions would not be shown. But if you show the direction and then you are happy that that person has gone through it, that the difficult terrain, that's what the happiness that you bring about. The happiness is not about succeeding. The happiness is in the journey of passing through the difficult terrain to the next level. That is where happiness.
Yes.
But that is an event.
Yes.
Happiness is an event to an event. Today you do a CA, you're happy. You don't get a job.
Right.
You got a job, happy. You need to perform. You've not performed in a job, but you get promoted. You become. So therefore, it's an event. But what is important is, whether you like it or not,
right,
your age will not be in your side if you don't complete within a time frame.
Fair enough. Right.
So therefore, give importance to the time that you have on your hand. Today, the bigger challenge is not how many attempts I took to pass a CA. Ask yourself, where is the gap that you're finding that you need to address? For instance, how do you know whether you are weak in a subject or not? I'll give you a simple example. You cook every day.
Right.
You go and prepare a food and then come back. Which is the first place that will determine whether you did a very good cook, whether you're a good cook or not? The first place is the aroma that comes out of it, not even a taste.
Right.
When you walk in, they'll be able to identify what you're cooking. That's the aroma.
Right.
An aroma would determine the and when you look at the quality of the dish it's prepared, looking at the quality of the dish, you can say, what is the ingredients that's missing? So the question is, it should not wait till such time you taste and see whether the quality is good or not, versus the process that you've gone through, where it is. So if you're able to identify in your journey that where am I going wrong, and if I address that part of it, that's the reason why people who prepare, when they prepare a dish, they keep on tasting.
Right, sir.
The tasting is just to check whether the salt, everything is perfect or not in place. But that is the process that you're going, because anything that is missing is your end result. Anything that is missing in your preparation is the end result in what you get in your exam.
Understood, sir.
And this is as simple to explain. The process is more important, because if you need to get an outcome, have you focused on the process? And the process is not through a schedule. The process is self-driven. The process is where you impose on yourself and say, hey, listen, I think I'm not doing well. Don't satisfy yourself. Don't pacify yourself, saying that, listen, no, I'm doing good, but actually I've not done good.
Understood.
Your results is known the day you write a paper. The results is not need not be, you don't have to validate, somebody has to validate after you get your results. And you should know that whether you'll prepare or pass or not.
Wonderful. Thank you for that insight, sir. So Nesh is here. Nesh, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm pretty good. So we have seen this juggling screens multiple times. So how is it feeling for you to be back on the screen along with your dad, along with your Big Four partner, however you want to put it?
Most importantly, like I remember you telling once, like one day from the audience, you will be the speaker. So now actually that has happened. From being a student, with all the other people in the group, now it is like I'm at the hot seat now.
Right.
So it's really a change in the experience.
Because it's very hard for me to extract an emotion out of Ganesh sir. So I want that internal information. What exactly was his feeling? Because it's very hard. He should be a diplomat actually. So it's very hard to get anything out of him. So I'm asking you, what was your dad's response? Or what is the internal feeling? I'm sure he would not have said it completely. So what did you see in his eyes?
So when on the day of the result, when I showed that I cleared, so
Joy.
he started with joy. He shouted with joy actually, and then mom
That's
woke up and
nice.
came running.
Okay.
What happened? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That was his natural emotion once he saw that I cleared.
So obviously a father first before a partner, right?
Yes,
Dad before that. Right. Now, how is the capacity when you have to discuss something in professionally? Because in fact, he was the one who connected us. So a lot of parents probably object about the fee, even the student is interested. The other way around, sir took that call, he made it possible. So when it comes to relation with the same person in a professional space and a personal space, so how different is he?
I wouldn't say it is. There's a very thin line between his capacity as a father and as a professional, because he believes in a way of life which is kind of standardized. So certain things have to be done in a particular way to get the maximum out of it. So that is same both at home as well at the office. So there's not much difference in that. So wherever he has to give that leverage, he will give. Whenever he has to tighten it, he does it. So
right. Sir, I mentioned multiple times, like I'm also lucky to have somebody like Nish in the cohort because he has that helping nature, helping mentality. So I want your honest evaluation about Nish individually. One about your son, you know more about him, but it's very hard to get students like Nish. Why are other students not like Nish is my question. So what is special about him, or how did he become such? I told you in the first 15 days of working with him, because when you asked me to mentor him, I took it 2 weeks and then I said, sir, if he's coming as the capacity of your son, I may not be able to help him, but I want to come him as a student. Now he surprised me. So what's your 3 things which you like about him?
So just put Akansha on mute.
Sure. Thanks for that, sir. I'll do that. Yeah. Oh, it's done, sir. Yes.
All right. So let me put this way. There are basically personalities that is driven from, and in fact, I always say a person is a person based upon how he's groomed at a particular place, right? The grooming can start from a home. So unfortunately, he's the recipient of directions. So therefore, Himakan's directions also becomes a God's willing.
Okay.
So therefore, that's the reason you find that, his sister advises, his mother advises, his father advises, and he has got no other option but to follow. Right. And that's the biggest impediment.
Right.
When it comes to professional career. You can follow instructions till such time you are a subordinate.
Right, sir. Right.
Till such time you're in a stage of just following someone. But at some point in time, you need to take away a position which is different, where you need to think what is right for yourself and take a decision. Number 1. Number 2 is the speed at which you take.
True.
It's not about when do I apply brakes.
Right.
When do I slow down looking at something which is going to come. I need to evaluate between the speed that I am today and the object that is going to see in front, and then apply brakes accordingly. So therefore, I need to be a thinker which should have been the foresight. You cannot prepare something today. You see, for instance, adapting to a technology, just for it, I do not know how many people use ChatGPT as a simple example.
Right.
This is not taught in a college or a school where it is somewhere where you do a self-learning and then start becoming more and more comfortable with using the tool. I don't say it's an expert, but become that used to it. But the adaptability is very, very important. So if you ask me, Nishu, what is and what it should be, I would prefer him that you should migrate to the next level of being the leader with the experiences that he gets as a follower, because he would fit into the called the guardian. If you talk about business chemistry, he will fit into the category of a guardian, that he will bring all the people under him and say, don't worry, I'm there to take care. But he need to be the pioneer. He need to be the driver in the behavior.
Right.
He could be an integrator. So therefore, from that perspective, if you look at it, the skill that he has to look at it, I've got 10 hours. I need to see how do I do to close it by 4 hours. I need to sleep for 6 hours. So I think that mindset change, the moment he shifts that gear, is where you will see faster growth, faster success, faster achievement. But step back when things don't go the way you want, re-energize yourself, re-strategize yourself, and then move. So there is no one permanent thing that, he has moved from one level, but once he starts mentoring people, he will start becoming a person of a driver. That means he can pick up 10 people and say, listen, let me drive this, let me drive this, let me drive this. So, but this is a journey. Not everybody will go through the journey where being listening, but at some point in time, you need to be the driver in the whole process.
Yes. So these are probably Nish, your insights about your shift in role as a mentor. It's the right time to talk about this set of things. So I think these are very valuable for everyone who is making that transition, including Suresh, Akshari, and all of that. So this is the journey which we have prepared. So Nish, we could not, find your exclusive photograph with Ganesha, so I had to remove myself and do that same thing. So yes, this is how it has started. And yeah, so part of this, you're on the other side, part of this 10,000 qualified people, and you will be mentoring at least 10 people to become CS. So this is the new journey. And one format which is working is a lot of fathers who are chartered accountants are also interested. They also are in the picture because Ganesha is always in the loop, and it was very helpful for both of us. And this is your video which we normally play. Is it visible? Is it audible? Audible?
Not audible. You need to play that.
Just a second, sir. I'm just redoing it. So this is one format all our students enjoy, Nish, where you end up watching your own video. So this is something which
not just for me but also for my parents, because now that I look at them, all I can see is tears of joy in their eyes. I have been associated with Himakan sir for quite a while, for quite some time, and I have learned many new techniques under him. Let me talk about few of them. The first one is focus block slots. Before joining this program, I used to study continuously for a period of 10 to 12 hours each day, but without any proper plan in place. So focus block slots is nothing but you have 50 minutes of reading, 5 minutes of revision, and 5 minutes of resting for each hour. This is each hour. So we have such slots, 10 of such slots for each day. So we are effectively studying for 10 hours every day with a proper plan in place. So this was really helpful. Second technique which I've learned was FTR, 5-time revision. This is the single most powerful weapon, I would say, which you can use in your preparation, because for me personally, this has helped in my Group 1 exams. all the answers started coming at the back of the mind, and I didn't stop writing in the exam. So that was a plus point. This is the first time where I was able to answer almost the entire question paper, be it practical or theory. So FTR is a very powerful technique. Third one is your EMT, exam mistake tracker. This is my personal favorite because only when you know your mistakes will you be able to rectify them, and only when you know your the mistakes of your colleagues or your co-students will you not make them in your own exam. So this is the one with this one technique is what I will advise. And then there are other techniques which help with your mindset, such as box breathing technique. It really helps to bring back your focus in the game. So for those who have second thoughts of joining this program under Himakan sir, the only question I would like to ask you is how badly or how soon do you want to clear your exams? I struggled clearing these exams for a period of 1.5 years, and I was really frustrated looking at the same books, same topics. So I asked the same question to myself, how badly do I want to clear? The answer was pretty clear because I didn't want to sit with the books any longer. So I didn't have any second thoughts. I blindly trusted sir and his process, and the result is in front of you. I hope you also get to see this day in your life. I wish you all the best for your exams. Thank you.
So that's something which, this is always a
Hi,
pleasure
everyone.
in watching our own selves. This is what has happened. And yes, our interaction goes beyond what would happen in a professional context. So this is what has happened, the fantastic convocation where all of us were together in a way. One of my favorite picks of all time, super student. And yes, this picture explains everything. And this is the change in the results. This is the journey. So now the reason why I wanted Ganesha is because Nish has explained everything very clearly. And I'm asking this question on behalf of both the aspects. So Nish has already explained everything clearly here. So I'm not digging deep here. So everything is clearly mentioned. So Ganesha, one thing which Deloitte is very good at is it operates with quality at a scale. Now, because Nish is also on the other side. So how do we ensure this precision as we grow up? Because right now when you're talking about personalization and when you're talking about customization, so when we have to do it together, me and Nish, how do we ensure this is going to scale? Like what are the SOPs which work for Big Four, which the smaller firms are not able to replicate? So this is one question. The second one is role of parents. Like we are looking at you as a parent partner. You have been very, very supportive in multiple aspects. So how should parents step into the journey? So these are two questions which I wanted to know from you, sir.
I thought if you had called the parents of the people attending this, I think also that would have helped. I think you should have a session with the parents separately. But I think that's
we'll do it separately, sir, because we didn't want to keep them for a long period.
All right. So let me answer the second question, which is much more easier.
Yes.
I do not know whether Nish knew Himakant before. Okay. So the whole point was when you find, and this is something which you need to pick it up. You can pick it up only if you are, if you know your subjects well. It's common to everyone. It's common to even you, the way you are running a process, whether you're doing it right or the way it is not. I'll give you a simple example. Suppose you had asked in this session that I want all the 55 people to be on video.
Right.
And you find that there are only 20 people are on the video and the 30 people are not on the video. So what does it indicate to you? Two things. One, the person will come up with a reason saying that I'm at work, I'm at this, I'm at this. So therefore, the point which is really is that if I make it very clear with the people whom are concerned and tell them, listen, I have so I'm at an office today and I'm attending this. I'm actually cheating the office people.
Right.
Okay. So the question is, because I'm in the office, I'm not in the video. Right. So therefore, and somebody might say, I'm in a temple. Right. If you're in a temple, you're not even listening to what I'm telling you. So therefore, it is about, so as a parent, I mean, as a leader, why as a parent, as a leader, why I want you to look at this is, if you are to give importance to this 45 minutes, it should be with attentiveness, not with excuses. I can give you 100 reasons why I cannot do it. Give me one reason why I can be in this with full attention throughout the video. That is the point. So therefore, if you say I'm in temple, I'm in office, I'm this thing, actually you should not even join, because you're not going to add value.
Right.
Somebody will come in. For instance, when I was talking, you had interruption with your family coming in, asking twice, thrice, and then you have to say under mute. So therefore, I can look at what you are. That means you're not physically present, while you're physically present, but mentally you're interacting with them. So therefore, that little attentiveness goes away. So therefore, our whole problem as a parent, you will be able to assess. So the point of attention, how do you assess is, you see every person day in, day out. Right. But if a child comes to you and hugs you more than once every time, you need to understand the child has a problem.
Okay.
The untold story is different. That's how Himakant came into situation.
Understood, sir. Understood.
The point is, you may be doing well, but too much of studying also leads to boredom. That is the reason why I tell each of the people, pick up a sport. A sport will bring back the attentiveness, the concentration. The will to succeed is always in a sport.
Right.
Because when you're in a sport, you have the will to succeed. And the will to succeed, you should practice every day. It could be running. I can do a 5 minutes run or a 400 meters run. I can do a half marathon. I can do anything. I can do a yoga. But bring back that energy. In a day-to-day activity, unless you bring back that activity of the alertness, you have the mental alertness comes through physical activity, you will not be able to achieve what it is. Sitting in a room throughout without even moving out, you're not a single blood circulation goes up. I think that's the biggest mistake every student does.
Correct.
So therefore, as a parent, I could know the subjects because I am a leader. I know the subject, who is doing well or not. As a leader of driving this MOM, you need to know who are the people who will really make it or not. Not all the 56 people will make it, because the 56 people have not given you the 100%. Undivided attention to you, what the process you're following it.
Right.
But if I give you the undivided attention to whatever the process I follow, I don't see any reason why people should not pass, provided they have responsibilities at home, provided they have their own challenges. That's a different thing that we need to deal separate. But undivided attention to whatever you do makes difference. So that's as a parent. So for me as a parent is to know my kids more than anything else. You may study for long, but if you're not passing, that means there's something wrong in the process. So therefore, address the process. That's where standardization of Himakant came.
Got it.
The standardization came in because you had a structure in which you had gone through the structure. And if you had stick to the structure, you see an end result. And that's how Nishiket's process of this things. So the same thing applies. The same thing applies in an organization. Why do they not do it? The whole point is a standardization is not about only the process, but adapting to the change and then making it standardization.
Got it.
Majority of the firms which have a challenge with financials, because investment in technology is very important.
True.
Imparting knowledge to the professionals is very important.
True, sir.
Engaging with clients for which you have learned you will deliver at the same level is missing. Fourth, the type of people who come and work are different levels.
Got it.
So therefore, The smaller firms have a much larger picture, right from infrastructure to finance to the quality of the clients and the quality of the people. And therefore, to come to that level of standardization, automation, looking for change and adapting to the change is the bigger issue.
Understood,
So if I were to ask Himakant what he was about 5 years ago versus what Himakant today, he has transformed a journey from struggle to a transformation with finance. So to what you can do it, and you will only do more, better and better and better. But that requires you to stay invested.
True.
So the larger firms do standardization, adapt to change, have that foresight, and move ahead for the future. The smaller firms battles around for survival, and that's where the journey of not seeing the growth, because there is a growth. The growth is only limited to how many houses I have, how many cars I have, how many restaurants I go, and that's all you're limited. You're not scaling it to the level where someone looks at and says, hey, listen, I want to work with him. You always see a successful individual tax practitioners. You always see many successful individual indirect tax people. Why? They succeed in becoming an expert by repeating the same thing. They don't have time to even to meet you.
Right.
For which they've invested, reinvested, invested, reinvested. So therefore, you should become such person wherein you are only sought after, not the other way.
Got it, sir. This is a very deep and fantastic insight. So one last question. A couple of days ago, I got a call from a student from Kerala was following us and he wanted to join. So when this came in, at the end he said, my father is also a chartered accountant. Probably he said he'll guide me when the final transaction part came in. So at that point of time, that was his response. That is when I immediately remembered you. When you yourself are a mentor and you are super capable of handling things. So in that family, why did they take a decision like that? And what was different about you? Like at that point of time, they did not even know me. So it wasn't easy because you could have guided him. So how can others who are looking at this, or how can others who are in a dilemma where there is a two-generation family, father is also CA, and then they're trying to guide their own son or daughter. So how should they take the decision?
So what happens? So let me bring the father side of it. What does the father want from a child?
Happy and successful, maybe?
Always succeed. Always you should be first. So in the journey of saying that you'll be first, what will be the reaction of the father? Even little things you don't know.
Right.
So therefore, what really happens in a whole situation is, if I'm a teacher, I can sit with the child throughout and help him out. That's a different story.
Okay.
But if I'm a person who sits on judgment on the child, the story is different. Because at a parent level, because of your other challenges, you will say, okay, you don't know, you have not studied, you have not done this, you have not done this. So you are in a judgment.
Right.
Rather, if you are a teacher, you do not know the unknown.
Right.
Because the person who's coming to you is an unknown. You are putting that process with the unknown, a process to succeed.
Wonderful, wonderful. Got it, sir.
And that is what will help the child to perform, because he found somewhere he can learn from that unknown, because this process is different from the process which has been devised by the parent, because the parent always wants the child to succeed. So that is why I'm saying is know your child much better than telling the child you study, and you're not even. So you might think that you're encouraging, thinking you're doing good for him. The answer is no.
No.
You need to know your child's what are the things they can perform well at what situation.
Understood.
If I give all the oranges and say make orange juice, it's easier. I said grow it from the seed and make an orange juice in 30 days. It's difficult. And at the parent who's already enjoyed the orange juice, he will say, put the seeds, put that plant, put this, and then get it. He does not go through the journey of growth and a self-learning to bring a fruit in it. So therefore, the journey to bring into a fruit is what an outsider can do better, because the unknown and the respect, which is, you may call it fear, you may call it respect, is what will play a major role.
Wonderful, sir. Got the answer, because yes, sometimes stepping back is also helping the kid. Is summary of it. Wonderful, sir. And Nesh, finally, you are responsible for creating at least 10 more people like you this attempt. Like, what are your plans about it? And in general, what are your suggestions to the rest of the people? And how are you going to handle this 10 people? What's your plan?
So, plan as such, firstly, since I've already been, I've already have the experience as a student, so I know what what likely challenges a student might face. First step would be to understand the challenges the students are facing, and then take it step by step. Maybe addressing it one task at a time. Because when there's a proper plan in place for each of the individual, I mean, not everyone is the same. Each of the student might be facing a different issue. So understanding that and planning it accordingly, I think that should do it. It will not pose a major issue, like if you have the space foundation ready.
Perfect. So that part you're confident about helping 10 students. In general, closing remarks, like how should, like two sets of people are there, Nish. Somebody watching on YouTube who are yet to join the process. For them, what is your suggestion? Because most of them have a price objection. So how would somebody handle that? I'm talking about someone from whom the price point looks like depending on different categories. Suresh has tapped upon that in a different perspective. So for somebody who actually feels that it is difficult to invest into this, so what is your suggestion to them?
So from a price perspective, I would say, like, when you have invested something, your own resource, like from your hard-earned money or something, so that will really give you a pinch. Like, when you've already invested, you will give your best, and you will try to take the maximum out of the process in place. Like, there might be some times where you may not be satisfied with what is happening, but ultimately it's like a 100-day game, right? So you have to wait for all the 100 days to actually see the overall output that you're receiving from the process. So I think it's just a concept of you have one concept in SFM where you invest on day one, you can't expect results immediately.
Right.
It is a long-term investment. So you'll have to keep on reinvesting the time in the process. There's only a first capital outlay you're doing it. So I think the price point is only for being in the game, so that you don't give up in between.
Wonderful.
I don't think the value which you receive is far greater than the value which you've invested.
And the second objection which they come back with is, you're lucky because it happened the other way, Anish. You have been sponsored by your dad much before you got into this. They said that the student, I am convinced, but the student, my parent is not convinced, because why don't you manage it yourself? Why don't you watch some free motivation videos, whatever? So what exactly is your say to the parents, like when they think in that perspective? We all already invested so much. What is there? It's not even coaching. So for them, what's your say?
So that aspect, I think the student only has to convince the parent, because he is seeing the value which he might get from the process. He is convinced that there will be some value addition, not only from a subject perspective, from a personality perspective as well.
Right.
So it is, I would say, it is up to the student only to convince the parent. And there might be cases where pretty much they would have invested till now a lot, and they might be having financial issues as well. So but ultimately it is the end goal, which we'll have to look at. The student has the fire in the belly to get into the process and clear it. So I think it has to come from the student only.
So let me just pitch in, because there's a very important question that is raised as how do you convince a parent? And I think it's also because an issue being a student would not know much as how to convince a parent. I think rightly so. I think the whole objective of to sell, this is very important, that you always compare money with time.
True.
The larger the time that you spend, the larger the money you have lost in the game.
Lovely.
So just take a simple example. If you were to invest about 10,000 rupees, right, for a simple 100 days, if I have to invest this, Take an example of, let's say, you're paying someone to watch. So you about watching a movie about 5 times in a period of this month. So that means you go every time to a PVR or something, you spend about 2,000.
True.
And the entertainment is only for 3 hours, and 3 into 5 is 15 hours. That's how you get that. And if you invest 10,000 and you do, let's say you don't invest 10,000, right? And then you pass, it's good for you. If you don't pass, you again have got a time. So the time lost is much greater than the money that you spent immediately. Suppose you spend today 10,000 bucks and then pass out. This 10,000 is recovered within 1 month of your passing it.
True. That's what, yes,
the recovery is much. So therefore,
faster.
You have to think from an investment time perspective, not from an investment perspective. Two, when you invest, you're getting a guidance which otherwise is not available from an expert. So the other's perspective in your journey, like a coach, you might say Sachin Tendulkar is the greatest player. Virat Kohli is the greatest player. But you will have batting coach, you will have fielding coach, you have physical coach, you will have mental coach. He will have various coaches who will to guide him, not for anything that he doesn't know. It is to be guiding him. Let's say if he goes to a gym and says, I'm muscular, I'm going to lift a weight. No, there is a process that you put in a place. And therefore, when you go to an expert, you have to pay a price for that. You can still go to a government hospital and get it free. You can still go to a corporate hospital, get it paid, but with the person whom you know versus a person you don't know. So therefore, when you do a sales pitch, and this all comes through experience, it is always you look at from the value that you will get at the end versus the investment that you made at the beginning. And that if the value that you receive at the end is much greater than the value that you get in the investment, that is called net present value in your financials.
Wonderful.
To take the example from a capital outlay.
Got it.
As simple as that.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So Nish and Ganesh sir, once again, the journey has been continuing. Again, it's a new role. So Nish was there and then here. Now is coming into the mentor bracket. So that's a fabulous fast promotion, double promotion, just like what you had in your career. So I would like the next session where you would be hosting your dad in a different capacity. And that is exactly when we'll show our progress. And in fact, even Ganesh has been chasing me why you're not talking to others, why you're not collaborating. So I'm in that mode, sir. I'll give you that progress card by next year. We started that process. So,
and why don't you groom yourself? Anyone who comes on this one should be a presentable one. The first impression is the best impression. The first impression for being a presenter should be groomed well. And I re-emphasize time and again, I think this is something which is very, very important.
So I'm just following the blend of you and Akasam Raghunath, sir. So something between, he grows his hair like this.
No, you can go into an agricultural land, but I don't expect you to be in that one. But if you are talking to a professional like me, I would expect you to be dressed well, groomed well. That's all it is.
Got it.
That's all it matters, nothing more.
Yes.
Even if Rishikesh is coming there, he should be in that attire of where the mentor should have that attire which should demonstrate an authority.
Yes, sir.
And the first stage is your authority. A mentorship comes with an authority, and that's what will drive behavior.
Because this is something which I constantly keep thinking, should I get closer to the students who are wearing, because there are companies which work in this perspective, that a lot of companies which have a far more...
The question is, Guru minchina Shishuda, Shishuda minchina Gurua, adu chusko.
Got it. Understood.
This always saying is, you set a standard, people follow standard. Or you go to their standard and then follow their standard.
Perfect. So this is very important. This is the reason why you should always have your mentors to carry the stick for you. So thank you very much, Ganesha, for being there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Nesh, so officially you're declared as a mentor on this fantastic day. So thank you very much, both of you, the kind of valuable insights, and you guys keep contributing, and we'll bring more and more family, second generation families into the picture. So we'll do a separate session for that. So thank you very much, Ganesha, for your time once again. And let me take a picture, guys, all of you with Ganesha. Quickly switch on your videos over there. quickly switch on your videos. We'll take one thumbs up selfie with Ganesh. It's a fantastic opportunity for all of you. Just let me quickly click this. Perfect. 1, 2. Done. I got it. Yes.
All right. So
Yes,
thank you
sir.
so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you
Keep
very much.
doing well. Keep
Yes,
growing.
sir.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nish.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Teja is there? Ekkada Teja? Teja there.
Yeah, hi. Somebody the chat is asking for a talk.
Pardon?
Anil, I guess. Anil.
No,
I guess.
we are already running out of time, so let's do the questions later on. Where is Teja? We also have Bhavesh, I believe. Yes. I found you guys. So, hi Teja.
Hi, sir.
Hi ma'am. Hello, Naru.
Namaste, sir.
Namaste. బాగున్నారా?
బాగున్నామండి.
నైస్. సో ఇక్కడ స్టార్ట్ అయిందండి. బేసికలీ మీరు ఇక్కడే కూర్చున్నారు. నేను అటు సైడ్ కూర్చున్న ఆ రోజు. మీరు దిస్ ఇస్ వేర్ వి స్టార్టెడ్ అవర్ జర్నీ. మీరు వచ్చి ఏం లేదు. మీరు చెప్పిన మాట ఏంటంటే మా అబ్బాయి చాలా తెలివైన వాడు. మా అబ్బాయి గురించి నాకు తెలిస్తే చాలా తెలివైన వాడు. ఏదో ట్రాక్ స్లైట్ గా అటు ఇటు అయింది. మీరే చూసుకోండి. యూఆర్ వెరీ కాన్ఫిడెంట్ అబౌట్ డూ థింగ్స్ అండి. మీరు వచ్చి యూ ఇంపోజ్ కాన్ఫిడెన్స్ అన్ us. మా మీద చాలా ట్రస్ట్ చూపించారు. మీ అబ్బాయి మీద చాలా ట్రస్ట్ చూపించారు. సో నా క్వశ్చన్ ఏంటంటే ఇప్పుడు చాలా మందికి అందరు చెప్తుంటారు ఏంటంటే 2-3 సార్లు ఫెయిల్ అయితే పేరెంట్స్ స్టాప్ బిలీవింగ్ దెమ్. అంటే కొంతమంది లైక్ చాలా పెళ్లి చేసుకో, చాలా జాబ్ చేసుకో. సో మీరు అసలు వాట్ మేడ్ యూ బిలీవ్ తేజాని అంత ఎక్కువ ఎలా నమ్మారు, ఎందుకు నమ్మారు? అండ్ నెక్స్ట్ మమ్మల్ని ఎందుకు నమ్మారు, ఎలా నమ్మారు? దీస్ ఆర్ ద 2 questions which we wanted to start with. కొంచెం ఫ్రేమ్ మ్యామ్ చేతున్న పెట్టండి. యా బెటర్.
తేజ అంటే చిన్నప్పటి నుంచి బాగా చదువుతాడు కాబట్టి అంటే ఐపీసీసీ రాసినప్పుడు కూడా అకౌంట్స్ పేపర్ బాగా రాసి వచ్చి నేను బాగా రాయలేదని చెప్పి మూడ్ ఆఫ్ అయిపోయి మిగతా పేపర్స్ కాన్సన్ట్రేషన్ చేయకుండా ఉన్నాడు. రిజల్ట్స్ వచ్చినప్పుడు చూస్తే అకౌంట్స్ పేపర్ లో పాస్ అయ్యి చాలా మార్క్స్ వచ్చినాయి. అప్పుడు నాకు అనిపించింది వీడు సరిగా ఆలోచించట్లేదు అని చెప్పి నేను అప్పుడు సిఏ కోర్స్ ఏంటి ఏది అనేది చెప్పి ఆర్టికల్స్ అవి చదివి దాని మీద కొంచెం నాలెడ్జ్ తెచ్చుకొని బాబుని మోటివేట్ చేయడం జరిగింది కొంచెం. అప్పుడు ఐపీసీసీ ఈజీగా పాస్ అయ్యాడు. అట్లా కాదు, ఒక పేపర్ బాగా రాయకపోతే దానివల్ల మూడ్ ఆఫ్ అవ్వదు, నెక్స్ట్ పేపర్ కు ప్రిపేర్ చేయాలి బాబుని అంటే వెనకాల కొంచెము మోటివేట్ చేస్తూ చదివించడం జరిగింది. ఐపీసీసీ పాస్ అయ్యింది. అందువల్ల బాబుని నమ్మాను నేను. తర్వాత కరోనా వచ్చినప్పుడు బాగా డిస్టర్బ్ అయ్యి, మీకు తెలిసిన విషయమే కదా అది, డిస్టర్బ్ అయ్యి కొంచెము చదవలేకపోతున్నాడు అని చెప్పి మిమ్మల్ని కలవడం జరిగింది బాబు. అప్పుడు ఫస్ట్ అటెంప్ట్ లోనే బాబు గ్రూప్ 1 పాస్ అవ్వడం జరిగింది మోటివేషన్ ద్వారా. అందువల్ల మిమ్మల్ని నమ్మడం జరిగింది.
గాట్ ఇట్ అండి. మీకు ఏం చేంజెస్ అనిపించాయండి ఇప్పుడు తేజాలో? ఇప్పుడు తను ఒక డిఫరెంట్ లాజిక్ ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేస్తాడు, ఎక్స్ ఫ్యాక్టర్ వై ఫ్యాక్టర్ అని. మాకు కొంచెం సింప్లిఫై చేయడానికి తేజ జాయిన్ అయ్యాక ఏం చేంజెస్ అనిపించింది తన చదువులో కానీ పర్సనాలిటీ కానీ ఆల్ ఓవర్ ఏం చేంజెస్ కనిపించింది?
చేంజెస్ అంటే కొంచెము కాన్ఫిడెన్స్ అనేది వస్తుందండి ఒకరు గైడ్ చేయడం మూలంగా. మీరు గైడ్ చేస్తున్నారు కాబట్టి ఒక కాన్ఫిడెంట్ అనేది చూశాను. నేను ఎట్లయినా పాస్ అవుతాను, ఒకరి గైడెన్స్ లో నడుస్తున్నాడు కాబట్టి నాకు కూడా కొంచెం నమ్మకం అనిపించింది. సారు గైడ్ చేస్తున్నారు, సిలబస్ అంతా మీరు ఒక పద్ధతి ప్రకారంగా తీసుకెళ్తారు కాబట్టి వాళ్ళు అట్లా అదొక చేంజ్ అనిపించింది నాకు. అంతకుముందు టైమింగ్స్ అవి సరిగా లేక మీరు టైమింగ్స్ ఇవ్వడం మూలంగా టైమింగ్స్ లో ప్రిపేర్ అవ్వడము, ఎగ్జామ్స్ రాయడము, మీరు 3 hours లో పాత పేపర్ ఆన్సర్ చేయని చెప్పారు కదా 1-2 సార్లు, అట్లా ఆన్సర్ చేయడం మూలంగా కొంచెం కాన్ఫిడెన్స్ పెరిగింది అనిపించింది నాకు.
Sir, I see that someone is asking to.
That's okay, don't worry. That's okay. No issues. Let it continue.
హిందీలో అడుగుతున్నారు.
నేను అంటే ఫ్లూయెంట్ గా హిందీ మాట్లాడలేకపోతాను సార్. తెలుగు అయితే బాగా చక్కగా మాట్లాడతాను.
మీకోసమే సెషన్ ఇస్ ఫర్ యూ, దిస్ ఇస్ టు రెస్పెక్ట్ యు అంటే.
అంత ఫ్లూయెంట్ గా రాదు నాకు.
పర్లేదు, ప్లీజ్ బి కంఫర్టబుల్. ది సెషన్ ఇస్ ఫర్ యూ. వి వాంటెడ్ టు హావ్ యు, వాంటెడ్ టు రెస్పెక్ట్.
తెలుగు అయితే కంఫర్టబుల్ గా మాట్లాడగలుగుతాను.
టోటలీ ఫైన్. తెలుగులోనే మాట్లాడండి. తెలుగు మీకోసం. మ్యామ్ ఇప్పుడు చాలా మంది ఏంటంటే ఇప్పుడు పేరెంట్స్, ఇప్పుడు ఇంతకు ముందు మీరు చూసినట్టయితే గణేష్ సార్ వచ్చారు. గణేష్ సార్ అండ్ నిషికేత్ వాళ్ళ ఫాదర్ ఇనిషియేటివ్ తీసుకుని ఆయన అక్కడ చేశారు. ఇక్కడ మీరు మదర్ కాన్సెప్ట్ అది సిఏజ్ ఫ్యామిలీ కోర్స్. సో వాళ్ళ ఫాదర్ ఇప్పుడు మనకి భవేష్ ఇంకా వాళ్ళ సిస్టర్ కూడా రెడీగా ఉన్నారు. సో వాళ్ళ సిస్టర్ ఇనిషియేటివ్ తీసుకున్నారు. సో మీ కేసులో చాలా మంది పేరెంట్స్ వాళ్ళ పిల్లలకి ఏదో చేద్దాం అనుకుంటారు కానీ దే డోంట్ నో హౌ టు హెల్ప్. స్టక్ అయిపోయి ఉన్నారు ఇప్పుడు, ఎస్పెషల్లీ తెలుగు స్టేట్స్ లో, వాళ్ళకి మీరు ఏం చెప్పదలుచుకున్నారు ఇప్పుడు క్లియర్ అవ్వకపోతే? సో వాట్ షుడ్ దే డూ? ఎలా సపోర్ట్ చేస్తే మంచిది? యాజ్ ఎ మదర్, వాట్ డిడ్ యు డు ఫర్ తేజ?
ఒక మదర్ గా అంటే ఇది ఎలా ఉంటదంటే, మన చుట్టుపక్కల వాళ్ళు, మన రిలేటివ్స్, వాళ్ళకి మనకంటే ఎక్కువ వాళ్ళకి బాధ అవుతుంటది సార్. నేను అనుభవించింది, నేను చూసింది. మాది జాయింట్ ఫ్యామిలీ. మా ఇంట్లో ఉండే వాళ్ళు, మా కో సిస్టర్స్ వాళ్ళు, ఏంటి ఫెయిల్ అవుతున్నాడు, ఎట్లా ఫెయిల్ అయితే ఏం చేస్తావు లాస్ట్ కి అని అడిగేవాళ్ళు. అప్పుడు నేను వాళ్ళకి ఒకటే సమాధానం చెప్పాను సార్ కాన్ఫిడెంట్ గా, ఫెయిల్ అయితే ఫెయిల్ అవ్వచ్చు కానీ నాలెడ్జ్ అయితే ఎక్కడ పోదు కదా. చదివినందుకు నాలెడ్జ్ అయితే వస్తుంది కదా సార్. బెటర్ అంటే 2 సార్లు 3 సార్లు చదవడం మూలంగా వాళ్ళ తెలివైతే పెరుగుతుంది కదా. అది ఎక్కడో ఒక చోట సర్టిఫికేటే మనకు ముఖ్యం కాదు కదా. వాడికి ఎంకరేజ్ చేస్తాను నేనైతే అయ్యేంత వరకు అని, అదొకటి సమాధానం. ఇది బీటెక్ చేసిన వాళ్ళు, ప్లేస్మెంట్స్ అట్లా వచ్చి వీళ్ళతో పాటు వాళ్ళు ఉన్న వాళ్ళు, వాళ్ళకి 4 years లోనే ఇంటర్మీడియట్, ఆఫ్టర్ ఇంటర్మీడియట్ 4 years లోనే ఇంజనీరింగ్ అయిపోతుంది. 4th year లో వాళ్ళకి ప్లేస్మెంట్స్ వస్తాయి, జాబ్ వచ్చింది అని చెప్తుంటారు సార్ అందరు పేరెంట్స్. ఇంత ప్యాకేజీ అంత ప్యాకేజీ అని చెప్పడం మూలంగా అది పేరెంట్స్ లోపల ఒక లోన్లీనెస్ కూడా క్రియేట్ అవుతుంది సార్. ఇప్పుడు మా బాబుతో చదివే వాళ్ళకి అట్లా జాబ్స్ రావడం మూలంగా వాళ్ళు కొంచెం మమ్మల్ని, మా బాబుకి ఇట్లా ప్యాకేజ్ అట్లా ప్యాకేజ్ అన్నప్పుడు పేరెంట్స్ కొంచెం లోన్లీగా ఫీల్ అవ్వడం జరుగుతుంది. కానీ అదనేది మనం పిల్లలకు బయట పెట్టకూడదు సార్. అయితే అదే ఎందుకంటే పక్కన వాళ్ళు అట్లా మమ్మల్ని చేయడం మాకు కనిపించింది వాళ్ళ ఫేస్లలో కానీ, మాతో మోటివేట్. కానీ మేము అది మా లోపలే పెట్టుకొని మా బాబుకు ఎక్కడ కనిపించలేదు. మేము ఎంకరేజ్ చేయడమే జరిగింది. ప్రతి పేరెంట్ కూడా అదే చేయాలి సార్. పక్కన వాళ్ళతో పోల్చుకోకుండా, ఆ కోర్సుకు ఈ కోర్సుకు సంబంధం లేదు కదా నా అభిప్రాయం. బీటెక్ వేరు, సిఏ వేరు, ఇది వొకేషనల్ కోర్స్ లాగా కదా. ఆ బీటెక్ వాళ్ళకి ఫైనల్ ఇయర్ కానీ, వీళ్ళకంటే ముందు 5 years లోపలనే జాబ్స్ వస్తుంటాయి, ప్లేస్మెంట్స్ అని వెళ్ళిపోతుంటారు. అది చుట్టుపక్కల వాళ్ళంతా ఏంటంటే ఇంకా అవ్వలేదా, అది వాళ్ళు పిల్లల ముందు అడిగేటప్పటికి పిల్లలు కూడా చాలా డిస్టర్బ్ అవుతారు సార్. అది మనం కొంచెం పేరెంట్స్ అనేది పిల్లల దాకా వెళ్ళనీయకుండా మనం మేనేజ్ చేసుకోవాలని నా అభిప్రాయం సార్.
వండర్ఫుల్ అండి, చాలా 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 బాగా చెప్పారు. అంటే దిస్ ఇస్ వెరీ డీప్ అండ్ మెచ్యూర్. తేజ, అంటే ఇప్పుడు మీ జర్నీలో వాట్ వాస్ ద రోల్ ఆఫ్ యువర్ మదర్? లైక్ వాట్ సపోర్ట్ డిడ్ యూ గెట్? Because when you're struggling, especially at that point of time, your mother took decisions for you, she was backing you up. So what support did you get from your mother?
I can't ask for anything more, because even before I asked for something, she already gave that. There was nothing for me to ask her to support me. It was always there. I didn't find something missing and go back to them and ask. It was the same with my mother and father also.
Wonderful. So much before you ask, they're doing it for you.
కానీ పిల్లలను ఎప్పుడు కూడా మనము అంటే ఇదెందుకు తీసుకున్నాం అనే క్వశ్చన్ వాళ్ళ మైండ్ లోపల రానియకూడదు సార్. మా బాబు ఇష్టంగా తీసుకున్నాడు సిఏ. ఆ బీటెక్ పిల్లలను వాళ్ళని చూసి మనము దాంట్లోకి వెళ్ళలేదు, నువ్వు ఇది చేస్తున్నావు ఇంకా అవ్వట్లేదు అంటే, నేను వేరే సిఏ తీసుకున్న వాళ్ళ పేరెంట్స్ తోని, వాళ్ళ పిల్లలు తీసుకున్న పిల్లల వాళ్ళ పేరెంట్స్ తోని మాట్లాడినప్పుడు వాళ్ళు ఎక్కువగా ఇట్లానే మాట్లాడడం జరిగింది సార్. వచ్చింది మా అమ్మాయి, బీటెక్ చేసినా పోయేది, జాబ్ వచ్చేది, అట్లా అటువంటి థాట్ అనేది మనం పిల్లల లోపల కల్పించొద్దని అనిపిస్తుంది సార్. అంటే వాళ్ళు ఇష్ట ప్రకారం వెళ్ళారు కాబట్టి వాళ్ళు అది చేయలేరు కదా సార్. ఇష్టం దాంట్లోకి వెళ్ళి చేయలేరు. తీసుకున్న దానికి మనం దాన్ని మోటివేట్ చేస్తూ వెళ్ళాలి. దానివల్ల ఉపయోగం ఉంటుంది సార్ ఖచ్చితంగా. ప్రయత్నం చెయ్యి, ఫలితం ఉంటదని చెప్పాలి పేరెంట్స్ ఎప్పుడు.
అండ్ ఫైనలీ ఒకటండి, ఇప్పుడు ఈ మధ్యన కొంతమంది ఏంటంటే పిల్లలు మాకు ఇంట్రెస్ట్ చాలా ఎక్కువ ఉంది జాయిన్ అవ్వాలని చెప్పి, సో పేరెంట్స్ ఏమో ఆల్రెడీ కోచింగ్ కి చాలా ఖర్చు పెట్టాము, దానికి ఖర్చు పెట్టాము, మళ్ళీ ఎందుకు లేదు ట్రై చేసుకోని చాలా మంది చెప్తున్నారు పిల్లలు వచ్చి మాకు చెప్తున్నారు. కొంతమంది మీరు కానీ గణేష్ వాళ్ళు కానీ వాళ్ళే డిసైడ్ చేసుకున్నారు. బట్ కొంతమంది పేరెంట్స్ లో ఇది అవుతుంది. సో యూనో మీరు ఎలా డెసిషన్ తీసుకుంటారు? అంటే వాళ్ళకి ఏం గైడ్ చేస్తారు? లెట్స్ సే ఇప్పుడు 2-3 సార్లు ఫెయిల్ అయ్యాక మళ్ళీ చదువులో ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేయాలంటే,
అంటే వాళ్ళు ఆల్రెడీ చదివే ఉంటారు కాబట్టి అంటే ఈ ఎగ్జామ్స్ కంటిన్యూ చేస్తూనే ఉండాలి సార్. పక్కన ఇప్పుడు పేరెంట్స్ ప్రాబ్లం ఉన్నప్పుడు దీనికి రిలేటివ్ గా ఏదైనా ఉద్యోగం చేస్తున్నా కూడా, ఇప్పుడు సిఏకి సంబంధించిన వర్కులు కొన్ని అవి చేస్తుంటారు కదా సార్ బయట వేరే కంపెనీస్ లో అయినా, అట్లా ఉద్యోగం చేసినప్పుడు దీన్ని మాత్రం కంటిన్యూగా కొనసాగించాలి సార్, ఎప్పుడు వదిలిపెట్టదు. అంటే బెటర్ గానే అవుతుంటారు దానివల్ల. అదొకటి నెగిటివ్ థాట్ అనేది తీసేయాలి సార్. ఫెయిల్ అవుతున్నాం అనేది తీసేసి వాళ్ళు చదువుతూనే ఉండాలనేది నా అభిప్రాయం. ఎక్కడ కూడా వాళ్ళకి డ్రాప్ కమ్మని చెప్పొద్దు మనం. కంటిన్యూ చెయ్యండి. ఎప్పుడో ఒకసారి ఇందాక ఒక అబ్బాయి మాట్లాడితే 11th attempt 12th attempt అని చెప్పారు సార్. ఎప్పుడొకప్పుడు అవుతుంది సార్. కాకపోతే ఎట్లా ఉంటుంది వాళ్ళకి అది ఒకసారి వదిలేశారు అనుకోండి సార్, వాళ్ళకి లైఫ్ లాంగ్ ఒక మచ్చ, అరే నేను అది చేయలేకపోయాను, అది ఉండిపోతుంది. వాళ్ళు కడుతున్నారు అనుకోండి, దానివల్ల నష్టమే ఉంది సార్.
అవునండి,
అభిప్రాయం. దానికి కొంచెం టైం కేటాయిస్తే సరిపోతుంది ఆ చదువుకి.
రైట్. అండ్ ఇంకొకటి, ఇప్పుడు ఒకటి ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేయడం, ఇప్పుడు ఈ మెంటార్షిప్ అనేది ఈ స్పెసిఫిక్ గా మెంటార్షిప్ కోసం చదువు, ఇప్పుడు కోచింగ్ కానీ డబ్బులు కడతామా, దీనికెందుకు నీకు నువ్వే చదువుకోవచ్చు కదా, దాని ఏముంది అన్నట్టు అంటున్నారు. చాలా మందికి పేరెంట్స్ కి కాన్సెప్ట్, మీరు మెచ్యూర్డ్ గా ఆలోచించి డెసిషన్ తీసుకుంటారు. చాలా మందికి పేరెంట్ కి కాన్సెప్ట్ ఏంటో క్లియర్ గా అర్థం కాదు. సో వాళ్ళేమో మాకు ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఉంది సార్, మా పేరెంట్స్ పే చేయాలి, మేము కన్విన్స్ చేయలేకపోతున్నాం. ఇప్పుడు అలాంటి పేరెంట్స్ కి ఏంటి, మెంటార్షిప్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఉన్న స్టూడెంట్స్ కి వాళ్ళు కన్విన్స్ చేయలేకపోతున్నారు అంటే వాట్ డూ యూ వాంట్ టు టాక్ టు దేర్ పేరెంట్స్?
మెంటర్షిప్ అనేది చాలా ముఖ్యం అనిపిస్తుంది సార్ నాకు. ఎందుకంటే సిఏ కోర్స్ లో మోటివేషన్ ఉండాలి, ఒక సిస్టమేటిక్ గా వెళ్తుంటారు మెంటర్షిప్ లో. లేకపోతే వాళ్ళు కొంచెం డిస్టర్బ్ అవుతారు. మీరు టైం టు టైం టైం టేబుల్ ఉంటది. ఒక చిన్న ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంటే కదా సార్ నా అభిప్రాయం. అంటే సక్సెస్ అయ్యామంటే ఈ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ దాంతో పోలిస్తే చాలా తక్కువ సార్, అసలు జీరో నా అభిప్రాయం అయితే. ఇప్పుడు ఇంతవరకు మనము కోర్స్ కి, దానికి కోచింగ్ కి, దానికి ఖర్చు పెట్టాం కదా, దాంట్లో మీ దగ్గర రావడానికి అయ్యే ఖర్చు అయితే నాకు చాలా తక్కువనే అనిపించింది సార్ నా అభిప్రాయం. చెప్తున్నాను కదా, తర్వాత సక్సెస్ అయిన తర్వాత అది నథింగ్. మెంటర్షిప్ ఉంటే ఏంటంటే, ఇప్పుడు పేరెంట్స్ కి కోర్స్ గురించి తెలీదు. ఒక సీఏ చదివిన పేరెంట్ అయితేనే వాళ్ళకి దాని గురించి ఐడియా ఉంటుంది. మామూలుగా నాలాంటి వాళ్ళకి, అంటే నేను హోమ్ మేకర్ కాబట్టి నాకు కొంచెం ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఉండి చదవడము, బాబుని మోటివేట్, అందరికీ అట్లా ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఉండదు కదా సార్. తల్లిదండ్రులు చదువుకున్న వాళ్ళు ఉండరు, జాబులు చేస్తూ వాళ్ళ టైమింగ్స్ లో వాళ్ళు బిజీ ఉంటారు, వీళ్ళని మోటివేట్ చేయలేకపోతారు. అట్లాంటప్పుడు మీరు మోటివేట్ చేయగలుగుతున్నారు కదా సార్. ఒక టైం, ఒక సిలబస్, వాళ్ళకి ఏంటి ఇది అది అని పాతది చెప్పడము, రివిజన్ చేయడము చాలా ముఖ్యం సార్. ఆ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ మీ దగ్గర, అంటే మీ మెంటర్షిప్ కి ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ అనేది దాని గురించి ఆలోచించడం అసలు కరెక్టే కాదు అని నా అభిప్రాయం. సంతోషం ఉంది అసలు, ఇది అసలు నథింగ్ అంటే నథింగ్, జీరో.
థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్ ఫర్ దట్ అండి. ఇప్పుడు తేజ ఏంటంటే, ఇప్పుడు నెక్స్ట్ జర్నీలో తనైతే ఎలా క్లియర్ అయ్యాడో తనని మెంటార్ గా తీసుకొస్తున్నాం. మేమేంటంటే ఇప్పుడు బయట వాళ్ళే కాకుండా ఈ ప్రాసెస్ యూజ్ అయ్యి, ప్రాసెస్ నమ్మి ఫాలో అయిన వాళ్ళే. సో తేజ లాస్ట్ టైం చాలా మంది లాక్ కూడా హెల్ప్ చేశాడు. ఇప్పుడు ఇంకా ఫర్దర్ గా, సో మీకు జస్ట్ మీ అబ్బాయి కోసం చిన్న ఒక ప్రెజెంటేషన్ క్రియేట్ చేశాను నార్మల్ గా. సో ఫ్రమ్ ద డిఫరెంట్ పర్స్పెక్టివ్ అంతే, ఊరికే మీ అబ్బాయిని మళ్ళీ స్క్రీన్ లో మీరు చూసుకోవచ్చు. ఆ హ్యాపీనెస్ క్రియేట్ చేయడం కోసం మీరు ఒక చిన్న మీకోసం. సో ఇంట్రో షాట్లు మీరే ఉన్నారు. సో బికాస్ అన్ని అంటే అందరి కేస్ లో ఇండివిజువల్ స్టూడెంట్స్ పెట్టాము, ఇక్కడైతే మీ జర్నీ మన ముగ్గురుతో స్టార్ట్ అయింది. మీరు ప్రతి ఫ్రేమ్ లో ఉన్నారండి. ఫస్ట్ నుంచి మన ఫస్ట్ కాన్వర్సేషన్ నుంచి మధ్యలో తేజ డల్ ఉన్నప్పుడు మీరు నాకు కాల్ చేసేవారు, ఒకసారి తేజతో మాట్లాడండి. సో అంటే నేను చెప్తున్నారంటే, like you are the main mentor in a way, you mentored him. So mother is the best mentor అని అందరికి చెప్తున్నాను. So this is exactly what you actually did అండి. అంటే ఓపెన్ గా ఎవ్రీబడి హ్యాస్ టు నో యువర్ రోల్. అంటే మీరు లేకపోతే అవ్వదండి. ఇప్పుడు నేనున్నా లేకపోయినా అయ్యేదేమో కానీ మీరు లేకపోతే అయితే అవ్వదు. దట్ ఈస్ ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ వాట్ ఐ కెన్ క్లియర్లీ సే ఫర్ తేజ, ఫర్ ఎనీవన్. సో మీరు అంటే మదర్ అందరు ఇది, ఎందుకంటే నాకు ఇదే అయిందండి. మా మదర్ నేను సీఏ, మా చెల్లి సీఏ అంటే మా మదర్. ఐ వుడ్ అవుట్ రైట్లీ సే దట్స్ ఇట్. అంటే అందుకే మార్నింగ్ స్టార్ట్ కి మామ్ అని, దట్ ఈస్ ఐ వాంటెడ్ టు రెస్పెక్ట్ ఫర్ ఆల్ మదర్స్. సో మామ్ ఇస్ యువర్ డే విల్ స్టార్ట్ విత్ ఎ మదర్ వెదర్ యూ జాయిన్ సీఏ ఆర్ నాట్. దట్ ఈస్ వై మామ్ విల్ క్రియేటెడ్ దట్. సో ఇది అండి. సో ఇక్కడ ఏంటంటే ఒక 10,000 మందికి చేద్దాం అనుకున్నాం. మన కాన్వర్సేషన్ లో కలిసాము. ఇలా ఆ హ్యాపీనెస్ అనేది మా ద్వారా ఒక 10,000 మంది, అంటే ఈ హాఫ్ సీఏ కాన్సెప్ట్ ఇప్పుడు రీసెంట్ గా ఒక ఎపిసోడ్ గా వచ్చింది. సో సెమీ క్వాలిఫైడ్ సీఏ, సగం సీఎస్ ఆగిపోయిన వాళ్ళని ఫుల్ గా చేయించాలి, 10,000 మంది చేపిద్దాం అనుకుంటున్నాము. అండ్ ఇదేంటంటే ఇట్స్ అ ఫ్యామిలీ కోర్స్ అండి. బేసికల్ ఒకళ్ళు చేసేది కాదు అది. ఆల్ ఆఫ్ దెమ్ హాస్ టు డూ ఇట్ టుగెదర్. ఇట్స్ అ ఫ్యామిలీ కోర్స్. మీరు ఈ దాంట్లో యూఆర్ అ సూపర్ మామ్. ఇదేంటంటే ఇంకా నెక్స్ట్ ఒకసారి ఆల్ ద పేరెంట్స్ వర్ ఇన్వాల్వ్ నెక్స్ట్ ఇయర్ ఎండ్ లో ఎప్పుడైనా యూ వాంట్ అఫీషియల్లీ ఫెసిలిటేట్. ఆన్లైన్ లో ఆ ఛాన్స్, ఆ ఫీల్ ఉండదు. ఆఫ్లైన్ ఒకసారి అందరినీ పిలిచి ఇన్వైట్ చేసి మీ యువర్ స్టోరీ హ్యాస్ టు గో అవుట్. Your story has to go out is what we wanted to do. And ఇది మనం మాట్లాడిందండి on that day. That's a very good surprise. I was representing IC at that point of time. అదే ఇట్స్ ఇప్పుడు ఆ ఫీల్ వేరు కదా. మీరు అదే అంటున్నారు. ఇప్పుడు ఆ వచ్చిన సాటిస్ఫాక్షన్ కి ఈ వచ్చిన ప్రైస్ పాయింట్ కి వాట్ ఎవర్ ఇట్ ఇస్ నాట్ ఈవెన్ వర్త్ థింకింగ్. సో దిస్ ప్రైస్ పాయింట్, దిస్ ఫీలింగ్ ఇస్ వాట్ ఇట్ ఇస్. అండ్ తేజ క్లియర్ గా ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేశాడు ఎక్స్ ఫ్యాక్టర్ ఏంటి, వై ఫ్యాక్టర్ ఏంటి. హీ హాస్ ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ ఆల్ ద ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ వెరీ క్లియర్లీ. సో ఇదంతా తన స్కోర్ ఎక్కడ స్టార్ట్ అయింది, ఎక్కడ ఎండ్ అయింది, అండ్ ఆల్ ఆఫ్ దట్ ఇదంతా క్లియర్ చేసి హస్ గివెన్ దిస్. అసలు జాయిన్ అయ్యాక వాట్ యాక్చువల్లీ ఇంప్రూవ్డ్ అంటే ఈస్ టాకింగ్ అబౌట్ పీస్ ఆఫ్ మైండ్. ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ అసలు మైండ్ పీస్ఫుల్ గా అయింది. So now he's very clear, he's focused. Now that he has peace, he has rest of the aspects which he can work upon. So first peace of mind kun chepparu. Second migitavi kuda. So when he has other aspirations, so he was able to diversify apart from clearing CA. ఇప్పుడు ఎందుకంటే ఒకసారి క్లియర్ అయిపోతే he has mental space to do other things also. So this is what mentally free అయిపోతాడు. And freedom to spend money. All the parents might support, but what Teja has said is we can spend money on other things. ఇప్పుడు క్లియర్ అవ్వకపోతే మన ఓన్ మనీ ఉండదు, పేరెంట్స్ మనీ స్పెండ్ చేయాలంటే గిల్ట్ అదంతా ఉంటుంది. బట్ దెన్ దిస్ ఇస్ సంథింగ్ వేర్ విల్ గెట్ సమ్ అడిషనల్ ఫ్రీడమ్ అండి. సో దిస్ ఇస్ వాట్ ఐ సపోర్ట్. అండ్ ఎగ్జామ్స్ కోసం ప్రిపరేషన్ కోసం నార్మల్ గా మీరు చెప్పినట్టే అది ఎగ్జామ్స్ రాయడం, ఇద్దరు అదే అన్నారు. సో రైటింగ్ మోర్ ఎగ్జామ్స్ ఇస్ హెల్ప్ దెమ్ క్లియర్ ఆఫ్టర్ జాయినింగ్ మెంటర్షిప్. అండ్ క్లారిటీ టు టాకిల్ ఈచ్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీ సబ్జెక్ట్. ఒక ప్రతి సబ్జెక్ట్ ని హౌ ఐ కెన్ టాకిల్, అదొకటి మీరు చెప్పిన అంటే ఇది ఎందుకు చూపిస్తున్నా అంటే మీకు ఎంత పర్ఫెక్షన్ ఉందో. మీరు ఎగ్జామ్ రాయకుండా మీరు ఇవన్నీ చెప్తున్నారు. ఇప్పుడు ఒకరు క్లియర్ అయ్యాక ఏం చెప్తున్నారో మీరు అన్నీ అవే చెప్పారు. అడిగిన వెంటనే ఏంటి అంటే యూఆర్ సేయింగ్ ఇట్ సో ప్రిసైస్లీ, సో వెల్, యాజ్ ఇఫ్ యూఆర్ స్టూడెంట్, యాజ్ ఇఫ్ యూ రోట్ అన్ ఎగ్జామ్, ఆ లెవెల్లో చెప్తున్నారు. ఇదే రోజు చదివించడం, మోటివేషన్ అన్నట్టు, టైం మేనేజ్మెంట్, ఇదంతా ఇది ఇంపార్టెంట్ అని. ఎందుకు డబ్బులు పే చేయాలంటే మీరు అంతా క్లియర్ గా చెప్పారు. సో తన ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ మీ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ కంప్లీట్ గా సేమ్. సో ఈ రోలర్ కోస్టర్ అన్నట్టు ఇదంతా దిస్ ఇస్ వాట్ హి హస్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్డ్ ఇట్ ఆల్ టుగెదర్. సో అందరూ ఏంటంటే ద మూమెంట్ యూ క్లియర్ సిఏ లైఫ్ మారిపోతుంది. మీరు అన్నారు కదా స్టార్టింగ్ లో, ఒకవేళ రిలేటివ్స్ ఉంటే, ఇప్పుడు మనకి రిలేటివ్స్ ఉంటే వాళ్ళు ఇంకోలా ట్రీట్ చేస్తారు అదంతా. సో ఆ ట్రీట్మెంట్ అనేది కంప్లీట్ గా మారిపోతుంది. సో దట్ ఈస్ ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ వాట్ హాస్ హ్యాపెన్. సో ఇప్పుడు ఏంటంటే మీ అబ్బాయి ఈసారి అట్లీస్ట్ ఒక 10 మంది క్లియర్ చేస్తారండి. వాళ్ళు ఏంటంటే రేపు తేజ మీరు అడుగుతారు అంటే యూ విల్ సీ ద అదర్ సైడ్ ఆఫ్ ఇట్, హౌ యువర్ సన్ హ్యాస్ హెల్ప్ 10 people క్లియర్. ఇది ఒక మూమెంట్ లా క్రియేట్ చేస్తున్నా. ఐ వాంట్ టు ఇంక్లూడ్ యూ కూడా అండి. వాళ్ళ పేరెంట్స్ డౌట్ వస్తే దే టాక్ టు యూ. ఇది కూడా చేస్తున్నాం. సూపర్ పేరెంట్స్ అండ్ గ్రూప్ క్రియేట్ చేసి యు ఆర్ ద ఫస్ట్ సూపర్ మామ్ విచ్ యూ వాంట్ టు హ్యావ్ అఫీషియలీ. సో ఆల్ ఆఫ్ యూ గైస్ ప్లీజ్ డ్రాప్ ఎ మెసేజ్ దోస్ హూ కుడ్ నాట్ అండర్స్టాండ్.
అసలు సార్ మాట్లాడొచ్చా? అసలు ధైర్యము అంటే ఎవరు వెన్ను తట్టి మీ బాబుని సీఏ చేయించు అన్నట్టుగా మాట్లాడిన వాళ్ళే లేరు సార్. మాకు మేముగానే ధైర్యం తెచ్చుకున్నాం. ఎందుకంటే మా హస్బెండ్ ప్రైవేట్ జాబ్ అయినా మాకు ఒకటే బాబు కాబట్టి ఇంట్లో మాకు ఏమి ఇబ్బంది లేదు, దేవుడి దయ వల్ల. అందువల్ల మేమిద్దరం ఏమనుకున్నామంటే ఇల్లు గడుస్తుంది కాబట్టి వాడి సంపాదన మాకు అవసరం లేదు కాబట్టి వాడిని ఎంకరేజ్ చేద్దాము అని అనుకున్నాం. కానీ అందరికీ ఆ పరిస్థితి ఉండకపోవచ్చు సార్. కానీ మేము పక్కన వాళ్ళ విషయాలు అయితే చాలా అంటే బాబు దాకా వెళ్ళలేదు, కానీ మేము చాలానే ఫేస్ చేసాము. ఒకసారి వాడు సక్సెస్ అయిన తర్వాత అప్పుడు అందరికి వాళ్ళ మొహాల్లో చేంజ్ వస్తుంది సార్. అది అప్పుడు చూసింది తర్వాత చూసింది మనల్ని అచ్చడానికి గురి కావాల్సి వస్తుంది. అంటే వాళ్ళు అప్పుడు మాట్లాడిన వాళ్ళే పాస్ అయిన తర్వాత మనల్ని కంగ్రాచులేషన్ చెప్తుంటే అప్పుడు మన ఆనందానికి అవధులు ఉండవు. వాళ్ళు వాళ్ళే ఫీల్ అవుతారు సార్. వాళ్ళు అన్నవాళ్ళు పాస్ అయిన తర్వాత వాళ్ళు ఫీల్ అవుతారు, అయ్యో మనం వీళ్ళని ఇట్లా పాయింట్ అవుట్ చేశాం కదా అని ఫీల్ అవుతారు తప్పకుండా.
Wonderful, wonderful, lovely having both of you. Teja, any concluding remarks?
As my mom said, first thing they should do is they should pay deaf ear to whatever society or surrounding people would say to them. Okay, the first thing. And one more thing, the very important is every parent should know what this course is. It is not like my son is doing a CA, my daughter is doing CA. They should know what all the subjects are there, on what days exams are there, and how tough is that course, and how many people fail random day in day out, how many people fail, and how many people still stand up and give to the next attempt. Parents should know that. Once they come to know that, they will never discourage their own kid. Every parent wants to support their kid, but it is the sheer ignorance that makes them do certain things which indirectly or directly negatively impact the kid. So parents should know the course, and once they know the course and what this course can do to our life, they'll definitely by default they will be supporting the kid.
Wonderful, Teja, wonderful. So thank you very much for joining us today. And I just want to add one more couple to the screen. So just like మ్యామ్ మీరు ఎలా అయితే ఎంకరేజ్ చేశారో, సో భావేష్ కి ఇట్ వాస్ అర్ సిస్టర్. సో మీరు మదర్ రోల్ లో ఏదైతే చేశారో, సో భావేష్ అండ్ మీనాక్షి వాళ్ళు తను మొత్తం చూసుకొని షీ హాస్ సపోర్టెడ్ హిమ్. సో ఒక ఫ్యామిలీ కోర్స్ అంటే ప్రాబ్లీ వి మిస్డ్ ఇన్ ద పిక్చర్, ఇట్ వుడ్ హావ్ బీన్ ఎ కంప్లీట్ పిక్చర్. సో ఐమ్ జస్ట్ టేకింగ్ ఎ స్క్రీన్ షాట్ విత్ ఆల్ త్రీ ఆఫ్ us. లెట్ మీ డూ దిస్ కొంచెం యా గైస్ cheers. So Bhavesh, just like the way Meenakshi helped you, Teja's mother did everything for him. In fact, she was the first point. She just contacted me. She found me, like what Ganesha did for her son. So that is the kind of support which he has done. So if we had to look at it, we had a conversation with Ganesha in English, and then with them we had a conversation in Telugu. With you guys, let's do it in Hindi. So जो भी भाषा में बात करना है, the output is the same, right? CA is a family course. When you have someone close to you in the picture, and Teja has set a fantastic line. The parents, the family should understand the depth of the course, not randomly comparing this with some other regular course, right? This is something different. So that's a beautiful line, and her mom also said it clearly. We have to be supportive. We should not get succumbed to the pressure of the relatives and all of that. So as I promised, you guys will also be there for the offline event. That is where we will be getting an opportunity to communicate and we'll celebrate it. But for now, Teja and ma'am, chala thank you, Andy. Thank you very much for coming. It means a lot, Andy. Thank you very much. And మీ అబ్బాయి అంటే I'm telling this to you. మీరు లాస్ట్ టైం వచ్చి మీ అబ్బాయి కోసం నాకు చెప్పారు. Now I'm saying this to the same thing to you. He's a fantastic personality and he inspires a lot and you'll be proud of him. అంటే ఆల్రెడీ మీకు తెలుసు, బట్ నేను తనతో స్పెండ్ చేసిన ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ బట్టి, నాకు వచ్చిన ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ బట్టి చాలా ధైర్యవంతుడు అండి. అంటే ఇప్పుడు ఫస్ట్ ఏం చెప్పినా సరే చూసుకుందాం సార్, నేను 10 మంది క్లియర్ చేద్దామని చేసేద్దాం. సో ఒకలాంటి ధైర్యం ఉంటుంది. సో అది ఎక్కడికైనా తీసుకెళ్తుంది. చాలా మంచోడు అండ్ ధైర్యం ఉంది, ఒకరికి హెల్ప్ చేయాలన్న మంచి మనసు ఉంది. ఈ రెండు ఉంటే విల్ బికమ్ ఏ గుడ్ లీడర్. సో నెక్స్ట్ టైం మీరు ఈ ఫ్రేమ్ లోకి వచ్చి ఒక 10 మంది మీ చుట్టూ ఉంటారు. మేమందరం తేజ వల్ల క్లియర్ అని వాళ్ళు చెప్తారు. దిస్ ఇస్ ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ వాట్ వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు డూ. ఇది నా గిఫ్ట్ అండి మీకు. దిస్ ఇస్ ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ వాట్ ఐ వాంట్ టు డూ ఫర్ యూ. విల్ కమ్యూనికేట్ వన్స్ అగైన్. థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ యువర్ టైం. సారీ కొంచెం లేట్ అయింది.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Teja. Yes. Yes, Bhavesh. Yes, Meenakshi. How are you guys? You're not audible, Bhavesh. क्या हुआ? एक बार फिर से लॉगिन हो. मतलब you're not audible. Check करो एक बार फटाफट. Meanwhile, I'll probably introduce Bhavesh profile because we'll conclude this in another 10 minutes or so. While we are slightly running late, but I hope it's worth what we're doing, right? So एक बार मैं दिखाता हूँ. Let me try this in Hindi. बिना while चलो देखते हैं. So Bhavesh जल्दी एक बार sort कर लो. Meanwhile, I'm just sharing their profile for your reference. So we have Bhavesh here. So we'll see once again with this fabulous picture. And he's also part of the Vision 10,000. And yes, this is what Bhavesh has to talk.
Hi folks, I am Bhavesh, mentored by C. Himakant sir. Let me tell you about what I was and what Himakant sir made me. So previously I was the one who studied for 14 hours a day rigorously and was not able to complete a single revision before exams. So one day I was using Telegram and I got to know about HimLife School and 5 days workshop, where Himakant sir taught us that in a day.
So this is something which should definitely listen. We'll share the complete details. Like most of you might have access. So I explained about a journey here.
You can complete.
We have the other segment of it. Since we are live, I just want to directly jump to it. And Bhavesh has cleared in a couple of attempts. And overall, he has mentioned his journey, which we will directly talk and interact with him. So jo bhi diya tha yahan pe. So this time I want to make it very organic. So here are what he has mentioned about the points. So I just want to check if Bhavesh is back. Bhavesh, you're back. You're not yet audible. This, what I'll do is until Bhavesh is... Yeah, Bhavesh. Now you're audible. Just
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, now am I audible?
Yes, better Bhavesh. Yeah. But you're not visible yet.
Not visible yet.
Found it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Bhavesh. Yes, Meenakshi. How are you guys?
Yeah, we are good. Yeah.
So audible. So Meenakshi, what's your reaction after your bro did the thing? What? You're not once again audible. Kya ho raha hai? Bhavesh. No, not audible. Probably remove the headset. Remove the headset. छोड़ दो. सीधा बात करो. Please try it once again. You're losing your voice. No, you're not audible, Vash. You were audible for a while, we then lost it.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Go ahead. Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Hello.
Yes. Yes. Go ahead, Bhavesh.
Now I think
Yes, you're audible.
This that one is working right. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah.
So what changed in your life for both of you or for the family after you cleared college?
Yeah. Can you confirm one thing? My sister is audible to you?
No, she is not. You have to
Okay,
speak
then I will
loud.
switch it to her.
Okay. Then I
Yeah.
talk to her.
Okay then. Yeah. So the thing which has changed with me after qualifying CA is the first that I can command respect with only my name. First thing is this. Second thing that I learned about hustle. Like the life is all about hustle. A person who is a hustler will achieve everything. Like I took 4 attempts to clear CA, and that's not an actual failure. That built me, and from that I learned that in future, whenever I got any kind of failure, I know that with my hard work, with my strategies, with the skills I learned from Himlife School, I will be more stronger with that and overcome with a great man and overcome the situation. So this has changed majorly.
Right. Yeah. And what's the implication of your clearing for the family, Bhavesh? Like,
yeah. That means a lot. Like it enhanced my standard of living. My complete family, my mother and my father now have some more respect when they go outside, and these are the things. My sister will tell more about that. Yeah.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi, Meenakshi.
Yeah, hi, Iman. So yeah, as being a proud sister, yeah, I can definitely feel some no difference between like what he have like previously whatever he was there, and now and after becoming a CA, now there is a a behavior changing, and everything is we are able to identify his changing and all. So yeah.
So she's saying you're changed, Bhavesh. What changed? So what behavior changed?
He want to know what's the change in behavior.
Yeah, previously he used to like becoming so low in his confidence and all, and now like after becoming CA, he's making his participation in many activities, and now he's like more confident towards and focused especially towards his goal and whatever he wants to achieve. So yeah, that is the major improvement I saw in him.
Understood. And how did you take that decision, Meenakshi? Because at that point, often that's what I said, if I'm right. So my sister sponsored this. So whatever, I think this. So how did you? Because he didn't understand mentorship. Because a lot of people, the objection comes from the parents' side. Like students are interested, parents would not take a decision. How did you take the decision?
Actually, the thing was that I was I started actually I'm giving my background. Like I was doing a job since last 4 years. So he came to me like I wanted a support for in a money factor and all. Then I was like, okay, it is definitely good thing that you are asking a support from me, and then I definitely giving and supporting him as like in a inspect of money and support of that what we can say in a like behavior and all. It will be yeah, we are having sharing a strong bond. So that's why I feel very what we can say uh, like बहुत अच्छा लगा कि इसने मेरे से हेल्प मांगी, ठीक है. एंड लाइक एज बीइंग अ गर्ल, लाइक आई एम सपोर्टिंग माय ब्रदर, माय younger brother, so it was very proud moment for me.
तो आप
And
एक
then I
जबरदस्त
definitely
हैक बोल रहे
started.
हैं इन ए वे.
हाँ हाँ
आप एक जबरदस्त हैक बोला था, जो भी लोगों को पेरेंट्स के साथ स्पॉन्सरशिप नहीं मिलता है, ऑलवेज रीच आउट टू सिस्टर, क्योंकि सिस्टर विल बी हैप्पी टू पे. दैट्स व्हाट यू आर सेइंग.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. So yeah, it was like I was very happy, like okay, yeah, I will definitely going to help you out, and I'm like whatever a support in terms of money, in terms of any kind of support, I am ready to give you. And then like after he becomes CA, like I am the super proud sister now. So yeah, he just giving me all the credit for like supporting me, and for your support, and with my family support, like all of them, he's now giving credit to all. So yeah.
खाली खाली इमोशनल क्रेडिट दे रहे हैं, फाइनेंशियल क्रेडिट भी दे रहे हैं.
No, only emotional credit.
So that's a
Not
complaint,
financial.
right? So sister should sign up bond पहले से.
Yeah.
And Meena, so because the reason why I wanted you is क्योंकि
Hmm.
और क्या चेंजेस हुआ भावेश में, बिकॉज एक तो सैलरी बढ़ जाते हैं, थोड़ा सा कॉन्फिडेंस सुधर जाते हैं, बट बाकी सब बिकॉज यू हैव बीन नोइंग हिम सिंस अ वेरी लॉन्ग टाइम.
Yeah.
मेरा पर्सपेक्टिव से ही हैज बिकम अ डिफरेंट पर्सन ऑल टुगेदर. एक बदली गया आदमी. सो आपका वजह से कैन यू ब्रेक इट डाउन, क्या क्या चेंज हुआ, टॉप 3 थिंग्स भावेश में?
Bhavish may changes is like previously I already mentioned, like he was having a low in confidence, okay, and he was struggling with his studies and all. Every day he was like he was studying for 14 and 15 hours, and not even able to clear out any attempt and all. So like one day, like he was as he mentioned, like he was scrolling out that telegram and saw one post about your, and then he discussed that with all the family, and and he includes all the family members and me as well. And then I wanted to join this course. I'm feeling very low, and I'm losing my confidence towards my study, and I'm feeling like to drop out CA and all. So then as a family, and we support him. And also regarding the, like I already told, like for the financial support and all, he asked for all things, and we supported him. And yeah, because of that, he used to do a yoga session he used to attend. And we was like, okay, nice. Like we also used to told him, like just start roaming around with your friends. Just it's just a study, it's just a course. Why you are focusing every time, like 12 to 14 hours in study only? Why you are not going out with
Other
us
things, yeah,
and all?
correct.
So yeah, that all. And now also now he started roaming around with me, with family, with friends. So that is the major behavior change we noticed in him.
So you're happy that he has become an aam aadmi. Until then he was like a
Aam
study
Aadmi,
aam aadmi ho
yeah,
gaya ka.
not a kitabi kida. Now he's become
Right.
a
Kitabhi
yeah.
Kida to Aam Aadmi is the Hindi ad which we have to publish.
Yeah, he used to just study. We whenever we call him for lunch, dinner, he was like, no, I'm not going to. You guys have your lunch and dinner, and I will become later. I'm in between the topic and all. That part he used to say. And now he's like, okay, I have to give my time to family and friends as well, because it is a part of social life and all. We have to manage between work life and personal life. So
Fantastic. And Meenakshi, finally, for those like because we want to solve all level of problem. One problem is join होने के बाद इसको हम लोग clear करना है. And बहुत सारा students join होने में कुछ तकलीफ है, क्योंकि उसके पास पैसा नहीं रहता है, and they're not getting support. He's lucky that he has got a sister like you, and some of Prem is asking, he also wants a sister like you. So वो अलग बात है. So दो लोग है, कैसे convince करना है, or what is your advice to the parents and siblings who can who has to support their students in the journey?
See, if you are seeing a person who is struggling a lot, and you are seeing on some strength and stamina to like how he's giving his hard work towards his goal and all. So we should definitely give like him or her support, like because like in generally we see like some of the major talent lost due to some support and all. So I'm not talking about like he's my brother, that only I supported him. Like if as being a sister, and also I am also, we are sharing a same age. Okay, so we know like how much support and mentally mentally and uh, emotionally we require in this age. So yeah, that only I supported him and all. And yeah, मुझे मतलब ऐसा भी है कि सपोर्ट तो करना ही चाहिए, क्योंकि अगर आप किसी को हार्ड वर्क इतना करते हुए देख रहे हो, और जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ सम यू नो स्मॉल बैरियर, okay, you can't just give up on that. So
Nice, fantastic. So, Meena, so I just, it's a very surprising thing that you took the role of a mom in a way, right? Because you were there for her, and that was very important at that point. अभी ऐसा बात करना simple लगता है सब जो देख रहा है, but you did a fantastic step because you have been instrumental. You have been instrumental in his journey. So he owes it to you. जो भी है, he owes it to you. So you have that blank check with you. जो भी चाहिए. So that is something which you have to do. So Bhavish, now over to you. So from your perspective.
Yeah, over to you.
Hello.
So Bhavish, from your perspective, so this is what you have mentioned. So support in terms of sister जो भी मिला था ना, अभी we are clear about it. So क्या क्या she was able to do for you, and all those things are clear for us right now. And from the other side, that is personal support, right? One aspect of the support system is your personal support. From the other side, in terms of this, so you have mentioned about the components of your respect has increased. So this is something which you made clear, and you have become a different personality, the hustler part, and you have got freedom, like in terms of taking financial decisions and decision making, and that's what your support is, sister is saying. So you got all of that aam aadmi life, regular life. So this is one point where a lot of people are interested, because you have mentioned a lot of things in your 5-minute video. A lot of people are actually interested in this. Can you elaborate on this? What were the techniques which actually help you, and what changes did you incorporate in your preparation after joining the program?
Yeah, so basically, if I talk about the him journey, it starts with a payment of 9,000, which I paid for a month, and then the next month again there is a 9,000 payment which I made, and then you said that if you want to continue, you need to pay 45,000, or only the single way out is pro student. So yeah, so then I am pretty sure that you are the one who will make me clear these exams without any doubt. I'm very sure, because all the techniques are working for me. So I have this mindset at the chemistry match, so I paid. And so what are the techniques? As you know that I was the one who made a schedule, a color coded schedule, and I made them very precisely. Like this chapter has this much pages, and important pages are these, and this will take this much hours, and also write the important questions there. And at the at the same column beside the main column, I write the completion. Yeah, and so all the things started with that. And what the technique I used is majorly the two. The first is the 4-time revision, where the morning revision and night revision, and the 5-minute revision in an hour, and the introspection we have in a 5 minutes. Like suppose we study for 50 minutes, and then 5 minutes we recall what we studied, and then in the next 5 minutes I introspect myself, that where is the lacking, what I can improve, like how will I manage the things.
Right.
Yeah, and the second thing I learned from the schedule is that you will not be able to complete 100%. You need to be ready with the mindset that it's okay to complete 70-80%. And I don't carry forward that thing to next day. Like suppose I convert 80%, then I will take 20% next day. No, I left the thing there. And then, as you said, that complete the 20% thing on a Sunday or any other day, but don't carry forward the thing to next day. that will hamper our schedule. This thing, and yeah, and the second most important thing is paper writing practice, where it was very hard for me to write 3 hours. So I use, as your technique is, they write for 1 hour only. So that helped me a lot. And in that I was very much confident that whatever the paper is, like in the DT, what happened that the MCQ was very hard. There was a panic all around the classroom, but I was very calm and composed. The reason is that I'm sure that out of 70, I will secure 35 to 40. And in MCQ, even if I secure 4 to 5 marks, I'm okay with the exam and I will clear the exam. So this is a mindset which is developed by the writing practice I was doing. And it was not a one-time writing practice. I'm doing this on weekly basis. So these things helped a lot. Yeah.
Understood. And can you summarize the overall preparation journey for this set of people who are looking forward to clear or become a chartered accountant in the next 100 days?
Yeah, so it all started in May 2015, where I cleared CPT in first attempt and the IPCC in second attempt, and CA final it took me 5 attempts. Yeah, and during I made a mistake in my articleship. I didn't take all the classes. I paid for them, but I didn't join. I was not regular to the classes. And when the last 6 months came and I am to revise everything, then I got to realize that I have no notes. All my books are old and I have no access to coaching classes. Now it will again cost me 1 lakh to do all the classes again, and I don't have time as well. So I was in very much panic situation. I don't know what to do, how to do. Then I just took the revision lectures of the faculty of 12 hours or 14 hours, randomly play. If I complete the revision lecture, I have complete with the syllabus. So that was my mindset, but I got fail every time. I failed twice with this approach. And then one day I saw a post on Telegram, and then you proclaimed that in the session that it's not about lectures. It's about how we revise, how we recall, how we study. So without proper coaching classes, believe me, I take coaching classes, but I didn't attend classes. And it was only because of your strategies, your recalling things and writing practice, I was able to clear this exam with 2 exemptions.
So you're saying even without coaching, it can happen?
Yeah, yeah, without coaching, you can clear it. You don't need the revision lectures also. You don't need that. Yeah.
So this is what you believe, right? So self-belief comes
and hard
work together, it will lead to success, right?
Yeah.
And okay, that particular moment, it was difficult for her also to make the payment, but she took that step, and that's the reason why you liked her participation in the preparation.
It was like a 30-second talk. I said her that I need 34,000 or like 45,000 money, and then she said okay, and then she checked her salary account. Then we thought that the salary, what is the minimum account balance limit of salary account? Then we Google it and it said 0. So it was.
So why did you not repay her? I'm still wondering. I thought you will do it like, और 2-3 0 ऐड करना है क्या सोचते हैं?
या सर, मतलब ठीक है, अभी शादी में दे देंगे जो देना है.
Right. So you made it 4 times instead of 5 times, and writing practice, this is you have explained. And हाँ, ये join करने के time पे बहुत सारा सोचते हैं. आप तो somehow you joined and your sponsor was also done it some second, instant मैंने जैसे join कर लिया, account transfer कर लिया. बाकी लोगों को तो इतना मेहनत महीने सोचते हैं, उनको क्या बोलना है?
सर इतना ही है कि सर आपकी सर अप्रोच बहुत अच्छी है कि आप बड़े एग्रेसिव होते हो कि देयर इज अ टाइम लिमिट. इफ यू पेड, यू आर वेलकम. इफ नॉट, देन डू योर वर्क. You are at your own risk. So I like that, and because of my family support, I paid. And yeah, I didn't give a thought. I was very sure that you are the only person who will make me clear. So it's all ended up there.
Understood. So you have taken us through a journey, and the most interesting part, what my students would look at it is, how are you going to help this segment of students to clear their exams next 100 days में क्या करने वाला है? Audit का responsibility ले लिया एक. और इसके अलावा क्या करना?
इसके अलावा सर आप जो दे वो.
So एक काम में मीनाक्षी को देते हैं, जो भी objection बोलते हैं ना, price is too costly. Okay, talk to Meenakshi. I'll connect them to Meenakshi. वो जो students क्लोज करना मुश्किल हो जाता है ना, उन लोगों को तो will give that to her. That part will be taken care by her.
Close करना मतलब I am not getting. Sorry.
So see, probably she is not getting the context. वो निकाल दो मतलब. Can I not hear without that?
No. She can't hear.
Oh
I think there's some setting there. I don't know. If I do.
Got it. So there are two things, Bhavesh.
Yeah.
Join होने के बाद you will take care, right?
Yeah.
हम हैं, but lot of students are finding it to join क्योंकि they don't have money, their parents are not sponsoring जो भी है. उसको convince करने के लिए I will handle Meenakshi. So she will be convincing that talk to your sister or talk to your parent or whatever. वो काम मीनाक्षी करेगा, ये काम हम करेगा. So together you are responsible for 10. Either is answer. Perfect. So guys, we'll have you guys also to Hyderabad. Like come down to Hyderabad. We'll do an offline event, and your role is fixed. Super sister. What Meenakshi's title is, and we are going to have a blast. And thank you very much for joining us. And I'm really sorry because the time it's a different extension altogether. A lot of things changed. So guys, please share your appreciation for the fabulous couple. Both of them have done a phenomenal job and they're able to explain everything clearly. Please share your love to them. Please text them one simple line, one simple sentence about your appreciation. Drop your message. And all those who are there, I understand some of you might be eating and listening. I get it. So those who can switch on your video, quickly switch on. We'll take a snap and then we'll go for lunch. Even if you're eating, drop the plate and raise one hand. Rest of you, quickly switch on your video. One token of respect for them. And I want special messages for Meenakshi. So who wanted a super sister or whatever you wanted from them. So one special message for Meenakshi. By the way, I'll have to show you something. You must be seeing somebody like Manju. She's right here. So see what is doing. She is both online and offline. She's a pro student from Hyderabad. So you can see her here. She's also here in my screen, right? So she's trying to encourage Meenakshi with the selfie. So that's what it is. So good. Okay. One click, all of you. Okay, let's go. Just a second, I'm clicking it. Wonderful. Yes. Thank you, Meenakshi. Thank you, Bhavesh. So we'll stay connected. We'll bring you back, all of you together. And thank you for joining us today. Thank you very much. It means a lot. Thank you. Guys, for the rest of you, it has been a very, very long session. As I said, as I always say, you know, I could easily say that listening is 10 times more difficult than speaking. So thank you for the patience. Thank you for the interest. Thank you for the involvement. But you're doing the right thing. You're figuring out your 100-day journey in one day. They have to listen for 100 days. You're listening for one day and sorted. Like Sultan, one step, game over. You're moving. That's it. That is exactly how we are going to work it out. So we'll take a decent break, 40 minutes. Let's come back at 3 o'clock. Fine, 40 minutes. Take it. So 3 to 5 is a core 100 days. It's about you. अभी तक जो भी किया वो लोग कैसे किया, that is exactly what we discuss. अभी हम क्या करना है, what exactly are we going to do is what we are going to discuss in detail between 3 to 5, and then I have a session with the institute and a lot of things. Most likely we'll close around 4:30 to 4:45. So that is something which we'll do. So we'll play a playlist right now. We'll try to play. My team will play a playlist for you, so you can have your lunch. Aram se. I'll schedule a call. And I'll share the link once again in the group so that you'll get to know. Somewhere between 3 to 3:15 is where we'll join, and that will be a concluding part. And next from tomorrow it's execution. Clear? All right, guys. Please have your lunch, and let me meanwhile share a playlist here. Thank you, guys. We'll meet after lunch.
Namaskaram. 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 Welcome back to Him Talks. How exactly an additional qualification would help? So we are talking about CA, Sudhakar Rao Garu, who has got a mechanical engineering degree.
The problem is they are unable to talk.
How does your typical day look like? First of all, the conference has been a huge turnout. Welcome back to Him Talks. The ICI Convocation 2020.
I think the next batch of convocation is going to be something. Working for ICI for so many years, I know where the emergency will come.
Young chartered accountants, we look forward to carrying the legacy of the ICI and see to it that as a new generation, what changes we can adapt to and how can we implement it for the betterment of our society as well.
Namaskaram. Welcome back to Him Talks. Today we are here at the Convocation 2019 Hyderabad. So first of all, hearty congratulations to each and every one of you.
Thank you so much.
So how exactly are you feeling? I need it in one word.
Awesome.
Seventh heaven.
Excited. So good.
Excited. Majestic. Yeah, it's awesome as this is.
So if given a choice, what is that one thing you want to go back and change?
One thing which I want to go back and change.
Career.
I don't exactly want to change anything, but then I'll go back and think what correct things I have done so that I do, what incorrect things I have done so that I don't repeat it again. So there's nothing as such which I want to change because it's a part of our life journey. It was very good, amazing CA journey.
Nothing should be changed. All went perfectly, and finally, here's the CA Rishabh Jain.
Yeah, maybe the only hectic schedule we can change. Other than that, everything was awesome and amazing about it. Then I don't want to change anything because it was so amazing.
The experience was amazing, so I don't think I'll change anything if I even get the chance. That's nice. Bas due date change karwa do.
So only thing I would love to be more involved in other activities also. Sikasa which sponsors. If I would have participated, it would have been much more fun.
So the final question of the day. So what is your expectation from here on, being a part of the fraternity?
Yeah.
So how do you want to take it forward?
Taking it forward, like as usual, ICA is very prestigious institute. So we hope that we maintain that. Integrity of ICA is always maintained through us.
I want to take it over like ICA, not in the field of CA fields, but in the business core also. So now I joined a business background. So everywhere it should be a CA pattern, it should have a prestige and pride.
I feel ICAI should extend its career to other than India also. In many countries, it is there in few other countries as well. But I want ICAI to expand its length in many more countries so that CA has its value all over the world.
Well, ICAI should try avoiding delays in filings and all. We have continuous extension because ICAI asked the government to extend the deadlines and all. That should be avoided.
So what is that one thing you're looking for?
see the next 5 years? What just
so as in personally, as a young chartered accountants, we look forward to carrying the legacy of the ICI and see to it that as a new generation, what changes we can adapt to and how can we implement it for the betterment of our society as well.
Perfect. So thank you for your quick inputs. And before we leave, let's have a mini celebration. Yeah. So you're gonna do it quite slowly. Yeah. On the count of 3, 2, 1. Okay? Yeah. Okay. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. This took a long time. How was your journey from the impossible to the possible in a couple of words? Namaskaram, welcome back to Him Talks. This is CA Himakant Andavarpu and we are here to take a few interviews from the freshly qualified chartered accountants at the ICI Convocation Hyderabad. So first of all, hearty congratulations to each and every one of you. They say that CA is a very grueling course, tough course, 10% course. So how was your journey from the impossible to the possible in a couple of words?
It wasn't really impossible, but yeah, difficult of course. And it took a lot of sweat and a lot of perseverance. So that is what it takes. That's it.
I think patience is the key. That losing pressure, losing that, mind and then chucking it off. We should, only keep the patience, let the course go, let the studies go and see.
It was excruciating and sometimes painful, but it was a good course. Yeah. If you don't lose your calm and keep the hard work on, then you'll definitely get through it.
And now if we have to compare ourselves with a lot of engineering friends, they're like always happy days. So is it worth missing all of that fun and then becoming this chartered accountancy? So is it worth it at this moment?
This is Dave, head of marketing at a ketchup company about to use Grammarly to handle it.
Hi, my name is Shri Kirloskar and I was a part of Himakant sir's ambitious project called Super 36 and I feel so elevated to say that I have cleared both groups of CA final in the November 21 cycle with exemptions in SFM and economic laws. Learned a lot in this phase when I was along with some other students who were also part of this batch. Learned a lot, learned some very amazing techniques, how to present your answers perfectly, how to correct them, how to evaluate the answers you have written according to the institute standards. But since I have to keep this video short, if I want to summarize what I learned, my top 3 learnings will be: number 1 is one subject, 1 week strategy. Now, when I was introduced to this, I was very surprised because in the past I have always been a person who studies 2 subjects at least, a minimum per day. But when I was told to inculcate this strategy, it was like you have to study 1 subject for 1 week. It was a bit difficult in the beginning, but slowly I got to understood that how one subject, just sticking to one subject and just focusing on that subject, on that particular book or a particular piece of paper which you are writing, you can slowly and steadily you can increase your productivity and attachment to the subject because you have directed your full concentration only to that subject. So I used to study only a single subject from Monday to Saturday and used to give a test of 2 hours on Sunday and used to evaluate that test. So one subject, 1 week strategy was definitely a great helper for me. Second important learning would be which is very close to me and for which I thank sir a lot, was introducing me to importance of revisions. Now, as someone, I used to take revisions very lightly. I just used to skim in my second reading and third reading and used to revise what was there written in the text. But that's not how revision is. When I got introduced in this batch, The framework was 50 minutes of reading and 10 minutes of revision every single day, even if it's first revision or your second revision cycle or third revision cycle. You got to keep on revising again and again, and then only you will be able to retain it in exams. It's an amazing feeling when you are reading the question papers and all the points suddenly appear at the back of your brain. Especially when you're reading some case studies. For example, a question may have multiple answers, and all those answers are getting rejuvenated and getting revised in the back of the head. That was achievable only because I followed rigorous revisions, pre-revision, revision, or rewriting for that same. Third and last but not the least, learning will be tremendous writing practice and self-evaluation. Like I said, I used to give test every single Sunday for 2 hours or maybe the 3-hour cycle, and I used to evaluate it on my own. I did not enroll for any test series. I just used to write those papers and used to evaluate by thinking what the examiner would think if he or she would be evaluating the same paper. So I was not that much, but I was able to think what the examiner was expecting as I used to compare those answers with the suggested ones. So that increased my writing practice, that increased my confidence, that increased my writing speed, and importantly time management, managing questions according to the time frame. Like 1 hour I used to allot this much marks, 2 hours I used to allot this much marks. So time management was another factor for which definitely was an improvement for me. So these were the top 3 learnings I learned from this batch. It was really an amazing batch, and the social accountability concept was very amazing. I was with people who were just like me, and by seeing their performance, it also motivated me every day. When there was an Excel sheet, I used to just look at them and look at the progress. If I had underperformed that day, I used to feel motivated and used to double my efforts, at least used to try to do it. So these are some little things which I inculcated in my everyday routine, and as the word Kaizen says, small improvements every day results in radical changes. So these improvements helped me a lot in clearing my exams, and I was able to do it very, very successfully. So that was about it. That was something which I learned from this batch, and I feel really amazing to be a part of this. Thank you so much, sir.
Hello guys, my name is Rishabh Sachdeva. My CA final results of November 22 attempt just came a few while ago, and I was able to clear my exams of CA final in this attempt. Thank you very much, Himakant sir, for your guidance. The problem which I faced earlier was I was not able to memorize and retain the concepts, especially in the theoretical subjects like auditing. And the mentorship of the Super 36 program helped me to overcome that problem, because I was not able to retain that much and my memory was not that sharp. And due to the programs such as day end revision and weekly tests were being conducted on every Sunday, and so we can also track our progress, that where we are going wrong by filling the exam mistake tracker. And thankfully it was a plus point that I was able to recognize the mistakes which I was going to commit in before my exams could really occur. So I was also aware that this problem, if this kind of problem comes, I will not I would not repeat that mistake same again. And this mentorship has been very fruitful for me. At first I was also quite skeptical that would it work or not, but when I got into the process, in the first stance it appeared like it is going to be really difficult and I won't be able to do it, will it work or not, whatever. But after some time, when I got into the process, I was also able to see some gradual improvements in my performance, which was lacking in my previous attempts performance. And I was able to correlate that this was the reason why I was going wrong in that direction. So the mentorship of Himakant sir really helped me a lot and helped me clear my CA final exams in this November 22 attempt. I can't thank Himakant sir enough. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
చాలా ఫాస్ట్ గా నడుస్తున్నావు అక్క. ఇంతకు ముందు నా వెనకాల నడిచేవారు.
అరే నా స్పీడ్ మారలేదు, నువ్వు ఈ మధ్యలో అలసిపోతున్నావు.
Hi everyone, I'm Bhavani from Nellore. I cleared my CA finals in November 22. Joining Super 36 was instrumental in my success. Before joining Super 36, I was not able to study for long hours, and even if I sit for long hours, it was not productive. And further, I would not plan for any revisions in between. I used to think that I can do my revisions after completion of all the syllabus, which never happened. Upon joining Super 36, I gradually became productive with the help of focus blocks technique and 1 week 1 subject strategy. This 1 week 1 subject strategy kept me motivated throughout the week to complete that particular subject in the same week. And coming to the other techniques like 5-time revision technique, it helped me to revise often. And the examination at the weekend and self-evaluation part in it, it helped me to identify my mistakes and also to keep track of the areas which I have to improve in the next revision. And so that's what. And finally, I would like to thank Himakant sir on behalf of all the CA students for designing such a wonderful program which helps students not only in their CA journey but also beyond that. Thanks a lot, sir. And once again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to be a part of the program. Thank you.
Hi, I'm CA Akshari, a young mom who qualified in November 2022 exams. I was stuck in the loop of May-November cycle with many attempts. I came to know about sir's program and I joined. I got to know the root cause of my failure and my mindset changed regarding exams. The 50-minute slot helped me to get back the focus and I was able to concentrate more on every subject. The endgame optimization helped me to deal the 3 hours in exams very well because it was all about writing mock exams. I was able to deal the most difficult paper easily without stress and anxiety because of box breathing technique. The 50 hours challenge which sir gave helped me to complete the weakest subject in 50 hours and I was exam ready and I was more confident. Thank you so much for all the wonderful life-changing lessons which you have taught and all the exam-related strategies which helped me to sail through this exam successfully. Thank you, sir.
Hi, hello everyone. My name is Lasit. I was a part of Himakant sir's Super 36 program. And now I've cleared my both groups of CA final with exemption in SFM and economic laws. I felt this journey with Himakant sir in the Super 36 batch was definitely amazing. Yeah, there are a few techniques that might help you out in clearing the exam, which I've experienced myself while I was in the Super 36 batch. One thing was revise and write, that is raw. Once the subject is being studied thoroughly, you need to revise the subject definitely without sure, because just studying the subject and just understanding the concept would not help you recollect the correct points in the examination. So one thing that is very, very essential is revision. Once you study the concept, you revise it and you should recollect in the exam. Recollection is so important such that when you write the answer very accurately, that would fetch you another 1 to 2 marks in each question. So 1 to 2 marks in each question would definitely go somewhere around 2 marks into 5 questions. For example, if you're answering, that would help you in fetching 10 marks more than your current score. So this 10 marks per paper would help you out in getting around 40 marks in 4 papers, which might be the gap which might be there for some students. And this the few techniques. I don't think that people do not clear this exam because of lack of knowledge or the reason. You need to have a systematic planning and an approach for the exam, which might definitely help you in clearing the exam. For that, you need to have a proper mentorship. In case you're not in the right track, then things may not go out in the right direction as that you may think. Students might be studying for around 12 to 14 hours. They might be studying, but in spite of that, some people might not get the required result. The reason could be various factors. So if you want to change the ultimate output that you want to get, you have to change the methodology in which you're working. Things I would like to add upon is the presentation aspect. Presentation is very, very crucial in the exam, because once you have the knowledge within you, you are able to study the concept, you're able to revise it, you're able to recollect. The next comes the presentation. You should show to the examiner how well you know the subject. Just because you read the subject and keep it within you, the examiner wouldn't know that you know the subject. That you don't know the examiner does not know you. So in such a situation, the answer what you write is the only thing that is the communication that happens between the you and the examiner. This presentation is one more thing which will definitely give you a boost up for your marks. If by chance, if you're stuck anywhere between 160s or 170s, the gap of 30-40 marks, which is just pending, will definitely, you can increase it with this very, very minute techniques. These might sound very, very, very simple, but they are such that when taken cumulatively, they are very useful in fetching you very good, wonderful marks. So I would like to thank Himakant sir for providing an opportunity for sharing my experiences with you, and I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Are you someone who wants to build a career in core finance but finds CA extremely tough or finds MBA very competitive? Today, you have another path to accomplish your dream finance career, and that is CFA, Chartered Financial Analyst, a certification which is accepted in over 100 countries. I am doing a free webinar called as CFA Decoded, where I will be telling you everything about CFA, including when can you start CFA, what are the fees of CFA, what are the curriculum of CFA, what is the exam pattern, how do you get a job after CFA, and any other questions which might pop up in your mind. As someone who has trained, mentored and placed over 1,000 CFA students, I know each minute detail about CFA as a course, as well as how do you actually make a successful career out of it. So to know everything about CFA, attend this free webinar without fail. Register using the link given below.
How many streams of income do you have?
Currently I have 2.
Currently 2. How many streams of income do you have?
Right now, 6 lakhs.
6 lakhs. That's a package. But it's only one income that right you have. Okay. How many streams of...
Hi everyone, my name is Nishiket Ganesh. I have cleared my CA final exams in the November 2022 attempt. It is really a dream come true, not just for me but also for my parents, because now that I look at them, all I can see is tears of joy in their eyes. I have been associated with Himakant sir for quite a while, for quite some time, and I have learned many new techniques under him. Let me talk about few of them. The first one is focus block slots. Before joining this program, I used to study continuously for a period of 10 to 12 hours each day, but without any proper plan in place. So focus block slots is nothing but you have 50 minutes of reading, 5 minutes of revision, and 5 minutes of resting for each hour. This is each hour. So we have such slots, 10 of such slots for each day. So we are effectively studying for 10 hours every day with a proper plan in place. So this was really helpful. Second technique which I've learned was FTR, 5-time revision. This is the single most powerful weapon, I would say, which you can use in your preparation, because For me personally, this has helped in my Group 1 exams. All the answers started coming at the back of the mind, and I didn't stop writing in the exam, so that was a plus point. This is the first time where I was able to answer almost the entire question paper, be it practical or theory. So FTR is a very powerful technique. Third one is your EMT, exam mistake tracker. This is my personal favorite because only when you know your mistakes will you be able to rectify them, and only when you know your the mistakes of your colleagues or your co-students will you not make them in your own exam. So this is the one with this one technique is what I will advise. And then there are other techniques which help with your mindset, such as box breathing technique. It really helps to bring back your focus in the game. So for those who have second thoughts of joining this program under Himakan sir, the only question I would like to ask you is how badly or how soon do you want to clear your exams? I struggled clearing these exams for a period of 1.5 years, and I was really frustrated looking at the same books, same topics. So I asked the same question to myself, how badly do I want to clear? The answer was pretty clear because I didn't want to sit with the books any longer. So I didn't have any second thoughts. I blindly trusted sir and his process, and the result is in front of you. I hope you also get to see this day in your life. I wish you all the best for your exams. Thank you.
Have you used ChatGPT? If your answer is yes, let me tell you something. Around 88% people are not able to leverage ChatGPT to its fullest extent. So the best thing you can do right now is learn how you can leverage ChatGPT to its fullest extent by giving killer prompts. Hi, my name is Aditya Kachwe. I am a graduate of IIT Kharagpur and co-founder of multiple 8-figure companies like Mad About Sport, Beat, NX and Muni EdTech. In my 2 hours workshop, I am going to teach you how you can leverage ChatGPT by giving killer prompts, and also I am going to teach you multiple AI tools which will make you 10x more efficient. Not only this, we are also going to discuss, is AI going to take your job, and if yes, then how you can save it. And all these things I am going to cover in 2 hours only at price point of rupees 299. And if you register before tonight, I have also included bonuses worth 10,500 rupees. So it is a no-brainer to join this workshop. So see you in workshop.
Hello sir, we have made it. From now it's CS Suresh Kalvarala. Thank you sir, thank you so much. I owe you lifelong. Thank you for your support, guidance, whatnot, everything that you showed on us. You had put in more efforts than us. This wouldn't be possible without your guidance and techniques. I still remember the calls that we had in between exams when I was feeling very nervous taking on my exams. The way you responded to the calls helped me a lot to clear the exams. Thank you, sir. Thank you for making me a part of mentorship program and also a part of Him Life School.
Hi, my name is Shri Kirloskar and I was a part of Himakan sir's ambitious project called Super 36, and I feel so elevated to say that I have cleared both groups of CA final in the November 21 cycle with exemptions in SFM and economic laws. Learned a lot in this phase when I was along with some other students who were also part of this batch. Learned a lot, learned some very amazing techniques, how to present your answers perfectly, how to correct them, how to evaluate the answers you have written according to the institute standards. But since I have to keep this video short, if I want to summarize what I learned, my top 3 learnings will be: number 1 is one subject, 1 week strategy. Now, when I was introduced to this, I was very surprised because in the past I have always been a person who studies 2 subjects at least, a minimum, per day. But when I was told to inculcate this strategy, it was like you have to study one subject for 1 week. It was a bit difficult in the beginning, but slowly I got to understood that how one subject, just sticking to one subject and just focusing on that subject, on that particular book or a particular piece of paper which you are writing, you can slowly and steadily you can increase your productivity and attachment to the subject, because you have directed your full concentration only to that subject. So I used to study only a single subject from Monday to Saturday and used to give a test of 2 hours on Sunday and used to evaluate that test. So one subject 1 week strategy was definitely a great helper for me. Second important learning would be, which is very close to me and for which I thank sir a lot, was introducing me to importance of revisions. Now, as someone, I used to take revisions very lightly. I just used to skim in my second reading and third reading and used to revise what was there written in the text. But that's not how revision is. When I got introduced in this batch, the framework was 15 minutes of reading and 10 minutes of revision every single day, even if it's first revision or your second revision cycle or third revision cycle. You got to keep on revising again and again, and then only you will be able to retain it in exams. It's an amazing feeling when you are reading the question papers and all the points suddenly appear at the back of your brain, especially when you're reading some case studies. For example, a question may have multiple answers and all those answers are getting rejuvenated and getting revised in the back of the head. That was achievable only because I followed rigorous revisions, pre-revision, revision, or rewriting for that sake. Third and last but not the least learning will be tremendous writing practice and self-evaluation. Like I said, I used to give test every single Sunday for 2 hours or maybe the 3-hour cycle, and I used to evaluate it on my own. I did not enroll for any test series. I just used to write those papers and used to evaluate by thinking what the examiner would think if he or she would be evaluating the same paper. So I was not that much, but I was able to think what the examiner was expecting, as I used to compare those answers with the suggested ones. So that increased my writing practice, that increased my confidence, that increased my writing speed, and importantly time management, managing questions according to the time frame. Like 1 hour I used to allot this much marks, 2 hours I used to allot this much marks. So time management was another factor for which definitely was an improvement for me. So these were the top 3 learnings I learned from this batch. It was really an amazing batch, and the social accountability concept was very amazing. I was with people who were just like me, and by seeing their performance, it also motivated me every day. When there was an Excel sheet, I used to just look at them and look at the progress. If I had underperformed that day, I used to feel motivated and used to double my efforts, at least used to try to do it. So these are some little things which I inculcated in my everyday routine, and as the word Kaizen says, small improvements every day results in radical changes. So these improvements helped me a lot in clearing my exams, and I was able to do it very, very successfully. So that was about it. That was something which I learned from this batch, and I feel really amazing to be a part of this. Thank you so much, sir.
Hello guys, my name is Sachdeva. My CA final results of November 22 attempt just came a few while ago, and I was able to clear my exams of CA final in this attempt. Thank you very much, Himakant sir, for your guidance. The problem which I faced earlier was I was not able to memorize and retain the concepts, especially in the theoretical subjects like auditing. And the mentorship of the Super 36 program helped me to overcome that problem, because I was not able to retain that much and my memory was not that sharp. And due to the programs such as day end revision and weekly tests were being conducted on every Sunday, and so we can also track our progress that where we are going wrong by filling the exam mistake tracker. And thankfully, it was a plus point that I was able to recognize the mistakes which I was going to commit in before my exams could really occur. So I was also aware that this problem, if this kind of problem comes, I will not I will not repeat that mistake same again. And this mentorship has been very fruitful for me. At first, I was also quite skeptical that would it work or not. But when I got into the process, in the first stance, it appeared like it is going to be really difficult and I won't be able to do it. Will it work or not? Whatever. But after some time, when I got into the process, I was also able to see some gradual improvements in my performance, which was lacking in my previous attempts performance. And I was able to correlate that, this was the reason why I was going wrong in that direction. So the mentorship of Himakant sir really helped me a lot and helped me clear my CA final exams in this November 22. I can't thank Himakant sir enough. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, I'm Pavani from Nellore. I cleared my CA finals in November 22. Joining Super 36 was instrumental in my success. Before joining Super 36, I was not able to study for long hours. And even if I sit for long hours, it was not productive. And further, I would not plan for any revisions in between. I used to think that I can do my revisions after completion of all the syllabus, which never happened. Upon joining Super 36, I gradually became productive with the help of focus blocks technique and 1 week 1 subject strategy. This 1 week 1 subject strategy kept me motivated throughout the week to complete that particular subject in the same week. And coming to the other techniques like 5-time revision technique, it helped me to revise often. And the examination at the weekend and the self-evaluation part in it, it helped me to identify my mistakes and also to keep track of the areas which I have to improve in the next revision. And so that's what. And finally, I would like to thank Himakant sir on behalf of all the CA students for designing such a wonderful program which helps students not only in their CA journey but also beyond that. Thanks a lot, sir. And once again, thank you for giving me the opportunity to be a part of the program. Thank you.
Hi, I'm CA Akshari, a young mom who qualified in November 2022 exams. I was stuck in the loop of May-November cycle with many attempts. I came to know about sir's program and I joined. I got to know the root cause of my failure and my mindset changed regarding exams. The 50-minute slot helped me to get back the focus and I was able to concentrate more on every subject. The endgame optimization helped me to deal the 3 hours in exams very well because it was all about writing mock exams. I was able to deal the most difficult paper easily without stress and anxiety because of box breathing technique. The 50 hours challenge which sir gave helped me to complete the weakest subject in 50 hours and I was exam ready and I was more confident. Thank you so much for all the wonderful life-changing lessons which you have taught and all the exam related strategies which helped me to sail through this exam successfully. Thank you, sir.
Hi, hello everyone. My name is Lasit. I was a part of Himakant sir's Super 36 program. And now I've cleared my both groups of CA final with exemption in SFM and economic laws. I felt this journey with Himakant sir in the Super 36 batch was definitely amazing. Yeah, there are a few techniques that might help you out in clearing the exam, which I've experienced myself while I was in the Super 36 batch. One thing was revise and write, that is raw. Once the subject is being studied thoroughly, you need to revise the subject definitely without sure, because just studying the subject and just understanding the concept would not help you recollect the correct points in the examination. So one thing that is very, very essential is revision. Once you study the concept, you revise it, and you should recollect in the exam. Recollection is so important, such that when you write the answer very accurately, that would fetch you another 1 to 2 marks in each question. So 1 to 2 marks in each question would definitely go somewhere around 2 marks into 5 questions. For example, if you're answering, that would help you in fetching 10 marks more than your current score. So this 10 marks per paper would help you out in getting around 40 marks in 4 papers, which might be the gap which might be there for some students. And this the few techniques. I don't think that people do not clear this exam because of lack of knowledge or the reason. You need to have a systematic planning and an approach for the exam, which might definitely help you in clearing the exam. For that, you need to have a proper mentorship. In case you're not in the right track, then things may not go out in the right direction as that you may think. Students might be studying for around 12 to 14 hours. They might be studying, but in spite of that, some people might not get the required result. The reason could be various factors. So if you want to change the ultimate output that you want to get, you have to change the methodology in which you're working. Things I would like to add upon is the presentation aspect. Presentation is very, very crucial in the exam, because once you have the knowledge within you, you are able to study the concept, you're able to revise it, you're able to recollect. The next comes the presentation. You should show to the examiner how well you know the subject. Just because you read the subject and keep it within you, the examiner wouldn't know that you know the subject. That you don't know the examiner does not know you. So in such a situation, the paper, the answer what you write is the only thing that is the communication that happens between the you and the examiner. This presentation is one more thing which will definitely give you a boost up for your marks. If by chance, if any by chance, if you're stuck anywhere between 160s or 170s, the gap of 30-40 marks, which is just pending, will definitely, you can increase it with this very, very minute techniques. These might sound very, very, very simple, but they are such that when taken cumulatively, they are very useful in fetching you very good, wonderful marks. So I would like to thank Himakan sir for providing an opportunity for sharing my experiences with you, and I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Rich people, they don't work for money. Then how do they make money, by the way?
Hi everyone, my name is Nishiket Ganesh. I have cleared my CA final exams in the November 2022 attempt. It is really a dream come true, not just for me but also for my parents, because now that I look at them, all I can see is tears of joy in their eyes. I have been associated with Himakan sir for quite a while, for quite some time, and I have learned many new techniques under him. Let me talk about few of them. The first one is focus block slots. Before joining this program, I used to study continuously.
Hi everyone, this is CA Jeswin. That feels great to introduce myself as a CA. This was possible only because of my hard work and the guidance given by CA Himakan sir. Before coming to this mentorship, I was lacking in exam preparation and presentation. So this mentorship Super 36 program helped me especially in the preparation part and exam presentation part. there was this 100-day strategy which gave a proper timeline within which we have to complete the syllabus and start the revision. So it helped me to revise every subject at least 3 times before writing my final exams. And I filed the DER day and revision consistently, and that helped me to make precise notes, which was very useful during my revision time. Since we don't have much time to revise the entire subject, this small notes will be very helpful. That was done through DER, and which was a very useful technique. And EMT helped me to understand where I am standing in my preparation and the areas which I have to improve. And also the exam presentation part was very useful for me. Only because of that I got exemption in audit, which was a very really tough paper in this attempt. Because in one session sir told us that even if you don't know answer to a question, if you know that it will be wrong, don't try to write a full page or 2 pages for that question. Instead write just 2 or 3 lines, which will fetch you at least 1 or 2 marks. That's how I attempted the audit paper. I didn't know many questions, but I wrote what I know, at least 3 to 4 lines for every question, and I got exemption in audit. That was only because of the presentation tips exam presentation tips given by sir. This program was very helpful in clearing CA, and I got 227 marks from 185 marks in my last attempt. Thank you so much, sir. Because of you, I am CA today. Thank you.
హిమకాంత్ గారు మీ
colleagues along with you. Like, let's say if you're going through the journey where it started, when I have this normal call after the results, I kind of go back to the original point where it started. So it's been a year, a very long journey full of ups and downs, but eventually we have made it. So how are you feeling about it?
On that day, I really couldn't believe that I cleared it, and the my status from a student to a professional has changed. It took some time to realize that, but when I was actually my experience personally, I didn't think much about the result, especially before the day of the result. I was ready to accept whatever it was. But then on the day of result, from 6:30 a.m., I started refreshing the screen. And once it was released, I went directly to my dad. First, I showed it to him, then I showed it to my mom. They were happy, and then I slept peacefully for another half an hour. Then when I woke up, I tried to what do I call? I pinched myself to live the reality actually that I've changed from a student to a professional. So it was a unique experience, something which I'll definitely not forget. There are a lot of emotions. I mean, I was not like completely excited, jumping with joy, and at the same time I was not even sad. I was like still trying to grasp that, yeah, I did it finally, pulled through the exam. So it was good. It was a unique feeling.
Wonderful. I think I should officially rename you. Let me do it, Mysore. Let me have the pleasure. Yes, CA Nishikere. Done. Tada.
Yes.
So, in terms of the struggle, Nish, because you had a very happening career, you had your articleship in Deloitte, and you're reasonably smart, and you also have good connections, and you're also parallelly picking up the skill of stock market investing. So, were there any instances where you were thinking, should I even continue? Because once a couple of failure hits you, this is a common question which most of the students get, right? So, did you get that question, or how did you approach that?
To be honest, I never had that thought, like whether to continue or not. Because since my childhood, even though so for the best example which I can give you is I personally love to play badminton.
Right.
So if I have to take that analogy, badminton is a game where you keep losing, you keep winning, you learn a lot with every game.
Lovely.
So I ensured that I always play with a player who is above my standard. Never
Right.
that I, though I love to play with beginners, but my personal preference was always a standard higher than myself. So there I've already lost so many times, in my childhood that I inculcated that never give up attitude, to be honest. And when I was facing the same thing in my CA career as well, even though there was a point of time where I was completely banned, I didn't want to do anything. But then I still wanted to, give it a try. I wanted those two letters beside my name because I love I love doing things that are challenging. So I know the risks that I'm taking. I know the time it might take, but never did I have a thought that I have to quit this course. That is for
Right. Wonderful. So I think the intent to clear is the most important aspect, because when you look at it as a choice, you always keep thinking about optimizing, and nothing is right or wrong because there is always an option. There is no single course which everybody has to do. I believe that is one advantage which you always had, because you did not have second thoughts. Although there are obstacles, you know that this is the only path. When there is only one path, you have to definitely have the patience to do it in the pace which it will take. So that is one advantage which you have. And Nish, I read your journey entirely. That's one of the best. I don't know. I cannot even call it a testimony. It's like a long lesson. So the way you have articulated is exceptional, because it makes it easy for others to understand what it takes to become a child accountant. Because normally, one thing which I normally am worried about is when we say mentorship, people think they don't have to do anything. Somebody is going to do something on their behalf. That is not exactly the objective. You have clearly communicated in every sentence that yes, the fundamental responsibility belongs to the student. Whatever external aid might be coming, it's additional. So that is one good takeaway, which will actually help you to conquer anything and everything. Because sometimes we feel that even if I do not do something, probably the help will come at a later point of time. Even the concept of luck, or even the concept of religion, or astronomy, I would say astrology, horoscopy, for each of that, the fundamental part is you do what you can do. Somebody will help you, whether it's a human or a divine being. That is the concept. And that is something which I totally liked it. In fact, probably I'll see if I can go through it here, because there are two journeys which I was parallelly looking at. One is the retrospective journey, which you have captured in it very well, like what happened from the end point. Then the other one is a prospective journey, like how it all started and how did it go in terms of stepwise. So I think this is what you have shared. Yes. I would like to have your live thoughts on what you have written. So that will be a very good case study for the aspiring chartered accountants of the coming attempts. Nish, are you able to see the screen here? I think there is a lapse in connection.
And now it's
perfect. I think we lost the connection in between. Okay. Perfect. So let me share the screen to you. Yes. I was looking into this. Okay, so take us through this in your own words.
Okay. Do you want me to read it out? I'll read it out.
I want to understand the ideology behind how you wrote it. So this is more like an author explaining his own book. So testimonial normally goes to a couple of sentences. It's like it's like a mini book. So please take us through your artistic feelings.
Yeah. So before I start, I'll say my inspiration for this testimonial was your analogy, sir. I love the way you give analogies. So before I, sat down to write what I wanted to tell, since this was a long period of time I was associated with you, I thought the best way to describe will be a train journey. Right.
Okay,
In
nice.
the journey of a train, you get to know, you meet new people, you face challenges sometimes. You have fun. You love the process. You love the journey as such.
Right.
So the first thing was that I wanted to, compare the train journey with what I've experienced. So I've mentioned certain things like, you will face obstacles like, exam. You'll develop self-confidence. You will introspect yourself whether you are at fault or what is the extra X factor that you need, in this process, and what is your role. So that was the analogy which I tried to bring in the first para. Then something I wanted the viewers to know what I have struggled as a student.
Got it.
I've given them a history of my the preparation, the failures that I've faced, the struggles that I've faced during my exam journey. That comes under the exam struggle.
Right.
Then I gave a glimpse of what I was looking for. As a student, what help I was looking for. The main problem for every student, who is at a similar stage like me, who's facing failures in this exam, will always have difficulty in finding out what is wrong with them, what is wrong
Right.
with their
Right.
work.
Right.
Everything seems fine till an external person is involved. You
Got it.
try to justify yourself that you are doing the right thing. You're sitting for long hours. You're studying. Your aim is only to clear the exam. But then only when you have an external person who is viewing your process, then only you can identify the problems. That is the same thing with audit. The companies, the clients, they prepare their financials, but only when an auditor views them with a different perspective will you be able to add value, to their business, their functionality as a whole.
Right. Right.
So that is what I wanted to tell the other students. So again,
Wonderful.
when let's start with my journey planning the trip. So that is where I got introduced to you, to my dad, and his only view was that only when you have someone looking on your process, that extra help, the feeling that there's someone there for you, that will act as a motivator, uh, to put it in a way. Then I've given a glimpse about you, basically the engine man, how you drive the process as a whole. I'm pretty sure everyone who is, you talk to us on a regular basis over call. So everyone will get an idea with whom they are dealing with, basically. Um, that is about the engine man. Then I guess I have given, this is the main part which actually,
Yes.
with whichever student I've interacted, even in my group, uh, I've tried to articulate it in a way, because only when student is accountable will he reap the benefits of the process.
Right.
So my main aim of putting it as travel requirements. This is, in a way, it is fun to read, and also each one can realize that this is their responsibility.
Right.
So here, my main takeaway from these 10 points will be obedience, willingness to surrender to the process, and it will be discipline and trust. So these are the core points, core factors which I personally, uh, ensure that I have it before I seek help from anyone. So it is only when I, as a student, if I'm accountable for my actions, will I be able to seek help, or guide others in a way. So this is the main aspect I feel in my which I wanted to communicate whenever if I have to give a testimony. And then I've spoken about the barriers which I have faced.
Right.
Uh, and so the barriers, see, for every student here, generally, if they are doing something new, even for me personally, if I take up something new, you'll always have that excitement, the initial excitement.
Right.
We are doing something new, we have to give our best. But then it is very important to realize that you cannot sustain that feeling for over a long period of time. You have to encounter certain barriers in life, you have to learn from them, and that is what I have done in this process. The first 2 weeks, I remember, like, I guess we connected in February, sir. Once the results were out, you had given me a task of audit. Go through the entire syllabus in one day. Then the next 4 days you have to keep targets and try to cover it. It was challenging and it was new, so I gave I would say 150%. I didn't want to disappoint uh, you, to be specific, and I wanted to prove myself that I can do it. So the initial excitement always stays, but then once you get into the process, it is important that you have a very strong mindset. You have that consistency.
Namaskaram and welcome back, guys. So after a fabulous first session, we're just going ahead with the second session. So fantastic participation from you guys, and most importantly, we had exceptional speakers. They have shared their journeys. I believe all of you are super excited, super inspired. Now, in the second half, we are going technical. So if I had to talk about technicality, if I talk about numbers, if I talk about precision, who else could do it better than our very own Shri Kirloskar? So let me invite Shri Kirloskar. Shri, you there?
Yes. Hello. Hello, sir.
Yes,
Hello,
yes. So I'm not able to see you, Shri, yet.
Yes, let me just turn on the camera.
It
will be up. Okay, you're able to see me, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Shri, welcome back.
Thank you so much, sir.
So every time you come back, there is some change, some progress. So what has happened in your life first?
First of all, feels great to be back here. I think we were together in the last year. I also want to thank you again for making that adjustment, because I have to have a commute at 4 p.m. So I have to go there. So thanks for making that adjustment. Feels great to be back, even though it has been 1 year, but a lot has progressed, because this is a profession where every now and then some dynamics will change. I was into consulting when I cleared my exam. I joined ProDBT, and now where I wanted to go ahead in my career, which is in equity research. I'm currently as an equity research analyst working, and will be progressing ahead. So a lot has changed in this 1 year.
Good to know about the journey. And because you have been contemplating upon it, even when I discussed it last time, you want to do a career switch. So is there any specific reason why you moved into equity?
Yes, it has always been on the cards. Been into equity. My entire family has been into equity markets. My inspiration being my great late grandfather, actually, who, when he was young at that age, had invested in the IPOs of Dabur and ICICI at just rupees 10 and rupees 4. That was the price at which he bought those shares. Currently, they have turned multi-bagger fund.
Right.
So always was fascinated about how markets work, but as a chartered accountant, wanted to understand it from a fundamental perspective. Like, if I want to analyze a financial statement, like if I want to analyze the health of the company, how I can manage it, how I can understand it through modeling. So that interested me, and I started developing skills when I was in consulting. So that I can have some weightage when I go for the interview. I can have some better negotiations at my end. I should not be the one who just wanted to apply and got the interview, because the degree will help you get into the interviews, no doubt. You have a very prestigious degree at your disposal. You have that as a something to brag about, but skills are also important. They help you in negotiating. The interviewer understands that this guy already knows what he's about to do. That surely helps. So now I'm into equity research.
So basically, since it's technical, we're divided into two components. The first component, so 3 things which have changed. Like I'll be explaining this as you are, as I'm sharing your slides.
Yes.
So this is Shri for you once again, in his classic sharp-fitted suit, I would say.
That was me before gaining the weight. the weight which I gained due to all celebrations and parties I did after clearing exam. So I guess I'm okay with that weight gain. Very much
So
happy.
this is because Prashant was complaining I look better now. So basically, you wanted his photo to be changed. For you, you are happy with this picture, right?
Yeah, of course I am.
Perfect. So this is where we got started, and then going forward, this video, yeah. So this video, I would say this has given the highest amount of clarity to all the sets of people, and we kind of use it as a form of mentorship material where you're able to explain the entire process in just 5 minutes. So we played it enough number of times, and also we make them watch it whenever I have to talk about 1 week, 1 subject strategy. So for now, I'm skipping this video where you are seeing yourself. Probably a few seconds for the nostalgia.
No, fun fact about this video, since I was told to list down 3 things which I liked about the most about the mentorship. This took me just 2 minutes to just shoot it out, because those 3 things were something which have always stayed with me, and one of them I still use it now. So it was very easy to shoot, and it just went with the flow.
So what changed between this guy and this guy? So if I have to look at it, what changed?
Number 1 is weight gain, but a lot has changed when you become a chartered accountant. We'll be covering that in the next slides as well. But on the accountability and maturity point of view, many things change. You from taking pocket money from my mom to giving her contribution for managing the family's financial system. A lot has changed. Many things have grown up. But I'll be definitely covering up in the next slides where we definitely take this up, what has changed after you clear this exam.
Perfect. So this is how it's now. Yeah, we moved past this. Just a second. Yeah. And let me go to the next slide. So mark sheet free. Yes, I think this is one thing where I wanted to hold on for a while. So the classic question: how were you able to manage both the groups? And when it came to Suresh, when it came to Prashant, before somebody started looking at the marks, before they think it is probably a bit lucky, they said, no, it's pure hard work. Prashant said it took me 4 years to move from 180 to 200. So when I get 200, I deserve that. It's pure work. Even Suresh has got a couple of 40s. He also said that I deserve it. I got it. So when you have to talk about this, where it's a close range mark sheet, right? So what's your take on this?
Surely, and it's very interesting to talk about that. So you can look at my mark sheet. I scored 203 in first and 20 almost 202 in the second group. Now, definitely there are students who have scored handsomely well. They have scored exemption multiple subjects, have scored like 70s or 80s, where sky has been the limit for them. But something very interesting about my mark sheet is that this is the same mark sheet which I had planned before appearing for the exams. Couple of things which I want to mention here. I had already decided which subjects are going to take me, which are going to help me pass. Which subjects are the ones where I'm weak a bit, and I have to work on that. But passing both the groups, that too in a limited span of around like 85 days, and getting the score exactly how I predicted, the exemptions exactly how I wanted, except I also had predicted exemption for indirect tax, but I scored 57, so a little bit closer to that. But this is something where a point which I want to make is I was also a 160 180 student. I used to in Hindi we called it Gata Madhuri. So you work a lot, like you work hard for that. You study, but still the output which you want, you are not able to capitalize on that. You are not able to see it in that your mark sheet. My story is similar. So I was not able to understand ki even if I'm working so much hard, I know that I'm putting a lot of hours in that. Every day I'm putting at least 10 to 12 hours. But still, why am I not able to see the output? So that's when I joined your program and learned how to take our score from 160 180 to above the 200 mark. So it has always been about planning. It has always been about taking a smarter approach and directing the efforts to those areas which will reap you the highest benefits. For me, it has always been the exemption subjects, which is SFM and economic laws. Those were the 2 subjects where I knew I had my competitive strength. I also had a fair understanding for financial reporting and indirect tax, where I scored above 50. So for me, it was taking the right efforts in the right areas, so that I knew these are the subjects which will take me ahead. So that's what something which I wanted to. I'll discuss about this further in my slides. Key how to pick up the subjects which will take you ahead in the group, and make sure that you are not walking off the room of the exam room without the exemption.
Understood. So you're pre-decided that, and it's a calculated step where you wanted to distribute your energy. Probably instead of pushing everything into one group, you slightly overpressed, and you're able to nail off both the groups. I think this is the strategy, and it's worked. I think Suresh has also exactly done the same thing, and this is a very deep and detailed aspect. So I want you to take through this.
Yeah, sure. So like this summarizes everything, the journey I was I was going into when the results of July 21 attempt came out. And like this was the attempt which dejected me closest to my heart, because I had a surety that I would at least achieve one group passing, if not both, but at least one has to be there. I was very optimistic about group one, because SFM subject it had gone well, but for some reason I was not able to crack it, and I was completely dejected. So that's what I have written in the first para. So it was my second attempt. I had given both the groups again in July 21. COVID affected attempt, so May was shifted to June to July. So that uncertainty was there in that phase, and a result was declared on 13 September. So but the result was not as per my expectations, but nonetheless, that's how a typical day of not clearing the exam on the result day goes. Like you see it, you may cry, or you feel very dejected, you don't feel like talking to someone. Similar was my fate. I found I used to cry, and my mom used to console me every time ki maybe next time you can do it better. So I had a similar story to tell. I remembered that I had seen this Super 36 news in my WhatsApp group. So I had when Him Life School, I think it was in its early stage, where we used to have this 5-day session where we used to explain techniques. I hope I'm right, sir. So we have to have this 5-day session where every day there was slots for understanding some study techniques. So I had attended that maybe 1 or 2 years back. So I was there in the common WhatsApp group. And then there was a new message there is a Super 36 batch which is going on. It is only for selected 30 to 36 students, where we'll be focusing on complete from planning stage to the execution stage, everything. So I was aware of this, so I just made an inquiry call to sir's office. I got a call back like in the evening. So my mom also motivated me to join this batch, so that the main prospect was I don't want to take any risk from here on. I made it to myself that the third attempt has to be my last attempt no matter what. So that's how I joined this mentorship program. It started, like, if I remember exactly, 1 week after the result. And after just starting with the program, I was able to see there is some structured approach of doing things. This is not how I used to do it. There is a lot of planning and structural framework for preparing a subject, which was something which was completely not how I used to study before. So that got me into thinking ki the methodology which I used to adopt before needs to be revamped and reworked upon. And that's how I used to I saw visible benefits, like how the way we do planning, the way we revise things. Revision is something which I'll go into very deep detail when I'll be explaining, and how we write our papers, how we self-evaluate it. So that's what I have just summarized how the flow which I got to know when I joined this this program. And yeah, the last paragraph covers pretty much about like where I scored and how much I scored in that.
Got it. So this will dig into further detail. The whole part is, this is a journey. Basically, you explained about the memory techniques, explained about the self accountability part, and explained about the group sessions and all of that. Yes, so this is your summary. So now we'll try to get started with this. So in terms of the both groups, first we'll deal with the simpler part, the classic questions, 3 things which has changed after your clearing. So probably a couple of insights on this.
Sure. So there are a lot of things which have changed, but naturally, but the top 3 things I have listed here. First is there has been a complete paradigm shift in the way you yourself and the people surrounding you actually look at you. That gone will be the days when you will be seen as a student. Now you are seen someone, who has a higher form of understanding and accountability. And now the funnier thing is not just that, now you have to live up to their expectations, which that fancy degree has created for you. So the way you answer things, the way you understand things from people, you got to completely change everything about that. You are now a complete professional. Mistakes in doing in advising and in doing your work is something which you need to minimize now. You need to have a bird eye view about the thing which you are communicating has to be correct, has to be factual now. So like gone will be the days when you will be an immature student who just have get fact check data from the internet and just advise it to the client. But now you have to completely structure that advice according to the client or the person's need and have to communicate it with them. So accountability changes a lot when you clear the exam.
Great.
Second thing, this is for something which is very close to me, and the thing which I wanted to happen at the early age is financial independence. So like I mentioned, I was someone who used to take pocket money from my mom to go to a hotel, watch a movie, go to an amusement park. But now it has completely shifted from taking pocket money to contributing to families' monthly financial needs. So everyone who is earning in my family contributes something for the family's monthly requirement. And it feels great that I am now a part of that contributor, from taking money to giving it back. I have, like, life has all been grown up. And we are seeing someone now who can stand up on their own feet, and you also get to enjoy the perquisites which your salary offers. You have the money now, you can enjoy it for your own use as well. Third thing, yes, definitely corporate career takes off to a higher altitude. Now, funnier thing, though, I just had this, amazing intuition. So now in my house, we have a system of piped gas. Earlier, it was just a cylinder gas where every month the cylinder guy used to come and used to install it. Now we have a piped gas in our house. The pipe gas is provided by Mahanagar Gas Limited. It's a listed company. It has a share price, market cap. It's in the mid cap segment. Funny thing is, the pipe is installed in my house, and I literally have the CFO's number, or the Mahanagar Gas's CFO number in my phone. Right. So I got to interact him when we were doing equity research for his company. Very calm and cool guy. He's also a chartered accountant. So I'm also his customer and his sell side client. So it feels amazing. So the example which I wanted to talk to you about is, you get to meet a lot of top management executive people, and when you get to meet them, you get to understand how this highly dynamic people actually functions, how they carry out their day, how disciplined they are, what is their perspective on things. So this is definitely going to help you develop your personality and the way you look at things. So your corporate career is definitely on the high rocks after clearing this exam.
And specifically, because we wanted to know what the students have to focus upon, because already most of them are inside the program. So there are many things which are happening. So what are the things which you attribute the most to your success?
Yes, so the topmost thing, I have to start with planning first. There is a beautiful quote I had read in one of my IPCC books, which is, failing to plan is planning to fail. And trust me, if you're not planning anything for a particular subject, you are definitely in for a great uncertainty. Even if it's a smaller chapter, it doesn't have that weightage, but planning when to do that chapter, at what time, and at what point of revision cycle, everything has to be planned for clearing this exam. You can't just pick up a random subject, start do that chapter which you want to feel doing that right now. it has to be properly planned. You should have an idea of what particular chapter should I cover first, how much time should I take to cover it, how much revision cycles do I have in my arsenal for revising that. So the point which I'm trying to make is please don't execute anything without proper planning of it. So coming into this program has, as we see, there has been a lot of Excel sheets which sir takes us around in the Zoom sessions. That is proper structure planning. You have specific targets, you have what to cover, in how many days, what days are to be allotted for revisions and days for test, which test to give, which attempt to give, how to self-evaluate. Everything is there in the program. So that calls for a classic planning. If that is there, you have a structure in mind, and it becomes very easy to execute. As the quote says, well begun is half done. If you have begun things properly planned, then the execution part of it becomes very easy. So properly plan everything and then execute. Second thing, this is something which I brag a lot. You will see that in that Skinny Boys video, which was there in the second slide, is the revisions. The importance of revisions is immaculate. So I was someone who used to study. So I used to have 3 revision cycles. I used to study for 1 revision cycle. And funny thing, I used to keep the revisions for the next revision cycle. So I used to just skim through the syllabus, the book, and the book is closed. I used to wait for the next revision cycle to actually start revising. Now, this approach of mine completely changed when I joined the program. So basically, I've learned that the way we revise thing is completely the wrong way. It makes the brain wait for the next revision cycle to actually revise it. Revision is something which is one of the important factors for me clearing the exam. So the revisions which we do here, it's pre-revision, that is revising actually before we start studying. Just skimming through what the content of the book what the content of the subject has to offer to us. We do it in the early morning part of the day. Then I used to we have this focus time slots. So 50:10. If I have to divide 1 hour, I'll provide 50 minutes for hardcore reading of that subject, of the matter. Then I'll spend 10 minutes on the revision on the reading which I have done for those 15 minutes. So again, second cycle of revision is covered. Third is a day in revision where I, at the end of the day, study for everything I have read for that particular day. That's another third layer of revision added to my normal studies. And last is the revision which I do on Saturday. So I completely revise what I've studied for the 5 days. Now, just imagine 4 layers of revision already being added to your normal revision cycle which you have set up. So that's how effective revision has been for me. Third is another important thing is self-evaluation. So the test which we used to give, I used to evaluate using I used to self-evaluate only. I didn't give any test series. The main objective was to go through the suggested answers, and there was a particular section called examiner's comments. You might find it in author's questions banks also, where they'll write what the examiner was expecting in that answer. Try to read all this and try reading the suggested answers. It's very important and it's highly effective that you understand what the examiner expects from you. If you do that, you will be able to bridge what you are writing and what the examiner expectations are. Giving your papers to a third party test series, that's okay, you don't have that time. But now that you have some days in your kitty, you should read suggested answers and the examiner comments. It's very important to understand the psyche and the expectations of examiner. You doing yourself will be greatly beneficial because you are the one who are writing the paper.
Yes. So do you think it's better than the test series?
Yes, it is, but that requires some time also. You have to take out some time. So the benefit comes at a cost. You have to take up some time and understand what the examiner wants. It might to develop that skill, it might take some time, but it's beneficial more than the test series because you now have the knowledge key what the examiner is expecting.
Right.
Outsourcing it to the third party will provide that knowledge to that third party.
Nicely put. So these are the top highlights which you have shared, like a couple of attempts there, and most importantly, you decided to crack it at some point of time. That's when you took the step, and that's when you started taking things on a serious note, right? Cool. So Shri, the core aspect of this, okay, so this is, I just want some clarity on this before we move on to the 100-day plan. Yes.
Yeah, so something which is the question which is asked multiple times, can I clear it in 100 days? Can I clear it in, is it possible? I think that's a wrong question, because we have strategies for like 10 days, 20 days. People have cleared it in preparing for 20 days. People have taken 500, 400 days, but unfortunately are not able to scale it through. The question is how can I clear it, but it's how desperately I want to clear it. If that thing is not oxygen, that is not desperate enough. So it has to be, the discipline has to be so much. Definitely we'll talk about the 100-day plan, but the point that I'm trying to make is it has to come from within. The desperation has to be there. If you are not hellbound and stubborn that it will be done in 100 days, you are not going to achieve that. You're not going to get different results if you keep doing it the same way you did earlier.
Right.
So that's
what do you mean by the last sentence, more specifically, like hiring? We call hire yourself. So what your perspective on that?
Yeah, that's something which I've taken from my manager. Actually, he was in management consultancy before he switched to equity research, but this was something which he was taught upon in his organization. Whenever you are stuck with a challenge, which is not a normal one, it's a big challenge. It will involve a lot of patience. It might involve a lot of setbacks and frustration also. But just before executing that, imagine that you have hired yourself as a consultant so that to sail through this challenge. So in Mahabharata, I think Sri Krishna was a consultant for Arjuna. So a job of a consultant, if you hire someone, you start looking things at a professional point of view. So when you guys must have been in your articleship, you must have done audits, statutory, internal tax audits. The process was difficult. It was full of frustration. You used to feel very down sometimes. Come on, this is taking so much time. But at the end, you used to get your job done, right? You used to complete your audit. So the job of a consultant is to get the job done. The audit report does not say that this audit is completed with so much frustration. It says only one sentence. This is the standalone financial and consolidated. It states a true and fair view or any other opinion. So imagine that you have hired yourself and now it's your duty to get the job done. That's how, and it's up to you how you have to do it. But now you're the consultant, you can't step back. So that's something which I've liked a lot, this approach of imagining that I have hired myself to, clear of this challenging obstacle.
Because this is one of the principles which we strongly say, hire yourself and fire everyone before you start your preparation. So that is how it is. So the changes which you have mentioned, mostly talking about the revision, and this is something which I think you covered it in a way. Let's say if somebody's stuck with multiple attempts, so it helps them to do the strategic planning. I think that's exactly what you mentioned here, right?
Yes. So it's very imperative to take someone who has aced that exam, a team of professionals who knows how to get it done.
So the biggest advantage which you're quoting here is the strategic planning across.
Yes.
Once again, like hiring a consultant to do the work for you. That's what
in that case, it will be me as well as you.
Yeah, I understood. and yes, so this is something which you have to explain.
Yes. So, sir, according to me, mentorship is very underrated in India. A lot of people don't know how depth it has carries. It is already well established in foreign countries. In sports, you have mentors, because in football, you have a football coach as well as you have a manager. Now, what's the role of a manager? The manager is a mentor to them. Football coach teaches you fundamentally, but manager is the one who tells you how to carry out things strategically. So I think it's very well developed in the other foreign countries, but in India, I think it's very underrated. Mentorship is you get to understand and learn the best practices from someone who has a team of professionals and who himself has aced that exam. So imagine how good it can be to learn skills which has helped that people to understand from those people who have maybe failed and who knows what it takes to not make such mistakes. And how good it will be so to understand ki this is the plan which was carried out by someone who has cleared that exam. Now, if you get all these things in a single package, it is definitely a win-win situation for everyone, for the mentee as well as the mentor. the better is able to better demonstrate his skills and is to create an impact, and the why of his life will get satiated. And same is for the mentees, they'll be able to get the best knowledge. So definitely it is for someone if you want to learn all these things, and that's why the recommendation.
Wonderful. So you strongly believe that, and probably that's what has helped you become one as a part of fraternity. Now coming to the actionable points, Sri. So we talk about 100 days, so which Suresh took 80 days and you took 85 days. So from here, what are the steps? Like step one, you talked about planning. So what should happen in the planning perspective?
Yeah, so I'll just quickly tell how many days I took for each and everything. So it was like 85 days for me. After 13th September, I only had 85 days in my pocket. So exam was in December. Again, it was shifted due to COVID. I allotted, like I was able to allot almost 35 days to group 1. Then I completed group 2 very quickly in 30 days. Then again, the last part phase of the exam, before the exam, we have some 10-15 days in our pocket. That was allotted for again group 1 revising. So if you can see, my major emphasis was in group 1. You asked me why. I look at things based on confidence. I had the most confidence in group 1 because group 1 had SFM. That's where my interest was at peak. I was well enough in financial reporting. So I have 2 subjects in my pocket which I know will take me ahead. And that happened exactly the way I planned. I scored 61 and 51 in FR and SFM. Now I just have to score the remaining marks in those subjects where I was weak. So I have 2 subjects. 2 subjects is where I'm confident. So I took on group 1 and I studied meticulously. I went deep into it.
Can you give me an example of this sentence, Freeze? Like when you mentioned countermeasures in case, because a lot of people plan when they try to adhere to that, something goes wrong. So what do you mean by countermeasures in case of deviation? Any practical example or which you have experienced and what is the measure you have taken?
Sure. So, so first point was this, which I talked about, is planning. But yes, there will be some instances where things might not go as per your plan, as per what you have decided. So, it happened with me for 2-3 subjects. I can give the best example for SFM. So I had planned on doing this chapter on 1.5 days, which was a theory chapter, but I was not able to allot specific time. So what I did was I covered the chapter. I broke it down into 2-3 parts because I know that at one shot I don't have enough time. So every other chapter, important ones, practical chapter which I used to cover, I used to cover a bit of that other chapter as well, which I was running short of time. So by the time I finished my SFM preparation 1.5 days, not only I was able to cover all the practical important chapters, but that theory chapter as well. Now, this was not in the plan. I had planned for covering that entire chapter in its entirety when I had that time slot, but unfortunately, due to limitations, I was not able to give it dedicated time. But I have to keep all the countermeasures ready in case things don't work out. Now, this is one example. There will be many things. But the point is, I'm trying to make always have a plan B for something if it doesn't execute well in the plan A stage. These are the very minute steps, and a 4-mark question came from that. It was startup finance. 4-mark compulsory question came for in the SFM exam. I was able to write it. So that was countermeasure aspect which I was trying to explain.
Yes. And this, currently we are doing 3 things, Sri, because apart from Super 36, we are planning to launch a score improvement program, specific focus on one group. Who are left with one group, we are going to help them. So there we are doing this in 2 cycles. First, 7 days into 4. 7 days into 4 subjects, that is 30 days, 1 month. And then once again, 10 days into 4 subjects, that is another 40 days, 70 days. Last, that is exclusively for revision. So 10 days they can think of it. Now, 1 week, how we are able to complete one subject? Like that is a question which a lot of people have. So I want your elaboration on that.
Yes. So that is actually a structured approach. So 5 days will be for completely revising the subject. So if you are a repeater or if you are a fresher who has just finished off the lectures, you will be knowing what's inside of that chapter. So 5 days I used to take for revising the entire subject. Each of the days were divided into 9 to 10 focus blocks of 1 hour each. Saturday was the time I used to keep for revising the entire thing which I had learned which I had revised during those 5 days. I have to again revise it. Sunday we used to keep it for giving at least 2 to 3 tests and evaluating it on the same day itself. So that was my one subject 1 week strategy. Now yes, you will also come to a question key, if it's not possible to cover entire subject in 1 week, that's when I was talking about the countermeasure approach. So if that doesn't happen, you have to have another slot which you keep as a buffer. So for me, it was during direct tax. The syllabus was so voluminous, I was not able to complete it in 1 week. I nonetheless used the same approach. Saturday I revised everything. Sunday I gave a test. I scored low in that test, but again in the next week I completed that subject in the next week, and I adjusted the time in for the other subjects accordingly. So for some subjects it's okay, but one subject per week helps you a lot. It is like focusing your entire gaze and concentration to only one subject, and definitely you are going to speed it up because you have only one thing to focus on.
Got it. So revision we discussed, self-evaluation we discussed, and yes. So this, how do people decide what are their winner subjects? Is it because of interest, or is it based on their ability to score? What's your take on this?
So my was a mix of everything. SFM was my interest subject. Economic laws is not my interest area, but it is. I know how to excel well in that subject. I know how to prepare it. So I was not walking off without an exemption. IDT, fun fact, I don't have any exposure of articleship in IDT, but the author which I chose and sticking to one author and revising from that book only made me fundamentally good in that subject. But you have to, you will have some intuition which subjects you like, which subjects are scoreable, but there is a high time you have to decide these subjects and you have to focus them as an exemption subject only. Like you should not be walking off from the exam hall thinking that, oh, I have missed my exemption. You before entering the exam hall, you should know to yourself that this is the subject where I will be walking off from with getting an exemption. So you will have some intuition which subjects are these, but have to choose those in every group.
This is a good revision. Now, before we conclude, so this particular aspect, how do people keep summarizing? Like, should they write daily notes, or what's your take on summarizing these voluminous topics?
I was not the one who was writing daily notes. So mine was a bit mixed approach. I used to summarize only those aspects of a particular subject which are very voluminous, which were very huge to cover. So in direct tax, we have non-residential taxation. Almost every section of that particular chapter is very concise. And it's very difficult to cover it in the last 1.5 days, given the fact that direct tax is itself a very big subject. So where the requirement is key, I will not be in a position to revise everything of that particular concept because it is so big presented in the module as well as the author's book. Only that particular concept I used to summarize. Rest, which was in a shorter form or which was easily coverable, I used to stick to that same notes only. I didn't used to summarize that, but yeah, only the bigger and the more concise ones. So my approach was key before while covering the particular concept, I used to always ask this question: key, is this coverable in the last 1.5 days? If my gut feeling used to say it's so huge, it will be difficult because it will affect the other subjects, other chapters also. I used to summarize those.
Got it. And finally, this is what we recommend for all super students. I guess this is done. You're already building this. So what are your next plans, Sri? Before we meet, probably before the next anniversary, July 22nd, 2024, what is the next step you want to achieve?
Definitely it's like I'm now in the associate stage, a junior stage. I'm in a position where I'm able to grasp knowledge fastly from my managers and my seniors. But the next position will be to work on independently. I'm also pursuing CFA, which is in line with my career prospects. So next step will be to clear second level of CFA and like 2 levels of CFA in the next year pipeline, and just obtain a independent position so that I can work on an independent project.
Perfect. Got it. Thank you very much, Sri, for sharing these valuable insights. And one classic question on behalf of my students: how are you going to help my students to clear? That is exactly what they're watching and waiting. So people who are writing both groups, what would be Sri's contribution? And in terms of getting an exemption SFM, how are you going to help?
So SFM, we like I had this session last year also. We have a very unique approach for doing SFM. SFM, you don't have to worry. You just have to attend the sessions which I'll be taking upon on how to crack this subject. But apart from that, yeah. So I'm mostly focused on SFM. But if there is any contribution for how to revise things, the revision cycle which I talked about, if someone wants to understand it in detail, they can definitely reach out to me. And every like for any other subject or for specifically for SFM, there is anything which is required extra from my side, I'll be happy to put my best foot forward and help.
Wonderful. Shri, once again, I'm reclarifying. Somebody got stuck at 38 in SFM. So Shri will land them beyond 50. Can they expect that this SFM?
So definitely from 38 to 50, because my journey has been like 27 to 41 to 61.
Okay.
So
Impressive.
it is something which I can personally resonate. I can understand what the student must be going through and how I can help him to pass the marks, not just for just passing it, but with flying colors.
Wonderful, wonderful. So Sri, so you have solved a very important problem because a lot of people find this hard, especially after seeing this paper, that far more scared, the recent paper. So they want somebody who can take care of that. Yes. So for especially for core improvement, we are attaching people who are each level, because the mentorship is now going into the subjectual aspect. Somebody cleared second group, for example. Now they have to clear only group 1. Simple. They're coming with a 120, 130, 140 scorecard. You're sending them back with a 220 scorecard, in which you're taking care of SFM as high as 20, 25 marks can also be improved. That is exactly what we are sharing. So thank you for that. And overall, you're also helping people with the revision part and all of that. We'll discuss. We'll attach other certain person mentees. And rest of you guys, please share your appreciation for Shri. So please drop a one-line sentence for Shri. One-line sentence for Shri. And also sit on your videos. So your token of appreciation for Shri. Please do that, all of you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, guys. And if you have any questions, like I was able to see some chats coming in, although due to the time constraint, I was not able to cater to them. But definitely you can reach out to sir and I can get that message and will reply back to you.
Yes, because a lot of work is there, Shri, because in one day, you have to probably see them, they have to see you, that's it. This is the intro, hi, hello meeting. Otherwise, how would I include 10? It's overloaded. So rest of it, we'll all, mix it together. So before Shri leaves, let's have a click. Guys, switch on your videos, fast for Shri. Even otherwise, just keep your videos switched on. Keep your videos, all of you. Ashish, Isha, Akshaya, Nikita, Neelam, Vaishnavi, Subarna. After 5 minutes, if somebody is not switching on, remove them, don't add, hello them again. Quick selfie. What are the group 3?
So much terms these days. So many new terms coming up. Already feel old.
Got it. Just going at just a second. This is where we are. Yes. Okay, we have the next participant already ready. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Shri. So
yes, thank you so much and good luck, guys. We'll definitely meet in the next sessions.
Yes. Rajdeep, Shri, say hi.
Hello, Rajdeep, you there?
Yeah. I can personally resonate, guys, with him, and as I was there in your place.
I remember having chats with you in the session. Good to see you here, buddy.
Sure. Same here.
By the way, I will have to show something for you guys. Shri, you'll be liking this. We wanted to do it a bit later. So it's an official capacity, both of you, since both of you are here, we wanted to announce it a bit later. But since you guys are here, you're able to see something on the screen.
It's loading. Yes.
So traditionally, you see faculties like Telegram groups, random people, 4 or 5 people. Now this is a show of strength. So we have both the people with me right here. This is exactly what we are building. So it's a very giant leap forward stream. So when we have to confidently announce that we are going to do it, when you have to do it in this perspective, it's a very, very, bold step. And in fact, in score improvement program, we are saying that don't worry about mindset, don't worry about routine, because which is our USP. come with a score, leave. It's pure logistics. It's like dropping like an airplane, Mumbai to Hyderabad. Yeah, say yeah, A to B. That's it. So that is the level of boldness in which we are going ahead with. So this is how we are going to take this forward.
Great, good to see this. I want to have a picture of this and send it to my family group. Instead of the good morning messages, this will be a great message to send.
So this is, I'll introduce the next chartered accountant probably once he's ready. So this is done by Srinath, the student success manager, who is responsible for coordinating this, who has been doing the fabulous job. So he has done his fantastic work, sitting overnight. So the whole point is this group, this what we are seeing. Can we look at least 50 people who are clearing because of the score improvement program, like both Sri and Rajdeep?
Sure.
Yes, it's definitely on the cards, and we can work on that.
Wonderful. So it's a crazy team, right?
Yes, definitely it is.
Fantastic. So guys, be excited. So Shri, thank you very much. We'll keep coming because this is the intro part, just hi, hello, teaser, trailer, whatever you call it. And you have done it so well. So we're ready for the complete movie. And thank you for joining us in spite of a busy schedule. We'll continue the journey. Thank you, Steve. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Yes. Bye.
Bye.
Rajdeep.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
I have read your success story so many times that each sentence is there in my mind. What you have written, especially the last sentence. This is my last attempt, last investment. I asked if I can and all of that. So fabulous. So how are you feeling, Rajdeep? How are you feeling?
It's great, guys. I'm able to resonate with you guys. You're there, and I was also there in the last attempt. I mean, in the May 22 attempt after I couldn't clear. I cleared in November. So I know how you guys are feeling and how you guys. But I would just say you that maybe this is the right place that you are in. I mean, it's not about only the investment that you did. It's about you have promised yourself something. I mean, that's what matters, at least at the end of the day, when it is not about only the money that you give, the investment that you give, but the promise that you give to yourself that this is the last investment that I'm going to get. I mean, give and I'll get the full return. And the ROI is almost 1000%. Let me just tell you that. So it is like that. Yeah.
Wonderful. So Rajdeep, how else is life? Like this is one part about the clearing and not studying once again. So Baki kya chal raha hai? What's happening in your life in general?
I mean, it is changed drastically. I would say, from the moment I got to know that I am like a chartered accountant until date, even there has been a lot of changes which I've experienced, like not only about my personal, family, relatives perspective has changed about me, but also I would say my culture, my background has evolved so much because I come here. I mean, I am from Kolkata, and I'm now in Chennai here for my job. So I mean, I have not seen, I have not believed myself that I will be going to places and being to do job there, or maybe do things which I'm not able to. But this this Super 36 or something, it has made me realize that this is not a limit. I mean, it is not something which you cannot. I mean, it's not just the course, guys. It's not just the final thing. I mean, Himakant sir will, okay, I will say it later. I got the job. I mean, the day before my interview, I called him and asked him, I'm very nervous. I was at the airport. I was like, I'm very nervous. Tomorrow is my interview. I've not prepared anything. And like that, he motivated me like, okay, fine. You have got it. You scored. You at least got selected, not like rest of the people. And okay, fine. And everything went, I mean, it's amazing, guys. It's amazing.
Got it. So once again, see, this time what we are asking our super students is follow this path. Like we are further streamlining, we are going more specific because see, CA final, if somebody has to clear in India, they have to come to this. Life School or Super Student ecosystem. That's it. That is, we're building a full-fledged solution all throughout. Now, in that direction, you have done some work. You have consolidated and compiled certain things. I have seen your work. So this is what I have received from Srinath as sent by you. I think this. Can you explain your family, like how happy they were? This is a fantastic picture.
This day was very memorable. My father wasn't there because he was posted somewhere. I mean, he's posted in Srinagar, so he's not able to be here. But this is my sister in the left of mine, and she's a mother. Her name is Ritashri, and she is, she is Aruna Nag, my mother. I can see, the day of the result. Okay, again, I have to say, during my exam, I guess in SCMP paper only, I got to know my father has a heart block. His bypass surgery will be there in the next 1 month, and I couldn't believe it. It was, and the SCMP paper was also not good. I called him and said, like, it is not good. I'm not gonna make it like this time, and it's I cannot help it. I was terrible at that time, and Himakan sir just told me that, can you please focus in DT? I know it is not only for you, it's for everyone else. I was like, okay, fine. I just have to, compose myself, and I got 50 in SCMP, and I just passed in DT. So it was like, okay, fine. It was amazing. The feeling when the result was announced, and my father operation. He was just discharged in the from the hospital. He got to know, and he was in tears. And looking at them, I was like, okay, fine. Something I have proven. So it's something.
Right. So fantastic. So your journey had a lot of depth, Rajiv. So it connects, with a lot of people. Now, this is something which you have shared earlier. So I'll probably play it once. So because we kind of do it for the special effect of nostalgia
attempt
and that emotion.
And it was all possible due to the hard work I did, due to the patience I've shown on me, of course my parents' blessing, and also not to forget Hima Kansan from Super 36. What I was lagging in May 2022 was a lack of revision. I was not able to retain. I was not able to solve questions on my own. There was something which was missing. I was just a bit far away from passing in May 2022, but that showed me you need a lot to be a CA. I joined this Super 36 and have done many techniques suggested by Himakant sir. I would love to mention the FTR technique. Why? Because that has changed my life. I was able to retain every single, even the page numbers of the audit and laws. I have scored exemption in FR, SFM as well as economics law in this attempt. Not to forget, I have, worked really hard, and I was, after giving the SCMP paper, I was so devastated because it didn't went well. But I just talked to Himakant and sir, and he said that please focus on your next paper. It will all fall in place. Why? Because it was too tough. And yes, it was. I got 50 and I just passed away in it. I'm so blessed to have them in my picture. They are the blessing of my life. Super 36 has been instrumental, journey of my life, and I would obviously recommend it to all. I'm so blessed. Thank you so much.
So Rajdeep, I hope you're able to,
Hi everyone.
connect
This is
that
Rajdeep.
day. Now, what changed from that day to today? Is it audible? Rajdeep, we lost your voice, I believe.
I'm so sorry. I was in mute.
Okay.
Yeah. So from that day to today, I have, I've got a good job. When I didn't thought that I will placed into that company, it was like very this thing for me. However, yeah, it has been, changes has been instrumental, why people look at you in a very different way. I was in the I was in Baker Tilly during my articleship, in Mazars and Baker Tilly. So where, the other articles who looked like, was my colleague at that time, they started respecting me, and they're like, okay, fine. And your partner has started, covering things with you, sharing things, and giving you best wishes, which is, I mean, it's a blessing for me. I mean, it has been a drastic change, I would say.
Got it. Got it. And now this specific angle where you ended up scoring exemptions in FR and SFM because people wanted at least one. So this is what. And Sri will anyways take up SFM specifically and separately. You are taking up FR. But we wanted you to talk about it. How were you able to get 2 exemptions? Like in terms of clearing, this is okay. Let me get this answered first. Like, how were you able to crack 2 exemptions?
Sure. So my aim was, I was very clear in my head that I am giving both the groups because and eco law was exempted in May 22. So I was very clear that I have to get 4 exemption at least.
Right.
I mean, there was this thing. I mean, I have to get it no matter what. So I planned for in group 1. Obviously, theory was, I mean, it was not weak for me, but I I planned exemption for FR and SFM for sure, and I wanted good marks in group 1 basically all over. So I mean, I focused on group 1 more than group 2. Though my group 2 result was better in May 22, but I focused on group 1 because I know that my capabilities were in group 1 rather than group 2, to be very honest, because DT was my weakest subject. So what I did was, like, I was aiming for exemption in FR SFM and here in IDT, and already I had this eco law. So I was sorted in that. I started preparing for FR SFM in such a way. I mean, I have I mean, what sir suggests is, I mean, absolutely, you should just listen and execute. I would say that, the focus blocked. My initial problem was I was not able to focus on studies more than, it was like, I am studying, but I'm not getting into anything. I mean, I was not able to retain much. So it was like, I'm able to, the focus block slots, like of 50 minutes reading and then 10 minutes of revision of those 50 minutes, which helped me a lot. I'm able to retain, in fact, the day end revision and the next day revision of everything I've read last day was something which was amazing. Again, I would suggest another thing is, please keep, what I did in May 22 was I took 2 subjects in a week to complete it. But here after May 22, I had only, I would say, how many days? From 17th August to, I guess I started in August now. August, September. I started from September full-fledgedly. The thing, September, October, November first exam. So it was almost 60 days which I gave in. So it's not about how many days you give for prepare. And I have given both the groups 7 papers, I would say. So it is like, it's not about how many days you give, it's what the quality of study that you're giving. But I would say that make your core subject, you have to understand what are the core, what are your, good areas, what are your weak areas, best areas you have to identify. And then in one subject, it's not about that the whole subject is good. In one subject, some chapters are, some chapters are, strong. So you have to identify, and you have to make it like, if this question comes, nobody can cut 1 marks also.
Right.
Like, it should be like that. After group 1, what happened to me, I was very confident. Even I told Himakant sir that group 1 mein to, I mean, mere ko koi nahi hata sakta. That is for sure. Now it's about the group 2. So and group 2 mein first paper mein, I was like, okay, fine, I will not be able to do it. So then it was okay. Yeah, I was very much sure that FR and SFM will be like the things.
And I wanted to specifically throw some light on FR, Rajdeep. So, because if you can see, most of the people
Can you
had
go to the slide? If the, I guess maybe 20th slide, I guess. I'm not.
Which one? 20th, is it?
Next one. Next. Next. This one.
Okay,
so the last one, yeah. So the pointers which I've written is what I went through. To be very honest, you have to have a good compiler for sure. I mean, good compiler, I'm not suggesting name, I should not here, but I would suggest if personally someone asks me. But I mean, compiler is what it should be, only one book where entire SM paper, because there are 4 modules of FR, 4 or 5 modules. Okay, you cannot have at the last day, you cannot do everything. That's for sure. I mean, here the approaches become different for different people. For one who is giving it in the first attempt or second attempt, and one who is having given it for like almost 5-6 attempts. Okay, the approach become different, obviously. So you have to have a very good compiler, an updated compiler. Updated means as on date or the due date of November 2023 maybe. You have to have a compiler of that, where entire SM paper, SM questions, RTP, MTP, previous year questions. For SFM, he would say practice manual as well. Okay.
Right.
That has to be there with you. Now what you have to do, let me just go like that. You have to solve almost all the questions in the first revision. You have to solve almost all the questions. Now I would say give FR if it is your best subject. You have to identify which is your best subject. You can divide your days into that. But I have given 10 days first for FR. Okay, and FR with I did law maybe for 1-2 hours, or audit maybe 1-2 hours with it, but entirely for 90% for FR, and then the remaining days for this division or something.
Right.
So entire 10 days should be given to your FR for a particular subject, and you have to have a planning, a detailed planning. Like for this day, I will do this, that. But I have given basically 10 days, but it was like 7 days. A week. In 5 days, I have completed one. Full syllabus. At least, if not all, at least 80 to 90% you have to complete, no matter what. Even if you don't sleep, it doesn't okay. It is okay for those nights. It will feel worth it, guys. It will. You will be like, okay, we have done something. We have achieved something after sacrificing so much. It is like that sense. Now I'm saying. People may feel that okay, fine. Whoever is a CA, it may feel like, yeah, it was okay, fine, we did it, and things like that. But it takes a lot to become whatever we are. So at least give 5 days full-fledged for a subject. 2 days in the Saturday. If you are giving that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you are giving entirely for a subject. In Saturday, please give the entire for the revision, however, how much you have done. Give it entirely on Saturday. And Sunday, every 3. I would say I have given. He suggested only 1 paper. If that's, I have taken 2 to 3 papers in that day, in Sunday. Okay, so it is like you have to give paper. It doesn't mean that you have to go for a test series or something. You can go for any paper, such as the previous year paper or MTP per se, or maybe the RTPs. But you need to do it, and there is no ABC for that. Say in FR, no ABC categorization. It might be the prioritization or something, but I would suggest do the C first, because ICI is more intelligent than us, to be very sure. He will give C, they will cover C first, and then they know that what we're gonna leave. Paper pattern is changing, guys, and you have to be. And November 2023 will be the last attempt of old syllabus. Everything will be new, and from May 24, you have to be like, this will be the last attempt for you as well. This should be, at least for group 1, and that is there. So you have to prepare yourself like that. Again, the other thing is, in the exam, people says that FR is so huge that we cannot complete in 3 hours or things like that. You have to complete 100%. There is no other second thought. Even if you are not able, suppose you are stuck in between a question, skip it, leave some pages, do the other one. You cannot just, you cannot do 90-95% at all, because after 90-95% you will be marked, and you may be doing correct of 80%, and then you will be getting it 60%. You have to understand the techniques. So again, I would say when you are doing an MTP or previous year questions or RTP, just write your answer, do everything perfectly what you actually wanted to show to the evaluator, like that. When you are practicing, and then match it yourself. Don't have an evaluator there. Match it yourself, if you, in a sense that Agar you are the evaluator, how will you give your marks to them? Don't be biased on yourself, because they will not be. They will not know your face. They will know what you have written. So it's like that. Okay. Second is, I have practiced almost 4 to 5 times of FR only, and every time I do, it is like a tunnel. It becomes like a tunnel. Like if I have given 10 days in the first division, I would give maybe 5 to 6 days in the second, 3 days in the, and I have given almost, see, in the last division, you will get the most amount of time for FR. Like at least you will get 5 to 6 days for FR, because your first paper is FR and you have to give 100% to it. So it's like there is no turning back. If your first paper went well, now you will give a sense of confidence. Believe me in that. I mean, you will be like, एक paper निकल गया है, 3 paper बाकी है. You will, and SFM is also good. So it's not like you will feeling so much of confident, that is there. And try to always solve the question paper. When you're practicing question paper in 2.5 hours max. Your timing should not be 3 hours, but in 2. That's where you're gonna complete in question paper in 3 hours. 3 hours is not a lot, I would say. But in order to complete 100%, you need to complete everything by 2.5% in practice, because you are not giving it a formal thing. Do whatever you can, but get the answer right. I mean, that should be the approach. Yeah, and be consistent, guys. I mean, that should be it. I mean, you have to be you have to be like, okay, fine, if you're getting bored in something, maybe you're reading theory so much, you're getting bored, do a SFM, financial instrument question. Do something, a big question, or maybe make every question worth it. I mean, the thing is, you have to break down your marks into the minutes, number of minutes that you're giving, so that it helps in your calculating. Calculating how much time you left and how much time you're utilizing in a particular sum, because it is very important to be calculative in FR. That is it. Yeah.
So if somebody follows this, they're going to cross 60 plus is what Rajdeep assures. And not only that, he'll practically make you do that in the SIP program. So probably a bit of SFM also, Rajdeep, before we conclude, like what should happen for SFM also.
Right, for SFM, most of the things are same, but yeah, here PMs comes into play. It's a good compiler of PM. You have to do practice manual questions, because sums can come everywhere. Your concepts should be crystal clear, because SFM is a subject where the questions get, if the question gets repeated, it's okay, it's fine, not an issue. It's a cherry on our top. But if it doesn't, it will come in a different way, in a different structure. There your concept is needed. I mean, Jan 21 paper, if you have seen, it is hell. It was a hell paper, I would say. I mean, people cannot even expect that question paper. So if you and do those papers, I would say, do carry those. I mean, just practice those sums as much as possible. You will feel that I have seen the sum, I have sensed it. I mean, I can even write the answer like that. In SFM paper, let me just tell you, question comes like that only. Okay, if it comes like that, and if it doesn't, then you have to use your brains, and you have to be ready for both the cases.
Right.
Don't be so much confident for like, yeah, I have seen it, I will be able to do. But at least when I have this question paper in my hand for SFM, I was like, okay, yeah, this is simple. It's not like that. It has to be like you're calculating it with your pencil, if that is allowed. I mean, obviously. I mean, you have to have a background on only focus on one question at a time. Don't see the whole paper once again and see like, yeah, you cannot do one question at a time. If you're not able to do, just skip it for the other one. But eventually you will do it. Don't panic, and everything will fall in place. Where rest Shri is there, I mean, he can be the best thing. So yeah.
So Rajiv, so together the whole concept, because one thing which we realized is, even Ganesh was saying, if somebody is losing 6 months, that's a huge opportunity cost, and all of you are vouching that worth to put anything in order to crack 6 months early, right? That is exactly what opinion is.
Opportunity cost of 5 to 6 lakhs is going, guys. You have to understand.
So that is the reason why with core improvement program, this SIP, we are taking it a step forward. Like this is like I would say I don't think anyone in India can actually do this kind of support, because in coaching, they give you recorded courses. Here, we are bringing in subject-specific mentors. Now, hardly, when was the last time somebody spoke to your faculty? If you remember, when was the last time somebody even listened to you? As simple as it. See, for any faculty, speaking is free, listening is costly, right? So this we are bringing in. Imagine 5 chartered accountants working on a specific student. They have access to all 5. So the way we are building it is, especially for the first batch, we are looking at 100% results. Like somebody joining in the score improvement program, it's like 100% result is what we're expecting this time. That is the reason why we are clear is no nonsense. Somebody has already cleared one group, and somebody is writing only one group, and most importantly, they already scored 120. And the rest of the things are very straightforward. So this is for group 1, and this is for group 2. This is exactly how we are building it, and probably we will have Pavni and Ujjwala coming in next. So they'll be discussing the remaining partners, remaining aspects of this. There will be slight changes in terms of what we're discussing about it. So all those people, now Rajdeep, what I'm doing is, officially, we will be launching it outside at a later on at a different price, because ideally, when I discussed with a lot of mentors, including Ganesh, additionally also, the value which we are arriving somehow is, if you are able to help someone clear one attempt or clear one group in an attempt, you can charge a lakh, is what everybody is saying, most of the people. Because initially, the whole point is, when I said 5,000 people said costly, 10,000 people said costly, anything they say costly, that's not the point. You want to work with certain section of people, especially with this. And I want to pay you guys. The whole point is, I don't want my mentors to work for free. As a chartered accountant, the way, the kind of time you're putting in, the time of energy you're putting in, that it's very hard to maintain this level of people. And imagine somebody getting exposed to 5 mentors, like 5 chartered accountants, insane. Like there is the highest value proposition. So while you're here, Rajdeep, while you're here, I'm giving them a fantastic upgrade option, because ideally, when they joined in Super 36, probably they did not have a complete idea of this, and we also did not launch it. We are launching it officially today in a way, and a hard launch will be happening later on. So one fabulous thing is, I'm probably sharing this. So Rajdeep, what we decided, especially after working everyone, next year, when you're launching it for May 2024, we wanted to launch it at 1 lakh. Simple. You want to clear one group, give us 100 days and 1 lakh will clear. That's it. End of story. So, and we'll get access to all of this. They'll have access to me and everything. So it's a 1 lakh thing. We're solving one group in one attempt. That's it. It's going to be written. It's like as clear as selling a recorded course. Like what happens? So we are going with that level of confidence, because we have 5 people engaged on this. So before we launch something at 1 lakh, we decided to launch this. I'll showing this transparently and openly to all of you here. So this is the price point at which we're launching the score improvement program. So this, I think I had, yeah. So official price for November 23, we're launching this at November 23. But for the people who have already taken a decision, who have already enjoyed this Super 36, whatever it is, we are giving them a 100% redemption option. 100% redemption, even if they spend 1 month, 2 months, 3 months outrightly. So whatever they entered. So for the people who are already in Super 36, so this is what they're going to get, outright redemption option. Only for today, this is what I'm giving it. The reason why I'm sharing this is, we are very, very serious about the results. So we are very serious about the result. So see, there are two set of people, right? I'm standing in between. On one set, I have my students who are supposed to become chartered accountants. I already have people who have already cleared. So I had to create a win-win. So with this step, the maximum beneficiary of score improvement program in the immediate attempt is this set of people. So whoever has one group left, who wants that 5 mentor approach, even subjectively, the subject aspect which you're talking about, subject depth which you're talking about, I'm giving a 100% redemption, whatever it is, because this is what is the redemption part. So if the balance amount, the upgrade, that's it. Outside of it, this is the price. From 2024, we're making it 1 lakh, because this is ultimate value, because that's what was Ganesh was mentioning, right? So when you go with a tangible offer with the kind of results, we are going to make it happen. So since we are showing that level of confidence, since we are getting that kind of results, since we are building an ecosystem, the way we should approach this is precision. So when you want to go back, and one takeaway which I want from you, the way you did it for your, you said that, right? One thing which got reflected in your confidence is, You are clear. Even Shri was saying this. I am very clear that I'm going to score an exemption. You also are very clear that you're going to score an exemption. So it's not a random exemption, right? You wanted it, you specifically lowered the targets in other subjects, and then you're going ahead. So when you wanted it so consciously, I'm sure that conscious engineering is going to help other students also.
Sure, I'm sure.
So this is what we have to do, Razik. So whoever is coming into this, I want them to clear, at least from your FR perspective. If not an exemption, can you get 50 for everyone, whether they're stuck at 35, 40, whatever it is? If they give us 100 days.
35, 40 in FR will easily convert it into maybe 60 plus as well. If not, I mean.
Perfect. So 20 marks is what they can expect, right? Irrespective of that problem. If they're stuck in the 30s, you'll take care of that. Because I'm asking you openly.
Yeah.
Because I'm heavily focused on mindset routine. I want to build it to a level where it's beyond imagination. Because I want to go into that.
I just want to interrupt here.
Yes.
For the information, I have taken only classes for your SFM, direct tax, and SCMP in my CA final, to be very honest.
Right.
For SFM, it was a blunder because I had to redo things, and I did it by myself because I did it in the very first year of my articleship. So I lost everything, and it was not even. I mean, I couldn't retain anything for SFM. I did it all by myself again. So it's not that it's only you need to complete any tuitions or such thing, but it's only, I mean, the gist you need, the gist you have to clear CA, be a CA at some point of time. It's just that.
Yeah, Razil, you're right. It's good that you brought it up. That's what the value proposition is. You don't have to take coaching, or you don't have to get stuck with anything. One point solution, no need of test series, no need of coaching, no need of running here and there. One point solution, 100 days, come and clear this group. 100 days, come and clear second group, whatever it's clear cut, simple, single solution which you're offering. That's how it is. Both groups, for now, score improvement program, we are not taking both groups. Either you can join in group 1 or group 2. And for both groups format, it's already working. Super 36, we're already taking care of this particular segment. Pro has access to everyone. Like Pro students have access to everything. So even this, they'll get automatic access. So that is exactly what we are doing. So in your presence itself, like this is up to them. I don't want anyone. That's up to them because we have spoken enough. So this is the link which I'm sharing. So this I'm officially launching in front of Rajdev because you're the FR guy. I'm just launching it to them. And this one, I'm giving them a fabulous offer, like something which somebody cannot reject. So this is the code which I already showed you. Why we tested that. If somebody wants flat 30K off, imagine clearing group 1 for another 20K, because a lot of problems already got resolved. Because we solved the problem to the extent now 100% is redeemed. It's like they're entering into this new journey with just 20K. So I've shared it. Now the other component which you're working is how are you going to convert 35s into 50s. We'll build complete case studies with the way we have built it for mindset routine. So we are going to build case studies. Okay, one first bracket, 30 to 35.
You guys, we didn't got this opportunity. We just had this Super 36, and we did that because there were good mentors. Like Shri was there to mentor us that time. He's still there. So you guys are rest assured for SFM, and I will try my best for FR2. So don't need to worry about it.
See, Rajal, it's simple. Super 36 is always there. So the whole point is there are some people who wanted more attention. It's like Super 36 will solve it. And there are a lot of people who are watching this on YouTube can clear. There are a lot of people. See, if I have to show this, we have around, I don't know, total, it could be in hundreds, but we have at least 100 plus case studies who are clearing only because of mails. They said they are cleared because of your mails. So this is the impact which we are creating. That is anyways there. But somebody who wanted that additional layer of depth, somebody who wanted that additional layer of depth, who wanted far more attention because they had gaps. Because yesterday I was speaking to someone in Bombay, his father is a chartered accountant. They're specifically mentioning about audit. So my son needs external intervention in audit. Can I do something about it? We are willing to pay extra. So there are a lot of people who wanted that extra intervention. So we thought, why somebody should go to multiple places? Let us solve it everything all together, which is 100. Because 3 was clearly saying that. You also said no need of test series. This is far more effective. This is far more effective. So that is exactly how we are building it. So that's the reason why I made it very simple and straightforward. So the whole point is I'm conveying a sense of seriousness to you also, Rajdeep. So we have to work on it. We have to build a module where what the coaching industry or the exam industry is not able to solve, we are trying to solve it with this intervention, where we are specifically getting the student conceptual base from, let's say, 35 to 55, whatever it is. So working professional has 5 to 6 hours, full-time student has 10 hours. Either way, we are helping them in this, specifically your team, the team which we just discussed here. Your team is specifically focused on the, I would say, group 1 part. So this is where we had the team part, right? Yes. So the whole team is focused. Couple of changes once we understand the game, once we look at how the fit is working and all. So we'll bring in more people, or we'll interchange some people. But this is a core team because all of them are damn good at this. There are two more people who wanted to get into audit. Teja has already been doing. Sri and Teja already did that. I think that's where your experience, right? Your experience, Sri, doing SFM is already good at it, and you are here for the FR part. And Anika is a pro in handling this because he was able to do it in the COVID time. And Nish, you all know, like his articulation in terms, especially he's in a very good position in Deloitte, like the second level of Deloitte. So that is also working. So this is the team Rasdeep. So that's what we have for today. What is the other, Rina? Is the other one also shared? Group 2? Yeah, Group 2 will discuss further. But Rasdeep, thank you for joining us today. And thank you for being a part of a fantastic launch, because the highest hit rate we are going to do is core improvement program straightforward. Like this is, I'm very excited about this, to bring in 5 people here. So that is exactly what we are going to work on. Guys, please share your appreciation for Rasdeep for his fabulous contribution. Please share your appreciation for Rasdeep, all of you.
Thank you so much, guys.
Please quickly type a sentence for him. We'll have the next set of people. So
Just
when you
make
mention
the last attempt, guys. Just give it all. I mean, make November 2023 as your, the moment of becoming the, one of our faculty, as a, our core team member as well. I mean, let's have it in that sense. Let's focus. Just believe that you can be here as well. I mean, why not? In the next this thing.
Wonderful. So I think this is the core which you wanted to conclude. If you can do it, if I can do it, you can do it too. So what makes you say so? You don't know them, right? How can you say that?
So, for me, I'm a very much, I'm kind of a guy who is like, who is not that much confident, who was not that much confident at, I mean, clearing CA was like a dream for me as well. It's not like only, but now, after getting, I mean, I have grown so much during these, I mean, I would say only 2-3 months only. I've grown so much as a person after joining Super 36. It was remarkable. I would say it's like, it has been, I mean, it was very drastical change. I had this confidence in me that I can do it. I mean, it's nothing possible. And once I had this confidence, and and in fact, in fact, Himakant sir only told me, when Sri and Srinath, talked with me before I joined here. He just only said, make this your last investment, your parents' last investment. You just have to be true to yourself. You just have to have this confidence and trust the process. That's what I would say. I mean, just do not be like, okay, fine, they have taken care of it. We have given money, and if it is all done. It's not that. It's just that we will just show you the path. You just need to go with us. That's it. And you have to do that. I mean, there is no this thing that it's like it's a one-way thing. It has to be both sides. It has to be, you have to be committed to yourself. You have to be there. You have to be like, this has to be your last attempt, no matter what. Nobody can snatch it with from you.
So Rajat, now that I'm giving you a complex part. Now we have done the easy part. The complex part, because it's even Manju was here. We're discussing about how it is, and even Ganesha and all. I just realized that helping, there are 2 steps, right? A student after joining mentorship, before joining mentorship. Now always find somebody who trusts me to make him clear, even after, because Prashant after 12 attempts, actually after 10 attempts, because after 10 attempts he was able to clear the next attempt itself. With any one of you, it was easy for me to help them clear. The biggest challenge which you are facing is to bring them inside. They don't trust, they don't believe. The point is, it hurts me a lot their confidence level has gone so low that they're not even willing to invest this amount into themselves, even after clearing foundation, inter, final. See, finance is never an issue for most of them. But the problem is they don't look at their self-worth at a level where I should not invest another 20K, I should not invest another 50K. That is what they're stuck. They think the parents might think otherwise. Teja's mom came in and said she blasted everyone. Nobody thinks about it, all of that. Because the reality is shared by parents, as Ganesh or even I would say Teja's mother, and even we have Bhavesh sister Meenakshi who paid for it. And at that point of time, she paid 45K. In 10 minutes, she took the decision. When asking that, everyone was saying one thing: the value which we are going to get at a later point of time, it's insane. So people are talking about that. Now, for this segment, you should also deal this. Tomorrow, like you should also probably convince a couple of students to take this up to assure that. Now, what is your pitch? Let's say you are part of this core improvement program. So if somebody is hesitating, what is your pitch?
I just got goosebumps now, to be very honest. I got to know that it is I have paid for Super 36 30K, and I was like, is it really worth it? Will it be like, I was there on your shoes, guys, so I was like, can't it be by my side only? Will I need to give something or in return? I just told my father that 30K is what is the fees, and he just said that you don't need to worry, I'm there for you, and it is the last attempt they are promising, so it's like, go with it. And now also he tells me that it was the wise decision for you to take that Super 36 batch, so that you are here today. And because the ROI that I'm getting is almost 1000%, I would say. So it is like okay for me to invest on those that day and getting a return now. So it's same, guys. I can personally resonate with it, so I can say you, it's not like somebody who have not done this course and he is saying that something it has completely changed. I would say the moment I cleared in the second attempt itself, so it was like, and I flunked with a very low margin in an aggregate only.
Still you took that call.
I took that call, and he said that your marks is very good, don't need to even worry, just trust the process and come with us.
And Razik, final question in terms of Super 36 who are already inside, we give some level of support. Like you also got some level of support, but we are getting a lot of questions from most of the students. Like I need more intervention into specific subjects. So who are looking for upgrading from Super 36 to score improvement program specifically, because some of them already cleared one of the groups. Now, what is your suggestion? How should they look at it? Because they say, okay, I've already invested this. Why should I put that additional 20K if they have that in mind? What is your suggestion? Honestly, it's not that you are there.
You're getting that is it, like your value of money, value for money, you're getting time value of money. You are investing some time to it, you're giving some investing some money to it, so you will get a higher return for sure. Because it's not about only the 3 hours of it's not about only the 3 hours of exam that you're giving that particular day, but the preparation at doing it before. You will feel a sense of another level of confidence when you walk out of the room of the exam hall. It is very different. Here you will get all the particular, you already have done it maybe, or you will be newly doing it. That those the things are very different for both the people. If you have done it before, if you have revised FR before, then it would be a different set of things that you need to carry on now. And you have not done FR before, you are doing it now, only now, from starting it from scratch, then the thing will be completely different.
Right.
So the difference is what we are going to offer. How the thing is how to clear how to get an exemption and how to pass in a subject is what this thing. If you want to just to pass, you stay there. If you want to upgrade yourself into the next level, a very in an exemption, scoring exemptions in finals is not easy. So that you can share.
Perfect, Rajdeep. So what I'm doing is, Rajdeep, so since you're also there, so today I'm giving a 100% attention, whoever is taking it. So it's like a zero cost transmission for them. Tomorrow we'll have to give 50% because it won't work for us, because already a lot of work has been spent there. So who are coming in, I believe you're already working on the steps which you discussed in terms of what has to happen. So that is what it is. And one final selfie with this set of people, like guys, thumbs up for Rajdeep, all of you, thumbs up for Rajdeep. Wonderful. Wonderful. Perfect. So we'll share all the LinkedIn posts. And okay, before Rajdeep leaves, let me give it's like playing Coco. Next CA is coming in, and then the existing CA. Rajdeep, this lady is crazy. Ujjwala had a visualization. She visualized a mark sheet of 244, and I'll tell you where she ended up scoring it. Like, mind blown. Like, this is her visualization, and this is what she ended up scoring. You're able to see this, guys? SCMB target was 55. She ended up scoring 54, and one exemption. This DT target was 49. She got 6 marks extra, and IDT she got 13 marks extra. And overall, the things went up and down. But the whole part is like it was so close. It was so near that when you expect something, I rarely see people crossing it because a lot of people fall short. Now this is one such example, and I'm talking about the 250 level. See, a lot of people look at 210 and end up scoring 215 and all of that. Now imagine somebody getting a 250 level. So the way you've done it for group one, we have Ujjwala for group two because it's a fantastic score, Razif. So it's a fabulous score. So the reason why I'm connecting you guys is because we want these scores replicated. Because when you are having command in SFM and FR, like you and Shri doing it together, we'll see a lot of people easily crossing. And the second group two team, so Ujjwala and all of this, they have this command in the group two, and Ujjwala is here. So when you're having this sense of advantage over there, so at some point of time, I'm going to have a competition, SIP group 1 versus SIP group 2. So if both the values, if X amount of people are joining, how many are clearing? I don't care about ICA pass person. Don't come back and complain that ICA has given 30%, 8%. No, I don't know. So it is your headache. So we are signed up for that. So that is exactly how it is going to be. So once we agree upon that, you have to go hard. In between, I'll do a switch. Okay, I want group 2 subject because there are people who score 3-4 exemptions. I can do a switch in between. So once the game has started, you'll have to commit because this is my commitment. So we have to go with the same level of thing. And one more thing, please understand the rest of you guys. The part where you're, because we want to be open. Even in fact, I directly asked Ganesh sir about the fee premium and all of that, right? As long as you're able to solve the problem, as long as you're able to add value, nobody will talk about your price. The moment it's not giving that extra advantage, it's not giving that added advantage as compared to the market past percent or something, then the price comparison comes. So we have to operate at a level where iPhone nobody compares, right? We understand it's 10 times more, but nobody compares. So it's like 10x more quality. Right? So that is exactly why I wanted all of you guys to know each other. And Ujjwala, you saw what Rajdeep has to offer, you can unmute. So you guys will also be a part of the team. So in the second part, yes, Rajdeep.
Congratulations to her.
Yeah,
Ujjwala.
thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm a bit nervous because I've seen these people's success stories 6 months before and I'm on other side.
Right. So you remember Rajdeep's story?
Yes,
the
yes.
yellow t-shirt guy?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And probably the closing, right? A lot of people think about should I invest and all. That's where Rajdeep comes. He says that this is my last investment. People will jump in. So that is exactly what has been happening. Now Rajdeep is coming to the other side. Let's see. So I'm happy that both of you guys met. And thank you, Rajdeep. Thank you once again. We'll continue. And it's been a very last minute and intensive. Thank you for being flexible about it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rajdeep.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. All the best.
Perfect. So Ujjwala, how are you?
Yes, sir. Fine, sir. How are you, sir?
I'm good. What happened, Ujjwala? So what was about that visualization? What made you think about that score and how did it convert into something?
Sir, I made this target mark sheet on my notes and on my whiteboard. I used to keep on my table, so where I used to study daily. So I never thought that I will not be able to score less than 244 because that was my limit. So I should not fail due to aggregate or because of one subject. So I prepared like I should score 50, above 50 in DT and SCMP, and above 65 in IDT. So last attempt I scored 51 in IDT. If I tell, I prepared only 1 week for IDT because SCMP and DT was the only subjects I failed in group 2 last time. So I prepared only 1 week for IDT and I scored 78. And I want to tell one more thing, sir. I took classes from Chennai faculty and I topped under his guidance.
Wonderful. Good.
Because I scored 78 marks in the IDT paper. It really helped me to score 250.
So I'm increasing the challenges level. When somebody came in initially, it was all smooth and high. Since you're the last speaker for the day, I'm setting up your context at a particular level where now whatever you said that you fixed this for IDT, you ended up scoring. That is what I have to replicate. So I was explaining the score improvement program where you're a part of, because here we are talking about people who are just unfortunately waiting for that 40 marks to become a chartered accountant. It's horrible, right? Because they're so close, and then there ends up anxiety and all of that. So it's worth doing anything. Otherwise, this even bringing in 5 people and maintaining that, it's not easy for a single group, a certain section of people. But we don't want them to suffer even after doing so much. Like I've seen many people who unfortunately got stuck, especially if you remember during IPCC, they cleared group 1 and IPCC, there are 3 papers, they got stuck. Because the problem in group 2 is once the syllabus changes, once the situation changes, you lose the exemption leverage, you lose the exemption mileage. So it will be very hard for somebody to write 3 papers and clear 3 papers. People think 3 papers are easy, but 3 papers are difficult because I've seen enough number of case studies where when IPCC happened with 3 papers, people used to clear the 4 papers one, 3 papers, the aggregate was not giving them enough juice to get going. Most of them got stuck at 135, 140 if you can correlate. So I don't want that to happen for these people who are writing group 2, where they can leverage exemption additional marks happily. So that is the reason why. Yes.
It happened with me also, sir.
Okay.
I took attempts in group 2.
Okay. So yes.
IPCC.
IPCC, right. So that is exactly what we are trying to avoid this time. When it comes to group 2, the problem is people are slightly relaxed. Like people are slightly relaxed that, okay, I'll manage somehow. But still, at the end of the day, still everything is at 20-25% thing, which means that 70% people eventually do not make it. So now we'll also get into a bit of technicality. So I think shared your, these are the numbers which you have shared. So I think this is visible. Rest of you, is it visible, guys? Screen? Yes. So this is what the score looked like. And okay, let me start from the last view. Now, why did you, like you mentioned about it in the previous message when you cleared in the day, what made you get connected to the 10,000 vision? Like how could you identify yourself in the 10,000 already?
So even after clearing group 1, I'm not able to get that confidence that I'll be able to clear because maintaining my mental health is a major problem for me. Studying, sitting for 16 hours, I think I've said in our consultation call also, because I will not be able, even ICI will not, is not declaring my result. I'll be declaring my own result. Like I won't be able to do in this attempt. So I used to give up. Even November 2022 also, I gave up. So, and then I think after 10 days itself, I call you, sir. So this is the problem. I'm not able to maintain myself, and every time before exams, I'm simply giving up my attempt. So they on that call. So I said one sentence as if you maintain, if you teach me how to maintain my mental health, then I'll become CA by next attempt itself.
Right, understood.
And you know what, sir, I still remember on 9th of December, I started my preparation, I think from 5th of December. On 9th of December, I called you. I don't know whether you or Srinath, sir, I don't remember. I cried. I started my first chapter in SCMP. There are 9 questions in SCMP and I'm not able to complete it.
Right.
So that was the commitment I gave in this attempt, and from day one itself, I'm committed, sir. That
Right.
I should become CA in this attempt, because so my family financially we are not well, so I have to help, because I'm the younger one. We were two girls. My sister got married, so I have to take charge on my family, and I have to help. So that's
wonderful. Got it. Now, immediately after clearing, what are the 3 things which improved in your life, Ujjwala?
Definitely confidence level, sir, because before I used to undervalue myself. So now I'm in a level that I'll be able to handle myself, and even if it is not able to crack also, I can plan, and I'll be able to do it. And respect, sir, because I'm the first chartered accountant in my family. And then financial condition, definitely it's gonna improve.
So that's you're bringing your family out of a financial problem. That's number 1. Next. Okay, this is a part which said you're the first ever chartered accountant in the family. Wonderful. So your family started looking there. Did you see the difference in terms of how your family is being looked at by relatives? Did you notice?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you explain it further? Like what changed, how much? Because somebody said Rajdev was talking about 1000x or something. Speak, it was Suresh was talking about 18x. What exactly is the change? Different people are giving different startup valuations. So what happened in your scenario?
Sir, I'm giving interviews, sir. After getting job, I can say. Yeah.
Tell me, like Rajdev just mentioned, job thing will get it sorted. Okay, whatever. What I can do is, since after the call, send me the job description.
Okay, sir.
Send me a resume. Tell me your priorities. Let's say 3 jobs are shortlisted, whatever it is. Because for him, he wanted Wells Fargo clearly. Rajdev specifically wanted. He was having that thinking that just like SCMP. Normally, what happens is you don't see your value directly. It's
Yes,
very
sir.
hard for others to understand it. I'll help you find it. Job will
Yes,
crack. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Like this part, the box breathing part, because you mentioned it 2-3 times, Ujjwala. Like, what about this box breathing technique? How did it help you?
Yes, sir. I think I learned this technique on February. I think end of the February. From that day itself till the last of my IDT exam, I used to practice every day. Every day after waking up, I'll do 10 minutes this box breathing technique. So after 30 to 35 days, I can see myself. So I'll be able to handle myself, and I'll be able to sit for long hours. And even I have to share one thing. So IPCC Group 2 in Tirupati, one center is there, sir. I think it's called some girls' high school. There only my mental, everything started in that center. And you know what? For the CA final Group 2, again at that center.
Okay.
So,
Very started. Nice.
Yeah. 15 days before of my exams, again, one day completely I was thinking whether if it is happen, same thing happened to me again, 4 months of efforts will go vain.
Right,
So,
right.
Yeah. So then after seeing my hall ticket, again, I practiced 3 times box breathing technique, and I continued my studies. And you can see I cracked it.
Wonderful.
Even before getting question paper also 5 minutes, I'll practice 3 times box breathing technique, and I'll do meditation for 5 minutes.
Got it. Perfect.
Because if we are confident enough, we'll crack it, sir.
Got it.
Main thing is we'll lose confidence in this process.
Right, right. What about live study hours?
Yes, sir. Our group, sir. We used to study from 6 to 11, 12. Even I can see many people here those people are there. Yeah, consistency, sir. So because by seeing other people studying who are on the same ship and studying with them, it improved my consistency, sir. It's because during afternoons I won't feel like studying. So there I joined a live studies, and it improved my consistency.
Got it.
And I filled around 60 to 70 day and revision forms, and 12 to 15 EMTs. So if we are committing ourselves, ICI can't fail you. I can say.
Nice. ICI cannot fail you. Such a powerful statement, right? Next message will use it. ICI cannot fail you. Crazy.
Even
Nice.
on the last day of the exam, sir, after IDT, I know I'll pass for sure. Even I attended pre-result class also.
Right. I understood. Yes. If we did that calculation.
Yes, sir. One more thing I have to add, sir. So I scored in group 1 in IPCC also 225, 220, 210. This additional 50 marks, how I scored means, earlier I used to attempt only the questions which are well known to me. I won't attempt which I know, but I felt that even if I write, I'll get 1 or 2 marks only. This time, I know how many marks I attempted. In SCMP, I attempted 94 marks, and in DT 82, and in IDT 96 marks. Even these papers are very lengthy, and because of EMT, it helped me. I used to write every Sunday a paper.
So both day and revision and EMT using
EMT
them
helped.
helpful.
Yes, sir.
Understood.
And for day and revision, I kept 2 notes. I finished 2 notes, and EMT same 3 notes. Yes, sir.
So guys, remember this: 2 notes per day and revision. I don't know how many notes you have completed, so that's the target. So it takes effort to crack it, so that to get that kind of confidence and come back and say, ICI cannot fail me. So it takes that kind of effort. And this is her overall journey, which she has just explained, and just focusing on the box fitting technique. And she wanted to become a part of this. And what exactly is your closing remark, Ujjwala? So can you elaborate more on this?
Sir, this is my favorite quote, sir.